phenomenon called prefigurement, in which Christians largely read the Hebrew scriptures as ways of seeing patterns that they can later apply to Jesus' life. The fact that this gospel was written, decades after Jesus' death, maybe even as long as a century after his death, doesn't change the fact that Christians still look at this as an important theological statement. I should say Christians in general, some Christians. So what is the prefigurement? If you look at Psalm 22, which came out really small here, maybe we can make it a little bigger, it says, Lama Tzekal Shachar is more than David. This is a psalm written by David, right? King David. And the second verse says, and this is actually placed in the mouth of Jesus as well as another prefigurement, famous passage, Keli, Keli, Lama Azavtani. My God, why have you abandoned? Right? Like by placing that, by the narrator, the author of the gospel, placing that in Jesus' mouth, that specifically puts him in line with this earlier psalm. But the key passage that relates to John here is, look further down, also verse 19. They part my garments among them, and for my vesture do they cast lots. Right, so this is really the reason, according to Justin Martyr, for maintaining the Hebrew scriptures, and by larger extension to some degree the Jews, because their presence, the presence of these texts, can be used later to confirm Christian reading of divine history. And that's basically what happens among the church fathers until St. Augustine, which we'll have discussed in a later lecture, who offered a very, very important corrective. Now, what are the Jews doing during this time? I mean, this is all happening among Christians who are increasingly becoming more ethnically non-Jewish in origin, and they're kind of like working out their own spiritual history. The Jews are being very busy at this point, putting in place those life preservers that allow Judaism to succeed after the destruction of the temple. The creation of the Mishnah, or I should say the codification of the Mishnah, is an incredibly important device which allowed Jews to essentially take the temple on the road, to be able to have a portable Judaism that could be contained within teachings of the Torah and the rabbis. They also create a liturgical method of drawing a line in the sand between Jews who are mainstream and Jews who are part of this Jesus movement. They insert another text in the central prayer known as the Amidah, the standing prayer, and it's a blessing on the heretics. The term blessing is euphemistic. It's really a curse on heretics, and it was used as a sort of litmus test to determine if a person was harboring these kinds of beliefs. If a person did have Christian theological views that were deemed inappropriate for Jews, and many of them are, like, for example, the idea of God taking physical human form is anathema to Judaism. In fact, the word anathema is kind of ironic here, but if a Jew had those ideas, then he would be asked to lead the prayers, and coming up to this particular passage, it would represent a choice. Does he bring down a curse upon himself for his beliefs, or does he refuse to say it, in which case he could be physically removed from his synagogue? And this is the sort of thing that's happening around the generation of John and the writing of his book, which also has really heated language against the Jews. Not only are Jews referred to so many more times, the Jews, but also really inflammatory language that refers to the Jews as the sons of the devil, and all kinds of things like that are beyond the pale of a normal kind of family dispute. One last thing here that I think is especially fascinating, and this is also an insight that's brought forward by James Carroll, that there's kind of an asymmetric rivalry going on here. Jews in the late 1st and early 2nd century still vastly outnumber the burgeoning Christian movement. Even though it's growing fast, Jews are still very much the establishment faith. And Christians, because they are defining themselves against Judaism, spend a lot of time thinking about Judaism. And in fact, this will be something of an obsession that's going to be lasting right up until the 21st century, presumably beyond, because Christians always have to look to their relationship with the mother religion in a very different way than the mother religion looks at its offspring, so to speak. So when the early Christians are, debating at great length how do we relate to Judaism, Judaism is basically not talking about it at all. If you look at the massive corpus of the Talmud, which is like 2,711 folios. I know that number because that's the Daf Yomi. That's the size of one folio. It's two sides of a page every day. 2,711 folio, which is like well over 5,400 pages. There are only maybe a dozen references to Jesus in Christianity. Maybe 2 dozen. I mean, it's tiny. It's mentioned, but it's really not a major phenomenon. And ironically, it is this asymmetric rivalry in the first and second century that adds so much more steam to the Christian side of it. It's kind of like, as James Carroll references, if you have two siblings locked in a rivalry, and one of the siblings doesn't really care about the rivalry, it makes the rivalrous sibling all the more intense and all the more focused.
You're welcome.
This period begins to come to a close.
No, I'll clip you. I'll clip everybody.
There is a period where Christians are persecuted by the Roman Empire, primarily because of their transition from being a kind of a Jewish subgroup to being an individual and recognized religion. We should understand that in the Roman Empire, there's a huge number of sort of symbolic acts of idolatry that one would be expected to participate in. Bowing before statues, providing small sacrifices and things like that, especially when the emperors began to promote the cult of themselves as deities. If you refuse to participate in that, they were considered like traitorous. It would be something akin to, if there's a baseball game and they play the national anthem, you refuse to stand up. Right? Everybody is standing. Why are you sitting like this? Now, ironically, because the Jews were a known entity as an ancient religion, already from the period of Julius Caesar and earlier, Jews were granted an exemption from any of these outward displays, which were considered idolatrous to Jews. Recognizing that, Jews have nothing against Rome, nothing against Roman empires, things like that. They just refuse to worship statues. The Jews say, hey, come, have a look at our temple. You'll see there's not a single statue anywhere in our temple. We just don't do that statue thing. So the Jews had an exemption. So as long as Christians were considered basically Jews, they also had that exemption. But as soon as they started saying, wait a second, no, we are different from Jews. We are another religion. You've never heard of us before. We're a new religion. Then all of a sudden the Romans say, well, sorry, you aren't on our list of exempted religions. And so that's a period that, is very, very important in the formation of Christian cultural memory, that Christians were, arrested, sent to fight in the gladiatorial games against animals, against professional soldiers, and things like that. And it was only with the Edict of Milan in 313 that the Roman Empire began to say, you know what, let's extend the same kind of exemptions that we give Jews, let's give them to Christians as well, which represents not a diminishment of Jewish status, but it is a recognition of the growth of importance and of demographic numbers of the Christian movement. Because by the time you get to the 4th century, the number of Christians and Jews are actually approaching par with each other. Eventually, when we get to the late 4th century, Christianity will actually become the state religion of Rome, and will decidedly give the Christians the upper hand, which represents a shift about 300 odd years in the making between the daughter religion and the mother religion. And of course, that would have implications for centuries to come. Okay, with that, I'd like to conclude. Thank you very much for listening to this lecture, and I hope we have more opportunities to speak.
Calendar Babylonian origins. Significant because Purim is in the dark. Tradition says when a dog enters, joy increases. At below Yana Baramated, that equals until, below equals that dog, Yana equals nose.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. Later this month, I'm delighted to be addressing a group of students in Budapest associated with the Ashkenazim, a remarkable new institution founded by my colleague. And thanks to the generosity of Dr. Kegel and the Ashkenazim, we've decided to put the public part of these classes online so that people can participate globally. These 12 lectures will be open to the global community. Please RSVP, totally free, and I look forward to interacting with you as we explore the millennium of Jewish history in the lands of Ashkenaz and beyond. So let us start today with just a little Vorspeise, a little bit of an appetizer, to ask a basic question. What is Ashkenaz? What do we mean when we use this strange word, Ashkenaz? So it turns out that this particular word occurs in Bible. It occurs in Genesis 10, also in Chronicles, and one other passage we're going to look at in Jeremiah. Here's a screenshot from the web page Sepharia, which is a tremendous resource for all kinds of Torah texts. And here in Genesis 10:3, we have the first reference to Ashkenaz. Basically, here we have a lineage of Noah, that is Noah of the flood. He has a son named Japheth. In the Ashkenazi pronunciation, that would be Japheth. Japheth has a son named Gomer, and then Gomer has a son named Ashkenaz. This is the first citation of the name Ashkenaz, right? So he's basically the great-grandson of Noah through the Greek line. That's the way that we have it described in Genesis. So how does this connect to Ashkenazi Jews? Well, basically, Ashkenaz is the name of a people, right? A lineage of people from this one forefather, Ashkenaz. Later, it will be associated with a particular place. We're going to look at that in just a second. And later, that place will be associated in the Jewish mind with the Jews who live there. In other words, there's no intrinsic kind of ethnic connection between Ashkenaz and the lineage that followed from that biblical figure and the Jews today, other than the coincidence of the geographic location that is ascribed to Ashkenaz. In other words, although Ashkenaz is their great something uncle, the Jews who are descended from Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, 10 generations after Noah, have no other connection with Ashkenaz. To express this another way, I am a Canadian Jew. You can tell because of the way I say about, and that I apologize for a lot of things, stuff like that. But basically, there's nothing intrinsically Canadian about my Jewishness or Jewish about my Canadianness, other than the fact that my grandparents all emigrated to Canada over a century ago, and that's what makes me a Canadian Jew. Similarly, we have Ashkenazi Jews who at some point ended up in a land that was associated with Ashkenaz. Now, who are these Ashkenazi Jews? According to one of the great scholars of the 20th century, we're talking about basically something like 5,000 to 10,000 people who lived in this region of Ashkenaz around the year 900, who by the time you got to the 20th century, there are about 12 million of them on the cusp of the disastrous World War II. And that represented about 80% of world Jewry at the time. In other words, if you ran into a Jew in the first half of the 20th century before the Holocaust, was more than likely you ran into an Ashkenazi Jew. There are many other Jews scattered throughout the world, Sephardic Jews, Edom Mizrach Jews, even Asian Jews, but the demographic weight was clearly behind the Ashkenazim. So let's go to the next question. We've got this idea of the word Ashkenaz is somehow associated with this biblical figure. Where is Ashkenaz? So one of the hints we can use to figure this out is a passage in the book of Jeremiah. Here's another screenshot from the Sepharia website. And you can see here that Jeremiah is in one of his classic Jeremiads, right? One of his, sort of dirge-like imprecations. In this case, he's cursing Babylonia, who would, of course, take the Jews into exile in the 6th century before the Common Era, and he talks about the vengeance that would one day be meted out against the Babylonian captors of the Jews. In verse 27, you see here, he says, I'll read in English, raise a standard on earth, sound a horn among the nations, appoint nations against her, that is, against Babylonia, assemble kingdoms against her, Ararat, Mini, and Ashkenaz. Designate a marshal against her, bring up horses like swarming locusts. In other words, these three regions, Ararat, Mini, and Ashkenaz, will somehow converge to destroy Babylonia. So Jeremiah seems to be speaking about the location which had the descendants of Ashkenaz living, and that somehow they would represent a later threat to Babylonia. So if we have a look at where that might be, and in the 18th century in particular, there was a lot of enthusiasm to try and locate these biblical names and their later, where they ended up in the Middle East. Here is an interesting map from roughly that period. You can see right in the center is the land of Israel, and then looking to the northeast in this circled area, that's where Babylonia would be, right? Mesopotamia, the Neo-Babylonians to be technically correct, and the regions that would come down and attack her, according to the passage in Jeremiah, would be in Asia Minor here. You can see on the lower right of the circle, there's the mountain range that is associated with Ararat. We speak about Mount Ararat, but in the ancient biblical mind, Ararat was really a mountainous region, not a particular mountain. And here the author of this map has labeled Ashkenaz in the region of the Phrygians. So we have some interesting associations to suggest that this might be the correct location for Ashkenaz, but they're not really that strong. Some of the earliest and most enthusiastic defenders of this Asia Minor connection would include the great Shadal, Rabbi Shmuel David Luzzatto, who wrote in the 19th century. But when you look at the research of another very important scholar, Shmuel Kraus, he suggests that they actually came a little bit to the north, somewhere above the Caspian Sea, somewhere between the Volga and the Elba rivers. Now, this is especially interesting, and Dr. Kraus really followed up on this quite a bit, on the suggestion that perhaps the Ashkenazim should be associated with the remarkable Khazar people. That is a thesis which, for other reasons, totally blew up in the 20th century, and we'll discuss that, God willing, in the first full lecture. But for now, let's just talk a little bit about where is the actual land of Ashkenaz, because none of these associations are specifically connected with the Jews. They are connected rather with the Ashkenazim, the original biblical Ashkenazim, descendants of Ashkenaz, and they exist basically in a realm of supposition and theory. So when we say Ashkenaz and we're referring to Jews, what we're really talking about is Germany, and in particular the Rhineland. In fact, when we look at the first times that Jews start referring to themselves as being Ashkenazi, which is around the 12th century, they're basically talking about the Rhineland. And in the centuries prior to that, because there are Jews in this region considerably earlier, they speak about themselves as being Rhineland Jews. Later, that somehow morphs into Ashkenaz Jews, perhaps borrowing from this idea that the children of Ashkenaz moved somewhere north, and this is somewhere north, but there's no other real connection between the name Ashkenaz in the Bible and this region which Jews later came to call Ashkenaz. What happened to those Ashkenazi Jews? They basically spread out to the eastern regions, especially from about the 13th and 14th century onwards, and you get a much larger population of these Rhineland Jews living in Ashkenaz. And then in the late 19th century, there is a large flow of Jews to western locations and a smaller number to the land of Israel. So that's why, for example, in America, about 3/4 of the Jews who moved to America at the beginning of the 20th century are Ashkenazic, and their descendants today, of course, are the dominant sub-ethnic group among Jews. So we're going to explore this in the course in much greater detail. We're going to pick up with that whole Chazar question, which is really quite fascinating. I hope that you will be able to join us, because it's really exciting to think of having a global population of students in a live lecture like this. But let us recall that when we're speaking about Ashkenaz, we're really talking about two different things. Most people use the term Ashkenaz to refer to those Jews who have some, albeit distant, roots in the Rhineland region of Germany, whereas the biblical term Ashkenaz really refers to this great-grandson of Noah and has no specifically Jewish connection. Okay, I hope you found this forced by some healing, and I hope you will join us in the Ashkenazium lectures. Please reserve your spot today. Thanks very much for watching.
Rabbinical source and rules on collective matters. A common unity group. House of Holiness. The Temple in Jerusalem. Central place of collective worship in biblical times. Beit Midrash Hebrew. House of Study. Place offer and learning, often attached to a synagogue or yeshiva. Beit Knesset Hebrew. House of Assembly. Synagogue. Beit Yosef Hebrew. House of Yosef.
Welcome everybody. I'm Michael Kegel. I'm
Major
the
Halachic Code
of
written
the
by Rabbi
Ashkenazi, which
Yosef
is a
Karo,
graduate
basis
school
of Special
in the
Kedai
West. And
Bedford Hebrew.
with God's great
First four.
graciousness, I've managed to put together a wonderful faculty, of which
Refers
Professor
to laws
Henry
of
Emerson
firstborn
is one of
animals,
the
people,
shining
and the
stars, I
tractate
would say,
that
and
were
I
in
say that
thousands.
without
Bedford
exaggeration.
Hebrew. Son of Torah.
Maybe I'll
Refers
just,
to a person dedicated to
I will
Torah
just
study and
introduce
observance.
maybe Henry, to those who don't know him, with just
Ben
very
Israel
small
Hebrew.
personal
Children of
anecdote.
Israel. Halachically
Nothing
refers to
embarrassing,
the
of course,
Jewish
of course.
people collectively.
Henry and I go back quite a long way, back to high school. I think I met Henry when I was
Benching
a grade
Yiddish
11.
for blessing.
He was a grade 13.
Commonly refers to Birkat Hamazon grace after
his
meals.
home and native land.
Birkat Beraka Hebrew.
And over the years, our relationship went in all kinds of interesting
For all
directions.
blessings recited
One of the most
over
interesting
food,
is our
mitzvah,
parallel
board experiences.
interest in Yiddishkeit,
Core
in
structure of
Judaism.
halachic practice.
And one thing that I will always be very grateful to Henry for is that during years when I was
After blessing.
troubled in my relationship
Blessing
with
said
Judaism,
after food al,
this was actually
Anakia,
university.
al Hagman, or
Henry
al Shah,
insisted,
or
he
Birkat
monthly
Hamazon.
insisted that we
Birkat
have
Yitzon
a
and Hebrew.
regular chavrusa in Talmud. That we meet regularly.
First
It was,
blessing.
and we did meet regularly
Blessing said
once a
before
week.
eating or performing mitzvah.
Sid Smith, what was that building in the UT campus?
Narrated the Rabbi Yishmael classic
Sid
text,
Smith, we used to
listing
meet once a
13
week and we studied
hermeneutical
the
rules of
Masechet
Rabbi
Megillah, which
Yishmael,
deals with
recited
prayer,
daily in prayer.
that we just came out of.
Bereshit Hebrew.
And to me, that was a great lifeline in my Jewish identity. And I mention it here. I want to
First
mention
word
it
of
here,
Keturah
not just
and
because my
name of the
gratitude
first
is
book.
Henry, but
By
one of the
Hebrew.
other things I'm grateful for.
Coming
But
together,
to
union.
point out
Halachic
that
term for
Henry
marital
embodies,
relations.
in my mind, something that is acceptable.
Relevant in knowledge.
This is athleticism. I don't like people playing on my phone.
And is passionate about it. It's not just
Also on this disaster. Class 4.
and on the other hand,
I don't like people. No, fuck that. Dude. I don't like people playing on my phone. No, fuck that. Dude, Jezebel fucking hell. Dude, athleticism.
Blessing of the Torah. Blessings recited before Torah study and Aliyah to the Torah. Blessing of the house. Traditional blessing found in Jewish homes. Perfect Hacham of Hebrew. Blessing of the sun.
and on the other hand,
Rare blessing recited once every 28 years when the sun returns to its creation position.
highest level of responsibility.
Perfect Kohanim of Hebrew.
This is a model
Blessing of the priest.
appreciate it.
We Holy blessing recited by Philharmonic during Myra Hebrew. Clarification selection. Galactic concept of separating mixtures, especially in combat prohibitions. Initial features. One of the four non-prohibited labors on combat. Visual act on Hebrew. Cooking by a non-Jew. Rabbi Rothschild on certain foods cooked solely by non-Jews to preserve Haggadah and social boundaries. The tax on Hebrew. God. Refers to God's divine, personality, and ethical significance.
Eric, but I'm glad you really said that.
Visual stand as Hebrew. Relevant of Levin. Galactic formula recited before Passover. Verify ownership of Shabbat. Less of Torah study. Considered a serious lapse in Jewish law. So violent Hebrew. Until date, praise you the Fullerton Lucifer of the mind for performing a mitzvah. Glory of the Shah Hebrew blessing. Recital operating groups that do not require Al-Hamid or Muslim Common Glory of the Hebrew blessing. Hebrew is the fruit of the vine. Recited over wine and grape juice. Glory of Hebrew blessing.
I don't like people playing on my phone.
Central area of Philippines Extension Law.
Jezebel at home.
Discussions about use of electricity on combat center on whether it is vulnerability, alleviated, or long-term fire.
California, Nevada,
Called for the final Aliyah of Pandora. Changes for I should be
I'm very
drive through
type in your question. I will from time to time pause and have a look at what's going on in the Q&A, and I hope to answer some. Because the Ashkenazian has registered to the Budapest itself,
Important in Arab law has shared courtyards may require an Arab chatter and implement carrying on Shabbat. Chases meetings.
We'll have a private discussion.
What's up, babies? All right, so it's day 3 of the draft. Rebbitzin in the back. Yeah, Rabbi, are you the head coach, the general manager? What's your role on this team? Baby, I'm the number 1 draft pick. Fuck Ashton Gentry. Rabbi Rothschild, number 1, baby. All right. But yeah, I'm all that stuff. I'm like one of those older, like silverback gorilla-like coaches who. I'm also the owner of this bitch too. But I'm like, it would be like if Jerry Jones and Bill Belichick and like Tom Brady and the front office of the NFC East all combined forces and the NFC West and the NFC Central, as well as this North and South shit. Anyway, again, my mind is still in the 1990s, probably always will be, especially when it comes to the NFL. Who are the best 1990s quarterbacks? Yeah, Rebbitzin in the back. Yeah, who are the best 1990s quarterbacks? Well, there's Steve Young, there's Troy Aikman, there's Dan Marino, there's Warren Moon, there's Randall Cunningham, there's John Elway, there's
and then Gomer has 3 sons.
Jeff George, perhaps one of the best arms of all time in the NFL, at least power. Yeah, not late 90s, but like mid 90s. Those motherfuckers were sick. Oh, there's Joe Montana, who's like still. All right, anybody else? There's I could name others, but they're not like on that big list. Anyway, when did the NFL start going downhill? And they brought Carolina and Jacksonville in. Why?
Sluggish 2.
Piece of geography.
Just watered down the
Then
league.
later,
Those two teams have sucked dick ever since. Anyway. Any other questions about my 1990s NFL history knowledge? Yeah, Rabbit's in the back. Yeah, Rabbi. So I get that you're like the silverback gorilla of this team. What are your thoughts thus far in the draft? You've had two. Just checking our notes. You had two draft picks. What are you thinking? Well, I think I may have drafted the two best players in the NFL. I'm really proud of that. I don't know why everybody else isn't proud of it. They should be having fucking Mardi Gras parades and on in the French Quarter, Bourbon Street, and ticker tape parades in Times Square. Sick. It should be like incredible. These are the two best choices I think I could have made. So let's get y'all updated on where we stand with the draft picks. All right, how's Hurricane Nate doing? Still sleeping? All right, did he figure shit out? No. Maybe, who knows? All right, here we go. Let's see the team. Oh man, my nose itches. Need some of that nose candy. All right. So again, number one pick, Jamar Chase. He went to Fike. Speed got Justin Jefferson. Schiller got Saquon Barkley for the third pick. Bijan Robinson for the fourth pick, Bitcoin. Mike D, fifth with Jahmyr Chase. Sixth is VMU. Derrick Henry, VMU, thank you for your generosity. Halloween got CeeDee Lamb for 7. Christian McCaffrey, Sproto got him for 8. Yo-Yo 9. Amon-Ra St. Brown. 10 is Rev Cloud. That's Puka Nacua. Wait, I had 11. Hold on. Jamar Chase 1, Justin Jefferson 2, Saquon Barkley 3, Bijan Robinson 4, Jahmyr Chase 5, Derrick Henry 6, CeeDee Lamb 7, Christian McCaffrey 8, Amon-Ra St. Brown 9, Puka Nacua 10, Ashton Gentry 11. With this guy, he's like a box. There could be anything in a box, even a boat. Anyway, 12 is Devon Achane, 13 Malik Neighbors, 14 Lamar Jackson, solid. Look at when you click on his thing, he's the number one quarterback and the number one overall pick. Now, if you're wondering, well, why didn't he go number one overall? It doesn't really make sense, but because you really aren't drafting. Well, Rabbit's in the back. Yeah, if he's the number one pick overall or number one overall guy, why didn't he go number one? Well, the reason is you're really drafting. It's a great question. You're really drafting on positions. So basically, you want the biggest difference in positions, and the difference between basically like the best quarterback and the worst quarterback isn't that big, at least from the starters, when in comparison to like the best running back and the best wide receiver it is. Next choice was Brock Bowers, who I considered taking. At one point, he was going to be my first round draft pick, just because I figured I'm going to beat everybody's ass on tight end. But yeah. So that was Rev Cloud. Then we got Yo-Yo with Jonathan Taylor. Then we got Sproto with Nico Collins. Notice how far he fell. Probably because people found out where he went to college. We had Halloween get Brian Thomas, and then VMU's on the clock. So it's going to start back up in 3 hours. And yeah, Rabbit's in the back. How you feeling about your squad? Well, I mean, it's really. Do you notice I was like down on this team after the first round, and really down when I figured I had to pick some fucking loser wide receiver. But then I just out of nowhere on live, whatever this is, live social media, I was like, you know what? I'm gonna fucking. I asked myself the question through the Rebetza note. It's like, you know what? Why not take a fucking quarterback? And then it's an exciting season because then it's like, oh, you got the best player in the league, arguably, and you can light shit up. And that's tight. So who's your third pick going to be? It's too soon to tell. Ideally, we'll take a wide receiver. But we might take a tight end. If I take a tight end, I'd be happy with that. And then I would just take running backs and tight ends the whole fucking way until the 15th and 16th pick, where I take some loser defense and some loser kicker, and then stream them. That's the strategy. Any other questions? Yeah, Rabbit's in the back. Yeah, Rabbi, are you going to do this for every pick? Oh, for sure. I'm going to give you the play-by-play. Why? Why not? Yeah, Rabbit's in the back again. Yeah, Rabbi, I have a question. Yeah, that's why you raised your hand, girl. I get it. Yeah, so how's your strategy with the clips and the, hey, I'm gonna be famous, everybody. All right, well, really? Oh, no way, somebody picked? How is that even possible? How is that even possible? We were here for it. Did you get it? Did it? All right, so VMU picked AJ Brown. How is that even possible? I don't know. It says, look, it says draft auto pause from 12 a.m. to 6 a.m. But AJ Brown was just picked. He had not been picked before. I would be like, oh, this is who VMU picked. All right, so Mike D's up. Draft. Maybe you can still pick a guy, but there's no clock. I don't know. It doesn't explain it. I don't think anybody knows. What is this? Bullshit. Come on. Look at my little my little box. Oh shit. Dude, there's a website dedicated. It's called Don't Kill My App, and Android people like Samsung and Ribbits in the back. Yeah, could you explain to us what this whole Android thing is? Because we all use iPhones because we're, simple. Yeah, so basically, Apple makes iOS, and that's iPhones and iPads and the Apple Watch, which should be called the iWatch, all that other bullshit. Apple TV, all that shit. Then you've got Google, which developed Android. Is that true? Yeah. And they allow a lot of manufacturers to use that, like Samsung and TCL and Motorola and Blue and all the other phones. Like basically everything that's not iOS. Yeah, Ribbit's back. What about Huawei? Well, that's a great question. I don't really know what they use. I think it's something Chinese. Can you? I actually don't know the answer to that. Let's look it up. I one time was going to buy a Huawei phone a long time ago, and it was just so amazing to me. It was like China is living in the future with their phones. Their phones were like, I'm not kidding. If you bought an iPhone at that time, I don't know. It had like a 10 megapixel camera. I don't know what it was. But Huawei's was like 50. iPhone's battery would last like 8 hours. Huawei's would last 8 days. It's like, why the fuck aren't we using it? And it's like, oh, well, it's Chinese spyware. Dog, I'm telling you this. I've seen it with my own eyes. There's a part of the phone you can go to if you look at your incoming and outgoing packets, like basically the data from your phone. And there's this packet that is being sent out all the time on all your phones, and nobody knows where it goes. And it's probably the NSA. Really? I'm not even kidding about that. At least when I check this, like, It was almost 10 years ago, but that's how it was. All right. Dude, Huawei. The reason why Huawei isn't, I mean, it's a successful company, but it's not like super big. It's just because it looks like Huawei. No one knows what that is. Is it Android? Or do they have like other things? Oh, I don't think so. They have their own thing. Anyway, so in the future, I might want Huawei. It no longer uses Android as its new flagship devices, marking a significant shift in the strategy. So this is a great question. Good job. Like how, like her legs would be like, fuck, how could I do it? Where's my fucking hat? Look at this athleticism. How do hot chicks do it? Dude, I know everything that hot chicks do because I'm a hot chick. But no, they have the legs crossed. This. Hold on. Like, fuck. You know what I'm trying to do. Oh, fucking happy with themselves. Like, they'd be like, thank you. Yeah, anyway. It's a good question. They use Harmony OS Next, which is completely independent of Android and does not use Android apps or code. The move began with the launch of the Mate 70. Well, anyway, they should just rename this company. Huawei will never work in the United States. I mean, maybe it will, but you could rename it something better. Huawei. Huawei. I honestly think that's why, like, Hyundai, you could have your company's name anything, and two of them basically have the same name. Honda, which is understandable, and they were like first, and then Hyundai. And it's like, God, that's like too close to the other one. Just pick anything else. Literally, you could pick Boogie. Oh, I drive a Boogie. Okay, cool, dog. People would understand that. But oh, did you say Honda or Hyundai? Huh? Anyway, so we've got Huawei. And I understand not everything's in English, but I'm just telling you, if you want to sell to the English market, have it have a good name. That's like the first thing. Like, hey guys, let's have super phones. Oh, okay. What are we going to name our company? Let's make it Huawei. Oh, okay. Like WAWAY? No. Let's make it HUAWEI. Huh? That's not a good idea. No, it'll be perfect. Why? Well, it's Huawei. It starts with H. Huawei. Anyway, so that's some knowledge on phones. All right. Back to the draft. Yeah, rabbits in the back. Yeah. How long do you think this draft's gonna go? Well, at this pace. Like all week, probably. And I bet the rabbits would love that because then I'd be doing these videos and they're hilarious. Are they? Yeah, Rabbi, do you really think these videos are hilarious? I know they are. I sit back and watch them immediately after I make them, and I'm like, that's the funniest shit I've ever seen. I love myself, though, so I'm a little biased. Anyway, we're running out of time on this one. Oh, yeah, fuck you, Zuckerberg. First and foremost, for making me do this shit, motherfucker, had to throw everybody out the motherfucking room. I'd like to propose a toast. I said, toast, motherfucker, nah. Anyway, that's a little last call. But Zuckerberg, when I upload this video, it's like videos of 3 minutes or more will not be suggested for new audiences. It's like, why? Why do you limit the reach of content? Dog, I'm telling you, social media I used to use Zuckerberg and I were Facebook friends way back in the day, in like when Facebook launched, and like I was on it in 2004 when it launched. Like everybody, like, oh, I'm on social media, blah, 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 blah. Not like this motherfucker. Anyway, and Zuckerberg had his fucking platform that had like no algorithm. It was just chronological, and that's what people want. Just show me, and people want filters as well. But it's not like Zuckerberg. I don't come to you to be like, hey, what TV should I watch? I know what I want to watch, and if I want to watch other shit, you can give me suggestions, but don't put them in my main shit. There was a timeline. Social media used to be so much better, and then Zuckerberg fucked it up, douche. Dude, your fucking wife hates you. Your kid hates you. All kids, all of them. They hate your fucking stories before bedtime. Everything. Zuckerberg just sucks. Bet he doesn't have a fantasy football team, and if he did, he probably took some douchebag as his first pick. Certainly didn't pick Ashton Gentry, who's going to have 111,253 touchdowns, or else he's a bust. All right, friends, you're fired. Go fuck yourself.
Perhaps the most important piece of the story is the correspondence that was conducted between
appears in phrases like
All right, so it's day 3 of the draft.
early period of
Rabbi, are you the head coach, the general manager? What's your goal on this team? Maybe I'm the number 1 draft pick. Fuck Ashton Gentry. Rabbi Rothschild, number 1, baby. All right. But yeah, I'm all that stuff. I'm like one of those older, like silverback gorilla-like coaches. I'm also the owner of this bitch too. But I'm like, it would be like if Jerry Jones and
also the scrolls with a
Bill
separate form
Belichick
of state.
and
Or a category of indentured servants with specific
unfortunately,
rights
they
and costs.
were not able to get past Constantinople
Tom Brady
at the various moments of the day. However,
the front office of the NFC East all combined forces
partial business obligations, emerging income as part of
and
the
the NFC West and the NFC Central. Anyway, again, my mind is still in the 1990s, probably always will be, especially when it comes to the NFL. One of the best 1990s quarterbacks, yeah, Ribbons to the best. And one of the best 1990s quarterbacks, well, there's Steve Young, there's Troy Aikman, there's Dan Marino, there's Warren Boone, there's Randall Cunningham, there's John Elway,
This is contact
there's
sometimes metaphorically to describe something spiritually corrupt. Margaret and Yiddish for gathering.
Jeff George,
At the civic gathering with CD, stories, and inspiration. While not straight Pulitzer, he is trying to convince me of not having liberal love of fellow and spiritual growth.
yeah, not late night, but like
Spark
late
equals
night.
4, Brennan equals to bring.
Oh, there's Joe Montana.
Sparkle Yiddish for small bay barley
All right,
pasta.
anybody else?
which they are well associated with.
Not galactic proceed, but comes up in
One of
basic
those
cash discussion.
that I find
Foreign
quite
Yiddish word
fascinating is this
examination test.
document, which was found in amazing
In galactic usage, refers to rabbinic or Torah study events for ordination seminars. Foreign Yiddish for written recording. Appears in galactic responsa, e.g. as it is
When
far
did the NFL start going downhill? They brought Carolina and Jacksonville up.
Take the name of
It
God
refers to
Why?
the filter law.
this
One
concept
of
that
the 3 main
write
categories
down
is
the
very,
name of
very.
God
Something Everson.
that
Meaning
document
prohibits very for automatically set
Any other
period.
questions about my 1997
Yiddish
knowledge?
called the English
From Yiddish for Christ, religiously
Yeah,
expressed.
Rabbi.
Oh, on the paper.
So I do think you're like the silverback gorilla of this team.
Follows Pulitzer.
What are your thoughts thus far in the draft? You had 2. Just checking for you have 2 draft picks. What are you thinking? Well, I think I may have drafted the 2 best players in the NFL. I'm really proud of that. I don't know why everybody else is
especially when
they should be having fucking Mardi Gras parade.
discarded. It has to be
Shabbos and Shabbos are related expressions for regulating tests before Shabbat means the timing and preparation.
It should be like
Prior Yiddish modern Hebrew slang for summer,
these are the two best choices. It ain't gonna be made. So let's get you all updated on where we stand with draft picks.
Proliferal Yiddish for happy
And then at
birth.
some point,
While more cultural than legal,
Alright,
it
how's
has
Hurricane
almost
Nate
never seen the joy on earth.
Alright, is he, did he figure shit out?
That's considered
Proliferal Yiddish
great
variant
deal.
of front. Refers to string
Alright, here we go.
Large
Drawn by Yiddish German for compulsory labor.
Old Cairo, somewhat south of modern-day Cairo, had this
Appears to
custom of
Holocaust era
following the laws
response dealing with electric roads under forced labor conditions.
Alright, so again, number one pick Jamar Chase.
California
He
Yiddish
went
formal
to
unit.
fight.
Appears to
Speed
electric
got Justin Jefferson. Schiller got Sigma Forte for the third pick. John Robinson for the fourth pick, Bitcoin. Mike Lee for Jamar Chase. C6 is being used.
Title for
Derrick
outstanding
Henry
and storing solids, especially when heads of the greatest
Halloween
athletes in
got
Babylon
C Lamb
and
for
amazing
7. Christian McCaffrey. Sproga for 8. Yo-Yo 9. Amari St. Brown. 10 is Raphael. Wait, I had 11. Hold on. Jamar Chase 1, Justin Jefferson 2. Saquon Barkley 3. John Robinson 4. Jamar Chase 5. Derrick Henry 6.
refers to
C
Rabbi
Lamb
Rothschild
7.
and
Christian
Schwab
McCaffrey
down in
8. St. Brown 9. 10. Ashton Jeffrey 11.
1797, one of the greatest galactic authorities and journalists, influential in Jewish
Like
law
a
and
box.
practice.
Business contracts,
There could be
marriage
anything in the
contracts,
box.
personal correspondence,
Anyway,
By
shopping
Hebrew
lists,
for collector
12
treasures,
Devon
custody
Fanning.
of officials who oversee
13
the
Blue
store
Neighbors.
finances and funding.
14 Lamar Jackson.
this document
Solid.
Intelligence.
He's just look at when you click on this thing, he's the number one quarterback, he's the number one overall. Now, if you're wondering, well, why did he go number one overall? It doesn't really make sense, but because
Charity funds according to galactic
you really
guidelines.
aren't drafting.
That all zero for grade 1.
Yeah, if he's the number one pick overall, or number one overall, then why didn't he go number one? Well, the reason is you're really drafting, it's a great question. You're really drafting on position. So basically, what the biggest difference in position and the difference between basically like the best quarterback and the worst quarterback isn't that big, at least for the starters, when in comparison to like the best running backs and the best wide receiver. Next choice is Brock Bowers. I consider taking, if at one point he's going to be my first round, just because I figure I'm going to beat everybody's ass on that. Yeah. So that was Red Cloud. Then we got Yo-Yo with Jonathan Taylor. Then we got Sproto with Nico Collins. Notice how far he fell. Probably because we can find out where he went to college. We had Halloween get Brian Thomas, and then VMU's on the clock. So it's going to start back up in 3 hours. Take care about your squad. Well, I mean, it's really, do you notice I was like down on this team after the first round, and really down when I figured I'd pick some fucking loser wide receiver. But then I just out of nowhere on live, whatever this is, live social media, you know what, fucking. I asked myself the question through the professional. But you know what? Why not take the fucking quarterback? And then it's an exciting season because then it's like, oh, you got the best player in the league, arguably, and you can light shit up. And that's right. So who's your third pick going to be? It's too soon to tell. Ideally, we'll take a wide receiver.
That supports the idea of the Khazar conversion, although it doesn't tell us a lot about
We might take a tight end.
If
I take a tight end, I'd be happy with that. And then I would just take running back the whole fucking way until the 15th and 16th pick where I take some loser defense and some loser kicker. And then straight that's the strategy. Any other questions? Yeah,
Subject
yeah.
file limiting the field,
Yeah,
effective 5 laws.
as King Duran did in
Are you gonna do this for every pig?
Galactic
Oh, for
category
sure.
of limited population rise.
Why not?
Get Hebrew for Bill of the Doors.
Yeah, Ribbon said back.
And
Yeah,
so,
yeah.
below the
By the way,
veil,
I have a question.
Galactic documents
Yeah, that's why
required
you're
in
yeah,
law
I get
of
it.
the written and delivered
So,
under specific laws and laws that fit in
how's your strategy different with the clips and hey, I'm gonna be famous, everybody. All right, well,
intelligence appears in blessings never in evils, prayers of God as mine.
really.
Also under the ethical category.
Oh no way, somebody picked. How is that even possible?
A major galactic prohibition with detailed laws and civil code should Josh and Bishop
How is that even possible?
is there a Hebrew for degree?
We were here for it. Did you get it? All right, so maybe you picked AJ Brown.
Judaism,
How is it
however,
Prohibitions less one comes to.
is
Is there a Shaka Hebrew for equal degree?
unlike the Muslims who are not allowed to drink alcohol.
A found in accordance with
It says-
principle contrary.
it says,
Identical words with
Draft
traverses to
autopause
the
from
galactic
12 a.m. to 6 a.m.
Written Hebrew plural forgets divorce documents.
Can you imagine what?
But AJ Brown was just picked. He might hit that pick before I would be like, oh, this is maybe if you pick. All right, so Mike Diesel.
Black eagles,
Maybe you can still pick a guy,
furry came from animals with lungs free of adhesion. A sprinkler
but there's no clout.
cloud.
I don't know. It doesn't explain it.
Stolen Hebrew for big and formed mass. Not directly galactic, but appears in rapid sources to describe potential being before completion. Later folklore associates it with mystical
Look
galactic
at my
debates.
little,
Stolen Yiddish for exile.
my
So the Chronicle of Black
Safe
Rock
as
Heroes,
good,
which
but often with more emotional views on that
oh
passage.
shit.
also confirms
Those Hebrew for dying person more than 3 years.
There's a website dedicated. It's called Don't Kill My App.
Referring to someone expected exile within 72
People
hours.
like Samsung and
Central
the
laws
first thing we have to
apply.
say
yeah,
is
Ribbons
that
in the
People
back.
disturbance.
many
If you explain this, this whole Android thing is, it's really iPhone.
virtually all of the
Hebrew for body.
aspects of the story of the
Yeah, so basically,
Which is physical from spiritual
Apple makes
laws.
iOS, and that's iPhones and iPads. I watch shit. I watch all that over
Rabbinic prohibition to safeguard
that was
for law.
all that shit.
Pakistan more Hebrews are welcome guests.
Rich, no,
And the hospitality of galactic basis facilitates any acts of kindness.
yeah,
Tax on
they allow
for
a lot of
preparation.
Exaggerated to highly exaggerated.
Preparing utensils for failure to use or the process by which it becomes accessible to
Motorola,
security.
and
And not Hebrew for
all the other, like basically everything that's not.
Intelligence refers to the requirement of intermixed of unifying commandment VT of useful law for efforts.
Well, that's a great question.
Hypothesis for
How
Restoration of the scroll during synagogue service.
I actually don't know the answer to that. That's what it's about.
Logically
I
requires
one time was
visibility
gonna
to
buy
the
a Huawei
congregation.
phone a long time ago, and it was just so amazing to me. It was like China is living in the future, but their phones were like,
Logically required for the
I'm not
picture of
kidding.
recounting
If you bought an iPhone at that time, I don't know.
for festival
It had like a
offers.
10 megapixel home camera. I don't know.
Sacrificial
Well,
offerings
Huawei's was
drawn
like
on the pilgrimage festival.
iPhone's battery would last like 8 hours. Huawei's would last 8 days. It's like, what
For the
the
one
fuck?
who bestows kindness.
I'm using it, and it's like, oh, well, it's Chinese spyware.
Refers to the blessing of thanksgiving
I'm telling
decided
you
after
this, I've
providing
seen it with
major
my own eyes.
economic
There's part of the phone you can
obligations,
do. You look at your
etc.
incoming and outgoing packets, like basically the data from your phone.
For Hebrew law.
There's this packet that being sent out all the time, all your phones. Nobody knows where it
Customary
is.
practice.
And it's probably
Religion on second for practical
I'm
law.
not even kidding about that.
The actual ruling
At least
of
when I
law
checked
is
this,
not just theoretical discussion.
Well, let's say they did convert to Judaism.
it was almost 10 years ago, but that's how it was.
For law to Moses from Sinai.
Alright,
Galactic tradition with no textual source, but accepted as authoritative.
the reason why Huawei isn't, I mean, it's a successful company, but it's not like super
Ceremony
big.
releasing a child
It's just because it looks like the Wild
very
One.
freedom.
No one knows that. Is it Android?
Very little
Or
awareness.
do they have like
For praise.
other things? Oh,
A
I don't
series
think
of
it's Android.
Psalms 113.
And of course,
118 recited on festivals, Hanukkah, and
Anyway,
Rosh Chodesh.
So in the future, I might
from
Collectively, sometimes they obligation,
history.
sometimes
It no longer uses Androids and flagship devices, marking a significant shift in the strategy. So this is very
refers to
questionable.
Psalm 136, recited on festivals.
With like,
Have an option for loan.
fuck, how could I do it?
Galactic rules govern lending and borrowing, including prohibition on interest relief. MX is used for lemons. Forbidden during Passover.
How do hot chicks do it? Dude, I know everything.
Selected categories determine what counts as MX and how it must be destroyed or nullified. Hence, in Hebrew by Arabic for hot dessert wins. Galactic
You know what I'm trying to do?
like on their actions.
Was it banned
For benefit enjoyment.
primarily by individuals who
Equilibrium refers to deriving benefit from prohibited
It's a good
acts.
question.
ECAM after
They use
pesticide
Parking
idols.
OS next.
Consequently,
Independent of Android, it does not use Android apps.
festival commemorating the
Began
dedication
on
of the
the
temple.
70s.
Galactic
Anyway, they should
that
just
include lighting,
rename it.
candles, Hallel, and
Huawei will
Al-Qaeda.
never work in the United States. I mean, maybe it will, but you could
You could dedication of a house. Galactic custom of celebrating when moving into a new home.
I honestly think that's why, like, Hyundai,
Reading from the prophet's
you could have
following the
your
Torah,
company's name anything, and two of them basically have the same name. Honda, which is understandable, they were like first, and then Hyundai. It's like, wow, that's not too close to the other one. You should pick anything else, literally. You could pick Boogie, Boogie, oh, I drive a Boogie, okay, cool, duh. People would understand that, but did you say Honda or Hyundai? Anyway,
Both object and
yeah, well,
overwhelmingly German.
and I understand not everything's in English, but if you want to sell to the English market, gotta have a good name. That's like the first thing. Like, hey guys, let's have super fun. Okay, what are we gonna name our company?
But it has
Let's make it Huawei. Oh, okay, like W-A-W-A-Y. No, let's make it H-U-A-W-E-I.
Finnish is
They're
basically
at
German.
for one who settles before God.
No, it'd be perfect. Well, it's Huawei. It starts with H. Huawei. Anyway,
style.
so that's
for authorization.
knowledge on phones.
Represents appointing an agent or granting legal powers. Terminology for separation.
Yeah,
Ritual marking agent does not add for
how
festivals.
long do you think this draft's gonna go? Well, at this pace,
Requirements include wine, spices, and candles. As for candor.
That supports the idea that the Khazarians somehow
Galactic qualifications require proper pronunciation, oral spelling.
yeah, they really do. The videos are hilarious. I know they are. I sit back and watch them immediately after I make them, and I'm like, this is the funniest shit I've ever seen. I love myself though. I'll buy it. Anyway, we're running out of time on this. Oh, yeah, fuck you, Zuckerberg. First and foremost, for making me do this shit, motherfucker, had to throw a fucking roof. I'm not I said, anyway, that's the last call. But Zuckerberg, when I upload this video, it's like videos of 3 minutes or more will not be suggested for the audience. It's like, why? Why do you limit the reach of content? Doug, I'm telling you, social media use, I used to use, Zuckerberg and I were Facebook friends way back in the day, and like, when Facebook launched, like, I was on it in 2004 when it was launched, like, everybody was like, oh, not like this motherfucker. Anyway, and Zuckerberg had his fucking platform that had like no algorithm. It's just chronological. That's what people want. Just show it. People want filters as well, but it's not like Zuckerberg. I don't come to you with, hey, what TV should I watch? I know what I want. And if I want to watch other shit, you can give me suggestions, but don't put them on my main shit. There was a timeline. Social media used to be so much better, and it's not fucking ugly. Dude, your fucking wife hates you, your kid hates you, all kids, all of you. And your fucking stories before bedtime, everything. Zuckerberg sucks. But he doesn't have a fantasy football team, and if he did, he probably took some douchebag as his first pick. Certainly didn't pick Ashton Jeff. And I have 111,250 touchdowns for Alright, friends, you're fine. Go fuck yourself.
Especially about 40%
Electrically
of
significantly
all
high holiday prayers.
actually trace their origins
Coda
to
of Hebrew
four
for
women.
Thanksgiving
Don't
edition.
know their names, so I like to
Ippolita refers to acknowledgement of death,
but they are
confession, or prayer of thanks.
most likely
Alright, so it's day 3 of the draft.
overwhelmingly they are
Liturgical
related
prayers recited on
other
Sukkot,
non-Ashkenazi
electrically
Jews,
linked with
Sephardic
processions and
Jews,
Ruach.
Israel, and they are
Hashem
distinct
remember
from
for the great
those
Hashem.
among whom they
The final
live
day of
in
Sukkot
Europe,
reviewing
especially
electric prayers and rituals.
What Dr. Behar
Concept of Hebrew for carrying out transferring.
kind of scientific
One of the
experience
39
in
Melachit coordinate labors on Shabbat involved in carrying between domains.
that helps us understand more precisely
From the top
on the
Hebrew
basis
for
of DNA
statute law.
research, particularly looking
Puppet's
at
Menu's rationale does not reveal E.G. Hezra and Red Hyper.
the Levite status is because the
Of
father
the Chuppah Hebrew for canopy.
better connection.
Electric marriage ceremony requires standing
The
under
vast
a
majority
Chuppah.
of Ashkenazi
Yo, babies, I, after watching that last video, realized I didn't name Brett Favre in the best quarterbacks of the 90s, which I probably should have, even though I wasn't a huge fan of his. Why? I don't know. Because I'm a Niner fan through and through. Anyway, if you want to see how my fucking bots work, I was talking about the thing don'tkillmyapp.com, and Android, or like the phone manufacturers actually, they kill the apps, and I don't understand why. I don't get it. There's like some fucking engineer somewhere. Yeah, this is what it is. It's about battery life, but it's like if you keep your phone plugged in all the time, then that shouldn't matter. Anyway, what's going on here? The broadcast has ended. All right, well, don't worry. This should have worked. All right, so yeah, Rebbetzin in the back. Yeah, Rabbi, you were telling us about whether your strategy with making clips is working. Yeah, great question. Thanks for bringing it up. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I expected to awake and have like 1,000 new people in the Discord and like all my chats be buzzing. Nothing. I've lost people in the Discord. And I did have some people, one guy say, thanks for the clip on YouTube. That was tight. Shout out to ADP. Ads, ADS. They say they watch me when I sleep, which is kind of creepy, but that's cool. They say they're my biggest fan. I'm sure some Rebbitzins passed that motherfucker up a long time ago by the time you're seeing this shit. Anyway, some Rebbitzins be like, yeah, Rabbi, show us your fucking bots. I'm like, all right, go. Calm down. Anyway, here we go. Does it always work? All right, so this is it's gonna click it and it's gonna clip it. It's tight. Anyway, and then it just makes a clip and advertises you. Yeah, yeah, Rebbitzin. Yeah, why did you say it's so over and then you were like, it's not over? This bitch is gonna be an uphill struggle. Well, thanks for adding words in my mouth. I never said that, but you're absolutely right. Because it was posting my clips in the chat. I figured out a way how to do that, but it no longer does that, or else I would have been famous yesterday. Anyway, well, that didn't work. Anyway, it doesn't always work, but the thing is, it doesn't always have to work. It just has to continue. I'd much like this is like a strategy that I have to use. Anyway, you see, it's fucking working. It'll take my shit and copy and paste it and do that kind of stuff.
Standard halachic phrasing introducing
So
that
let's
Dog.
look at the social structure. Here's the map.
It didn't work. I'll have to adjust that one.
And refer to a born substance similar to bitter
But
mitzvah.
this shows the
That was not good. Are any of them working? I don't know. I'll have to do some quality control. I see some of them working. That one's working. Anyway.
Halachic identity term for Jews, used in Torah and later law.
Are you done? No. So I checked yesterday, like one of my accounts, and it had made like 335 clips. And if I just keep doing that until the day I die, somebody's gonna find out about what I'm doing. That's my strategy. It's just like a stealth strategy, flying under the radar. Because I was going on just spamming motherfuckers, and you spend most of your time creating the account then, and it's just very inefficient. If you fly under the radar, I'm like a B-2 bomber, right behind enemy lines, and then pow. Anyway, are you done? Yeah, Rabbit's in the back. Are you done? Let's talk about that phrase. I love it. Why? Oh, it's so funny. So sometimes I'd be around my father and his friends, and they'd be like, this economic policy should go like this, and the other one would be like, this economic policy should go like this, and I'd be like, well, I think the economic policy should go like this, and 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 they'd all be looking at me. My father just go, are you done? And I'd be like, ah. It's just so hilarious to me. Anyway. Really? Are you? Good morning, Miss Aquarius. How you living, girl? Apologies, I haven't been available for bowling. I've been getting my beauty rest, but God willing, we'll be able to play tonight. You have your last day of physical therapy today. Are you ready to hit the ground running?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Excellent. You go do it. God willing, we'll play tonight and get back into our rhythm. All right, girl?
All righty.
Excellent. Have a wonderful day, God willing. Take care.
You too.
Thank you.
Good night.
Absolutely.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. Good day. Take care. You're good, girl. Don't worry about it. She's amazing. If you didn't know who that is, it's Miss Aquarius, and she's just like the nicest person I think I've ever met on the internet. She's just a real sweetheart. Anyway, so these bots, though, flying under the radar like a stealth bomber, and then ba-bow. Anyway, I made like 332 of these things just in like a couple days on one account, and I got like 7 accounts doing it or something. 7. Now, what you know about 7? Pay me. I forgot one of the lyrics when I was singing last call. It goes, yo, fuck you, Zuckerberg, first and foremost, for making me do this shit, motherfucker. Had to throw about a video out the motherfucker room because I was fucking. I'd like to propose a toast. I said, toast, motherfucker, not nah. I love that song so much. Oh, man, back in the day, I think it was a Thursday. Who knows? It could have been anything. Everybody loved. It's true. Everybody loved Jay-Z. Everybody loved Kanye West. And I loved a lot of their music, but there was this one song that I remember. It got off Napster or LimeWire or FrostWire or one of those fucking things. Psych, I bought it on Apple Music. Anyway, that wasn't even a thing. You couldn't even get it on Apple Music. You had to get it on a CD. Anyway, what? Yeah, Rabbit's in the back. Yeah, I know. But what is, for our younger audience, what is a CD and for what does it stand? It stands for compact disc, which it was like the future. Dog, have you ever seen the Freedom 90 video? Oh, dog, we gotta watch the Freedom 90 video. There's this Okay, here's what I know about it. It's amazing. It's a George Michael video, and George Michael's people called all these supermodels people, and they're like, "Hey, we'll fly you to London first class, all expenses paid to be in this music video, and all you have to do is look really hot." And they already are doing that. And the who's the dude? The director of it apparently has like all the same I need the video. Like kind of themes. I'm really big on themes. In fact, like if I ever go on a date, like questions are asked on I don't know, social media and stuff, like what's your idea of an ideal first date? And I always say I don't know what it'll be, but chances are I'd have a theme. Why? Themes are amazing. All right, David Fincher. So this dude, he was known for having a distinctive visual style, neo-noir tones. That's cool. But I just like when I picture like what a CD is, I don't want to fuck this up. I can't. Oh, it fucked up. No, 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 no. And I am here to
Who pitched it to me? Freedom Video. He pitched it to me in LA in the nightclub called Roxbury's. And his dad's words were, "You're the leader of the gang. And as you say, the rest of the girls will
thank you. Some faith in sound. It's one good thing that I've got. I won't let you down. I would really love to stick around. Oh yeah.
It's true that you were saying all the top girls, which were becoming stars.
Heaven knows I was just a young boy. Didn't know what I wanted to be. Didn't know what I wanted to be. As I ran it, the stronger school goes pride and joy. And I guess it was enough for me. And I guess it was enough for me. And I knew clothes and a big reference.
Which was about tough. I didn't really have any hair and makeup. They put like a bunch of grease in my hair, a bunch of grease on my body, and then they had like a steam machine in the tub to make the steam come out of the tub. So even though like the shot ended up looking like the steamy bathing, there was no water in the tub. I was covered in some kind of glycerin that made my skin shiny, and I kind of thought, well, I hope Fincher knows what he's doing.
Hope you understand. Sometimes the clothes do not make a man. All that we have to do is take you high and make you feel to see that I don't belong to you and you don't belong to me. Yeah, yeah, freedom. That's that freedom. Do not give you up. And there's some faith in the sound. One good thing that I got, I won't let you down. Please don't give me up.
And this was a hugely anticipated. There's a delicious sort of arrogance. Do you know what I mean? There is. To go, I'm not completely on this video. I'm just going to fill it with the most beautiful woman in the world. He didn't want to appear, so it was like a force. He said he didn't want to appear onto the girls there. Because maybe he started to be a little like too much of seeing you know, you are no more like a human, but you are like an image, you're seeing you beautifully, etc. But you are like an object somewhere that you could take a photo and favorite, etc. You know.
There's a lot of groundbreaking achievements made with this video that he did. With the burning of his jacket and the significance of it.
Sometimes the clothes do not make a man whole. We have to do now. Just take these lines and make them true somehow. You see is that I don't belong to you, and you don't belong to me. Freedom, freedom, you have to do what you take. Freedom, freedom, freedom. You have to do the what you take, what you give me the what you want from me.
Pi is religious functionary in Temple Village. Goldish and Hebrew phrase Galactic discussion about men listening to the investigation.
Charter is essentially
Yom Kippur prayer and healing vows.
typically
Follow Yiddish Hebrew follow means group gathering.
You're gonna give it a one to give it a one to give it
Invocation for full-time mentor and
give it a
study.
one to
Important Hebrew format means offering sacrifice. Galactic offerings in the temple. Important message Hebrew phrase meaning Passover sacrifice. Galactically required in temple time.
Charters were frequently invoked in
For
later
Hebrew board means wrap
to
sandwich.
protect
Passover Seder practice of eating matzah and maror together.
You can't do that because according to the charter that was
So for
signed
Hebrew
300
pastor
years ago,
equals
these
fifth
are
offer.
our rights, privileges,
Food
and so
meaning
on.
galactic
To a
dietary
certain degree, they
standards.
often became outmoded.
Possible bracket Hebrew
Dog, this shit sucks. I don't understand. I just was making a video. There's a reason why I'm live on so many different fucking accounts and devices, and a lot of people are like, wow, why do you do that? Yeah, Rebus the back. Okay, yeah, but why do you do that? Because sometimes the shit crashes, and I want to make sure it's backed up. I'm that cool, and the shit that I have to say is that important that I want it backed up when the inevitably something doesn't work. Anyway, where were we? I don't know. I talked about Brett Favre, how he should have been in that original list, and I talked about CDs being compact discs. And when I think of a CD, I think of this Fincher video from fucking George Michael. Anyway, and Fincher video. What are you talking about? What do you? David Fincher. He directed it, and I was saying like, basically like George Michael's people talk to all these, or George Michael himself talk to all these supermodels and flew them to London first class, all expenses paid to just look hot. Anyway, I love this video. I love George Michael. I love George Michael. Why? His music's amazing. He has amazing taste. I just think it's great. He had this song in like 2004 that wasn't appreciated, but it's called Amazing. It's amazing. And I really felt like it should have been more popular, but it wasn't because he was kind of getting older at that point. Anyway, so I was talking about what CDs were, and when and then we had all that stuff with Miss Aquarius that didn't get recorded anyway. It was fucking beautiful. Okay, so this is what I think of when I think of CDs. Like they're lasers. This thing, like a CD had lasers. It's like alien technology. Okay, watch this. Look at that. It's a laser. Lasers are tight as fuck. Anyway, so it's like you were listening to music through lasers, dude. Fucking 90s were balling. Anyway, we don't listen to music through lasers today. How do we listen to it? Silicon, I guess. Mysticism? Who knows? Anyway, is that the end of your story? I had all this other stuff that I was saying. Twitch is most funny. Go fuck yourself, dog. Dude, I worked as an app developer. I truthfully think I'm the world's best quality assurance app engineer in the world. I'm fucking pretty sure. And I really mean that. Like, at one time, I knew an app so well. I mean, I've launched apps on the App Store and Google Play. I mean, I pressed the button to send it. I've written the descriptions. I've ensured that the App Store bills were paid and the Play Store. I mean, I'm not saying I know everything about apps, but I can tell you that I'm just shocked that they don't work as well as they should. And I don't understand why. I mean, I understand it's like it's planned obsolescence. They don't want stuff to work really well. I get that, but I'm going to just destroy some companies like Apple and its planned obsolescence, not giving us anything new. They're putting out an iPhone Air, allegedly, and it has like a battery on it of like 2400 megahertz or something like that. Something like that. And even like the lowest Android phone of a few years ago has double that. It's like, dog. Well, but it's skinny. Okay, well, it works for 10 minutes. Nobody gives a shit. And it's so skinny that it's gonna bend. Like, you're gonna put it. Some hot chicks wear their fucking phones in their back left pocket. It's like a thing. And like, if some hot chick does that, it's gonna bend the phone. She could be really thin and fucking bend that phone. And if you put some girl with a badonkadonk in there, that phone's gonna look like a C. Anyway, the future of phones is foldable, and then it's gonna go to like projection. I don't understand why the phone doesn't have a projector that shoots out on like the wall, and we could just be. I've got a projector behind me, and that projector can fit in my pocket, and that projector's like 5 years old, at least. It was top of the line though when I bought it. Anyway, projectors should be really big. I feel like these fucking executives just aren't thinking, and they don't have. I mean, I understand that they need to make quarterly results for their stockholders, but these stockholders use their fucking devices, and they're just not very impressive at all. I'll tell you this. This is my quick overview of app development. I worked on an app that crashed. When I first got it, it wouldn't even work without crashing. And I got it to be the point where I would give the app to people and tell them to crash it. It was so good. Now, it took years of development and quality assurance, but we didn't have a big team. If we had a big team, we could have done it faster. But I mean, fuck, it didn't work again. Oh no, it just uploaded. Maybe. Wait, did the other one upload? Or is this one still going? I don't know. This fucking thing made the sound. This fucking device on which it's a Amazon Kindle Fire or something like that. Like nobody uses it for this. I use these fucking devices so hard. Like to put it in automobile terms, it would be like I've got some jalopy, some like old. I don't know, like a 1985 Toyota truck, which is actually an excellent fucking vehicle. But it's like I put an elephant in the bed, and we drive it from Portland, Maine to San Diego. I mean, that's like I push these fucking things as hard as I can, and I feel like people should. Like computers right now, that fucking computer, it's not even trying, has like 35 different tabs open. That's how I want shit to work. Like it should work so smoothly. I shouldn't have to worry about RAM. RAM shouldn't be so expensive. It's like reason why this shit is so expensive is because they don't have any competition. And the reason why they don't have any competition is it's so expensive to get into the ring. Like before, like what is stuff that used to be really cheap? Oh, they're really expensive that got cheaper. Televisions. They used to have televisions at Best Buy that were like $25,000 back then, which is like a lot more money today. And they'd have like a whole fucking room in a Best Buy and be like, nobody can fucking afford these TVs. Anyway, except like one baller. And that's all they had to sell. But then like that television 3 years later would be in the middle of an aisle at a fucking Walmart on rollback, and they'd have them stacked. Like it would be like that's how quickly televisions, and they'd be like $299. Like that televisions would go down in price like crazy. And I don't understand why phones don't do that. I understand because these guys they inflate the prices, but like the stuff should get cheaper, and it doesn't. And it's because they don't have competition. Anyway, are you done? Well, frankly, we're just waiting on the next person to pick in the draft, who is, I believe, Mike D. Yeah. Yeah, Ribbits in the back. Yeah, so do you think that other video uploaded that you were I don't know, this thing made some noise, but I don't know. So anyway, and Brett Favre, it's pronounced Favre, but it's Favre. I think he should get his name legally changed just to be Favre. Just make it easier, dog. Anyway, Farve. It's like, I get it. All right. Favre. Huh? Are you done? Yeah, Robertson back. Yeah, are you done? No. Who? Yeah, Robertson back. I know we've asked you this, but we're just asking again. What are your plans for the third pick of this draft? All right. Well, I don't really. We could do a mock draft. We could do a mock draft. Let's do a mock draft. All right. I was just thinking, why do they fucking allow people to do mock drafts when the draft has already started? This is why. Okay, so what's a mock draft? It's just like pretend. Okay, start mock draft. So here it is. It's just going to be doing it. Resume draft. Whatever. So it just does it pretend. But it'll give us an idea of who will be available. But it's not necessary. Okay, hold on. We have to, okay, when we do ours, we have to change it. Remove player. Okay, cool. And then Ashton Gentry. Okay, and then who? Lamar Jackson. I don't know if that's real. It's not like the best strategy. I mean, he's the number one player, but it could be really good for us. Or he could get hurt. That's the thing with fantasy. It's usually not about how good your players are. It's what people don't get hurt. Because it's such a dangerous sport. Okay. So this is what's available in our mock draft. And if George Kittle's available, we would take him as our tight end. Would we? Yeah. I think so. Everybody's saying that like he still could be the number one wide receiver or tight end. That some of the guys are overrated. I don't know. And okay, so then you took him, and then who would you take? I don't know.
Non-Jewish environment that was
various agricultural or animal forces given to Kohani.
I should take a wide receiver, but actually I probably would take a running back. Wide receivers get hurt a lot. Running backs get hurt a lot. Everybody in the NFL gets hurt. Even kickers. That's why I'm an advocate of flag football. It would make it. It's just a safer sport. What do they call those helmets? Guardian helmets. I think that they should only play with Guardian helmets in the NFL. And it's not like fantasy football isn't that fun when, or just watching football isn't that fun when you put all your hopes and dreams on a team or a player and then they get hurt. And then it's like, oh, okay. And then everybody, years later is like, oh, yeah, that team would have won if so-and-so would have stayed healthy. I don't know. I just don't like guys getting hurt. I want to protect these dudes. Anyway, are you done? You were talking in one of the videos about how much you like George Michael. Why is that? I think he's very creative, and I like his music. He uses all kinds of different instruments, and he likes beautiful women, and I do too. Oh, I was talking about how the song Amazing I don't know if it was in this video or another one, around 2004 or so. Should have been a bigger song, but he was just kind of already older, but it's an amazing song. And it was very futuristic. Anyway, and then I sang about Zuckerberg, fuck you, Zuckerberg, first and foremost, for making me do this shit. Motherfucker, I'd throw everybody out the motherfucking room because I was fucking. I'd like to propose a toast. I said toast, motherfucker, not no. Oh yeah, I was talking about that. Everybody liked these Jay-Z and Kanye West songs back in the day, but I was on Napster. This is what it was, Napster or LimeWire, one of those, and Frostwire, or whatever it was. There were a ton of them. And allegedly, Psych, I was on Apple Music, which didn't even exist at the time. I already said all this stuff. Anyway, and I remember getting this song, Last Call, which is the last song of College Dropout, and which is like a big album. It was huge. And it was the longest fucking song I'd ever seen on like a CD or anything. It's like his whole life story. And it's amazing. And it's like a soap opera. It's like a musical opera. It's really cool. It's like just a story. I don't know. R. Kelly had this song. He had some bangers back in the day. I separate the art from the artist with all these people, but he had this thing called In the Closet. Like they showed it on MTV all the fucking time, and I know some people who fucking loved it. It was okay. I think it would be seen as really groundbreaking today because nobody does anything like that. And he's just like singing like this, it's like a rap opera. Anyway, Is that the end of your fucking story? Yeah, Rabbit's in back. Yeah, Rabbit, is that the end of your fucking story? I was talking about nose candy. There's booger sugar. There's all kinds of good stuff in the world. Who's your fucking third pick? It might be George Kittle, but I don't think he'll be. If he's available, I would take him. If he's not available, I will take somebody else. All I know is that Ashton Gentry needs 115,576 touchdowns this year. And he's a bust. You're fired. Go fuck yourself.
And I've just listed.
This shit sucks. I don't understand. I just was making a video. There's a reason I buy so many different fucking accounts and devices, and a lot of people are like, wow, why do you do that? Why do you do that? Because sometimes the shit crashes, and I want to make sure it's backed up. I'm that cool, and the shit that I have to say is that important that I want it backed up when inevitably something doesn't work. Anyway, I don't know. I talked about Brett Favre, but I should have been in that. I talked about CD and when I think of CD, I think of his picture video and George Michael. I love George Michael. He had this song that was appreciated, but it's called Amazing. It's amazing, and I really felt like it should have been more popular, but it wasn't because he was kind of getting older at that point. Anyway, so I'm talking about what CDs were, and when we had all that stuff that was hilarious that we didn't get. It's fucking beautiful. Okay, so this is what I think of when I think of CDs. It's like they have lasers. This is like a series had lasers. It's like alien technology. Okay, watch this. So laser types of anyway, so
also appears in collected text TV Haunted Miracle.
also by his grandson,
Princes, leaders, rival heads and chorus.
Charles the Bald is how he is.
In collected music, refers to leaders with communal authority.
Why he was called Charles the Bald?
Messiah equals Muslim, Catholic equals, and priestly blessing performed by Shahani in synagogue. Nessuan Mishu and Hebrew. Nessuan Mishu equals marriage, second stage of Jewish marriage, when the couple fully joins as husband and wife following fiducian. Nedalat Yada in Hebrew.
At any rate, that's where
Nedalat equals lifting, Yada equals hands, ritual washing the hands
No, this
before
shit
bread.
sucks.
Upon waking,
I don't understand. I just was making a video.
Nedalat equals baking, Ruach equals top branch to take the source species on Sukkot.
Economic and other benefits for the king to protect Jewish
Next equals side refers to next at that time of sunrise, important installation for prayer time. Next happened in Hebrew.
Most famous is the Canonymous family that
X equals sunrise, Shema equals sun, galactic sunrise, earliest time for Shema and Shakir. Nebula Hebrew.
They're also associated with a group called the Hasidic.
Nebula equals carcass and animal not slaughtered properly according to
And so
Halacha.
there's this kind of chain
Forbidden for
migration.
Jews
This
to
is,
live.
things are
That's
really
Hebrew.
good for Jews in the Rhineland. We've got this great
Network
charter.
equals Mitzrayim Val institution of voluntary abstinence described in Torah.
Safety.
Nina Hebrew.
And I heard they developed
Nina
a great
equals separation of woman in menstrual
so
state.
I'm definitely going to check out the Rhineland. Once they got there,
Halacha governed
one
marital
of the things
relations
that
and
characterized
purification.
early
Knitter
Ashkenazic civilizations
Knitter
was
equals
the
vow about
establishment
taking upon
of
oneself,
takanot.
binding in Halacha.
Takanot, singular, takana, essentially
Hebrew,
means
Hebrew.
a repair,
Hebrew
but it
equals
is kind of like
excommunication,
a
galactic
rabbinic
censure, excluding
decree
someone
or
from criminal
ordinance that
religious
says,
life.
you know, to deal with the local conditions here,
Nikan Yiddish
political,
Hebrew.
social, economic,
Nikan equals
religious,
melody,
we're
word
going
is
to make a
to
rule.
used in prayer
Anybody
or
who wants to
spiritual
live here
practice.
has to abide
Nigla
by
Hebrew.
this rule. One of the most important of those rules is the
Nigla
so-called
equals reveals the revealed part of Torah law, Halacha, contrasted with Mistar hidden, mysticism.
rule which essentially
Mistar Hebrew.
would maintain settlement lines.
Mistar equals hidden esoteric mystivala, often paired with Nigla. Nisuin Hebrew.
Speyer, and you were a shoemaker.
Nisuin equals marriage alternate spelling of
Speyer
Nisuin.
would say, hey, I'm sorry.
Second stage of marriage.
Have a affair,
Mishpat
my
Bold
issue,
Shai Hebrew.
that only these families can be shoemakers in our
Mishpat
town.
equals symbols all living prayer, praise recited on Shabbat festivals.
And so if you want to open up a restaurant, kosher Chinese, that would be great. But shoemakers, so
And not equals Sparks' mystical concept in Kabbalah about divine sparks trapped in materiality, released through mitzvah. Mitzvah Hebrew.
was associated characteristically with Ashkenaz.
Mitzvah equals standing refers to firm standing, sometimes halachic term in those contexts.
The light
Noda
of
Bidi
the
Kuna
exile
Hebrew.
was especially associated with the town of Mainz. He was
Noda equals
associated
no.
with very,
Bidi
very
Kuna
important
equals the Judah famous
technology.
halachic responsive work by Rabbi Yechezkel Landau 1713. 1793. Gnostic Hebrew.
Custom of Jewish men marrying more than one wife is something
Gnostic equals
that has
customary practice refers to minad,
Abraham,
custom
of
set
course,
by a
had
community or
Sarah,
individual.
also Hagar.
Galad Hebrew.
Jacob, of course, had
Galad
four
equals more
wives.
to halachic concept of something newly produced, often discussed in laws of Shabbat and Matzah.
And
No
so,
Aramaic Hebrew.
however, and that, by the way, that was typical and entirely
Nosen equals
appropriate
gives
living
halachic
within
phrasing,
Islamic
e.g. Nosen Tahan lived of imparting a detrimental case.
but it was
Nosen
not
Tahan Hebrew.
typical of Christian countries. And so, one of the things that Gershon Ben
Nosen
Yehuda did
equals gives,
was he
Tahan
said, you know
equals
what,
gives
in
legal
Ashkenazic
category in
lands, we're going to
Kashra
make this
before the
rule, it's
improvement
going to last
parts
for 500
case.
years, it was later renewed, that
Nosen
Jews
Tahan
and
lived of
Ashkenaz,
Hebrew.
Ashkenazi Jews may
Nosen
not
equals
marry
gives,
more than
Tahan equals case.
a lot of
Nosen equals
implications
soil
for
rule
this
that that
in
case
terms
does not
of
prohibit
women's
food
rights
halachically.
of their
Sugar
men,
Hebrew.
associated with the mayor Hagolah that had to deal
Sugar equals
with
leftover sacrificial meat
rights of
left
privileges
immediately on
actually
its
very
permitted time.
advantageous, particularly
Formula
within that
2.
time frame. But it also
Nosen
meant
Hebrew.
that the nature of the Jewish family in Christian lands
Usage
was much
equals
more
version, text, the right or formula of prayer, e.g. usage Ashkenaz, Sefer, Ari.
So these are the kinds of
Nosen
takanot
Hebrew.
that would be established by these communities that had long
Usage equals version, text, standard spelling. See above.
lands. Some of them
Papa Hebrew.
are much smaller, like for example, we're coming up to the holiday of Passover.
Papa
as I
equals
said
10
before.
halachic concept of a 10 life covering that can translate or block ritual
Married a
impurity,
Sephardic
e.g.
guy,
courts
and although I
impurity.
myself am
Also
Ashkenazi,
refers to
fell in
temporary or
Lithuanian
permanent structures in Shabbat
derivation.
laws.
Lithuanian Jews known as Litvaks are known
Papa
for
Hamid
their
Hebrew.
scintillating wit and precise
Papa
intelligence.
equals 10,
superior
Hamid equals
fashion
of the dead,
sense.
a 10-core
But she
structure
married a
that
Sephardic
contains
guy,
a court,
and all of a
which
sudden,
transmits impurity to
my
Papa
daughter
side.
is no longer
Papa
held
the
by
very
the
end.
bans placed on certain foods on Passover, like rice and green
Papa
beans,
equals
which
10, Roman equals
never
appointed
graced my
meeting the
table
tabernacle
Passover
portable,
because of
sanctuary in Caesar.
But
Significance for
in Mary's
galactic
market
laws of
guide,
coordinate and priestly service.
she's going to have a
The long
tremendous
comma
amount of
Hebrew.
spouses. So there are long-lasting Ashkenazic
The long
innovations
equals world.
really
Comma equals contact the world to come. Ultimate spiritual reward.
that,
In
you know,
galactic context,
we're
used when
disruptive.
discussing merit for mitzvah.
Pressure. Over
The long phase of Hebrew.
500-year Jewish civilization in Ashkenaz,
The long
you know, it was
equals world.
entirely
Phase
uniform.
of equals
Rabbis
this
were all
world long
pretty
comma.
religious. It was
The non
actually
Hebrew.
quite a bit more complicated. As you can see from this illustration,
The non
the
equals
so-called Rothschild
overreaching
was
deception.
the
Galactic prohibition of unfair pricing or misleading in business dealings laws in Shoshan Mishpat.
engaging in mixed
Not
dancing, which
Hebrew.
would have been definitely against a lot of the Ashkenazic
Non equals conjugal duty period. Galactic term for marital intimacy obligations. Also for menstrual cycle division. One in Hebrew.
Establish itself and maintain its human integrity. Where this
One in
literature
equals order
resides,
prior to burial a person whose close relative has died but is not yet buried.
the Sponza literature on the Hebrew as Sherlock,
Exempt from mitzvah due to preoccupation with real.
where
Honey
we
Hebrew.
have like
Honey equals to a person termed in laws of Kizunaka and pleadings for the meeting.
questions that are directed to
Honey
rabbis
hater in Hebrew.
saying, hey, so and so did this, so this is
Equals
my
to a
property,
person.
so and
Hater in equals of the road that traveler. Lacking. Logically considered to Kizunaka laws.
and the rabbis
For
would
Hebrew.
respond.
For equals life appears in galactic terminology, e.g. or late equals the night leading into Monday.
And precedent for later developments of Jewish thought.
Or late Hebrew.
From these Sheilot and Shuvot, we actually have a really interesting
For
glimpse
equals life, late equals to the day, rabbinic praise meaning the night leading into the next
always,
day,
when you don't ask
important
the rabbi a
necessity
question,
regarding
whatever
searching for Shabbats.
fine,
Or
that's a
review of
question
Hebrew.
something is out of kilter. And so this
Or equals life, review equals so classic galactic work by Rabbi Rothschild of Vienna
the
13th
authority of the
For
Kehillah
Hebrew.
and how people would sometimes push back against it, usually
For
unsuccessfully, but
equals source
sometimes,
is uncircumcised for a prohibition of eating through the country during its first 3 years after planting.
that
For
would
Lotto
include
Hebrew.
often gendered
For Lotto
aspects.
equals
For
is
example,
source in used in galactic discussions of Brazil and circumcision.
if a woman felt that she was not being treated
Proceed Samuel
fairly
Hebrew.
by the Kehillah leadership, one of the last resort things
Proceed
that she could
equals
do
engage.
is that
Damage
on
that
in the
equals
middle
without
of
commandment
the
principle that
Sabbath
one
services,
engaged
when
in a
the
mitzvah
Torah
is
is
exempt
about
from another
to be brought
mitzvah at
out
that
of the
moment.
ark for public reading,
Hot bar
a
based in
woman could
Hebrew.
barge into the men's section. Then the women were typically separated. for
Hot bar
prayer
equals
purposes.
storehouse.
She
Baked
could barge
in
into the
equals
men's
rabbinic
section.
court system
She could
used during
take
Shemitah
a
to
spot
distribute
right in the
produce
center
by a
of the
rabbinic
Quran
authority
where the Torah
without
would be read,
violating
and
Shemitah law.
refused to allow the service
Hot
to
bar
continue
bakery Hebrew.
until she received assurances that her case would be
Hot bar equals treasury. Bakery equals the book's library or
can't do
collection of
this
Torah
very
work.
many times, but
Not
it
galactic
was one of
proceed,
those
but
last
often
ditch,
cited.
so to speak, Hail Mary type. That's not really the right
Hot
term
bar
to use,
Hashimid of Hebrew.
but it was one of those
Hot
last
bar
ditch
equals
type
storehouse.
of
Hashimid
appeals
equals of the
made
sabbatical year,
to,
same as hot bar
protest
base did.
against the decisions of the Kehillah. So the authority was not
Practical galactic
very strong.
groundwork for Shemitah produce distribution.
Now,
Hot
let
bar
us
of
move
house
to
in
the
Hebrew.
economic structure, the economic foundation, because ultimately things
Hot bar
revolve
equals
around
treasury.
money, right?
The
This
house
is sort of
equals
like
the sisters
official
reference
paper
were
school
collecting
of history,
rulings of
which
galactic
is if you
authorities.
don't know why something
Does not
happens,
eat laughter
the
of
answer
Hebrew.
probably is money. Not always, but probably. Here's a
Does not
remark
eat
from
equals
16th
ears.
century
Laughter of equals for the
representation
Torah commentary by Rabbi Zalman
and his
Sorotsky.
wife. Definitely
Not galactic
a Jewish
itself,
woman,
but
no,
used in
and a
galactic
Jewish couple,
discussion.
because you can see that she's
Patch Hebrew.
reading some Christian literature here, definitely not sort of like a
Patch equals jug, glass, a small container, often mentioned in galactic discussions. Heating oil for menorah. Patch Shemitah. Patch Shemitah Hebrew. Patch equals glass. Shemitah equals oil. A sealed jar of pure oil, found in the temple at Hanukkah, basis of the miracle.
The
Patchah Hebrew. Patchah equals here in liturgy and Halacha, often refers to fear of heaven. Parnasa Hebrew.
in medieval Ashkenaz was the institution of money.
Parnasa equals livelihood appears in galactic liturgical contexts regarding learning and supporting a family.
We have this
Aramaic
passage in
Hebrew.
Deuteronomy, which Jews and Christians
Arts equals communal leader, provider, galactic role of a community official, overseeing charity and government.
charging interest
Cause
to
equals.
each other on a loan, but they are permitted to
Cause
charge
equals bread
interest to
used in
foreign
galactic contexts.
Christians.
Cause
It is
equals bread baked by a non-Jew.
Christians
Cause
may
at
not
from
need
Hebrew.
loan money and charge interest to fellow Christians. It must be a free interest
Cause
loan.
equals bread.
But
At from
theoretically, a
equals
Christian
bilateral
could
non-Jew.
lend money
Rabbinic
to a
prohibition
Jew
on bread
and
baked by
demand
non-Jews,
interest
unless
payments.
certain
Or
conditions
more
are met.
likely, a Jew
Cause
could
Israel
demand
Hebrew.
interest payments from a Christian. This was
Cause
codified
equals
in
bread. User equals
Catholic
to
law
bread in which
first
a
by
Jew
Ambrose the
participated
4th
in the
century,
baking.
and then under something called
Permitted
the
in
Decreto
Fallujah.
Gratiane of
Cards
the 12th
Tackle
century
Hebrew.
that formalized essentially a monopoly on money
Cards
lending
equals leader.
for Jews.
Tackle equals of the community.
It's
Community
not a
leader.
true
Responsible for
monopoly
galactic and
because
social
those that
matters.
also were sometimes non-conformists and they were Christians just
Simple,
alone at the
straightforward
same
use
time.
in
But they
galactic
are
reasoning,
definitely
e.g. a simple
so
reading of
without
a
the
source.
blessing of the church. And credit is an
Tag
extremely
on
important
in
element
Hebrew.
in any developing economy, especially when it's
Tag equals
agrarian
bread.
in nature.
Kabbalah
There's going to
equals
be a
that comes.
natural ebb and
Investment equals
flow
with
of
filling.
income when you're
Classification
waiting
of
for the
baked
harvest
goods,
to come in.
cakes,
And
pastries,
so when
relevant
Jews
to
would
with
be
blessing to
establishing
recite Masonic verses.
and they would perform
Honesty. Pattern
credit
Hebrew.
granting service that was incredibly valuable to the
Pattern
entire
equals
region.
exempt
And
galactic term,
Jews will actually
meaning one
sum
is
it
not
out
obligated but sometimes still fortunate.
benefit that they
Pattern
gave to
Abel
the
as
community
Hebrew.
by providing
Pattern
credit
equals
not
exempt.
only for
Abel
the general
equals but
advancement
as
of the
equals
economy as a
prohibited
whole,
galactic
but
category.
especially to the kings, as we shall see in a second.
Not
This
liable to
is,
punishment,
let's just,
but
before
still
we get to the
forgiven.
kings, however,
Hebrew.
let's just try to understand what do we mean by money lending. So it's often referred to
equals
with
corner
this somewhat
commandment to leave
derogatory
the
term,
corner of a field and
usury,
harvested for the poor.
and it's not an unfair term in many ways because
Equals
the
corner,
interest
plural
rates
decide.
in medieval Europe were, incredibly
Galactic
low
prohibition
for
against shaving the
we're talking
corners off
interest
the
rates
head.
of 40,
Indian
50%
Hebrew.
in nature. It's a huge risk to borrow money
Indian equals
on
redemption.
many
Habit
low
equals
interest
the
rates.
midst
So,
of redeeming a
why would
firstborn
Jews
now
do
for
it? So, first of all, contrary to popular opinion, they were allowed in almost all parts of Europe, in
Pesach
almost all
equals
times,
Passover festival
to
commemorating the
vote
Exodus,
It wasn't like
with
they were
extensive
forced
galactic
to
law
do it,
Shemet,
but
Korban
it had
Pesach,
lots
Seder,
of
Matzah.
benefits.
Pesach Sheni
There were
Hebrew.
also specific risks to landowning. I mean, if you own
Pesach
land,
equals
and then you're
Passover, Sheni
expelled from the
equals
country,
second
what are you
chance,
gonna do with that land?
offering
It's
the Paschal
typically
offering,
what you see in
14
Spanish
higher for
Inquisition
those
offered
enabled on
was
Nissan
typically
14.
confiscated by the state.
Pesach Hebrew.
Nothing. So landowning is a very difficult thing to
Pesach
manage. It
equals
also
opening
goes along
the
with
prayers
the
for
joke,
of
which is
the
no
Ark in
longer
synagogue.
technically true, but
Galactic
they
honor.
used to say that
Peshar
why are
Hebrew.
there no great Jewish pianists? Now, of course, there are, but
Peshar
back
equals
then, why are
compromise
there no
galactic
great Jewish
method of
piano
resolving
players?
pubescent
Reason is
based in.
because it's very hard to
Pesach
run
Hebrew.
while carrying a piano.
Pesach equals
That's
simple
why Jews
straight meaning
prefer
plain
the
meaning of a
clarinet,
text.
the snare drum, the flute, things like that, which are much easier to carry.
Contrast
So,
with rash interpretive.
money lending had
Pesach
huge
Hebrew.
benefits. First of all, it was an urban occupation. You could
Pesach
set
equals
banker's
opening
hours
doorway,
you're a
used in
banker.
galactic
That
discussions
allowed
of
the
Arabic
time
and
to
Yizra
live
with Pesach form of a doorway.
within walking distance
Pesach Heron
of a
Hebrew.
synagogue, walking distance
Pesach
of a
equals
mikvah,
opening.
Yeshua Bab,
Heron equals
walking
the ark,
distance
the
of
act
an
of
Asian
opening the ark
restaurant.
during
Right,
services.
sometimes I delivered this lecture. And that was, tremendously
Insurance
good
Hebrew.
because it was
Insurance
not
equals
backbreaking
exemptions
labor
list of
like
galactic
agriculture
exemptions
was.
from certain
And so
mitzvah.
it was, well suited
ISH
to what would become an urban Jewish lifestyle. But it had significant
I
risks
equals
at the
double.
same time
SH
because
nanny equals to the
if
double 40
the
inheritance
debt
granted to a
burden
firstborn
grew
son.
too heavy,
Per
then
date of the
Jews
Hebrew.
would risk the possibility of popular uprising. We're going to see
Per
a
date equals
really important
chapters.
example
Of it
of that
equals
in
scholars.
chapters of
Tractate
the
of Mishnah with
17th
ethical
century,
teachings.
with the
Studied
prophets.
regularly, especially in summer.
Furthermore, if the debt burden was owed to
Person
the
pays
builder,
Hebrew.
as we'll see,
Person
for
equals
example,
publicizing. Gains
it's not
equals the
impossible
miracle
that
galactic
the builder
principle
could
of
simply say,
publicizing
"We
miracles
owe too
S.
much money to the Jews. Let's just expel them and cancel our debts."
Chronica and Europe.
Frequently,
Hidden dictator in Hebrew.
France, the Jews will be expelled because the debt burden
Hidden
was
equals
too high.
compounding formula.
And then they
Dictator and
will
equals
go
meaning
have and
sense.
say, "Wait a second,
Description
it's
of
too hard to
technical
live without
incense
credit. Let's
service.
invite them back."
Recited in prayer.
Jews would be
Cosette
re-invited
Hebrew.
and then typically expelled again later. It was a terrible kind
Kodak equals the scissor of Halachic authority who rules
It
on
had
questions
a
of
high
law.
potential for profit,
Sac Hebrew.
and in fact, the way
Sac
the
equals
church
ruling
had set
of
up
Halachic
their
decision by a Kodak or Beit Din.
they had
Sac
a clear
is Hebrew.
monopoly on it for several centuries, but it also carried significant
Sac
risks as
equals
well.
ruling.
Now,
Din
what about
equals
the
law, a
benefits
Halachic
to
judgment
the
or
king?
verdict.
This was extremely important
Pishita
because
Aramaic.
we're talking about a medieval economy where a
Pishita
lot
equals
of
it is obvious signal.
transactions
Common
simply
Calvin
happen
and phrase
barter.
used in
We're
Halachic
talking about,
argumentation.
exchange
Till
of
Hebrew.
goods rather than a cash-based economy.
Till equals
Driving
with Fred
much
Halachic
of this
discussions
economic
regarding wicks for Shabbat and Hanukkah candles.
structure.
Till
So
excellent
the
Hebrew.
Jews who are dealing with precious metals,
Till
cash
equals
money,
Fred.
are
Excellent
a
equals blue by the biblical blue bread in Music. Discussed it extensively in Halacha.
So one of the things that
Current
develops
Hebrew.
out of Ashkenaz
Current
this time
equals
is
large
this
holiday
notion of
commemorating the
Jews
salvation in the
being
time of Esther.
Kamalai, which means servants of the
Halachic
royal
wicks both
chamber.
include Megillah reading,
And in terms
Megillah
of that
Tunic,
corporate
basic law evidence,
structure of
Suda.
society, I spoke
Current
about
statement
earlier,
Hebrew.
the king would frequently declare
Current
that the
equals
Jews
current.
of
Statement
his
equals
kingdom
small minor
were
observance in the
his
Garbi during leap
private
years.
possession,
Principle
that they
3
were
via
under
Aramaic.
his private authority, and he
Trust
would
equals cross.
guarantee
O equals
their
wealthy rabbinic
activity as
enactment by
money
Hillel
holders,
allowing debts to
and
be
he
collected
would help
after
them
Shemitah by
enforce the
transferring them
collection
to Beit
of
Din.
their debts. So in
Pishat
other words,
Urash
if you
Hebrew.
were a Christian who went to a Jewish money and you like an image,
Plain meaning. U
that
equals
debt
and.
is
Urash equals
essentially
interpretation.
guaranteed
Dual
by
method
the
of
king.
Halachic and
If
textual
you fail to
interpretation.
pay your debt, you would not only have to answer to
Kaddish,
join the local
Aramaic.
moneylender, you would have
Kaddish
to
equals
answer to
holy
the
central
kings
prayer
of the
recited
world.
in synagogue
That
sanctifying
would
God
be
as name.
enforced with, actual corporal punishment if you do not repay that debt.
Halachic
And
rules
why was the
govern who they
king,
leave in
so
when and how.
much in rush to do so?
Kabbalah
Because he
Shabbat, Kabbalah
taxed
Shabbat Hebrew.
Jewish moneylenders directly and was able to derive
Kabbalah equals
the fruit of their
receiving.
labors
Shabbat
as
equals
a
Sabbath Friday evening
major
service
source
welcoming. Shabbat
so there
with
was a
special
benefit to
Halachic
the king
customs and
to be able
psalms.
to have this
Candle,
economic
candle
engine.
Hebrew.
That's maybe one kind of interesting sort of parallel example.
Candle equals assembly. Congregation in Halacha refers to the Jewish community or
The
congregation.
issues was
Kemet,
gambling
Hebrew.
being allowed in certain areas, and the state
Kemet equals the
regulated
vowel
it.
signet important in
And there were
Halachic
certain
reading of
areas
Torah
where
scrolls.
you were allowed to have
This
gambling
pronunciation may
casinos
affect
because
validity.
gambling is a
Kenite,
somewhat
Kenite Hebrew.
distasteful activity. We have to recognize that it's going to happen anyway.
Kenite equals acquired those used in Halachic contexts of property,
But if the
marriage,
state
acquisition,
regulates it,
and
they can also
transactions.
tax it. And
Tabula
they can also
tabula
derive
Hebrew.
a tremendous amount of income from that activity. It has to be
Tabula
like kept
equals
within certain
6.
boundaries
Established
because they don't
Halachic
want,
principle in eternity
those
without
gambling to
suffix.
spread throughout
A
society
fixed
as a
status
whole, but they
versus
want to kind of like
a wandering
siphon it
status
directly
tabula
so they can
versus
also benefit from it
parish.
economically. And the Jews, for many of the centuries that we're talking about here,
Carry,
are
carry
very
Hebrew.
much involved in that economic system. Now, there
Carry
are
equals emission,
elements
accident,
of
or reading one
continuity
ritual
in this
impurity from
continuity
seminal
here.
emission
This
to the
image, by
word
the way,
pronounced
is
instead of
fascinating.
what is written headed 3.
This is
Carry at Hadara, carry at Hadara Hebrew.
This actually is from the page with more intent to the holiday of Shavuot.
Carry at equals reading. Hadara equals Betorah public Torah reading in synagogues with Halachic rules of when and how.
Kind of a hierarchical fashion, you see a group of male Jews
Carry at
wearing
Shema, carry off the Hebrew.
traditional Jewish hat.
Carry at equals recitation. Shema equals here reciting the Shema prayer.
And then behind
Central
them,
Halachic obligation twice daily.
who are portrayed with animal heads.
Kiddush Hebrew.
This zoomorphism is something that is fairly typical of
Kiddush equals sanctification ritual, over wine sanctifying Shabbat and Yom Tov, halachically required. Kiddush passion Hebrew.
But most theorists today
Kiddush equals sanctification, passion equals the name God sanctifying God as name through action, often contrasted with general passion desecration.
Understand that during this period, we looked at society, we looked at economy, we should understand there's not only continuity,
Kedushin equals betrothal, sanctification, first stage of Jewish marriage, legally binding under Halacha.
Discontinuity, where a lot of these structures, social and economic,
Kinyan
broke down.
equals acquisition, legal act of
Some
transferring
of those
Halachic
pressures
property,
were
marriage,
competition with
commerce.
non-Jews. First in trade, the guilds largely excluded
Coker
Jews.
equals
Jews had
ransom
to find,
compensation.
you know,
Electric
other
payment in
industries.
certain
So
damages for
historically,
one who denies paid Coker
the
equals
adopters
heretic.
of new technologies, particularly because they were often excluded from existing technologies.
Gordon
And
equals
also
offerings.
trade.
Sacrifice,
That
sacrificial
Jews would
offerings
have
in the temple
faced certain
with detailed
competition from
halachic laws.
other groups within cities and villages and towns where the
Gordon
charters
Peasant, Gordon
became
Peasant
extremely
Hebrew.
important. So depending on the relative strength of other
Gordon equals
economic
offerings.
interests
Peasant
in these
equals Passover,
societies,
Paschal
you will
Lamb
see
sacrifice,
social or
central
economic
mitzvah
status
of
of Jews
Pesach
go
in
down.
temple times.
Then
Gordon
you also
Gordon
have a
Gordon
very
Hebrew.
important element, which we'll explore shortly, church versus
Gordon
state
equals
issues.
offering. That equals
Church, in
Thanksgiving,
particular, the
Thanksgiving
13th
sacrifice
century
route in
gained
temple
significant
times.
ascendance.
Gordon
And the
Hebrew.
church begins to say,
Gordon
wait a second,
equals sacrifices, general
I
halachic
realize
category of
Jews are
temple
making a lot of
offerings.
money from Jewish money lending, but we think it's an unfair workaround.
Gordon
And we've got to
Hebrew.
change things so not
Gordon
many things
equals
will
all
happen.
misnamed
Ultimately,
biblical
the
figure.
Italian Christians will break apart the monopoly.
Also referenced halachically, the Torah ready sent lots of pieces of bread, not becoming Papa equals, Tor Paul. Gordon mentioned Hebrew.
But in some cases,
Gordon
the
equals offering,
behavior of
Mitzvah
Jewish
equals grain, gift,
the
grain-based
limited
temple
by
offering with halachic
so
specifications.
the degree to which the
Gordon
church has a
Gordon
sense of the state will have tremendous repercussions for the
Gordon equals
degree to
offering,
which
Chatat equals synthetic offering in
has
temple
a
sacrificial system. Gordon
Finally,
Hebrew.
we have popular uprisings and
Gordon
expulsions
equals
that
offering,
will
fashion equals
constitute
still offering,
demographic
broad for certain
fluctuations
halachic
that will
transgressions.
dramatically affect Jewish populations and nationalities.
Gordon
You'll have popular uprising that
Gordon equals offering, the law equals descent burnt offering, entirely consumed on altar.
attacks on Jewish populations. Sometimes they will be associated with some
Gordon
very
Shalom
nasty
Gordon
ideas
Shalom
regarding blood libel, for
Gordon
example.
equals offering, Shalom
And then
equals
especially when we
peacefulness,
get to
peace
the
offering,
Black Death
hardly
of the
even by
14th
others,
century,
hardly by Kohani.
widespread uprisings against Jews that create pressure
Gordon
on
Thomas Hebrew.
to emigrate. That pressure will be released
Gordon
largely through
equals offering,
invitations
Thomas
to
equals
settle,
continual
often
daily
with similar
offering,
charters
cornerstone of temple
to Eastern
service,
Europe.
halachically
So what
mirrored
I've
in daily
described
prayer.
over the last 60 minutes is basically
Coordinate
kind of
Hebrew.
typical Jewish kehillah, its structure,
Coordinate
the
equals
backbone of its
offerings.
economy, which is
Muslim
probably
equals
reliant on money
additional
lending, but
festival
there are
holiday
many other
offerings,
trades as
basis
well,
for Muslim
such as
prayer.
smithing,
Coordinate night of Hebrew.
popular entertainment, music is a very old tradition for Jews and so
Coordinate
on.
equals
But the
offerings.
backbone
Night
of
of equals radial voluntary sacrifices permitted in temple service.
and how those things would actually change quite a bit over the course of the centuries that we've
Rabbinic
described.
equals rabbinate, official
I want to
religious
thank you all
authority
very
in
much for
Israel.
your endurance and for your
Intelligence
attention.
refers to rabbinic courts for rulings. Rabbi Hebrew. Rabbi equals our teacher honorific for great rabbis, e.g. Rabbi Tan. Rabbinic decree Gezer and written in Hebrew Aramaic. Decree of the sages halachic law instituted by rabbis to safeguard Torah law. Rachamim Hebrew.
Let me start by pointing out that
Rachamim equals mercy,
you know,
compassion,
I
halachic
realize this
liturgical
is a very
context in prayer
diverse
asking for
audience.
divine compassion.
Some of you are
Rachida Hebrew.
intimately connected with the theory and practice of
Rachida equals
Judaism,
washing
and
the
you have
hands
a
for body
considerable
with
amount
halachic
of
rules as
familiarity with
on
the
Yom Kippur
history
and
and
Tisha
practice
B'Av.
of Judaism in the medieval period. Others may be totally new to this, so
Rachida equals
strike a
versicle
balance
one God
between
common terms of halachic
sophistication
texts,
and
e.g. the versicle
introductory
commandment.
materials, but I'll do my best to try and satisfy everyone within this short
Ra'aya equals
presentation.
proof, legal proof for evidence in halachic argument.
Let's have a look first at the area of
Rabbinic
study.
fence, SCI, Lotera Hebrew.
Intellectually, we have to ask
SCI
ourselves
equals
what
fence,
exactly
Lotera equals for the Torah rabbinic safeguards to prevent transgression of Torah law.
medieval Ashkenaz, what exactly are we referring to? So
Rasha
Judaism,
Hebrew.
of course,
Rasha equals
is
wicked person, halachic
an
status,
ancient
laws
faith.
of
It's one
testimony,
of the
rituals, and
most ancient
Passover
that
Kedah.
currently practiced today. It is the original
Rashi
monotheistic faith, which Schlinger used the word
Rabbi Shlomo Yitzchaki, foundational commentator whose halachic explanation guide interpretation of Torah and Talmud. Rashi script Hebrew typeface made after Rashi used for rabbinic commentary in halachic texts.
The understanding of Judaism that most
Rashi
non-Jews have is
Rabbi
largely
Shlomo then
based
added
on
prominent
the
medieval
filters that
halachic
is
authority.
from the
Rashi has
Christian or
templated
Muslim
Hebrew.
interpretation of Judaism, which tends to focus very heavily
Temple
on
of Rashi order of
the
the Torah
biblical
passages in Temple for
Note,
Rashi as
however,
halachic.
that for observant
Rashi
Jews, there are
acronym.
really two Torahs. There is the first five
Rabbi
books of
S.H.
Moses,
Rule
which is
then
called
here
the
Rashi
original Torah,
Stratton,
and then
halachic
there is this
commentator.
massive amount
Rab
of
Hebrew
information,
Aramaic.
oral Torah, Torah Shabbat,
Rab
which
equals
informs many
master,
other
teacher,
aspects
generic
of
term for
Judaism
rabbi,
and their
often titled
central
halachic
like, for
assessors.
example, the Mishnah and
Rada
the Talmud,
Aramaic.
which is shown
Talmud
here.
sage P
Oral
halachic
Torah
opinions in Talmud.
is basically kind
Rab Unarabina,
of
etc.
simplified, sort of like a commentary of Torah, but an amplification of
Aramaic.
Torah, a clarification of
Dates of
Torah,
sages
and
frequent
it
sources of
regulates
halachic
the
rulings in the
lives
Talmud.
of observant Jews
Rab
to this
Mukman
day.
Hebrew.
So, for example, we have a commandment that I'm sure many of you are familiar
Rab
with.
Mukman equals primary
Honor the
teacher
Sabbath
halachic
day and
status,
keep it
affecting
holy.
laws that honor the
So
Lord
that's
rabbis.
great. How do you
Rab
do it?
Hebrew.
Well, it doesn't
Rab
actually
equals
say
Hebrew
that much
halachic
in the
instead
written
of
Torah
true
how
Hebrew
one
procreation.
does observe the Sabbath. However, in the oral Torah,
Read
there's a
Yiddish.
phenomenal amount of
Reba
discussion,
equals
including an
rabbi,
entire
spiritual leader,
chapter
especially in Hasidic
dedicated
tradition.
to that topic.
Halachic and
And all
spiritual
of this
authority.
is codified in something known as halakha. The
Retzin
word
Yiddish
halakha
Hebrew.
is related to
Retzin
the
equals
word
rabbi,
to
as wide
walk or
respected
to go.
community role,
Maybe
often
you should
with
translate
halachic
this
authority
as
in women
the
as
path,
issues.
and it's basically the interpretation
Rita
according
Hebrew.
to day-to-day quotidian
Great
life
Idah equals
of
seating,
Jews.
appearance
Let
halachic obligation
us
to appear in
recall
temple on pilgrimage
that
festivals. Reshit
unlike,
Hebrew.
let's say, Christianity, which is very much based in the
Reshit equals
thought
beginning.
in terms
First
of
basis for
acceptance
terms
of
like
certain
Reshit
ideas and
touches
beliefs.
first cheering.
Judaism
Reshit
is
return
way
first
more
fruits.
focused on behavior,
Reshit Chakna Hebrew.
on keeping things kosher, literally. And we
Reshit
should
Chakna
understand
equals
that
beginning
halakha
of wisdom
literally
technical
dictates
halakhic phrase.
how a Jew
Also
treats
titled
let's say, ritual law, civil law, criminal
Repeat
law
Hebrew.
is all part of
Repeat
halakha.
equals
And
four
we go
used
on
in
a
galactic
tremendous
time
hike, but we want
divisions.
to try and
Aliyah
focus
for
on
measurements.
more history.
Repeat
In
Hebrew.
terms of text, without doubt, the most important
Repeat equals
document to
interest
understand
galactic
halakha
prohibition
and to
on
understand
charging
by
interest to
extension
fellow Jews.
observant Judaism, which
Risk
I also
acronym.
mentioned, by the way, we're now talking about the medieval period where there really is.
Rabbi Yitzhak Al-Fasi
So
Medieval
there,
Galactic
you
Authority,
don't have what we
codifier
later
of
called
Calvinist law.
denominations in
Risonic
Judaism.
Hebrew.
You don't have like Orthodox, conservative, reform, and so on.
Risonic
In
equals
the
the
ancient
first
period,
ones
there was
medieval
basically
galactic authorities for
Judaism
till
or a limited number
1500.
of heresies,
Risin
like
Lexian Hebrew.
the Karaite, the
Title of Sephardic Chief Rabbi Galactic Leadership Role in Israel.
cousins to Judaism, with significant friction between
Risin
the
Bel
main
Zinaka
body
Hebrew.
of
First for charity, ethical halakhic praise, stressing priority of giving charity.
We'll talk tomorrow about
Richard
some
reacted Hebrew.
major culture groups, the Sabbateans, the Frankists,
Private domain galactic category of Shabbat
basically
domains.
for
Richard Paradigm Hebrew.
the mainstream dominant Ashkenazi Jews.
Public
who are
domain
looking to
galactic
the
category
Talmud
of
for
Shabbat
guidance.
domains.
The Talmud is, as I
Richard
mentioned
Packard
earlier,
with Hebrew.
an expression of the oral law. It represents the
Intermediate domain,
discussion
rabbinic
of
domain in
literally
Shabbat law.
thousands of rabbis
Rishna acronym.
over several
Rabbi Yom Tov
centuries,
Ibn Hasebeli galactic
debating
commentator.
points of interpretation of the Torah
Rebecca
text,
Hebrew.
introducing
Matriarch
lots of
has
other
stayed
materials,
collectively
like
significant in theological
biographies,
discussions.
legends,
Rosh
stories,
acronym.
popular sayings, and engaging in, really
Asher Ben
back
Nemo
and
made
forth
galactic
trying
authority.
to
His
tease
rulings
out
form
how
part of
exactly
Tolkien
Jews are supposed to
Rosh
live
Chodesh
their
Hebrew.
lives, and that this Talmudic document, which requires tremendous
Rosh equals head. Chodesh
training,
equals month.
erudition,
Galactic
and
observance.
patience
Marking
to be able
start
to
of new Jewish month.
code its
Rosh
highly
Hashanah Hebrew.
arcane and kind of cramped style in
Rosh
Aramaic
equals
and
head.
Hebrew
Hashanah
is
equals the
really
year. Jewish New Year.
that's the bread and butter of Jewish
Galactically date of
scholarship
judgment
for
and
most of the
shofar
last
obligation.
2
Rosh
millennia.
Hashanah Rebecca Hebrew.
So, with this very superficial kind of orientation, let's just
Final
see
day
how
of
that sort
Sukkot
of
special
expression
galactic
happens.
customs with Willow
Clearly,
tree
one of the
caution.
greatest
Rosh Yeshiva
Ashkenazi
Hebrew.
contributors to Jewish thought is none other than Rabbi
Head of the
Shlomo ben
Yeshiva
Yitzchak,
Galactic
known
Educational
by the
Authority.
acronym of his name,
Rav
Rashi.
Hebrew.
He
Rav
was
equals
active
majority
primarily
galactic
in the
principle
11th
that
century.
majority
And
determines legal
his
status.
contribution to the study of Torah is incredibly
Ruach
profound.
Hebrew.
Primarily,
Ruach
he
equals
wrote
spirit,
two
with
great
intelligence,
things,
can
which
be
are
ritual
studied
impurity
to
Ruach,
this very
Raha,
day.
for
In
divine
fact,
inspiration.
they're studied enshrined in later
Ruach
halakha.
Kodesh
The
Hebrew.
first is a commentary
Ruach
on
Kodesh equals Holy
and
Spirit
the second
prophetic
is a
inspiration,
massive
referenced in
commentary
galactic
on
and
the
agonic.
with certain dates having been lost.
Ruach Raha Hebrew.
The actual
Ruach
Rashi
spirit galactic
commented
concept
by
tied
Rashi.
to morning and washing
Rashi's
Nebulat
genius
Yahweh.
is his ability to
Wicked Hebrew. Wicked
boil
equals
down
with spirit
into very
sometimes,
compact,
galactically relevant in
clear,
impurity
expressive
discussions.
Hebrew
Runs
prose,
Hebrew.
which is not especially complex or difficult to
Runs
understand.
equals run used metaphorically intelligent or
Broad
revealed in
arguments
mitzvah.
to clarify the text of the Torah. It's said that
The
Jews
Moabite
study the
convert her
Torah
story
with 2
forms
fingers.
basis of
One
galactic
goes
laws of
in
conversion
the
and
actual
lineage.
Hebrew text of
Hebrew.
the Torah itself, and the other one goes on the text of Rashi,
Hashtag
which
equals
is almost
covering
always
slant
printed
material
on the
used
same
for the
page
root of Asaka.
as the Torah itself. That's
Galactically
just
must
how
grow from the
central
ground and not be
it is,
susceptible
because
to impurity.
besides just
Aspects
explicating the
Hebrew.
text, one of the other major contributions that he offers
Aspect
is
equals doubt.
he
Iota equals double
much
doubt
of
galactic
the oral
principle.
Torah with
In
the
case
written
of two
Torah.
doubts,
So in
one
other
may
words,
be
if we have a
lineage.
particular passage in the Torah about which there are pages
As
and
for
pages
Sephirah,
of
Hail
rabbinic
Hebrew.
discussion, something
Sephirah
called
equals
midrash,
counting commandment to
he
count
can
days between
pull
Passover
from
and
that
Shabbos.
midrash and
Saber
just
Hebrew.
apply in a sentence or two, sometimes even a
Saber
phrase or
equals
even a
order
word,
Passover meal with
something that's
structured
going on
rituals.
in the midrash.
Also
So
a
when
unit of
one
Mishnah.
studies the Torah
Sefer
with the
Torah
commentary of Rashi, one really gets a holistic approach
Sefer equals
to
Torah
the
equals Torah
meaning
scroll
of the
written
Torah
according to
as
strict
understood by
galactic
this kind of
requirements.
unified perspective
Sefer
of
Hashanah
the
Hebrew.
written and oral Torah. Rashi's perspective was
Classic
heavily relied
galactic
upon
word
as well by
listing
medieval
613
Christian
commandments.
commentators, not only
Sefer
because he
Hammond's Spot
explains
Hebrew.
many difficult words
Worth
and phrases
enumerating commandments,
and
notably by Rambam and
puzzling
Rambam.
passages in the Torah, but also because he boils down the
Sefer Mishnah
perspective
Torah
of the
Hebrew.
oral Torah, makes it
Rambam Esto the
available to
Halacha,
a
also
wider
called the
audience, and
Atat
of
Manga.
course, rabbinic Hebrew, but there were translators of that era
Sefer
who
Shulchan
rendered
Aruch Hebrew.
it into Latin.
Standard galactic code by Rabbi Yosef Karo.
His commentary on the
Sefer
Talmud
Zeravic
is
Hebrew.
equally profound. The Talmud, as I mentioned,
First
unlike the
order of
Torah,
Mishnah
which
deals
is
with
fairly
agricultural
small
laws
in
and
size,
blessings.
5 books,
Sefer
put it
Missouri
on
and
one
Hebrew.
big parchment scroll.
Order of
The
Mishnah deals
Talmud
with
is
festivals
massive.
and Shabbat
In
Halacha.
the contemporary study of the Talmud,
Sefer
one of the most
Nashi
popular
Hebrew.
ways to study it
Order
is
of Mishnah
to
deals with
study
marriage,
a folio
divorce,
a day.
and
That
family
is
law.
like 2 sides of
Sefer
1
Netzach
page.
Hebrew.
That's called Daf Yomi. This is a program that started in the 1920s.
Order of Mishnah
And
civil
it's
and
a
criminal law.
worldwide coordinated
Sefer
study.
Kodashi
It
Hebrew.
has been called
Order of
the
Mishnah
world's
temple and
largest book club
sacrifices.
because there are literally hundreds of thousands of Jews who study the same
Sefer
page of
Talmud
Talmud
Hebrew.
every day.
Order
They
of
travel
Mishnah
from
purity
place to
and
place in the
impurity
world
laws.
and pick up the Talmud where they're
Segula
studying
Hebrew.
the day before, and they'll be on the next page the day after, and so on.
Segula
And so
equals
it's
special power
2,711
custom practice thought to bring spiritual benefit,
folios
sometimes
long.
logically
That
discussed.
means
See
double
here
that
Hebrew.
pages because the folio is both sides. And it takes 7.5 years
order band issued
to
against
the
one
entire
refusing to
cycle
obey
of
a in rabbinical court. Subtract another spelling of that fact. Seventh Hebrew.
And Rashi wrote a commentary on the entire thing.
Seventh equals
His
laying
commentary
hands,
in the Talmud
coordination,
is
halachic
rather
coordination
different
of
in
rabbis.
style than his commentary in the Torah.
Originally involved
He's
transmission
not
from Moses
trying to
onward.
bring in lots of other passages from Midrash
Departing
and
from
like that
Hebrew
to exploit
Spanish.
the Talmud.
Jews from
Basically,
Iberia, North
because
Africa
the
have
Talmud is
distinct
written
halachic
in
traditions.
really
See
condensed,
Hebrew.
difficult language, requiring
CU
pretty
equals
phenomenal
halachic
logical
categories like CU
skills
that mix
and
the mix for
attention
meal.
to
CU that's in
skip
final
over
meal
many of
before Tisha
the
B'Av.
beliefs that are assumed by the editors of the Talmud that the reader will be aware of.
Final meal, the last
Rashi
meal before
essentially
Yom
guides
Kippur or
the
Tisha
reader,
B'Av
taking
fast.
him or her by the hand,
CU that mix the
typically
Hebrew.
as we shall see shortly, and saying what it needs to
Mix
say
the
is
meal
this,
with
and
halachic significance.
what
After
that
a
last
great
passage
meal,
was to be read as a question.
CU is current Hebrew.
And Rashi is an essential guide to just
First piece,
figuring out the
halachic
very, very
obligation
basic
on current
meaning
day.
of the Talmud.
CU
So
that
with
Shabbat
his
Hebrew.
prodigious scholarship, which was universal in
Shabbat
nature,
meal halachic
Rashi was really
requirement
able
to
to
eat
open up
3 meals in
these
Shabbat.
key books
CU that
to
Yom
a
Tov
much
Hebrew.
larger audience
Festival
of
meal
students
obligation
of
to
the
rejoice
Judaism,
on festivals
and had a
with food and
profound
drink.
impact to this day. And as I mentioned, these hundreds of
Samara
thousands of
Aramaic
students of
Hebrew.
Talmud who study
Samara
the
equals
program
logical
will
reasoning halachic
regularly,
principle.
every day, use
Logic
Rashi
itself
to
can
understand
establish
the
law.
text.
Shabbat area Hebrew.
School children studying today will begin their study of
Classic
Torah with the
halachic this
commentary
concept
of
by
Rashi
Rabbi Area Lee
as an
Ginsburg.
essential aspect of
Shabbat
their study.
Hebrew.
Incredibly important contribution.
That equals
I know that
halachic
students
observance
who
with
are watching
39
the
coordinate
Ashkenazim
categories
had
of
some
words
time
halachic.
with Professor Lowy,
Shabbat
who
Chesed
wrote
Hebrew.
some great things on Rashi, so I won't go into more detail.
Shabbat
The
efficient
next
Shabbat before
really
Tisha B'Av with special
significant group of
haftarah.
scholars in Ashkenaz
Shabbat
who made a
Chesed
big
Hebrew.
difference for
Shabbat Hebrew. Shabbat
study
before
of
after a wedding
Judaism
with special
are the
honors.
so-called Tosafot, or Ba'alei Tosafot.
Shabbat Halal Hebrew.
Good Tosafot means
Great Shabbat
conditions,
Shabbat before
and it refers
afterwards
to
with
an
halachic
This
is
series
tied
has
to
been serious for a
exterior.
long time, and it's going to get more way too long.
Shabbat Behal Hebrew.
The biggest danger is
Shabbat
not allowing
blessing
public
Shabbat
to know.
Moses is announced.
basically
The biggest danger is secrecy, non-transparency.
Shabbat
Do you believe that our government is researching opinions? Absolutely.
This is the
Should have advocated for
third
the
page
basic yourself.
and you can see the kind of layering of
The technology that we face is far superior than anything that we have. When we start talking to people, we're expanding the things. Now it's a front burner. It's about time. Yeah, that's okay. It is overflowing. But I personally think this is a very disturbing. Someone could reach through the mail. Here's the whole point of we do not have access to something. You gotta start asking yourself if that is.
also
We have any personal knowledge of people that harder in
Yes. Equals emissary of the rabbi sent to collect funds, sometimes halachic agent. Shalian Hebrew.
Good evening, I'm Brian Enton. Welcome to our special report, a historic congressional hearing from lions and spectators to the nation's capital, where under oath, 3 witnesses told lawmakers and the world we are not alone, and our government has proof. Remember, this all started with Pentagon whistleblower David Grush, who sat down with investigative journalist Ross Goldberg for an exclusive interview with News Nation. He alleged the U.S. government has a secret crash retrieval program that claims has a possession of UFOs, even bodies of dead pilots. David Grush sat before a House Oversight Committee this week alongside former Navy pilot Ryan Graves, Black Aces Squadron Commander David Fravor, who say they saw something not of this world. We're going to hear their testimony tonight, along with some new major developments that have come up since that hearing. What Russia knows about UFOs and reports Russian warplanes have actually engaged with UFOs. Then we will discuss it all with our panel of experts, including investigative journalist Ross Goldberg, who first broke the story right here on News Nation. Whether you believe it's UFOs or something else,
it seems like there's something out there that technology is not quite
People out there that say they've had sex with me, I've never been alone in a relationship. And people are like, oh, no, dude, he fucking
stunning moment when they
did count somebody into the attic above it with air conditioning.
What?
You the bad, bro. What? Dude, that was in an article that I fucking showed my dick to somebody who came up to maintenance to my air conditioning. Dude, I think about that a little bit. Think about that a little bit. Think about that. Comes to fix the air conditioning. And by the way, 11:30 is the night shift. I'm gonna want to show my dick to first of all, has a female work on air conditioning maintenance at 11:30 p.m. Or is it wrong? Confidential areas, if we can talk about that, but unfortunately, we're denied access to the skiff. And that's very unfortunate. This scenario.
You heard Representative Tim Burchett just reference the skiff. You're going to hear that word a lot tonight. It refers to a sensitive, compartmentalized information facility, essentially the ultra secure room for government contractors and officials to review some of the nation's most sensitive and classified documents and information. This is all to protect our national security, which is also a top concern from this week's witnesses, especially when it comes to technology associated with UFOs.
This is Frank. Based on each of your experiences and observations, do you believe UAPs pose a potential threat to our national security?
Yes. The technology that we faced was far superior than anything that we had. And you can put that anywhere. If you had one, you had one, first had sex when you got to work, you're fucking still thinking, go into space, go someplace, drop down in a matter of seconds, to whatever it wants, and leave. And there's nothing we can do about it. Nothing.
Okay.
I would also like to add from a military aviation perspective, we deal with uncertainty in our operating space as a matter of road protection, professional actions. Identifying friend or foe is very important to us. So when we have identified targets and we continue to ignore those due to a stigma or fear of what it could be, that's a goal that our adversaries can take advantage of.
What steps should we take to better understand and respond to UAP encounters in the interest of national security?
We need a location where this information is centralized for processing, and there needs to be a two-way communication so that operators on the front end have feedback. They can get best practices on how to process information, what to do, and to ensure that their reporting is being listened to. Right now, there's not a lot of that.
Mr. Grush, in your complaint to the Intelligence Community Inspector, Inspector General, you claim that you believe information is being hidden. What kind of information do you think was hidden? Do you think it's going to be hidden?
Yes, I can speak to that briefly in a classified manner. As you ponderance, my complaint was classified to the intelligence communities. Both material acquisition, exploitation activity, also baselining the UAPs without sharing it with intelligence professionals that are actually going to step briefs the pilots, that kind of information.
So why do these pilots, Ryan Graves and David Franker, say they believe all they saw in the skies were not of this earth? Here is exactly what they said on their oath.
is 0 airspeed. Flow down the stream. These objects were staying completely stationary and category 4 hurricane winds. These same objects would then accelerate to supersonic speeds 1.1, 1.2 Mach. They would do so in very erratic and quick behaviors that I don't have an explanation for.
If you've spoken to commercial military pilots, they've seen these off of our East Coast town. Mr. Fraser, I noticed that it's Tic Tac like the candy, not Tic Tac like the Chinese communist. That's right. Yes, sir. It's from my guys. Because my daughter agreed me on that. It told me a little bit. It's a boomer, and I said, no, baby, it's Tic Tac like the candy. You have to just look it up. But what I would like to say today is a day of meeting first. It's a miracle that we're having this meeting. It's also a miracle that my wife has been up with me for 9 years today. Today it's my anniversary, so I want to tell my wife happy anniversary, that I love her very much. Because she likes to say this 9 years have been the best 2 years of her life. Thank you. Mr. Faber, what astonishes you the most about the flight capabilities of these Tic Tac very briefly?
The performance. Absolute performance.
You're not aware of any other objects that anybody in the world has in this world that has those capabilities.
And I think it's far beyond actually our material science that we currently possess.
Are you aware of any other reconnaissance platforms that track or record the Tic Tac maneuvers? Maybe the NORAD system or any others?
I am not.
You heard Representative Tim Burchett really trying to get to the bottom of what it meant. He wants names and he wants titles. But as you're about to hear, a lot of that information, David Grush says he cannot share publicly.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess I believed in Mr. Grush, but if any of you all feel like you can jump in, just jump right in. We're good. Has the U.S. government become aware of actual evidence of extraterrestrial or other unexplained forms of intelligence? And if so, when do you think this first occurred?
I like to use the term non-human. I like to denote origin. Keeps the aperture open, both scientifically. Certainly, like I've just discussed publicly previously, 1930s.
Okay. Can you give me the names and titles of the people with direct first-hand knowledge and access to some of this crash retrieval, some of these crash retrieval programs, and maybe which facilities, military bases that whatever material would be in? A lot of Congress talked about we're going to go to Area 51, and there's nothing there anymore anyway. It's just, and we move like a glacier as we announce it. Through the moving bands and pull up, and police.
I can't discuss it publicly, but I did provide that information both to the intel committees and to the general.
And we can get that in the skiff if we were allowed to get in the skiff with you, and that'd be probably what you would think of appropriate access. What special access programs cover this information, and how is it possible that they have evaded oversight for so long?
I do know the names. Once again, I can't discuss that publicly and how they've evaded oversight. In a closed setting, I can tell you the specific aircraft use.
All right. When do you think those programs began? And who authorized them?
I do know all that information, but that's something I can't discuss publicly because that's
All right. Maybe you want to jump in on that issue more than what I'm doing. What level of security clearance is required to fully access these programs?
Well, anybody who has,
I cannot say that because myself, Representative Gates, Representative Luna, basically turned away at one point. Some folks go right ahead.
certainly different treatment or access to, say, somebody like me, but anybody who has a PSSCI clearance and meets the eligibility criteria, the access adjudicating authority should be able to grant you access. And then, Ms. Rothschild, if you will, so just to be put a fine point on that,
there's nothing that you're aware of that's above special access program classification. It's a misnomer that there's anything actually above top secret executive order 1326 delineates the classification levels. Right. But I dropped one of that because we can have access to those programs. So the notion that we're not getting that access sort of defies our typical policy living here, Congress. Thank you, Mr. Majority. Thank you, Mr. Gates. Along those lines, Title 10, and you may not know this or not, but Title 10 and Title 15 authorization, they seem to say they're inefficient. So who gets to decide this in your opinion in the past? The group of career senior executive officials. Okay, are they government officials? Within and out. Do what? Within and out. That's about the reason I got you there. That leads to my next question. Which private corporations are directly involved in this program? How much taxpayer money has been invested in these programs? To your knowledge? We audit the Pentagon every year. I've been here 5 years and they fail the dadgum thing every year. They lose over $1 billion a year, we think, and that's total Department of Defense, maybe 60% of their assets are unaccounted for, whatever the heck that means. In the public sector, you go to jail for that kind of crap. So, yeah, I know when I'm doing $1 off of my DTS travel voucher, I get hammered, but it seems like it doesn't work. If you sell over $600 worth of stuff on eBay, now you get a call from the IRS. So, please, corporations. Yeah, I know these specific metrics towards the end of your question. The specific corporations I did provide to the committees and specific divisions. I spent 11.5 hours with the committees. Has there been an active U.S. government disinformation campaign to deny the existence of unidentified aerial phenomenon? And if so, why? Can you go beyond what I've already exposed publicly about the
Central to its belief in the future revival of the dead. Technically for every galactic unit of measurement still base, 10 centimeters.
Okay, I've been told to ask you what that is and how to get it in the record.
What do you
say publicly in your interviews for the congressional record?
If you reference my News Nation interview, I talk about a multi-decade campaign to disenfranchise public interest, basically. Negative 21 seconds.
Okay, this is really just the beginning, Buckle, because we have a lot more ahead from those hearings, including more about an incident at England Air Force Base that got the attention of Florida Representative Matt Gaetz and AOC's exchange with the witnesses over a possible money trail. Plus,
If you believe we have crashed craft, stated earlier, do we have the bodies of the pilots who piloted this craft?
the shocking answer to that question and much more is all coming out of this live special.
How far separated they are.
Species. Well, naturally, when you recover something that's either landed or crashed, sometimes you encounter dead pilots. And believe it or not, as fantastical as that sounds, it's true.
That was definitely one of the most shocking claims made by Pentagon whistleblower David Grush during his exclusive interview with investigative journalist Ross Coulthard right here on News Nation. You're going to hear from Ross later in the show. We'll have him on live along with other experts as part of our roundtable on historic hearings and what comes next and what's been learned since those hearings. But first, Congresswoman Nancy Mace presses for more information about what military pilots Ryan Graves and David Fravor say they encountered, and she pushes David Grush on his claim about dead pilots where he shares
So my first question, I have several questions now. If we could just be quick on these first two, I'm asking each of you the same question, and then I'll get to each of you individually. The first one, would you report in your experiences with the UAP, and have you faced any repercussions with your superiors, yes or no?
No. 613
I've actually never seen anything personally.
And then do you believe there's an active disinformation campaign within our government to deny existence of UAPs, yes or no?
As previously stated publicly, yes. Previously, the Blake Project was yes, but currently I don't speak for the United States government.
Thank you. I have a few questions for Mr. Graves. What percentage of UAP sightings in your belief go unreported by our pilots?
This is an approximation based off of my personal experience speaking with a number of pilots, but I would estimate we're somewhere near 5% reporting perhaps.
So like 95% basically don't report.
This is my personal estimate.
In the incident off Virginia Beach, do you believe the Navy took the danger to your aircraft seriously after it was reported?
Absolutely.
A few questions for Mr. Favor. As an expert naval aviator, have you ever seen an object that looked and moved like the Tic Tac UAP?
No.
Did the Tic Tac UAP move in such a way that defied the laws of physics?
The way we understand them, yes.
Many dismiss UAP reports as classified weapons tested by our own government, but in your experience as a pilot, does our government typically test advanced weapon systems right next to multi-million-dollar jets without informing our pilots?
We have tested for that.
It took over 15 years for your encounter with the Tic Tac to be declassified. Do you feel there was a good reason to prevent lawmakers from having access to this footage?
No, I just think it was ignored when it happened. It just sat somewhere in the file.
It happens a lot up here. Shocker. Mr. Brush, a couple of questions for you too, sir, this morning. What percentage of UAPs do you feel are adequately investigated by the U.S. government of the 5% that are reported?
I can only speak for my personal leadership over at NGA. I tried to look at every report that came through that I triaged.
Do you believe that officials at the highest levels of our national security apparatus have unlawfully withheld information from Congress and subverted our oversight authority?
There are certain elected leaders that had more information. I'm not sure what they've shared with certain gang of eight members or etc., but certainly I would not be surprised.
Okay. You say that the government is in possession of potentially non-human spacecraft. Based on your experience and extensive conversations with experts, do you believe our government has made contact with intelligent extraterrestrials?
Something I can't say in the public setting.
Okay, I can't ask when you think this occurred. And do you believe we have crashed craft? I stated earlier, do we have the bodies of the pilots who piloted this craft?
As I've stated publicly already, my news station review of biologics gave some of these recoveries.
Were they, I guess, human or non-human biologics?
Non-human, and that was the assessment of people with direct knowledge on the program I talked to. They're currently still in the program.
And was this documentary evidence, video, photos, eyewitness? Like, how would it be determined?
The specific documentation I would have to talk to Jessica about.
Gotcha. Okay, so you may or may not be able to answer my last question, and maybe we get into a skiff at the next hearing that we have. But who would the government either, what agency, sub-agency, what contractors, who should be called into the next hearing about UAPs, either in a public setting or even in a private setting? And you probably can't name names, but what agencies, organizations, contractors, etc., do we need to call in to get these questions answered, whether it's about funding, what programs are happening, and what's out there?
I can give you a specific cooperative and hostile witness list of specific individuals that were in those.
And how soon can we get that list?
I'm happy to provide it to you after the hearing.
Super, thank you, and I yield back.
Okay, so tonight we are sharing a letter just entered into the congressional record from George Knapp about what Russia thinks about UFOs. Democrat AOC and Republican Tim Burchett become allies. What's this?
The image was of something that I am not able to attach to any human capability, either from the United States or from any of our adversaries.
An incident so serious at an Air Force base in Florida that Representative Matt Gaetz had to get involved.
small
Storage
television.
advantage around 8:30.
Welcome back to this special edition of News Nation. After a historic week in Washington with bombshell testimony on UFOs and allegations of decades-old secrets kept deep inside our own government. We have brand new details and documents tonight entered into the congressional record of new bipartisan alliances coming together in the wake of all of these allegations. More on that coming up ahead of our friend. Let's go back to a significant moment during Wednesday's hearings. Florida Republican Representative Matt Gaetz made a guest appearance, and he shared for the first time ever a chilling encounter with the roadblocks he says he faced while trying to get answers.
Several months ago, my office received a protective disclosure from Eglin Air Force Base indicating a P incident that sought a briefing regarding that episode and brought with me Congressman Burchett and Congresswoman Luna. But we asked to see any of the evidence that had been taken by flight crew in this endeavor and to observe any radar signature as well as to meet with the flight crew. We were not afforded access to all the flight crew, and initially we were not afforded access to images and to radar. Thereafter, we had a bit of a discussion about how authorities flow in the United States of America, and we did see the image, and we did meet with one member of the flight crew who took the image. The image was of something that I am not able to attach to any human capability, either from the United States or from any of our adversaries. And I'm somewhat informed on the matter, having served on the Armed Services Committee for 7 years, having served on the committee that oversees DARPA and advanced technologies for several years. When we spoke with the flight crew, and when he showed us the photo that he'd taken, I asked why the video wasn't engaged, why we didn't have a FLIR system that worked. Here's what he said. They were out on a test mission that day over the Gulf of Mexico. And when you're on a test mission, you're supposed to have clear airspace. Not supposed to be anything that shows up. And they saw a sequence of 4 craft in a clear diamond formation for which there is a radar sequence that I alone have observed in the United States Congress. One of the pilots goes to check out that diamond formation and sees a large floating, what I can only describe as an orb. Again, like I said, not of any human capability that I'm aware of. And when he approached, he said that his radar went down. He said that his FLIR system malfunctioned, and that he had to manually take this image from one of the lenses, and it was not automated in collection as you would typically see in a test mission. So I guess I'll start with Commander Framer. How should we think about the fact that this craft that was approached by our pilot had the capability of disarming a number of the sensor and collection systems on that craft? But I think this goes to that national security side. We'll go back to the history of things showing up in certain areas and disabling our capabilities, which is disheartening. And for us, I mean, like I said, it completely disabled the radar on the aircraft when I tried to do it. The only way you can see it is passively, which is how you have that image. So I think that's a concern on what are these doing, not only how they operate, but their capabilities inside to do things like this. And how should we think about 4 craft moving in a very clear formation, equidistant from one another, in a diamond, in all of the phenomena, perhaps Mr. Grave, that you've analyzed? Have we ever seen multiple craft in a single formation?
I have one particular case that was during the gimbal incident. The recording on the AT FLIR system shows a single object that rotates. You hear the pilots refer to a fleet of objects that is not visible on the FLIR system, and that was something that I witnessed during the debrief as part of the radar data on the situational awareness page. I would like to add, however, Congressman, there's a small bit of anger, I would say, I would feel that those pilots are still facing that difficult work this topic. They don't have the tools to be able to mitigate this issue. It just goes to show how serious this is and why this is such an important issue for our pilots and for our nation.
It was stated explicitly to me by these test pilots that if you have a VP experience, the best thing you can do for your
career is forget it and not tell anyone. Because any type of reporting, either above the surface or below the surface, does have a perceived consequence to these people, and that is a culture we must change if we want to get to the truth.
So what kind of threat could these UFOs pose to Americans and also our government, even without all the information and the answers? We have this war that we're expecting under oath, and it was very, very stark.
National Security Subcommittee for Financial Services Committee, so we want to stay in the national security lane, if I may. So when we think about traditional adversaries, and both us towards them and them towards us, we probe their capabilities, we look for weaknesses. If we collect that data, the common sense for each of you, yes, no question. Based on your own experience, that you've been privy to, is there essentially collecting reconnaissance information, Mr. Graves?
Yes.
Mr. Brush, your assessment. Mr. Freeman, very possible. Is it possible that these UAPs would be probing our capabilities? Mr. Graves? Yes. Brush, is it possible that these UAPs are testing for vulnerabilities in our current systems?
Yes.
Yes. Possible. Do you feel, based off of your experience and information that you've been privy to, that the UAP provide an existential threat to the national security of the United States? Mr. Graves? Yes, or potentially. Taking it potentially. Definitely. Mr. Graves, if Fraser, in the event that your encounters have become hostile, would you have had the capability to defend yourself, your crew, or your crew?
Absolutely not.
No. Based off of the information that you've been privy to, is there any indication that these UAPs are interested in our nuclear technology capabilities? Yes.
The second paragraph of the
By your own observation, I'm sure that could be a fair assessment, yeah. Yes. Is there any indication that the Department of Energy is involved in UAP data collection and analysis?
I don't have the answer.
I can't confirm or deny that in the public setting. Don't you do it in a secure setting? Yes. Mr. Chairman, I think I'm the last member to go, but there clearly is a threat to the national security of the United States of America. As members of Congress, we have a responsibility to maintain oversight and be aware of these activities so that, if appropriate, we take action. I would encourage the chairman to demand that we have any and all, in particular Mr. Rush, talk to us in a skiff. And if that access is denied, I will personally volunteer to initiate a home enrollment against any personnel or any program or any agency that denies access to Congress.
You heard Congressman Andy Ogles referencing using the Holman rule in that exchange. That is a House rule that allows amendments that could reduce salaries of specific federal employees, fire them, or cut a specific program. Okay, members of Congress are hyper-focused on tracking down people that could be connected to allegations of a government cover-up, including AOC. They're into the programs, but they're also asking questions about the money. We'll talk about that.
One of the four expressions of redemption.
Pentagon whistleblower David Grush's bombshell claims in an exclusive news nation interview has set up unprecedented movement in Washington and calls for transparency from notable lawmakers, including Democrat Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, who tries to connect the dots between alleged UAP secret programs, contractors, and government agencies.
Mr. Crush, you sat on the unidentified anomalous phenomenon task force created in the 2020 NDAA, correct? There have been some things that haven't been mentioned here during this hearing that I wanted to pick up on. Mr. Griggs, you mentioned specifically during the answers to one of your questions, you named Boeing contractors being engaged in an incident regarding this red cube about a football, without the interaction, or Mr. Crush, either the interaction between defense contractor companies and any UAP graded programs or activities.
So I'll just say that the information about the contract himself were provided by a witness, and I have no particular detail in that relationship.
Mr. Crush?
Kind of general class wave tops, certainly the contractors, the metal benders, so to speak, the ones actually doing specific performance on government contracts.
Are they required to issue any disclosure regarding UAP sightings, or do they engage in any reporting around this?
In terms of the contractors, not that I'm aware of.
They do not. Okay. Now, when it comes to notification that you had mentioned about IRAP programs, we have seen defense contractors abuse their contract before through this committee. I have seen it personally, and I have also seen the notification requirements to Congress abused. I am wondering, one of the loopholes that we see in the law is that there is, at least from my vantage point, is that depending on what we're seeing, is that there are no actual definitions or requirements for notification. Are there, what methods of notification do you observe? When they say they notify Congress, how do they do that? Do you have insight into that?
For certain IRAD activities, I can only think of one's conventional in nature. Sometimes they flow through certain, I'm going to say, SAP programs that have cognizant authority over the Air Force or something, and those are congressionally reporting departments, but IRAD is literally internal to the contractor, so as long as it's money, either profits, private investment, etc., whatever they want.
To put a finer point on it, when there is a requirement for any agency or company to notify Congress, do they contact the chairman of the committee? Do they get them on the phone specifically? Is this through an email to hypothetically a dead email box?
What if it comes to what they call a PPR, periodic program review process? If it's a SAP or controlled access program equity, and then those go to the specific committees, whether it be a SAS, HASC,
Thank you. I apologize. My time is limited. Mr. Graves, one of your main concerns is that the FAA currently does not have an official process to receive reports of UAP from pilots or others, correct?
Correct.
And in your experience, what data should the Aero program prioritize for potential collection? We have, location, date, time, but are there other specific characteristics that should be included in these reports?
Certainly, I think that there's two categories that would be important. One would be kinematics and understanding the specifics of how the vehicle or objects are moving. The second would be a more zoomed-out approach of being able to look at origin and destination after and before the incident, as well as getting a better contextual understanding of how these objects are interacting with each other.
Thank you. Now, because I only have a minute left, I apologize we only have 5 minutes today, but for the record, if you were me, where would you look? Titles, programs, departments, regions, if you could just name anything. And I put this as a question to the three of you.
I'd be happy to give you that in a closed environment. I can tell you specifically.
Thank you. Commander Frankfurt.
I would say, and I've told people, you have to know where to look. They're not going to divulge it to you because of classification levels. But if you know where to look and who to talk to, which is exactly where suppression point you, then you have them.
Okay.
I was an operator, so I was defending out folks like Mr. Grosh to do that homework.
Okay. Thank you very much. I yield back to the chair.
And so now it seems the floodgates have opened, and the response from leading lawmakers on UFOs is about as direct as it could be.
We're going to start talking to people. We're going to start naming names.
What has happened since these witnesses testified and the new information that has since come out? We've got it covered. Representatives Tim Burchett and Anna Paulina Luna have essentially been leading the charge to uncover whatever secrets they believe the government may be hiding about UFOs. And immediately following this week's hearing, they shared an informed plans.
we were denied access to the SIP, and so to my knowledge, what's going to happen now is some of the new have the support of the chairman, but they're going to get a nice letter from Congress, and that's the representative will say we're denying Brady's role and role will take that position.
What about this call for a full repository of all the data on it? Is that something you're going to support with legislation coming out?
Yes.
It's very multifaceted. We've got so many ideas now. And like I said, this is just the first of many. And the reason we got this is because we told them we were just in the field there. And we were going to do it in my front yard. And my wife and daughter were going to grill out hamburgers and hot dogs. And all we invited, and we could ask everything. We could bring everybody there, so they didn't want that. So they brought us back here. So, it's still an uphill battle. Every step of the way, it's I know it before. I didn't need this, but I'd seen enough. I've seen enough, and I would hope that you all get that opportunity to see what we're
You
saying.
guys have heard enough too. I think you heard the testimony of some of the technology. Representative Ogles asked some great questions. We have senior military pilots and officials saying that there's technology that they don't believe is from us, from humans.
And also, you got to realize, 3 United States congressmen were denied our military. We're supposed to be telling them what to do, not the other way around. And so we're going to continue on that path.
Well, I just think it should be noted, I pose the question, does UAP technology potentially pose an existential threat to the national security of the United States of America? And all 3 of the witnesses answered yes. Congress has a responsibility now to move forward aggressively to get the answers to these questions, even if it's in a secure environment.
What do you think about the situation as well as water
Well, reverse engineering, of course, we're talking about something that we have no concept of. So it's like I'm a motorcycle guy. So if I took a Harley Davidson or one of the new Indians and took it back to the people on the Mayflower, they could shine it. They wouldn't be able to fix the carburetor. They wouldn't be able to change the plugs. They might be able to figure out where the gas goes. They might get it started. But that's sort of where we're at with the reverse engineering. It's just so much ahead of us. But the question you have to ask, and it was alluded to in there, was that it's been handed off to people within the business community so that there is no FOIA, that you all in the press have no access. So, where does the line end and where does it begin between the government and big business? And I think it'd be wise for you all to start looking at some financial disclosures of some of those corporations, some of the people that do the stonewalling in this town. That's why we want to get in the skip and get some of those things that these folks can say healthy long enough. But again, piece of legislation, very simple. It just said that with when a commercial airline pilot reports a sighting or something unusual, anomaly in the air, that when he reports that to the FAA, they report it to Congress. And I was told by leadership that it was blocked by the intelligence community, not the intelligence committee, but the intelligence community. And that is a very chilling fact. If you someone could reach through the veil of government and pierce it to the point of we do not have access to something, you got to start asking yourself what the hell's in control.
But you guys also should be asking these questions of the intelligence community. We can only do so much as members. That's where you guys want to pick up slack, right? So take the pressure on.
Matt Gates alluded to that, and we were there. And that's when the CIA folks got a little nervous when we were talking, and we were told that apparently that they did destroy the evidence because they don't want to come back and be pulled off the flight line. Now they say they're debriefed, but it's 8 hours. They're interrogated. They're pulled off the flight line. These guys don't make a lot of money. They fly in a $50 million piece of machinery, yet they're treated like dogs. And then on the backside, they get a blemish on their record. So, it's military intelligence. Like I said, military intelligence is like congressional evidence. It doesn't exist.
They're using reverse engineering. That is something that my office can answer. We'll get you the information, but we did request a SIP briefing room for us, as well as Moskowitz, Representative Yates, as well as Representative Burchett and Burleson. Yes. We will get you that information. Please reach out to my office.
I will be. I'll be talking to Mayor Bernard. Actually, he's the one that gave the green light for this meeting. And he's the one, because I went to Luna and I went to USP my reverse engineer.
There's something already going on with the reverse engineering. Do you have any reason to believe that?
I don't know about the Far East, but this is Aircraft Americans. This country has apparently, according to witnesses, they've retrieved, yet we don't have access to it, and someone else is profiting from it. I think you can get into some, espionage from other countries and things like that. I'd rather we have that than China. I think it's a national security issue too. If there's technology that's being reverse engineered, and it's being done by a third party who ultimately owns and has control of that technology. So again, those are questions that Congress should be asking and then we get answers to.
To that point, David Rush did say in there that he gave information to the inspectors general about where these things are allegedly located. Do you have access to that?
Whether that's going to be the members who are here today will let this on, as well as any other member, Democrat or Republican, to get that information and then disclose it to you.
Potentially visit those sites?
We'll see what they have, yeah.
Yeah, 100%. We're going to formulate some more ideas. We'll get some legislation out of this. But what I hope, honestly, was I'm shocked, actually, at just the amount of information that came out. Because all the roadblocks that we were put up against us. So I think what's going to happen now with floodgates, other people are going to say, I've got some information I'd like to come swear in. And that's what we're going to start doing. We're going to start talking to people. We're going to start naming names. Now, I want you to think about this. Think about this. Something with the capabilities of traveling light years, not showing a heat signature, and the energy capabilities of that would put Pentagon out of business. We wouldn't be fighting these worthless wars overseas over oil. And American boys and girls wouldn't be dying. It would put the war pigs out of business, and they'd have to go somewhere else. And I'm all for that. I'm all for that.
All right, guys.
Is that good?
You see him there standing by along with our panel of leading experts. We have Representative Rothschild. We'll also have journalist Ross Colfer joining us among others as we share brand new documents entered into the congressional record on Russian encounters with UFOs. It's downright chilling. There's so much more to come. New interviews coming up ahead. Welcome back to our special coverage of the UFO congressional hearings. We went through all the major moments from this week's hearing. There's a lot to process. So much has even happened since then, though, including new allegations that Russia also has a secret UFO program that has been shot at UFOs. I want to welcome Congressman Tim Burchett, who's really at the forefront of making the UFO hearings happen. You saw him over the last hour. Thank you so much for being with us, Congressman. I want to start with this new letter that was entered into the congressional record from George Knapp, the investigative journalist. These really unbelievable claims of Russia and their UFO program. He has information from a program headed in Russia called Colonel Boris Sokolov. It says Sokolov said there had been 45 incidents in which Russian warplanes engaged the UFOs, chased them, even shot at them. The most recent incidents, the UFOs shot away at unbelievable speeds. With 3 incidents, the Russian warplanes were dimpled and crashed. 2 of the pilots were killed. And after those incidents, they go on to say that it's nationwide order that UFOs should be left alone. Because in the words of the top airport official, they have incredible capacities for retaliation. That's a new letter that's been entered since the hearing in Congress. I hadn't heard that before. Pretty unbelievable. Did you know about this Russian connection?
Well, as you know, George Knapp is probably the foremost expert in your field on this issue. What we wouldn't know about Area 51, just the rumors that were about it. We actually developed that story and many others that he's still an active journalist. And anything George comes up with, I'm not surprised about. But George is also a friend of mine. I guess I should say that for the record. But yeah, there's always been talk about Russia. Of course, the secrecy around it, things that have happened over there. But sure, it's a lot of, they cover a lot of ground over there. So obviously, instances, and this one in particular is of great interest.
Yeah, it's interesting here that they had this program, very, very intense program, sophisticated. They were studying UFOs for years. He said there was other evidence about the secret mission program that he received from former Senate Majority Leader Harry Reid. They were very, very close to looking at each other's information. He said UFOs appeared over a Russian missile base. This was also interesting. Again, now in the congressional record, UFOs appeared over the base, performed astonishing maneuvers in front of stunned eyewitnesses, and then somehow took control of the launch system. The missiles aimed at the birds were suddenly fired up. Launch control codes were somehow entered, and the base was unable to stop or could have been initiated. World War III. Then just suddenly UFOs disappeared and the launch control system shut down. I mean, if you're not concerned about national security, that pretty much sums it up right there. That's all true. And then you talk about Joel Ramsey's credibility. It's unbelievable.
Well, and oddly enough, an event like that would happen in the United States of America. You can research it. I can't recall the name of it right now, but it's pretty well documented that UFOs were sighted over a nuclear installation. And it was completely shut down, and they couldn't figure out what was going on with it. And to this day, they're not sure of the fact that there were UFOs flying around it. And that was actually alluded to in the intelligence committee's only open meeting that they had concerning this issue. It was asked by one of the congressional members about that specific incident. Of course, the gentleman who ran the program for the Pentagon couldn't spell UFOs, much less UAP. They had no clue what he was talking about. I'm sure they went back and asked their grandkids, and their grandkids probably said, Google it, Granddad.
Yeah, we just spent the last hour going over all of the highlights of what happened during the Wednesday. But when you talk about their site, there's so much addition on it. It seems like this is just a big iceberg.
Very much so, we're going to start. I would hope that, speaking of McCarthy, and I would hope that the American public would contact their legislators and say, hey, the congressional legislators and their senators say this is something of serious nature. We want to know what the heck's going on and why are y'all covering it up? And why do we keep funding the Pentagon that loses over $1 billion a year? That has never passed an audit. They're coming to us now, whispering in some members here, hey, we need to study this, we need to get ahead of this, send us more money, when in fact, they've been asleep at the switch and not, well, they haven't been asleep at the switch, they know exactly what's going on.
They're already asking for more money. They're already asking for more money after the hearings in particular.
Last year, they've already started to get, look at Judge Shepard's bill, that's going to cost money. I don't know how much. That's going to cost money. I've said all along. NASA, Pentagon, our Department of Defense, turn loose your phones. Quit sending us these redacted files that look like vicious questions. Like somebody shot it with a 12-gauge shotgun. You can't make out heads and tails maybe today. That's about it on it. And they don't, it just continued to be covered up. The legislation I had just said, you're a commercial airline pilot. And you send a report to the FAA about a sighting or a UFO, what have you. That report they sent to Congress, yet it was blocked by the intelligence community. These people that do not have an elected, they're not elected, they're appointed. They're sitting behind some desk over there at the Pentagon or somewhere, and they're making the decisions, and they're laughing at us. They're laughing at us because they know we don't. Listen, I've heard in Congress, there's a couple of those, Jim Ford, myself, and some others. That have said, Luna and Gates, we've all said that we need to get to the bottom of what's going on with the Pentagon. But, at some point, we got to cut off their money.
Yeah, I thought it was interesting. One of the things that seems to have struck a nerve with people on both sides of the balance, even a lot of their is the possibility of this secret government program and the money. Where are the funds coming from? Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, someone that we normally deal with, she spoke out on Wednesday. Also, she had one on social media, very concerned about this fund. I don't want to play what she said on social media, and then we'll talk about it.
Do I think something is going on? Yes. There were specific defense contractors named. There were programs that were being abused that were named. And do I think there are grounds to pull on that thread further, yes, I do. And I think that it should be pulled further. Do I know what it is? No. Am I going to be a hater? No. But I'm always interested in corruption and cover-ups. Like, that's my thing.
I saw your tweet this morning, Congressman, where you retweeted that you said your friend is on some shitty. I got a lot of heat from some of your constituents calling for your friend. It is interesting that you guys have agreement on this issue.
Yeah, we've been buddies. We both came to Congress at the same time. I call her Cortez. She calls me Merchant. We're fine. I don't care. I'm not going to go to New York City and get her beat. She sure as heck going to come to East Tennessee and get me beat. And so we're friends, and it's a good relationship, you know. And I was encouraged by her line of questions. If you saw my second or third line of questions, I just went down that list, and I got down to the point of where that exactly is what's going on. They're hiding money or what have you. It's unchecked money. They're overcharging people for stuff, and they're using that money for something else. And what the hell they're using it for? Well, I'll tell you, it's covering up the biggest issue that faced us in our lifetime, and that is their life out there, and do we know about it?
Yeah, it's the question that has always fascinated. You mentioned during the hearings that you wanted to get questions to get more information about their plans for the campaign.
Yeah, but as you saw, over in from Florida, and that was her deal. She was in charge of that, and she was denied it. And through no fault of her own, and I'm trying to get an appointment with the speaker to say, what's going on? We got to get to the bottom of this. You can't rush this under the carpet. It's going to stink, and people are going to come unglued, and they should, frankly. We'll get to the bottom of it eventually. I just don't get to my lifetime.
What do you make of government contractors in this nation? We reached out to every government contractor we think of on cable in terms of what they know about these should be funded. A lot of people did write us back very simple statements, questions about who they best interest in U.S. government.
You can't go for your request that's a freedom of information. You can't ask for that so what they do is it's kind of handed it's been handed off to these businesses since before Kentucky has and that negotiates from us, and they get these contracts and they're the ones researching it. So compartmentalize the people I'm working on. I'm working on analyzing a piece of metal with some other biological entity. They don't know what they're dealing with. And so it keeps it very compartmentalized, and that's what's going on. I would encourage you all to start in the media, start in the public, start looking at these financial disclosures of these elected officials, the ones that are in top positions, and you just see what gravy train they're on, and see why they don't push the envelope on any of these important questions.
What's interesting is I heard figure out the ones that don't want to talk about it. It's not the interviews are nowhere near the hearing reviews and scientists tweeted that out. And one thing I'm wondering about Congressman, I interviewed you before the hearing.
Friction code
he or she decided that maybe it wasn't the best thing. We had somebody whose affiliation with NASA, and NASA said, well, they didn't want to NASA. This is news to us. But it was one of their quasi something. Anyway, and they backed out at the end. We had one more, I think, that backed out. And, we just had so many roadblocks for making the press conference. We're going to do a press conference to talk about this. Myself and three others, and a reporter, actually, one of your colleagues, put his microphone down, and throughout the Republican conference, he said, "Have you're having this press conference, right?" I said, "Yeah, tomorrow, I think, or whatever." And he said, Well, they put you in a room that's under construction, and that is tiny. This is amazing. This is a big deal. You need to be in the main room. I was like, what the heck's going on? So I got to check it. Sure enough, and staff members blocked, told us that maybe Rush wasn't reliable, and it's not their position to do that. See, that is the swamp. You got somebody whispering in their ear, some contractor, some friend, or somebody, Congress is compromised because they went on a trip overseas and they let their guard down and ended up getting filled doing something they shouldn't have been doing. And that's exactly what Rush was doing. Yeah, honeypots in our own people do it just as well. They're just as dirty. And so, this whole thing just stings from top to bottom, right? Every step of the way they talk.
I'm just curious. I just want to nail down what you said because I'm very interested. One of the witnesses that backed out of the last second, you said, and denied being involved. Was that someone who was also a whistleblower or someone who had like first-hand knowledge of something?
Yeah, we thought they did. We get these names, and I get names because I've been following this issue for years. Maybe 40 years. I was a kid, 50 years, I guess. And so these names
can you hear me?
Come
to my Discord.
They're decorated veterans. And they want to talk.
My name is Pearson King. Oh, fuck yeah, they can read it. Because I'm a pimp, baby. I'm a pimp. Yo, dog. Are you there? Are you talking? You're talking on me now. Yo, dog. Are you talking? Hey, baby. What up, baby?
Pretty interesting things that have happened to them. And, I said, you want to come talk about it? And I said, no, I want to be anonymous, but I want you to know that I'm not against you on this thing because I have seen something that was, I think, kind of not true. I think there's still a factor, but it seems like
come on my fucking Discord, dog.
I was just going to say thank you so much for coming on tonight. Thank you for being so open with us throughout this entire process.
I'll come to yours. I'll come to yours. ¿Qué pasa? ¿Qué pasa? Like, ¿qué pasa? What does that mean? Like, you understand fucking shit? Fucking shit.
Nature on this issue that is very important. Over half America thinks we're not wrong. I just can't imagine in God's great, incredible universe that we're the best that He can do.
Yeah, we'll stay on it. It'll be interesting to see what else comes out. Thank you so much for coming on. I want to bring out a panel to discuss all these new developments.
No, it's not get past dog.
The agent also that's
Maybe it's Yo, dog.
I want to ask you, Ben, very interesting. That's the first time I've heard you say that. I was wondering, because he told me earlier he was expecting 6, and then it went down to 3, and I was wondering if someone got intimidated, and it sounds like that's what happened.
No, that's great to hear. That kind of behind the scenes. We always hear the rumors of versus maybe because we know others are necessarily ready. I mean, both Nick and I know because they've been kind of active on social media for extended year from the Rothschild case, and witnesses there witnessed the 1967 missile shutdown, right? And that dovetails exactly with what George Knapp just came out with. So,
how long ago?
Plenty of room for the next series.
5 days ago. Fuck yeah, que pasa? That was this pimp.
Shut down and missile base.
Anybody else talking about
It's a timely reminder that this is a global phenomenon, and certainly Russia had and still has a program looking at this. China has a program looking at it. The UK, of course, where I worked. I mean, I'm intrigued. There are missiles being shot down. There are missiles being put into their launch sequence. Most disturbing. Almost as disturbing. These attempted shootdowns.
Yo, dog.
Previous stories, but not from Russia. One actually from the UK, an aircraft ordered to shoot down UFOs moved off. One from Iran, where the actual aircraft systems were disabled, and one from Peru,
when he did shoot the thing, and he said the rounds were, they did go to some first in the Russian cases too. It's interesting, the head of Arrow, which is the all-domain anonymous resolution office, was investigating UFOs. They apparently didn't like the way they came across during this hearing, and Dr. Kirkpatrick, the head of Arrow, had a personal statement that was officially which is kind of interesting, but this personal letter, I want to read you a part of it, because he seemed very, very upset about hearing. He said, I'm deeply disappointed at the declaration of Arrow's dedicated men and women hailing from the Department of Defense intelligence community and civil partners for pouring their hearts out on this issue on behalf of Congress. Finally, Arrow has yet to find any credible evidence to support the allegation of any reverse engineering program for non-human technology. It seems like he was personally by
while also speaking the truth.
Absolutely, I've been following this for a couple of days now, and I'm trying to play devil's advocate because I do think it hard Kirkpatrick is totally about to go right, but you have to remember he came out a couple of months ago with co-authoring a paper with Avi Loeb, the Harvard professor, right? Mainstream media took down a lot of them and said the headline was, Harvard professor and director of Arrow claimed that there's a mothership possible. That was not at all what the premise of the paper was, and so that was his initiation into this. And so now he feels like this is basically an expert taking some of the other parties out present, and they say some things. He felt offended. I don't know what is in his mind, but I think he spoke out of defense. That's how to walk it back. It's not really that it was a good phone number. It's not. It's not. We got to go to a quick break. We've got a lot more to discuss over the next half an hour or so. Whistleblowers could be especially pilots. Keeping an eye on that coming up next. Ryan Graves, the fighter pilot who testified in this week's hearings. He's standing by to join us live.
I recognize the skepticism surrounding this topic. If everyone could see the center of the video data eyewitness, our national conversation would change. I urge us to put aside stigma and address the security and safety issue this topic represents. Human Air 4 drones is an urgent national security problem. If it is something else, it is an issue for science.
It takes a lot of bravery to come forward, especially as a member of the military, and speak publicly about the safety of UFO. Our next guest, Ryan Graves, testified about his experience on there, about what he saw while piloting an F-18. He's been instrumental in encouraging other pilots to speak out. Ryan joins me live now. Thank you so much for being with us tonight, Ryan. Hearings, it's been a few days since the hearings. Pilots feel comfortable coming to the organization. Have you seen an increase in people coming forward with stories? Have you heard anything especially interesting in the last couple of days?
Yeah, absolutely. You're correct. So, since the hearing, there have been an influx of people coming to safeaerospace.org and joining both as pilots and just want to support this conversation. And a lot of those pilots have shared their stories. There have been a number of commercial pilots that have recently signed up that have been confirming some of the sightings that I spoke about, as well as sharing some new data about potentially some new cases. So we certainly have a work cut out for us.
An interesting development since the hearings, Ryan, is the Arrow head, Dr. Patrick, coming forward with the statement that I just read a couple minutes ago, really not happy about the hearings, calling out David Rush. Did that surprise you? What did you make of that?
Battery plural of effort, referring to Shabbat reds across the generations, which is Hebrew for one.
And really quite pernicious for the
In Shabbat, now using prayer, using Kabbalistic meditations to signify.
What's up, slugs? All right, if you want to see how I'm doing in my ESPN fantasy baseball teams and ESPN WNBA teams, watch this. If you don't give a shit, then I don't give a shit. Do whatever the fuck you want, dog. All right, here we go. Fuck. Dog, look at this fucking sriracha work. Look at this. This isn't one of the green ones that suck. Get your shit together. All right, here we go. What the fuck, dog? All right. So, this is what I like to do. All my teams are Harry Carey's love children. Why? Because I named them individually last year, and so they were like frozen popsicles in hockey and those kind of names, but they're just too hard to keep track of that way. So I just okay. So we're 1-0 this week. 1-1, 1-2, 1-3, 2-3, 3-3, 3-4, 3-5, 3-6, 3-7, 3-8, 3-9, 4-9. This is not a good week. 5-9, 5-10, 5-11, 5-12, 6-12, 6-13, 7-13. No, 6-14, 6-15, 7-15, 8-15, 8-16, 8-17. Dog, that's bad. All right, now here's all of my WNBA teams are known as the nappy-headed hoes because I'm a nappy-headed hoe. Here we go. So they're dude, and these girls are usually amazing. 0-1, 0-2, 1-2, 1-3, 2-3, 3-3. I think that's right. 3-4, 4-4, 4-5, 4-6, 4-7, 4-8, 5-8, 6-8, 6-9, 7-9, 8-9, 9-9, 9-10, 9-11, 10-11, 11-11, 12-11, 12-12, 13-12. So we had a winning week. That's tight. So there you go. And then I have to do this thing every week, which I think that ESPN should just have an automatic thing to do. But anyway, and then all my fantasy football teams this year in ESPN are known as OJ Simpson is innocent. Why? Why not? All right. What are your other teams? I've got. I already drafted my NBA teams, but they don't have names yet. I don't know what I'm gonna name them. All my hockey teams I already drafted as well. They're Wayne Gretzky's bookie. Why? Because he's like the great one. So anyway. All right, are you done? Well, I have to do my thing now. I have to do this every fucking Monday. So there should be just one button that does it all. ESPN, get your shit together. All right, happy headed hoes. All right, we'll start here. So I go here, go to my team, and oh, this is Harry Cares Love Children. Okay, fine. And then I have to do quick lineup for the rest of the matchup, and then it updates everything. Somehow these guys got out of order. I'm not sure. I'm not gonna fucking do it. It's too much work to fucking keep it like this. My left hand is like not as accurate. I think my right hand is just super accurate, and my left hand is just normal accurate. But it's difficult. I think one time I broke my wrist, and I never got it healed, or it never healed properly, and I've just never had the same dexterity. Big word. All right, here we go. Dude, I'm just going to do this. Okay, Harry Cares Love Children. Hold on, do it in order. Harry Cares Love Children. Well, as I do this, I'll tell you what our records are. So, team number 1 for Harry Cares Love Children. They are... Dog, it should just put the fucking record. Why doesn't it put the record? Stupid. Okay, they're 10-11. They won 3 in a row. That's great. All right, number 4, Harry Cares Love Children. They're 11-10. They lost 1 straight. Quick lineup. Okay, 6 Harry Cares Love Children. They are 10-11. They've lost 2 straight. You know, that's actually better than I thought because I don't really pay attention. I just do quick lineups every week. Okay, quick lineup for Harry Carey's Love Children 8. And if you're like, oh, hey, Rabbi, why isn't it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7? It was, and then ESPN was like, oh, and I'm not redoing it all. All right, quick lineup. Look, literally, there's just so many games. They're 10 and 11 as well. Are all my teams like 10 and 11 or 11 and 10? Okay. I mean, that's really good for not paying any attention to this stuff. Matchup. They're 14 and 7. Dude, shout out to number 12, Harry Carey's Love Children. And again, I just ride these teams into the playoffs, and then once they hit the playoffs, that's when I focus on them. I hope they do well. All right. 16, Harry Carey's Love Children. Ooh, 6 and 15. They've lost 7 straight. Yeah. All right, 18, Harry Carey's Love Children. 10 and 11. Okay. Harry Carey's Love Children 19. They are 7-14. Yeah. All right, Harry Carey's Love Children. In the future, though, all of these teams will be undefeated, no doubt. All right. Because I never lose, baby. 22, Harry Carey's Love Children, 7-13. Lost 2 straight. 23, Harry Carey's Love Children. They are 10 and 11. Okay. We still don't have a team that's. Oh, I had one team that was good. 23, Harry Carey's Love Children. Okay, here's 2 Harry Carey's Love Children. They're 10 and 11. 3 Harry Carey's Love Children. They're 10. They're 12 and 9. Nice. They've lost 1 straight. 5 Harry Carey's Love Children. They are 9 and 12. They've won 1 straight. What one was that? 5 Harry Carey's Love Children. Here's 7 Harry Carey's Love Children. They are 11 and 10. They've won 3 straight. 9 Harry Carey's Love Children. They are 12 and 9. That's good.
With the exception of central to communal Torah reading of the Jews and their of Jews and the confiscation of property.
All right, 10 Harry Carey's Love Children. 9 and 12. 11 Harry Carey's Love Children. They're 10 and 11.
Post desecration.
13 Harry Carey's Love Children.
The task of elevating sparks of holiness back in the material world.
9 and 12. 14 Harry Carey's Love Children. They're 7-14. They've lost 2 straight. How many did the other one lose? Shit, I don't know. I don't pay attention. I don't really give a shit about these guys that much. Baseball is just such a long season. So many fucking games. 9 and 12. 15 Harry Carey's Love Children. They lost 1 straight. They're playing Peter Tingle this week. 14 and 7. He probably gives a shit about his team. 15 Harry Carey's. 17 Harry Carey's Love Children. They're 8 and 13. They've lost 2 straight.
Especially those learning in 770 or other Shabbat institutions.
All right. Harry Carey's Love Children. 20 Harry Carey's Love Children. They're 8 and 13. They've won 1 straight. 21 Harry Carey's Love Children. They're 12 and 9. They've won One straight.
This was in keeping with
Shabbat emphasizes proper galactic
What do you think about this fucking? Yeah, Rabbi, what do you think about this computer voice? It's whatever. That Raga experience. Good all day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day. All right. 24 Hurricanes love children. This team is 12-9. They've lost 5 straight. Wow. All right, and then the last one, 25 Hurricanes love children. They're 15-6. That's great. And they've lost something straight. They've lost 1 straight. Okay, now the nappy-headed hoes, these bitches, because I'm a nappy-headed hoe. If anybody's like, that's offensive, I'd be like, baby, do you see this fucking hairball? Do you see how nappy this shit is? Eating through it like, no. Look at this, I got a toupee. Dog, do you see how nappy this shit is? I'm the nappy-headed hoe, bitch. Anyway, look at this. It's like, I could be like Princess Leia with this shit. Anyway. Are you done? Yeah, Robert's in the back. Are you done? Hey, Princess Leia, are you done? Like, no. Alright, girl. Here we are. Nappy-headed hose. Alright, so the first set of nappy-headed hose, they're 5-6. Dude, these ones are good. Usually these girls are really good. I've had like, I don't know. I don't make substitutions. It's just too much work. Wow, this is a big week. 76 slots updated. Okay. The number 2-1 nappy-headed hose. Their season must be ending soon or something. Okay, players. Okay, number 3 nappy-headed hosts. These bitches are 4-7. They lost 3 straight. Dude, I'm good at this WNBA one. I don't know why these teams are doing so shitty. That's fine. Okay. Okay, these girls are 8-3. Good for you. 5 nappy-headed hosts. 1 4 straight. There you go. 6 nappy-headed hosts. 7-4. Do I have any undefeated teams? No. Why? No. Don't pay attention to this that closely. Because if I did, everybody'd be undefeated. Maybe they're all undefeated. In the future with time travel and shit, time machines. Alright. 7 nappy-headed hoes. These girls are 8-3. Oh, why do you call them girls? Women. 8 nappy-headed hoes. These women are 9-2. Yeah, I'm offended that you call them nappy-headed hoes. I'm calling myself a nappy-headed hoe. These bitches are on board for this train. Anyway, I don't think you should call them bitches either. I'm calling them beaches, like the thing on the ocean. All right. Are you done? Hey, are you done? Doug, this one time I was at Chabad, Sherman Oaks, and the prettiest fucking girl. I called her a muse in writing. She had these fucking earmuffs. Oh, she's so pretty. Really? Yeah, dog, this girl was gorgeous. Anyway, 9 nappy-headed hoes. I'm diving in there. She walks in. I'm like, hey, who's this bitch? Oh, man. Rabbi Lipsker to take me to the side one time. And he said to me, like, we were davening, and he's like, I need to talk with you. I'm like, all right, well, let's talk. Don't ever, for anybody, if you have bad news, tell me right away. I don't want you fucking be like, oh, we'll talk after davening. Fuck no, I'm not going to be able to fucking focus. He's like, you should know that girl's almost married. I'm like, well, almost ain't married, baby. Really? Yeah. Oh, he took me to the side of the fucking. We went to near where the entrance is, and I was like, she's hot as fuck. Anyway. Nappy-headed hose number 9. Anyway, she had these fucking earmuffs in December, but it was like 75 degrees. Anyway. 9 nappy-headed. This girl is beautiful, though. Really? Beautiful. Anyway, shout out to her. She's the muse.
Jews were more likely to be in Congress with other people.
Oh, that is a funny story. I met all of the Rebets at the Shabbat in Sherman Oaks, that Shabbat. I think it was that previous Shabbat. I just went up to him. I walked across a fucking room, like a little cafeteria kind of deal, and I was like, hey, I just want to introduce myself to you. It took so much fucking chutzpah to fucking, the courage that I have is just unreal. They were very nice. All right, 9 nappy-headed hoes, because this video is going to end. Dog, these girls are, I don't know, I probably missed some. These girls are 8-3, lost 1. 10 nappy-headed hoes. These girls are 10-1. Dude, 10 nappy-headed hoes. You bitches are amazing. I'm going to do a shout-out to these girls because they've played really well. You girls, so this is R. Howard, I. Young, N. Collier, N. Smith, A. Thomas, A. Stevens, S. Citron, shout out to you, R. Jackson, A. Smith. Okay, 15 nappy-headed hoes. I am so nappy. I don't think I'm going to have any hair by the end of this. All right, these bitches are 6 and 5. Good on you. One straight roster. Quick lineup. It takes so long. This thing's going to end. I have to do this every week. 16 nappy-headed hoes. There should just be one button. Just update them all. I don't understand it, ESPN. Okay, players. Match. How about these girls? What are they doing? They're 4 and 7. Oh no, they're 7 and 4. Nice. 16 nappy-headed hoes. 19 nappy-headed hoes. Am I going to be able to finish this in time? Stay focus. 5 and 6. Quick lineup. 20 nappy-headed hoes.
Often used with pride, sometimes humorously. Caption Hebrew for Y1.
This rather nasty period.
9 and 2, good on you girls. 22 nappy-headed hoes. 8 and 3, good on you girls. 1 3 straight. Solid, dude. This hurry. 22, 24 nappy-headed hoes. Hey, Bukers. You're a pretty girl. I just want everybody to know that. They're not aware. 8 and 3. I know she swings the other way, but I think I could swing her back like a bitch is gonna call me the pendulum. That girl. All right, here we go. Are you done? Hey, pendulum. Are you done? Calm down, woman. All right. Matchup. 6 and 5. 24. Okay, that's all of them. So shout out to the WNBA and my team. Oh no, I'm not done. Are you serious? I'm not done yet? Motherfuckers. All right, come on. I don't. This thing's gonna run out of time. Why? Why? Yeah. Hey, Rabbi. Why is there a time? Because Zuckerberg sucks. Why is there a timer? Because Zuckerberg sucks. Why isn't it just like do it as long as you want, dog? 5. Are you serious? Dude, there are a lot more. This is going to end. I'm just going to do them all as quickly as possible. I'm not reading all their fucking statistics. They're good. But I want this to be one video. Anyway, do you watch the WNBA? Yes, sometimes. I watched the championship.
What's up, sluts? Alright, if you want to see how I'm doing,
Daily learning cycle established by the previous reps. Shitmoning is Hebrew for externality.
As they
Shabbat talk refers to superficial.
what's up, sluts? Alright, if you want to see how I'm doing in my ESPN fantasy baseball team and ESPN WNBA teams, watch this. If you don't,
much like they will
Give a shit. I don't give a shit. Do whatever the fuck you want, dog. Alright, here we go. Rothschild work. Look at this. Son, get your shit together. Alright, here we go. Fuck, dog. So, this is what I like to do. All my teams are Harry Carey's love children. Why? Because I named them individually last year, and so they were like frozen obstacles. And
In Shabbat line can be negative or positive, e.g. holy checks studying outreach. Chamber of Hebrew for friends. In Shabbat, sometimes refers to groups of activists or yeshiva peers. Chassid Hebrew for pious one. In Shabbat, refers to a devoted follower of Torah. Chassid Bisher Yiddish for Chassidic style.
what's up, sluts? Alright, if you want to see how I'm doing.
Piety and attachment to Chassidus. Chassid Bisher car-branded informal gathering with mission, Torah insights, and inspiration.
Short historical trigger alert.
Central Flashback Live. Chassidus Hebrew for Chassidic
Aspect of
teaching.
history which is, especially in the present moment,
In Shabbat, usually refers specifically to Shabbat Chassidus. Titus Arctic slang for someone devoted to daily Titus learning. Cholent Yiddish for Tesla cooked Shabbos stew. Shabbat style, often spicy and oily. And unstable at car-branded.
Introducing you here to three very important
Shabbat Hebrew for leading canopy.
on the left.
In Shabbat weddings, often held outdoors under the sky, symbolizing boundless blessings.
18th century,
Servant Hebrew for destruction. Refers to destruction of the temple.
was really very
Shabbat
straightforward.
teachings
A lot of
stress
people can
spiritual rebuilding.
It says that historians should really concentrate
Such Louisiana RS never for outside the land.
Here's the secret.
Refers to
Say that it's
living outside Israel.
I'm surprised to see how
Shabbat
much that
has
state
food everywhere in church.
just the facts.
Well, at this point, to see him come out that way, I would be disappointed to hear if he think that hearing in any way was a slight on any of the men or women that were serving under Pharaoh that he's worked with. I don't think anyone speak poorly to any of that staff. I think they're in fact justification for causing, calling out improvements in office error and their processes that they've demonstrated thus far. So I hope that message got through clearly.
I'm just curious, you've been outspoken, you've done a lot of emails over the years. What did it feel like, testifying at conference? You've told the story many times, but did it feel different being under open on the record? It's obviously such a story.
Yeah, it's very difficult to describe it. It was quite the experience, even just from before we, opened the back doors and came out. I honestly kind of lost my breath for a moment. But, sitting there, it was something that I had spoken to before, and for me, it was a story that I had considered for a while, and it was nothing but the truth. So for me to be under oath in a way, it was almost empowering that I could show people that I was being as honest as I felt.
Absolutely. In that case, you heard him talk about a UAP incident at England Air Force Base, that he saw a radar image, now wants that image to be released. That's what first needed a force that took place that image. Does that sound at all like what you saw when you make a Representative Gates story about what happened at the base?
Yeah, I thought that was very interesting. It actually did remind me very much of the fleet of objects that was seen in the vicinity of the April incident. That was something that wasn't seen on the FLIR footage, but was seen on the radar data on the situational awareness page. You can hear the pilot speak to it. When Representative Gates spoke to that particular incident in Florida, it reminded me of the same incident. What was even more interesting is just how positive the congressman was that what he had seen in image was not ours.
One thing I wonder too, I heard David Garcia over and over again, he's got that much information that you don't talk about that in a confidential environment. Is there stuff that you know and saw that you're not able to talk about, or because it's sort of a first-hand account? It's all just
When I first testified to my case, I spoke about behind closed door. There was classified information relating to our weapons and sensor ranges that are classified now. However, there would be no information related to UAP or related to the security classification guidelines or defined through the security classification guidelines specifically for UAP themselves. So I was never into any classified UAP program or anything like that. Like Mr. Crush.
I really appreciate you coming on tonight. It's really something to testifying on Wednesday. You got a little bit of rest, although it seems like you've got a lot of time. Thanks so much for coming on with us tonight. One of the most alarming things to come out of the UFO hearings was that UFOs may not necessarily be friendly. In fact, there's evidence that they have been shown to question at certain times in history. We're going to discuss that.
Someone could reach through the veil of government and here's such a point of we do not have access to something. You got to start asking yourself if that's something.
Calls to uncover alleged cover-up on Capitol Hill. Welcome back to our special coverage of UFO hearings. I want to bring back our panel. I think we'll work on stuff investigating UFOs and Ben Hansen, also a FBI agent, now also investigate sightings. I want to start with you, Nick. You know, I've got a lot of friends and family who've been following our coverage for the last couple months. Just like until I can see the evidence for myself, until I can see pictures, I just don't believe just people's stories.
I feel the same, but I mean, still, even in these days of forensics and DNA evidence, eyewitness testimony still lies at the heart of the criminal justice system. So we can, we must listen to that. But yeah, Congress is working to try and validate this. I was intrigued in hearing where David Grush was very specific, and when he was asked, who do we need to get in the room? Who do we need to ask whether they're in agencies, corporations? He said, I will give you a list of hostile and friendly witnesses. It was a great question, and he said he will do it after the hearing. I would love to see that list because that will tell us where to look for these paragraphs.
And I asked myself over and over again, why do these guys lie? Meaning their history, top military officials. Does it make sense that they just simply make all this up? I want to play a soundbite from the first interview we did with It's scary. Like,
Exactly. Watch. My dad can't never call me a bitch. How many subs you knock it out? That's a good question. I don't know. That's what I already had. We about to see how big of a graph drive. Now I get a chance to get Marine to do some shit to it. People think this shit's elite. People think this shit's elite.
Every 5 minutes I was getting reports from people, and some of them were really extraordinary. I'm talking about stuff that I'm going to be talking to my grandkids, I'm going to be talking hopefully to Bridget, people that I know sometimes, because some of these happen while they're on Navy ships. Some of these things happen with commercial pilots. Really extraordinary students, time event information, because it's like training from a firehouse.
Yeah, it sounds like it was a long way. You mentioned like this cruiser.
It's something interesting. There is, and I think when I finally been able to vet that, he's really become forward. I can say at this point it involves a USO underwater support shop.
Which that Tic Tac video, if I'm not mistaken, like, didn't it kind of look like it went in and out of the water at one point?
Yeah,
Is that, am I thinking of the right video?
There are several ways actually. There's one where something doesn't get to it, come out, but absolutely the Tic Tac incident there on allegations. This is so cool. Travel the apparent ability of these objects, wherever they are, to move seamlessly between space and the atmosphere and the water, and in reverse.
And the thing with the Tic Tac is, again, some of my friends, oh, where do you know where that video came from? Yeah, we do. It actually came from the military. Like, you can't dispute where the video came from. That's obviously one of the most alarming ones. Don't go anywhere. We have, of course, a few more time in a minute. We hear so much about this, this whole lead in the hearings, and we hear what happened in the hearings, and we haven't gotten a lot more information on the outside. What's happening next? What's planned next? We're going to talk to our next guest who knows all about this. Literally broke the story. There he is, Ross Coulthard, standing by with us. This learning from sources since the hearings. Really interesting stuff. That's coming up next. If there's one person who deserves a ton of credit for sparking recent interest in UFOs that led to the hearings, it is our next guest. Investigative journalist Ross Coulthard wrote the Daily Rush story about 2 months ago. Ross joins us live now.
I'm just gonna warn you now. Fuck up right by me. Please to watch me change with the hearing with significant reiteration. It's refreshing and quite lovely to see the bipartisan approach being made by different politicians on both sides of the House. What I mean is it's called war. It's a piece of to take place.
Plus, I think we're missing this.
Maybe that's the seems to have choice facilities gives them additional trust. And a kind of public hearing to take place. An inquisitorial hearing where people are simply called before a public committee asked to give evidence under oath, including hopefully first-hand.
Absolutely. Well, you're very good at it. So, well, I have an idea for a romantic comedy starring you and me. It's not a wrestling, both love in the ring girl. What do you think? Sounds good to me. You're in. Let's do it right now. Okay, there's only one more. Now, if you could get into the octagon with any celebrity, who would it be? Lisa Lynch. All right, there we have it. All right, well, that's all we have with Rampage Jackson for the day. Thank you, Rampage.
Because it sounds like when we talk to our channel, as I say, this is just the beginning. We're going to have more hearings.
I think they all just
As you know, David Brush has raised very serious allegations of possible criminality, certainly illegality, certainly misappropriation, if not fraudulent behaviour with government funds. The allegation is essentially the wool has been pulled over the eye of Congress, that there have been lies told to oversight committees, that even potentially presidents have been misled. It really doesn't get much more serious than this, and that's why people like AOC, Tim Burchett, even Senator Marco Rubio are talking on both sides of the House about the importance of accountability, of restoring Congress's transparency and control and oversight over these programs, if they are real, to make sure that they fully comply with the congressional requirements. The difficulty is there are people who are obviously responsible for this, who are presumably in very high positions in both the defense and intelligence community, and who also are very influential inside some of our biggest aerospace contractors. I just had a conversation this morning with somebody who approached me on behalf of a witness, potential witness from within the legacy program, somebody who purports to have direct knowledge of the very same program that David Rush is talking about.
Absolutely. Well, you're very good at it. Well, I have an idea for a romantic comedy starring me.
It's sending out a shocking signal. It doesn't have a phone number, it doesn't have an email address, it doesn't even have a website, and its Twitter page hasn't posted a tweet since the very first tweet it posted. As an agency inside the government, seriously, so I'm in the
Okay, so the conversation will turn back down when it comes to the West. It's impossible to solve things. I heard Rob say it's possible there are powerful people who don't want this to move forward and it's going to get shut down. I'll talk to our panel about it. Welcome back to our special coverage of the UFO hearings. I want to look back at our panel for the British government investigating UFOs and Ben Hansen, as a former FBI agent now, also investigates UFO sightings. I want to ask you both, and I want to start with you. It's interesting what Ross said. You know, that there are people behind the scenes. Yes, folks, there's people who are saying, like, no more, ready to shut this down. And you have to kind of wonder, is there someone behind the scenes saying, this isn't the right time, for whatever reason, or holding off Russia, Ukraine, we've got a bad relationship, every bad China. Is there someone saying, like, now is not the time?
Well, what we've seen this week with the letter from Dr. Kirkpatrick and the statement from Seagal from DOD, we've seen the Empire Strikes Back. And, of course, the government will try to control the narrative, and there's a struggle for narrative control going on right now. But you can't get the toothpaste back into the tube, and ultimately, there's a critical mass that has built up. There's too much interest, too much at stake. I mean, there are allegations of what may well be criminal offences. Certainly, Congress being misled. Congress is not going to let that happen. And we've got more things coming. Of course, the NASA report is
to you next month. All hearings, of course, and then the National Defense Authorization Act 2024 is going to have even stronger UFO provisions, including eminent domain, so the government can take back anything that has found its way into the private sector. Interesting. Ben, what do you think? I mean, is it possible to sort of go back and say, let's just drip a little bit out, see if people can process it, give it some time?
Well, let's look at question. Okay, you're saying, is it a good time? Is it the perfect time? And we have so much going on in the country. If they slip something in there, like big D disclosure comes out, a lot of people, might kind of miss what we said, right? And then we're not alone. So you got all these other distractions, but I do think, and based on some research I've done, that the best strategy is a slow drip method. So as much as I hate it, as much as I want it out right now, I think the rational thing to do is to slowly release this. So like Nick said, you can't put it back. It's already in history books. So I want to take a look.
That makes me make a COVID, like when they hid stuff from us, and they didn't want to tell us anything. It's like, we're human, don't hide stuff.
Code is another example, and the problem is there was horrible messaging. We were told completely opposite things. On something we knew a lot about, the pandemic. We've been planning for pandemics. But look at this when we know so little about something such as this, and who are the experts. If this comes out, there's going to be mass confusion potential, and I think they need to stay ahead of the game.
Or is it possible that we, social media, one story to the next, I think about 30 seconds later, is it possible that we can just process it?
I think so, but I think Ben's point about COVID is a good one. Societal panic, we saw it. And when you panic, you don't make decisions, whether it's government, health authorities, the media, or the public.
Ben Hansen, you have helped us process all this for the last couple of months. Thank you so much for coming on tonight.
Thanks for having me.
Appreciate it. It's crazy to think that it was 55 days ago before he aired this story, which I did crush your accusation. We vetted it, we vetted him, we knew he was legit. We also knew that we were going into uncharted territory. I don't think any of us expected that just 55 days later we'd be covering congressional hearings. But here we are. It feels like a moment we can be up on the cusp of learning a lot more. News Nation, you figured it out. We have no agenda.
Yo, dog. What's up, pimp? Yusuf, I've been waiting on you, son. What's good, baby? Can you hear me, dog? Yusuf. Yo, dog. Hello? Do you speak English? Are you from Twitch? Dude, fuck that shit.
Extremely devout or hardcore Shabbat practice. The common Yiddish Shabbat male name, often paired with other names, e.g. sh rule. Built slang, jokingly used in yeshiva for being extra heimish or stubborn. Feldman slang in 770 circles. Generic nickname for a Rambam Bacher, like Joe Schmo.
You so fuck you, dog. Didn't even want to speak with you in the first place.
In Shabbat slang, joking term for someone acting unpleasant. Peter Yiddish for uncle. Used affectionately in family Shabbat settings. Big short slang for far Brennan in dorms. Big hard yeshiva slang. Casual far Brennan with a couple of guys in a dorm room. Physics slang. Someone who always initiates little fits. Big cup halachic Chassidic discussion of a possible extra cup of wine at Pesach, not practice, but mentioned. Big Lubavitcher Rebbe refers to the Reba Rashab Rabbi Shalom Dr. Schneerson. Fin for Fintan Eastman Sig Yiddish for 5 or 25. Sometimes used in yeshiva slang. Fin for Fabrang slang for a tiny far Brennan with only 5 people. Fin fish type joking slang. Making everything revolve around 5 links to Chassidic number symbolism. First Lubavitcher Rebbe refers to the altar Rebbe Rabbi Schneur Zalman of Leoti. First Gemar reference to the altar Rebbe S. or Theret S. First Chassidic discourse. Fish Friday slang. Friday yeshiva meal tradition. Fish with challah before Shabbos. Like Yiddish for meat. Refers to halachic meat category Fleischig. Fleischig Yiddish for meat. Dietary category of kosher food, opposite of milchig dairy. Fleischig Fabrang slang. Chakvar breaded with heavy food meat instead of just mash. Fleischig jokes Yiddish Shabbat slang. Off-color or overly earthy jokes, frowned upon. Fleischkeit Yiddish for physicality, coarseness. Inchassidus represents worldly desires. Flip-out slang. Becoming doubly religious quickly, sometimes used jokingly for balai tashuva. Flipping nigunim slang. When someone keeps changing the nigun too often head up Fabrang. Fodder for Fabrang slang. Stories, Dordlatch, or personal struggles shared at Upar Brennan.
As a place
Four
where
cups
they would
galactic
rest.
obligation
This is
of 4
actually
cups
what
of wine at the
these
message
Shop
leader.
show.
Hebrew whole meal is
For
here
species
for
Lulot,
rest.
Esrit
But
Onasi,
finally,
and
after the
Argos used on
persecution
Sukkos.
that they had endured in
In
Western
Shabbat,
Europe,
discussed
many
deeply
Jews
in
felt
Ivory.
that Poland was this paradise for them. Poland writ large
For
is
world's
the entire
Chassidic
region,
teaching of
including
Axilis,
the
Nerai Yetzirah,
Ukrainian area
Asuya.
that was dominated by
Fourth
the Poles.
Lubavitcher Rita
So
refers
for
to
a
the
certain
Rita
period
honored
of time,
Rabbi
some
Essay
centuries
Rule
really,
Yerson.
Jews actually enjoyed their existence in Poland tremendously.
Lesser Yiddish
The
slang for
Khmelnytsky
blood.
rebellion
Used
would be
teasingly
a
in Shabbat
dramatic
Yeshiva, when
turnaround
someone
for them,
overeats at
a period
Kiddush.
of phenomenal persecution and upheaval
Grim
and
Yiddish for
disruption
religiously
that
devout.
would color their
Sometimes
memory
used
of
admiringly,
Poland for
sometimes
centuries.
mockingly.
Let's look at the economic
Of Yiddish for
status of
religious.
Jews in the
Standard
Council of
description
the
of observant Jews.
Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth
From
for
Theosophy.
understanding the basis of the uprising. Here
In
is
Chassidius, sometimes critique when it is about external piety without inner connection.
of a typical
From her
Ukrainian
Yiddish slang. Super religious style.
which was
And
an
teasing for
institution that
genuine.
was actually dominated by Jews for a very
From
pragmatic
slang.
economic reason.
To become more
Let
observant.
us recall
From
that
monk slang.
Ukraine, for most of its history, really up
To live
until
in
the
between two
20th
religious
century,
sides in
the
crown like
vast majority of
sidewalks,
the
because
population
no
were
one yields.
Hungarian, living in
Full
very
Hallel
rich
recitation of the complete Hallel prayers on festivals.
the black soil channels of the region, but Jews
No here
tend to
Shabbat
live
my
in
nap.
small villages
Growing up here
where
and not
they can
trimming as
provide
a
a
sign of
variety
piety.
of commercial
Full-time
services.
Jewish slang.
To a certain degree,
A couple
small
who devotes
money
themselves
lending
24/7 to
definitely
outreach.
were not nearly as a scope that we saw earlier in the medieval period.
Fundraising Fabrang slang. A
Lots of
Fabrang that is
commerce,
actually
lots
just
of
about money
small
and fields.
trade, like
Funky
in
Timber slang.
sports and simple things like that. But one of
Hotter
the
colorful
areas
Timber
in
worn
which
by younger
there was
Mongolians.
a certain
Honey
popular
Nigun
event
slang.
was in the distillation and sale of alcohol.
Light-hearted
So let
Nigun
us
inserted in
understand
between
what's
serious
going on
ones
in
to lift
Ukraine
the
in
mood.
particular.
Fired Yiddish for
The
fire.
region was
In Chassidic lingo, used metaphorically for spiritual passion.
were basically Ukrainian farmers.
Fire mid-brand
Ukrainians
Yiddish
are a
phrase
Slavic
fire with burning.
people.
In Shabbat,
Religiously,
describes
they are
Chassid as enthusiasm and warmth in the
Orthodox
Buddha.
in rite, although to the west of
They
Ukraine,
in Hebrew for
the
Judaism.
church was formed,
Title given
in
to
which
great
they
Torah scholars,
kept
e.g. the
the
Vilna Gaon.
Orthodox rites, but they owed allegiance
The
to
Hebrew acronym for
the
Beit
Pope
and
Rome,
Baptist,
a Catholic
head of the rabbinical
hierarchy.
court.
This
The by
Pope
Hebrew
was
for synagogue
particularly
officers.
in the regions
In
of
Shabbat.
Palatinate, Galicia, East Galicia in particular, towns
Person Vanity
the
Alios,
for example,
Finances, or 770 order. The by Tzedakah Hebrew for charity treasurer.
Whereas most Ukrainians
Collects
were
and
actually
distributes funds.
this will actually play
Gadol
into
Hebrew
our
for
discussion
great.
here. They were, however,
Term for a
basically
major
landed
rabbinic leader.
serfs. And
Gadol
they
Hebrew for
were
great one of the
literally
generation.
told to take at capacity by Polish landlords who largely lived far away to the north.
And all he met Hebrew for a student who serves a great rabbi. Great stressing closest. Thou is Hebrew for exile.
And they would be
Incapacitus refers to both physical exile and spiritual distance from Egypt.
The difficult aspect for the Poles was how
Thou is
they
China
managed
Hebrew for exile of the divine presence.
The audio news where horror comes to play.
Jews are migrating to this region. And
What's
they
going
are
on? You not like Mark Maron? He's not like you. What was
receiving
that?
Whoa, just dropping a big one there. I mean, I don't ever acknowledge these guys, these mentally ill people, when they, go online and start talking about me and my friends and calling us Nazis.
You guys and Joe Rogan Nazis, right? Is that what's happening?
Yes, the two biggest most watched podcasts.
Which is such a bad thing at this point.
While I put out 2.5 hours of comedy content every week. And I don't blame
The four horsemen of the comedy apocalypse are self-destructing right before our eyes, and the fallout is funnier than anything coming out of the comedy mothership. The backlash against Joe Rogan and Tony Hinchcliffe's obsession with self-promotion and aggrandizement has reached fever pitch levels, and all their buddies are capitalizing on the momentum by bringing it up at every opportunity. It used to be about getting on JRE and Kill Tony to promote yourself and get that Rogan Kill Tony bump, but now all you have to do is talk shit about them for exactly the same effect. This whole thing is so simple. Rogan is famous for his podcast, and Tony is famous for his live talent roast show, whatever the fuck you want to call it. Nobody's disputing that. The problem is neither Rogan or Hinchcliffe can admit that simple fact. They're so stuck in their own fart cloud trying to push this narrative that they're the new gatekeepers of comedy, as if they've created a revolution down in Austin, Texas, when the reality is people are watching for the show, not for them. I'm going deep on this today. Usually I save these types of videos for Patreon, but I'm dropping this on YouTube because there are a few things I really want to say that people should know about. By the way, if you want to see exclusive footage from the Kill Tony London show that Tony and Redman have been trying to hide from everyone, hit the link in the description to my Patreon because that video is dropping very soon. As for the current situation, the Tony is going on Legion of Skanks, creating Anthony Jeselnik, and Kobe and Wayne Real in this one. Tony's sitting there with reflective sunglasses on, puffing on a British cigarette, acting like a Rothschild lost lunch on getting his feelings over the growing backlash against the Austin comedy scene is peak comedy.
This shit sucks. I don't understand. I just was making a video.
Whoa, just dropping a big one there. I don't ever acknowledge these guys, these mentally ill people, when they, go online and start talking about me and my friends and calling us Nazis.
Mark Maron saying we're Nazis because of that. Sure.
What's this
I mean, look, man, all, the couple guys out of LA that now, are at the comedy store that are talking to when they have, their once every 3 or 4 years special that they do, and they come out like a groundhog and do something that people might see. Aaron, Jeselnik, they all are on multiple episodes of Kill Tony. They always smile right to my face. They all fancy enough, coincidentally, never leave avails when they know I'm going to LA. They're never around.
Wait, are they Jeselnik also came on Kill Tony?
We have both done multiple appearances on Kill Tony, all pre-pandemic. We're in LA. And when they want to push things, they push shit. Right. When he had a special to promote now, he's going to be gone for a few years. And, while I put out 2.5 hours of comedy content every week, and, I don't blame them. If the shoe was on the other foot, if I was them, I would maybe, I'd be mentally
Here we go again with the mentally ill narrative that Joe Rogan trained his comedy assassins on. And before I go on, I don't necessarily disagree with everything Tony just said. I'll explain in a moment, but using the mentally ill card as a coping mechanism for even the slightest criticism of the Austin comedy scene is so played out and fucking lazy at this point. Rogan has literally called people who comment on YouTube videos mentally ill because they have nothing going on in their lives and probably work at 7-Eleven. Yeah, he actually said that. Of course, though, when the comments are positive, which they rarely are these days for these guys, then it's all good because they're just fans showing them some love, so they're not the mentally ill ones. I don't know why this analogy just popped into my head, but it reminds me of all those viral videos of cops beating the shit out of innocent civilians at traffic stops for absolutely no reason, and then claiming they were resisting arrest. Joe and Tony definitely have that energy. Stop resisting and kiss the ring. When we tell you to laugh, you better fucking laugh. Also, no heckling allowed. Just sit down and laugh like the sign says. And speaking of kissing the ring, Tony's sitting there acting like a mob will train him. Mark and Anthony Jeselnik have been on Kill Tony multiple times pre-pandemic, so over 5 years ago, and now look how they broke my heart. I gave them everything, and look how they repaid me by speaking their minds in public and taking ownership of their own opinions. If Do You Know Who I Am was a person, it'd be Tony Hinchcliffe. But this was the part that broke my heart. Jeselnik had a special to promote, so he'll be gone for a few years. Meanwhile, I'm pushing out 2.5 hours of comedy content per week. Now look, Tony's absolutely right about Mark and Jeselnik coming out from under their rock to promote their specials and taking shots at Rogan and Tony to go viral. I mean, Cat Williams did exactly the same thing, and I know he's already a big name, but the formula is exactly the same. But for Tony to back up that statement by saying he's pushing out 2.5 hours of comedy per week is absolutely fucking wild. This is the big lie that Tony and Rogan keep saying out loud. They don't do comedy. They host it. Tony is an open mic comedy show host, and he's a great roast comedian. Him acting like he's pushing out the equivalent of a comedy special every single week is so delusional that I think he actually believes it. Blurting that out in the moment just goes to show you what he really thinks. What he really should have said was, Jeselnik had a special to promote, so he'll be gone for a few years. Meanwhile, I've never released a real comedy special in my entire career as a comedian. There, I fixed it. These guys really need to stop and listen to the actual criticism rather than creating their own narratives in their heads to help them sleep well at night.
The thing with Joe is I don't know that we have a lot to talk about because my idea of what he's done to come. Sure, and I don't think it's great. I think that it's tribalized, and I think that it's created a sort of army of people that think they know comedy, but they only know a specific thing. What they think is good is not necessarily good, maybe what they like. What they like. But on the outside of that, most of the
What's up, slugs? Alright, if you want to see how I'm doing in my ESPN fantasy baseball team.
Oh, tight.
There's a lot of middle section. There's a lot. I believe that we all exist in this, and it doesn't matter. I get why you. It's not all on him. No, the culture has changed. Right.
Alright, so it's day 3 of the draft.
I don't know. I think that it's so effectively tribalized at this point. It really comes down to not able to confidently do an hour without worrying about getting clips, so you can get people who come see your crowd work. What is your voice? Who do you work for? You'd like to think you're working for yourself, but you're just a platform. They need to find who they are if they ever do anything interesting at all. That's a problem. Yeah. So I'm tired of the attitude. I thought you were being violence in this country. No. I'm tired. They come up back to LA. One guy I want to name his name goes, "Oh, you seem like you're thriving, and I'm killing it." And I'm like, "Whoa, dude! With out because you couldn't survive here." This is a different. It's an animal. It's an
By now, everyone's figured out that Bobby Lee was talking about Tony Hinchcliffe there. The arrogance to come out and claim that you're killing it now, but nobody actually cares about your stand-up act is so typical of the Austin comedy guys. I was reading a post the other day about someone saying how they went to a Tony and Friends show and how surprised they were to see how many empty seats there were everywhere around them. That's the reality for a guy like Tony. People don't watch Kill Tony to see his comedy, they watch it for the spectacle. I mean, that's why I watch it, and I'm a huge fan of the show. We want to see people bomb and get roasted, and the different guest comedians at the panel. Occasionally an open micer murders on stage, and it's good to see. I mean, look at how Timmy No Breaks basically forced his way back onto the show after Tony and the panel clearly hated him. Nobody's tuning in to see what funny questions Tony's going to ask today. We all know it's the same shit on repeat. But like I said, Tony is right about one thing, and even though I agree with a lot of the criticism, guys like Mark Maron and Anthony Jeselnik are purposely drumming up publicity by going after Tony and Joe. And instead of ignoring it, Tony's getting sucked right into their game.
They were essentially
It's special to promote. He's ending his podcast. He's ending it because literally no one's listening to it. I mean, I don't know if you look at the charts at all. No, it's a thing. No one listens.
I just don't get being worked up about stuff ever to be like this, to go in public to be like this scene sucks.
Yeah, and he also calls everybody a hack, and then he talks about Trump for 3/4 of his special, calling him Bad Orange Man, and then talks about the sad cats like he has.
As the mayor of Hacktown, which I call myself, I don't only throwing the H word around, I don't like it. Get on your bones as a hack. Alright? Jump. Get him up there. Let's say it. My only problem with it, it's very sincere. My only problem with it is people can like what they like or hate what they hate. Comedy is hard enough, man. And Austin is 95% struggling comics that are there to try to fulfill this insane thing that we're all trying to do. Guys is called Banks, not individual black sorority right now. But you know what I mean? Like guys going out on Austin and like it's like it's hard enough, man. Shut up, Jared. I'm the mayor of Austin. You moved there 6 months ago. I listened to you at my house in Pennsylvania. I listened to you on Benedict your dissertation on Austin. All right. Everyone is just trying, man. On this crazy little marble we're sitting on this space. Trying to make people work for a living. Right? I suck. Great scene there. And Tony and Joe and a bunch of other guys really helped cultivate this beautiful thing. You made the sale, dude.
By the way, let me just say, you guys would literally have a place in Austin if you didn't have like visitation rights to your children. You'd be freer, you'd be able to go do fun things. We're not tied down to this dark rag infested rolling city. Austin has plenty of rents.
Alright, let's be honest about what's going on here. Big J and Lewis are jumping on the bandwagon as well. This is what makes this whole situation so fucking funny to me. Rogan and Tony are the only ones who are genuinely butthurt about getting called out. Everyone else around them is just going along for the ride. Lewis brought this whole beef up in the first place, clearly farming for clips. Then when Joe DeRosa jumped in with his cream jars take, they completely shut him down. I fucking love it. LA comedians have finally figured out that instead of ignoring the backlash against Austin, leaning into it is the better option. I really think that guys like Lewis and Big J think the Austin comedy circle jerk is cringe, and they're happy to sit on the outside and troll them.
We say like how much Dave Smith came on, like talked to you after that individually. Me and Lewis like, why doesn't Joe embrace us the way he embraces Dave? And then someone brought up the first picture we ever took here. It's so funny as to where it was. I am standing behind the werewolf like I'm again. Lewis is getting sucked off. Lewis is acting like he's getting sucked off by the bear, and Dave is just leaning and touching him. He's going back. His hand on the head gently. Is Dave in the Rogan sphere? I'm trying to figure out how we get in the Rogan sphere. I know for sphere right now.
First of all, Shane doesn't need the Rogan sphere anymore. Let's just move Shane out.
big fan of that position. Even if in Thailand or something, he's got just such a roof he got. They're in the sphere right now on the show. Every time the Roman sphere gets talked about, we never get things. When Cat Williams said 6 unfunny comments, I know that's us. I'm going to have to be one of the 6 unfunny comments. I was trying, he thought I wouldn't have him on. My drive.
Slow Joe strikes again, not realizing he's being trolled by real comedians, and we're starting to see more and more kinks in Rogan's armor. A couple of years ago, I think he genuinely ignored the haters and all the comedy fans who think his comedy sucks, but the backlash has gotten so good now that I think it's impossible for him to ignore. You've probably heard that after a photo of the wall in the Comedy Mothership came out, showing how Rogan had put his comedy special next to all the great comedy specials of all time, he's now had it taken down. There's no way he would have just randomly done that without knowing that he was being widely ridiculed for thinking he was in the same league as the other guys up there. There is no way he's hiding from the dozens and dozens of videos getting hundreds of thousands and millions of views dedicated to shitting on his brand of comedy and how much he's ruined the whole comedy scene. You guys have all seen the top comments on any post related to comedy on his Instagram or on YouTube, all trolling him for being a tall and funny comedian. So it's starting to make more sense to me now that behind closed doors, little Joe's getting frustrated.
Said something interesting. He was talking about last night we were together. He was talking about some people that tend to get a little bit. They blame other people for their failings, or they get critical. You're where you are because you. You did this. Don't blame. Don't then turn and look at successful people and go, "Oh, those guys are assholes." Like, what are you doing, man? No, I didn't have anything to do with your not being a superstar. You did. So why are you turning to people that have been a little more successful and criticizing them? That's exactly right. It's like, have you more last time you took responsibility for where you're at now?
Maybe you want some old salty cow.
Yeah, sure.
Exactly.
Yeah,
definitely, maybe. Sorry, real quick, just remind me who the mentally ill ones are again. Was it us or them? I'm falsely confused now. According to Joe and Tony, there's no such thing as valid criticism anymore. You're either a fan or a salty, jealous hater. There's nothing in between. And the narratives they come up with to cope with the backlash are totally overblown and exaggerated.
You guys and Joe Rogan, he's right. Is that what's happening?
Yes, that's the 2 biggest, most watched podcasts.
Which is such a like the whole Nazi thing. Like, I just don't feel like that's such a 2016 thing to be going on.
With that. I agree that it's played out, but characterizing the criticism as just them calling us Nazis is straight up cope. There's actually a lot more nuance to what Mark and Jezelik have been saying, even if they're just fishing for a reaction out of them. As you saw in those clips I played earlier from Bad Friends, the main issue is the tribal cult-like nature of the Austin comedy scene and how they've appointed themselves as the arbiters of comedy around the world. We heard Rogan say multiple times on his podcast that the Comedy Mothership is the center of the comedy universe and that Kill Tony is the benchmark for comedy around the world. It honestly makes me wonder, has Rogan ever actually sat down and watched a full episode of Kill Tony lately? I mean, whenever he's a guest on the panel, he's either high as a kite or wired out of his brain on nicotine pouches. So I doubt he understands how ridiculous he sounds when he makes outlandish claims like that. As for Tony himself, we're all waiting for his first real comedy special to drop. I wonder which played out jokes he's going to rehash and have to explain later on a podcast after there's a massive backlash against his jokes that nobody understands because there's no apparent punchline. In the meantime, though, if you want to see my breakdowns of all the worst comedy specials and Kill Tony shows, check out the link in the description to my Patreon and become a member so you don't miss out on my longer form uncensored content. Thanks for watching, guys. I'll catch you in the next one.
It does not reach the same levels that we would have later, and it cannot be compared in any way to the Holocaust in terms of its genocide. So,
Another
recall my introductory words. This is a period in which
Aveeno Skin Relief with soothing triple oat complex and improvement for 72-hour hydration.
That's how it was for blue comedy. If you were a comedian that cussed, you were ridiculed by the mainstream comedy guys. That would be like me being on Joe Rogan. Joe don't want me on there. I need to be on Shannon. Joe got 6 comedians that never been funny he want to push out. But that's really how it is.
What's up, guys? Welcome back to another video. Big shout out to my regulars. We're around 70,000 subscribers strong. Just under 6 months, and we're pushing hard to 100K. So if you haven't jumped on board yet, now is the time to do it. But listen, this is what we're doing today. By now, most of you watching this know what went down with Cat Williams on Shannon Sharp's podcast, where he called out Joe Rogan for pushing 6 comedians that have never been funny. And this week, I've been waiting for the Rogan comedy brats to out themselves and own up to their fake success. But that's not what we got. Instead, we got Andrew Schultz completely ignoring what Cat Williams said about him, even though the flagrant episode was almost 2.5 hours long and featured Cat in the thumbnail and title. He basically discussed everything except that brutal accusation. Then we had Brendan Shaw and Brian Callum on the Fire of the Kid trying to convince us that they've never appeared on JRE in the capacity of a comedian and only go on there as fight companions to talk about UFC and boxing. So let's just get this straight for a moment. Brendan has had the most appearances on JRE out of anybody else, and granted, most of his appearances are on the Fight Companion episodes, but JRE was the very podcast that platformed his career as a comedian. I mean, we've all seen the intervention clips and all of that, so I appreciate that not even Brendan considers himself to be a real comedian, but he's not getting out of this that easily. Mind you, he proceeded to fangirl over Cat in an attempt to find affection with him, which almost made me physically sick. But what about Tom and Bert? Well, we'll have to wait 2 to 3 months for their banked episodes from this week to be published before we can make their hot take on the Cat Williams situation. So you just have to sit tight and stay tuned for that. So then I thought to myself, if the Rogan comedy brats are trying to hide in plain sight and avoid the heat, and if Cat himself didn't actually identify the 6 never been funny comedians he was referring to, I kind of feel like it's my duty to identify them individually and explain exactly who they are and why they ended up on Cat's crosshairs. Now, if you're new to this channel, this video is basically going to be a fast track into becoming a channel regular. By the end, you'll be equipped with the bare bone basics on the Rogan comedy brats, how to identify them and their quirks and features. And for my regulars, this will be a good opportunity to brush up on your theory and test your knowledge. Plus, I'll make some more serious comments at the very end of the video for you. So with all that in mind, let's get straight into it. Coming in at number 6 on Cat Williams' list of never been funny comedians is Irish Shafir. I know there's always one of like the pain in the world. Always such terrible stories. Every once in a while, there's a good story. Is gone. I'm here in Charlotte. The team that originally drafted him. That chicken Denver actually didn't stay in Charlotte with the Hornets.
Lie detector tests and then passed the lie detector test, saying that you do not regret whatever it was, a tweet or a story or something about Kobe.
You gotta be true. It's the other man.
I mean, you're insane.
It's just like, oh, I lost some celebrity I've never met. Michael Jackson. I'm so sad. You just keep it to yourself.
But in the immediate wake of the Kobe thing, like you did go pretty quiet, for a moment there.
Dude, I guess they were using my wall on Twitter to dox my friends and managers. So they were on that tweet, they'd be like, hey, here's his manager's address, here's her phone number, hit her up. And eventually they're like, oh, Jesus, you got to out of control. Classy people like her fans. Classy.
I'd like to thank Ari and his people for this beautiful weather. Thank you. Ari used to host the show This Is Not Happening, a show named after his comedy career. Ari is edgy and shocking, which is a really cool thing for a 50-year-old guy to be. Isn't it cool? Ari, it's sad to see you failing like this.
Ari is having a tough time selling tickets, which is sad. At the ripe old age of 49 years old, Ari Shafir looks like he's in his late 60s. Equipped with a Bachelor of Arts in English Literature, Ari has become known for spiking his friends' drinks without their knowledge, trolling dead celebrities in the immediate aftermath of their death, and having a stupid face. He also assaulted a young Asian boy. But by far his biggest achievement to date is his regular appearance on Joe Rogan's Protect Our Hearts podcast, which is up to its 10th episode. So basically, Rogan and Ari watch Mark Norman and Shane Gillis be funny for 5 hours, and then young Jamie uploads it to Spotify, and they call it a podcast. I'm not going to lie, though, they're probably up there with some of my favorite JRE episodes. There's just something about Shane Gillis bullying Ari Shafir for hours on end that turns me on. What are you going to do? I should also say, though, that Ari recently stopped doing his own podcast, which was called Skeptic Tank, in June of last year, which, in my opinion, was an absolute boss move. I think more of the Rogan comedy brats should cancel their podcasts and disappear. And just so you're fully aware of just how much of a terrible person Ari really is, this is what he tweeted out on the day that Kobe Bryant passed away with his daughter in a tragic helicopter crash. Kobe Bryant died 23 years too late today. He got away with an R-word because all the Hollywood liberals who attacked comedy enjoyed rooting for the Lakers more than they dislike R-word. Big ups to the hero who forgot to gas up his chopper. I hate the Lakers. What a great day. Hashtag F the Lakers. This is coming from the guy who spiked his friends' drinks without their permission. Hey, talk about consent. And apparently, that's comedy according to Ari. In fact, it was so funny that the New York Comedy Club cancelled his show after receiving threats about hosting Ari's show. At the time, a representative for the club confirmed that we're no longer working with him anymore, and shortly thereafter, his talent agency dropped him as a client. Following the backlash, Ari switched his Twitter account to private and posted a long statement on Instagram that read, "Every time a beloved celebrity dies, I post some horrible stuff about them. It's just a joke. I don't really hate any of the people. I'm not looking to hurt anyone mourning a loved one, just looking to post some inappropriate jokes for my fans. I've never made fun of the kids on the helicopter. They're not celebrities. Kids dying like that is horrible. Anything for a laugh, hey Ari?" But speaking of deleting tweets, coming in at number 5 is former Fat Slob, Chief Executive Officer and President of YMH Studios, Tom Segura.
If you're still mad about it, just know that it's your mindset and you're thinking like a loser, but you don't have to. You can change the way you think, but you have to accept the way you're thinking right now is not going to get you anywhere. You're being bitter, you're petty, you're insecure, you're not confident. You can change that, but you have to be proactive. I was bothered because I don't like hearing the excuses. The word it extends to also reminds me of, and to me, this has a direct correlation also with health and fitness. I work out. But there's always about I'm tired or I don't feel like there's always an excuse, right? Dude, the courage of people on the internet is unbelievable. It's not, dog. Show what happens. Nuts. Do my hobby right now. So I definitely enjoy watching movies, things like that. Relaxing at the house. I work out almost every day. I'm an auto enthusiast. I like cars. I like going to the track with them. I'm getting my pilot's license. Wow. Flying somewhat regular. It's hard with the tour, but the tour's over. So I'm working on that. So that's kind of the hobby that I have outside of home, which is we're gonna find out that what could have cut you. What could have cars? Yeah, I like cars.
Sometimes serve and Shabbat houses.
Right? Yeah. No, I don't know. Are you Seinfeld cards? No.
Tom Segura's claim to fame is breaking every bone in his body whilst attempting a layup. After leaving the ground momentarily, Tom was brutally assaulted by the wooden gym floor, leaving him with a long road to recovery after requiring surgery. But this would end up being a wake-up call for Tom. During his convalescence, Tom decided it was time to get in shape. And so after seeking out Papa Rogan's advice, Tom employed a personal trainer, bought an ice bath, and pretended to meditate, resulting in an incredible transformation that saw him transition from a 40-year-old overweight neckbeard to a fit 65-year-old man. However, there was a time when Tom Segura was actually funny, but after losing 5 pounds, becoming buddies with Andrew Tate, and doing a few too many laps in his custom Porsche GT3, Tom forgot how to be funny and became a full-blown male Karen. In October of last year, Tom was forced to check his bag by a TSA agent at the airport and was so offended by the hold-up to his busy schedule that he went on a 2-day Twitter meltdown, calling out and abusing the female TSA agent, dropping C-bombs left, right, and center, and attacking anyone who replied in support of the agent by labeling them as poor. You see, Tom's all about that killer mindset. He believes anyone can achieve anything as long as they change their attitude and stop thinking like losers. But Tom would soon have a change of mindset and delete every single tweet from October in an act of self-cancellation that left most of us scratching our heads, given he's such an outspoken critic of comedians being cancelled. It turns out that no one is better at cancelling comedians than themselves. And speaking of comedians who should cancel themselves, coming in at number 4 is the 40-year-old virgin Andrew Schultz.
Explain so much. Because I'm not giving him niggas here. Listen, the guy that is so much of what's a hard movie? No, stop it up.
He's going to maximize profits and cut costs. What does it cost?
Oh, you have to pay for ads. You guys are the ads. It's the Tesla model. Elon never put an advertisement on TV once. He is the marketing. So your whole marketing budget is you guys, and nobody can influence better than you guys can. So you saved them hundreds of millions. Oh my God. Oh, that's genius. Whoever owns Gatorade, we don't know who they are, so they can't be out there. They're not wrestling. They're not on podcasts. They're not boxing. They're not creating news. Like, as annoying as this whole thing with Dylan is, there's still crime attached to every aspect of it. Oh, wow.
One of them is about to be passed out. What is it? It's not weed. It's a zip. It's not a hook. You don't get it. I'm good. Addictive personality for real. This is not gonna make you addicted. Like, I have a really addictive personality kind of thing. So whatever you're doing right there, you're gonna sing like with a mouth full of acorns, but you're not about to get me like no, we're not doing it. I can't do it. You're gonna take it out. You're not gonna oh, hell no. Just try like one. Just try the one. Come on, I ain't so afraid. We drink. I didn't see the whole thing. We finished the whole. I get it. That's so funny. You're talking like shit. One thing I realized, he flew down there. Why don't you try one? You're not going to be addicted. It's such a stupid thing to do.
Andrew's biggest achievement is selling his comedy special Infamous to his fans via his website and then putting it up on YouTube for free a month later. He's also known for starting one of the biggest comedy podcasts in the world called Flagrant, in which he sits around with his buddies, slapping their legs while speaking in a fake accent, and occasionally has their epiphany over something that most of us would consider to be simply common knowledge. But he's also known for having
Yo, dog.
guests,
How are you? Nolan lost YouTube. What up, pimp? What's good, son? Can you hear me? Oh, dude, you can't hear me. That was such a good introduction. Didn't you think it was a good introduction? All right, well, do your thing.
Like of interest in anything they'd have to say. He's mastered the art of swiveling in his chair like a toddler with his knickers and a knot, instead of just sitting normally like a grown man. He also has a stupid haircut. Interestingly though, Schultz is one of the only Rogan comedy rats to have never sold a stand-up comedy special to a streaming service. He's most well known for his 2020 TV series titled Schultz Saves America, which was 4 15-minute episodes taken from a bunch of videos he recorded for social media during the pandemic. The episodes have different names, and it's basically just him sitting in front of a camera doing YouTube videos, stylized as a comedy newscast, similar to something you'd see on The Daily Show. And so at the young age of 40 years old, Schultz is one of the younger broken comedy brats, giving him plenty of time to release his very own Netflix stand-up comedy special, because as we all know, ain't nobody buying one off his website ever again. But speaking of Netflix comedy specials, not only does our next brat have 3 of them under his belt, he also has his very own movie, which failed miserably at the box office, only to be saved by Netflix, who bought it to make him stop crying. You guessed it, number 3 on Kat's list of never being funny broken comedians is the man, the machine, Bert Kreischer.
You just be
What are they
like, I can't just be here, I just enjoy the day. Man, it's like, man, there's just so much read a book too. Read a book.
And
About me?
Rabbi
You don't need to read my book about me, I'll do that. You want to talk book? I'll read his book. I'm gonna sit there and read a Noah Finn novel. Yeah, I just don't get it.
You notice how bad as the internet says, it's like, it's like, oh, there's a Reddit thread about like an overrun when you die. And by the way, that death thing is very real. I get emotional about this. Maybe just a couple times. People just go like,
Thank
thank God we have so much fun. Like, wouldn't it be great if Bert was here and he just walked in with a bottle of champagne and a crazy story, or like I just like
spiritual punishment mentioned in Bulletin. Refers to Christian law.
this comedian.
Capturing process of making vessels kosher.
Bert single-handedly redefined the comedy genre by introducing contemporary art into his act. He recently crapped his pants on stage, wiped himself with a white t-shirt, and then held it up for his audience to see. Up until now, to experience this type of self-expression, you have to visit a local art gallery in New York. But Bert continues to redefine comedy off the stage as well. He's mastered the art of overexposure. Take, for example, his recent appearance on the Ed Milet Show, which I covered in detail in my previous video. Bert thought he'd help promote his podcast appearance by posting a clip on Twitter. There were a grand total of 6 replies to this tweet. Here are 4 of them. That guy who always took his shirt off, made up ridiculous stories, was loud and obnoxious, made everything about him. I wish he was still around, said no one ever. Who was that? Brent Chrysler? Never heard of him. Wow, what an effing ego on this guy. Literally the most overrated, unfunny comic out. Hard pass. Ouch, that last one must be Cat Williams' burner account. And so Bert leaves almost nothing to the imagination, whether it's taking his clothes off at every opportunity or turning every podcast appearance into a therapy session. Bert's narcissism has gotten so bad that when he has a guest on his own podcast, they end up interviewing him. He's like the only child of his divorced parents, Joe Rogan and Tom Segura, except neither of them podcasting. When Bert isn't out drinking, he likes to enjoy other things like drinking in his living room or in the spa, sometimes even in bed. His solution to his drinking problem wasn't to quit. Instead, he decided to get healthy, lose a bit of weight, and start exercising, just so he could become healthy enough to keep drinking. Bert's 12-step program involves walking from the fridge to the couch, and then back to the fridge again for another beer. He's the type of guy to wear the shirt "Rehab is for quitters," unironically. But jokes aside, well, yeah, that's pretty much it. Bert is jokes aside. And it's probably about time we moved on to the second last brat, because this guy really is no joke. His name is Brian Callen.
You're really going.
You're talking about like how you beat everybody in the whole world up.
Yeah, but I was making a joke. That's what they don't realize.
I got reminded of
Fred and I was going to a bit because I was going, yeah, I'll pick you up. And he goes, oh, this is where Brian thinks he's coming. I go, you cut me off. And I just saw that and realized that what happened to me. I got bullied for a full year, and it turned me into a fool. If somebody tries to bully, I'll show up your house and kill you. That's what happens. I get so angry about buying out many times. Bullying me. You know what you're bullying me right now? Here's the problem. You talk to too many guys that let you say that, and then it becomes like fanatic. This is what I do. Do you remember that part? I was about to. This was a long time ago. 5 years ago. I was about to go. Yeah, and I'll tell you something else. You come at me. You better come at me correct. I was going to joke with you. And he thought I was being tough when I first met you. All the things I hang around with. Yeah, those are all toxic, and they've ruined the way you're allowed to communicate with people. That's true. They said stupid. You said stupid. Hey, bro. What do you say? I watched a scary movie when I was a we have to go on a scary movie with them, and it was the most annoying thing I've ever heard. He goes, where's your demon with Grand Man? You know what I would do? Now it says Joe Rogan Street, you got tough on a break out. I saw that, and I was like, hey, I was doing a bit, but I got stuck in the middle of it, and it sounded like I was trying to be tough.
That does make way more sense, because I remember watching like one of his little YouTube commentary videos talking about it, and I'm just thinking in my head, like, what the f*** is Brian doing? Like, you're a real fucking MMA fighter, so you're talking like you're high on. And I was just like, that is weird. Like, of course it's weird. I would never do that. That does make a little more sense.
Yeah, I was literally about to go into a bit, and I didn't really get to something. I will do that. I was cutting you off, and I was saying something about how I was going to beat you up. Bully me, bro. About your UFC bullying. Come right at you. I can pin you on the ground. I don't feel it. You could try. No reason. You could try. And guess what? Guess the nicest way. Come right to your house. You'll be dead. Yep. He needs friends like us because he gets around guys who don't know. Idiots. He started telling me how that I was around toxic people. I was like, oh, jeez, this is. I was like, I don't feel good.
Brian Callen is the same age as Joe Rogan, except he hasn't achieved anything. He appeared as a side actor in a few TV shows and movies, but now he's Brendan Schaub's sidekick on the Father and the Kid podcast. Yeah, that's right, it's still going. He also makes regular appearances on Joe Rogan's Fight Companion podcasts, except he has no fighting experience and he isn't funny. Similar to Bert Kreischer, it seems like the sole reason he goes on JRE is to annoy Rogan. I'll tell you a funny story about Brian Callen, except I don't have any. In July of 2020, the LA Times reported that 4 women had made claims of inappropriate behavior and misconduct from Callen, both physical and verbal. However, Callen vehemently denied the accusations, calling them horrific and false. To my knowledge, the claims have never been proven to the appropriate legal standard, and he has never been charged with a crime. However, he actually filed a lawsuit against one of the accusers and her husband. In January of 2021, the judge ruled in favor of the couple, stating that he did not meet his burden of demonstrating a probability of prevailing on his claim. Here's something for you though. If you go to Brian's website and click on the specials section, you can see all 4 of his comedy specials, complete with links to watch on YouTube, as well as a quote next to each one. That's right, Brian Callen has never sold any of his specials to a streamer. As his Wikipedia page says, they were all released online. But back to his website, next to his 2019 online special called Complicated Makes, the quote reads, "The fact that this wasn't on Netflix is crazy. One if the most majestic performances of his lifetime." Definitely agree. One if the best for sure. Don't forget though, Brian's a triple threat. Podcast host, actor, stand-up comedian. In the About section of his website, part of his bio reads, in addition to co-hosting The Father and the Kid, a top iTunes podcast, Callen is known for being a regular guest on other popular podcasts like The Joe Rogan Experience and Fight Companion. Fans of comedian Brian Callen have rapidly taken an interest in his latest project, a solo podcast titled The Brian Callen Show, and of course the diehard fans of the 10-minute podcast to listen to Brian, Chris D'Elia, and Will Sasso trade stories, jokes, and jabs every chance they get. Wow. So let's take a look at the rapid interest in Brian's solo podcast. After fumbling around his website, clicking on links that took me to the wrong podcast, seriously, bro, you gotta sort your website out. I finally found myself on his off-limits playlist on YouTube. And he wasn't kidding. It's so off-limits that most of his episodes fail to break 5,000 to 10,000 views. By the way, now that I'm here, quick tip for you, Brian. When you upload a video, then unlist, re-edit, and upload it again, make sure you remove it from your playlists, otherwise everyone can still watch it. You know, just in case we're trying to hide something. Whoops. And speaking of whoops, we're finally at the #1 spot on Cat Williams' Brogan 6. He calls himself a business shark, but we all call him a radioactive. Ladies and gentlemen, he's a numbers guy, the one, the lonely Brendan Shaw.
This is the reality of it. I worry about your commitment to fighting. I worry about where you stand, not your commitment to training. Not your commitment to training, not your commitment to giving your all. I think you have one foot out the door. I think you're looking, we disagree. I think you're looking at where the future is going to take you, and you can't do this forever. You know, I think that's a very dangerous place to be. Fighting. And I've seen it with a lot of guys. They're early in their career, they're vulnerable, they're beasts, they're monsters, they're 100% focused on fighting becomes their life, it becomes their everything. And then somewhere along the line, they start thinking, how long can I do this? When's the out time? What's my exit strategy?
For no idea that again suggested
spiritual garments equals lofty action. Also, we must accept Latin monastic code. Without this increases will of garments.
What was said was that there was a guy who was unfunny. I came back with, oh, that's and that's something about a peach emoji, and then but I didn't say your name.
After failing to secure a spot on an NFL roster, Brendan Big Brown Shaw stumbled his way into the UFC, only to stumble his way out several years later with a record of 10-5, having lost 4 of his last 6 fights. Concerned about Brendan's lack of commitment to training and fighting, Joe Rogan infamously convinced Brendan that he wasn't cut out for the fighting game live on a podcast, citing his need to protect his brain from any long-term brain damage. However, while Rogan saved Brendan from further embarrassment in the octagon, he soon realized that he'd solved one problem and created several more. Under the guidance of Joe Rogan and Brian Callen, Brendan then pursued a career in podcasting and stand-up comedy, both of which he continues to this day. Now, the best part of the story is how Rogan convinced him to move out of fighting into podcasting and comedy, but still refuses to let him perform at his own comedy club in Austin, Texas. Let's just break this down for a moment, because this is exactly what Cat Williams was talking about. Rogan non-stop pushed Shaw into our faces for years and encouraged him to work on his craft and improve his skills, yet almost 10 years later, he still refuses to listen to Brendan stand up himself. It's okay for us to have to listen to him, but not for Rogan, the very man who started this mess. Just thinking about that makes me sick to hear. Now look, clearly I've been having a laugh and roasting these guys, but I want to make a few serious comments in conclusion. I spoke about the Joe Rogan effect and the Rogan bump in my previous video about Cat Williams, which you can go and check out. I'll drop a link in the description for you. But I think some of you may have misunderstood me. JRE is Rogan's podcast. He can have whoever he likes on there, and he should be free to do whatever he likes as long as he doesn't break the law, just like the rest of us. If you don't like it, don't listen to it. The corollary to that is all of us are entitled to have an opinion and criticize his decisions. Now, this is where the whole Cat Williams controversy and the Rogan effect and all of that come together. Nobody understands the power and reach of JRE better than Joe Rogan himself. He is in the thick of it, making programming, scheduling decisions, sponsorship, and commercial decisions. You know, all that production side stuff. When Rogan decides to help out one of his friends and push their name out there, I understand that he's just being a good friend and trying to do something good with his power and influence. Fine. But with all that inside knowledge that he has, what I think he's doing is irresponsible. Not to us, because like I said, we get to pick and choose what we want to listen to. That's not the problem, but it's irresponsible to his friends. that's the part of this conversation that I think people have been missing. Someone commented on my previous video that what Rogan is doing is like winning the lottery and then giving away millions of dollars to friends and family, or is it almost never ends up? And a lot of these people actually end up in jail. Now, this isn't that serious, but I still think it's an interesting analogy because what we're seeing now, and it's something I've been documenting here on this channel with my regulars, is that most of these brokers have started to fall off. Now, all of these guys are wealthy millionaires with property investments and share portfolios and all of that. Prove unto them they earn their money and hopefully they've invested in wealth. However, when you start to build a machine around your newfound wealth and fame, like almost all these guys have done, once it starts to crumble, you're actually hurting the people that have become part of that machine. That's why you see these guys with their open therapy sessions on podcasts, crying about the strangest things, endlessly sharing too much information with their fans. All of this started with Rogan trying to do something good for his friends, and I have no doubt that he finds all these guys funny. Sure he does. I'm not saying he's lying to them, but presumably he has the experience and awareness to know that anything he promotes over and over again for years is eventually going to lead to fame and fortune. And to assume that just because his friends are grateful for the exposure somehow means they'll be able to handle it. I mean, let me give you an example. Remember the time when you Cummings brought up that Netflix show Internet, and Rogan straight away implied that it could be Brendan Shaw, and they both cracked up laughing?
You seen this documentary, The Most Hated Man on the Internet?
Who was the most hated man on the internet?
His name is Hunter Moore. I don't know.
Brendan Shaw.
I don't even want to get caught in these crosshairs. I don't even want to be close. There was a time
Now, I think that is one of the funniest moments in JRE history, but there's also a kind of serious side to it, right? For Rogan to say that and crack up laughing at one of his best friends, that has to be one of the most arrogant things he's ever done. We all know that would have absolutely crushed Brendan, especially coming from one of his biggest mentors. And let me just repeat, I cannot watch that clip without laughing. It's absolutely brilliant. Just thinking about it makes me laugh. But Rogan was the one who encouraged him and basically dragged him into a life that he clearly wasn't built for, and everyone could see it. Guys like Shane Gillis, Mark Norman, Tim Dillon, and also Tom Segura. I think Tom's a really smart guy deep down, and he'll figure his way out of all of this and land on his feet. I've said this before, I really want to like Tom. All the other guys on this list I couldn't care less about, but I can definitely see myself coming around on Tom and becoming a fan again. So let's wait and see if that happens. Anyway, sorry, back to what I was saying. Guys like Gillis, Norman, Dillon, and there are probably a couple of others, they're going to be fine. I don't think Kat was referring to those guys, even though they've benefited from the Rogan bump. In my opinion, they would have found fame and fortune anyway because their audience doesn't fall completely under the Rogan universe. For example, there are people who love Shane and Mark but don't listen to JRE and don't think Rogan's funny. But for guys like Bert and Shaw, I think most of their audience tips over into Rogan's audience. So I just wanted to clear that up because most of this video was tongue-in-cheek humor. Clearly it was all just a bit of fun, but I also know that a lot of you like my more serious breakdowns and opinions on these issues. Anyway, that's it for today. I hope you enjoyed this video. Let me know what you guys think in the comments below. And if you haven't subscribed yet, consider jumping on board so you get all my uploads right there in your feed. Shout out to all my regulars. Love you guys. I'll catch you in the next one.
Nathan of Gaza recognized potential inherent in Shabbat's because not only his sidekick, but also his major propagandist.
You know, Rogan said something interesting. He was talking about last night we were together. He was talking about some people that tend to get they blame other people for their failings or they get critical. You did this. Like, what are you doing, man? No, I didn't have anything to do with your not being a superstar. You did. Like, when was the last time you took responsibility for where you're at?
First time we ever done Patreon, 10 years. Can regulate it, because a lot of the Reddits and the YouTube super docs, and you can get them all up. So you have hardcore fans like, oh, thank God, you can finally come again and not get destroyed.
Yeah,
Give me $5 that's cool. That's why I love it.
At this point, I'm convinced that Brian Callen is low-key trolling Brendan. In basically every episode of The Fighter and the Kid these days, Brian brings up a major criticism of your boy and masks it off as a random thought he had or some conversation he was having with somebody else. We saw just a couple of weeks ago how he brought up the shorter life expectancy of athletes and had Chin pull up all the sports that Brendan's attempted over the years just to show everyone how the leading cause of death is heart disease from steroid and PED abuse. And of course, we can't forget the sad reality of CTE and TBIs in football and MMA. Brendan was sitting there biting his nails, squinting as he read off the screen about how his days are no reason. Brian's been grilling Chin about his alcohol abuse and all the various health issues that he's been dealing with as a result. Naturally, Brian has this special way of bringing it up. He has the subtlety of a poet and the precision of a marksman.
So Chin's gonna die, and here's the thing. Well, take your pulse right now.
Ironically, Brian's probably the healthiest person in that storage unit. And so, in keeping with the theme of bullying his producer over his poor lifestyle choices and bad health, Brendan casually brought up his drinking issues because, it's edgy to air your employees' dirty laundry on a podcast just for a laugh. But things quickly turned on Brendan after Brian dished out a piece of advice that seemingly applied more to Brendan than it did to Chin. This was another one of those moments where Brian Callen directed his wise cautionary tale at Chin when he was really speaking to his boy Bubba. Just quickly though, if you haven't already, check out my new channel, More Cringe, which I just launched yesterday, where I plan to cover cringe from all over the internet, not just on podcasts. Shout out to all of you who have already subscribed and helped to get it off the ground. You guys are the best. Alright, roll the tape.
What do you do for the fights, Jim? What makes you drink? So many people were straight after that episode, by the way. What they say? A lot of them on my side, they're just like, did you just do your thing? And then when you do your thing, bro, do your thing. No, and then some people says 2 years. One thing about the internet is you can count on them. Yeah, I appreciate their support. And they also, but then also some people said, like, yeah, dude, we love you. Or this we represented in this area. Yeah, people that care about you, or people that actually are there for your best interest.
We care
about you. Yeah, well, that's what we're trying to help.
thing.
People that say, dude, you're fine, keep doing this, it's not your friend.
I think Brendan and I have been around long enough and had our own issues. And so I think what you have happens is you can get some age on you, is you realize that there's a limit to what you can say and do for anybody. We all have to be our own source of change. Rogan said something interesting. He was talking about last night we were together, and he was talking about some people that tend to get a little bit, they blame other people for their failings, or they get critical, they get and he said, you're where you are because of you. You did this. Don't blame. Don't then turn and look at successful people and go, "Oh, those guys are assholes." Like, what are you doing? No, I didn't have anything to do with your not being a superstar. You did. So why are you turning to people that have been a little bit more successful and criticizing them? That's exactly right. It's like, when was the last time you took responsibility for where you're at, man? Yeah. And that's an important thing. So for me, yeah, sure. Maybe. I don't blame anyone for anything. I'm just like, no, I know you don't. I'm just saying, and I appreciate that. But I'm saying that, we're all responsible for the condition we're in one way or another. Now, things happen in life, but, what are you going to do to get them out of it? And yeah, but there's some salty people out there in our community. They spend a lot of time kind of like criticizing people that are just successful. And it's like, hey, bro, or maybe that attitude is the reason you are where you are.
I seriously could not watch that clip with a straight face. I was literally cringing the whole time as Brian spelled out Brendan's entire career. Nobody is saltier and more bitter than Brendan Shaw. His whole downfall started in the first place because he tried to be someone he wasn't, thanks to his North Star Joe Rogan, who I'll get to in a moment. Don't think I missed that bit. This Mark Maron beef is out of control. But the sheer irony and hypocrisy coming from both Brian and Brendan when it comes to lecturing Jim on taking responsibility for his actions and taking steps to improve his life when they're both sitting in armchairs in some random storage unit in Austin, Texas, making podcasts to entertain their haters and a bunch of bots. Like, imagine being in a meeting at work and your boss randomly brings up that you're an alcoholic with health issues in the meeting about the stationery budget. Brendan has to be one of the biggest hypocrites I've ever seen in my life. Stick around because in a moment I'll pull up a clip of Brendan choking up with tears while blaming everyone else for Brian's problems. He does almost exactly what Joe Rogan was describing through Brian right there in that clip. But like I said, let's quickly switch gears for a minute because when Brian was recalling that conversation he had with Rogan the night before, Brendan blurted out that he was talking about an old salty comedian. And we all know he's talking about Mark Maron. The Rogan beef with Mark is crazy because it all started with Rogan being a little gossip queen and completely making up his own narrative. I know, right? That's completely out of character for a tall and funny comedian like Joe Rogan. Where has he ever done that before?
Rogan texted me the other day. So I was talking about the podcast. Texted to me, he goes, yo, I was like, he pays attention to that stuff. Joe's hyper aware of weird concentric circles. Like he doesn't care about him. He doesn't care about like his he cares about his boys and like just give you a heads up. This guy told me, he sent it to me and I was like, the guy, I'm friends with the guy. I've had him on my podcast 2 times.
What was it about her thing? Like I was on an Instagram live, just doing it. And I was rambling on, like I do. And I was talking about Netflix. And basically what I said was that Netflix has created this cash grab culture where certain national comics can just do, pop-up shows, shit-face, and make millions of dollars. Yeah. And I wasn't talking about her. Do you know who I was talking about?
He was open to change.
And it's not but I decided to just be diplomatic about mentioning that somebody on Instagram was like, talking about Christ. Oh, that's how it's done. And then like I'm scrolling and I see him on a podcast saying like, this guy, we were friends, he's been on my show, I've been on his show, and like he said some shit, and Rogan got that here, and said he's not your boy, and his name rhymes with, and I'm like,
larger and larger.
So Joe, don't read the comments. Rogan created a beef with Mark Maron and Bert Kreischer for absolutely no reason at all. On a side note, I couldn't help but imagine what Dave Chappelle's reaction would have been if Rogan called him up to let him know that Mark had been talking shit about him. He'd probably be like, like the time Joe was explaining to Chappelle how Andrew Schultz is a comedy genius for doing his little skits in the pandemic. And Chappelle didn't have a clue who the fuck he was talking about. And so clearly, according to Brian Callen, Rogan hasn't been following his own rules about ignoring the haters and not giving them any attention. Because it looks like Mark Maron's recent publicity tour for his comedy special has been keeping Joe up at night. It's so funny to me how Rogan this time and time again. Remember how last year he stirred by calling out Rogan on Dan and Sharp's podcast, which led Rogan to cave and invite Kat onto his podcast, which in turn gave Kat so much publicity that his comedy special went straight to the top on Netflix a month later. Now everyone's talking about Mark Maron talking shit about Rogan, and what do you know, Mark's also got a comedy special out. The whole business model of going on JRE to promote your special has been flipped on its shiny bald head. Now, comedians are just calling him out for the same effect. Now, that's genius. Maybe Schultz should try that instead. This is turning into the UFC, except there's no fight and they're just comedians. But I promised you earlier I'd show you a clip of Brendan doing exactly what Brian was describing earlier. How Rogan was saying he's sick of these comedians blaming everyone else for not being as successful as the top 250 are. And what do you know, Brendan was actually talking about Brian.
It drives me, Paul, to be honest. You don't believe this, you don't understand this out. I'm speaking from my daughter, I go like this. I'm gonna look right. It drives me nuts. Nuts. That Brian's at where he's at. I will challenge anyone, any comic, to go on stage after town. I challenge any of those comics out in the floor. If it's the Comedy Store, if we're Zanies, wherever they're at, then you're telling me Brian's not better than 99% of those in comics. It drives me nuts that he's not up there with those guys. He's better than 99% of them. And you want to outcast him over some bullshit? That's what I don't. That's what upsets me. So what makes me proud, and I'm not trying to get mad, what makes me proud is he's not going to lash out at that. Brian's cool. Brian goes to work. Brian's doing the road. Brian's trying to sell tickets. I'll tell you right now, I don't forget. That's not cool. That's why you don't see me in those places.
I know that she was early as look at that hairstyle. On Star Wars. I definitely think so. Sarah.
Oh, do you guys miss Brendan's side piece, Schnoz? Yeah, man. I actually have some solid advice for your boy Bubba, though. You see, the thing is, B, you can't keep blaming everyone else for Brian's actions. At some point, he takes responsibility for where he is. You know, sitting next to a washed-up UFC powerbomb with shit for brains. That's on him, bro. He can't keep blaming everyone else for the allegations that brought his comedy career crashing down. By the way, I thought the reason why you don't go to those comedy clubs anymore was because you retired to be with your family.
Yeah, back in the studio, had a health scare with the baby girl. Because on my social media, she went for emergency surgery. She has trouble breathing. She's been in and out of the hospital. Like I explained on my Instagram post. Yeah, I had to cancel Austin and Nashville. Usually I hate doing that stuff. It happens. But yeah, I think this time I just don't care. That's where I'm at. I gotta be home more. Pull back from touring so much. And I just gotta be home, man. I got it. I can't miss Tigers games. Can't miss my Boston growing up. Baby girl. Just I can't. I'm tired. I've been hustling for over 12 years now. Not that I'm gonna stop doing my pods, but as far as the playing live and stuff like that, I gotta chill out, play new spots in LA, local, SoCal, work out, but going international or going across the United States ain't happening right now. So I'm gonna take a break from that, just focus on family and do my thing, man. Do my thing. So yeah, let's get into it. Enough of that.
You need to get your story straight, Betty. You're going round in circles. First it was family, then it was too many soy boy comedians talking shit about you, then it was because Rogan left LA and you couldn't get any stage time. What are we doing here, B? But the haters have well and truly broken Brendan short, and at this point it's more pathetic than it is sad. The amount of absolute dog shit this man has spoken into a microphone, and then changed his story to make it worse, and then lashed out at people for things that he was entirely responsible for is out of control. And instead of following Rogan's advice to take responsibility for his own actions and improve himself, his solution is to start a Patreon to get away from all the haters. You seriously cannot make this stuff up anymore.
I can't make it, but we don't have to just podcasts. I don't know that he's ever coming, but if it did, that would be
World of
Remember,
sometimes still use
when I first started Patreon 10 years ago, and so then eventually that gets built up enough where it's the same money you are fans, or it's just all free for the actual fans that I'd be down for it. We've never really done. I'd be down for it just for the because we've been around so long. Are we as big as we were 10 years ago? No. But the one thing we have is hardcore fans. So it'd be for them. Yes, that's the reason. Yeah. And you can regulate, so, there's a lot of the Reddits and YouTube is super toxic. You can get rid of all that. So you have hardcore fans like, oh, thank God, you can again and not get destroyed. Yeah. Get made fun of. That's cool. That's why I would you'd have to give them incentives after 12 shows for free shows. Guys that pay whatever $60. You'd have to add content to it. You can't just do the same show. You got it free for 10 minutes. If you get somebody behind the scenes, live shows, you give extra episodes, longer episodes just for the Patreon. Give them a reason to subscribe. That makes sense. Aria, though, that's not good fair. Aria, you'd have to commit to it. It's going to be a beast. It's more work than we do now. Bro, all right. You're afraid. What do you think, Jen? I'm kind of saucy gives. We'll still put up free content. Just adding to it extra stuff for the hardcores, which have been supportive since. Yeah, extra episodes, longer episodes, Q&As, jokes on there. Yeah, and the goal is to eventually get a point where we don't have to pay anything, just and they can just enjoy the content live. That's the biggest thing too. So we don't have to go no, yeah, just somebody can play music on their videos. We don't have to edit the video. Oh my gosh, it's great. It's the Wild West of really. Just be really raw. I mean, you guys are pretty raw as is, but every now and then we'll have to do something. We'll say a few outlandish things. You should have edit out. Not just that, but just like saying names of people that you don't want to put them out there. That kind of stuff. Give you something else. Even current. Have you guys heard this story? This is wild. I love my serial killers.
That is classic Bubba right there. The real reason I'm starting a Patreon is for the hardcore fans. It's for them. But also, it's so I can hide from all the toxic haters on YouTube and Reddit. Let's get real for a second here. The real reason why Brendan never started a Patreon is because without ad-free and paid subscription, it was easier to pay for all the bots. I'm being serious, think about it. They start a Patreon, they buy a bunch of fake memberships to boost the numbers, but because there are no ad reads, they can't offset the cost of all the bots. So what would be the point? There's no one to fool. And for the life of me, I cannot understand why these so-called comedy podcasters insist on having production meetings in the middle of a podcast. Tom and Bert do it as well. Guys, nobody wants to hear that shit. Have a conversation behind closed doors, make a decision, and then announce it. Talking us through the pros and cons of a business decision is fucking boring. Not only that, Brendan's in for a rude shock if they ever do start a Patreon. Does he really think a bunch of homeless cats won't start to control him for the low price of $3 per month? And no ad reads too. I smell a bargain here, guys. Brendan, you should definitely do that. I can't wait. Sign me up. Incidentally, check out the link below in the description to my Patreon if you want to see my uncensored exclusive content. I'm currently working on a video covering the disaster Kill Tony show in London. That Tony Hinchcliffe and Brian Redban have been hiding from us, so check that out if you're interested, and don't forget to subscribe to my other channels right here on YouTube as well. Thanks for watching, guys. I'll catch you in the next one.
He was able to exonerate himself from all charges. As Rabbi Rothschild was as well. Later to Israel.
For eternity, victory. One of the 10 Sephiroth.
The reverberations of the Sabbatean debacle
for the eternity of Israel will not lie.
The last expression of this, or the last really organized expression of this, occurred in Poland under the leadership of someone who claims personally to be the reincarnation of Shabtai Tzvi,
Second section of
Jacob
Tanakh.
Frank, shown here. And I don't think I want to
Work off the perk.
balance this lecture by going into too
One
much
of the
detail
6 orders of the
Jacob
Mishnah
Frank,
focus
but
on
the
civil law.
ironic parallel with Shabbatai Tzvi is that while Frank also proclaimed himself the Messiah,
refers to loss of
unlike
family
Shabbatai
purity
Tzvi,
when a woman
he
menstruates.
did not appear to
Bitter
have
Hebrew
the
Yiddish
same
for passed
level
away.
of muscular
Respectful
mental
term
illness.
for someone
He
deceased.
seemed to be more of the charlatan type. I think when you casual
Hebrew
outside
for
reading
melody.
would reveal that.
Looking cute.
And ultimately, when he came
Used for
under
davening,
fire
corrections,
from
and
the Jewish
meditation.
community that wished to place bans on him, ultimately they did put
It
him
does
in
have
there.
on a header for preparation melody.
Which
Some
would
before
mean
prayer
that
or
Jews
study.
would be forbidden
It
to
does have on those
associate
Hebrews
with
for
him.
service
Rabbi off the
melody.
chain. Two chains. Rabbi off both chains.
He sought refuge in
Nicodemus Shabbat unique melodies composed by Rabbi Rothschild, often wordless.
And one of the great criticisms leveled against him was that he was not following the dictates of the Talmud.
Historic Hebrew for
Discussed the
hidden.
lecture a little while ago. This was something that the bishop warned
Refers to Kabbalah and Chassidus as opposed to Nagla equals revealed Torah.
To attack the Talmud as something which would otherwise be, it's a
Long
argument that's
poetic
very
prayer
noxious
recited on
impact
Shabbos and
on the
Yom
Jewish
Tov mornings.
population of Poland,
Which
preventing them
was
from
told Chai
converting
Hebrew
to
for the soul
Christianity.
of
So
every living thing.
Jacob Frank
Opening of that
obliged
prayer.
and actually converted to Catholicism. That's kind of like
Messianos Hebrew for
parallel
text.
Shabtai Tzvi.
Spiritual challenges meant to elevate us to
converted to Catholicism, largely for opportunistic reasons.
middle
connection
Mac
with
Yiddish
this
term for
particular
Christmas.
bishop who
Eve when
sheltered him.
Shabbat
And
custom is
in
to
so
refrain
doing,
from learning Torah.
resulted in the
Did
confiscation
not
and
those Hebrew
destruction
for
of
spar.
some 10,000 Talmudic volumes. A huge loss.
In Chassidus,
to
refers to
the
divine
Jewish,
sparks hidden in the
intellectual
physical world.
heritage in Poland
Did
at
not
that time.
Lucas Hebrew for spark
He
of
later went on
godliness.
now as
Each
a
soul contains a
nominal
divine spark.
Catholic, but still, presenting his vision of himself as
Its
a
genius Hebrew
Messiah,
for eternity.
traveled throughout Europe.
Often
His
used about
daughter
Torah and
Ava, shown
principles.
here,
Nibble
took
Hebrew
off
for
after
foul
him,
speech.
following in much the same vein. Women involved with similar activities, incredibly antinomian behavior.
Dog, nobody gives a shit about your fucking partnerships, Amazon. Go fuck yourself. With head shit
For interested
blow up.
harmonious in halachic judgments.
In defeat. Frank
Gnostic
herself
Hebrew
died
for
penniless,
practices.
but nevertheless, you see the
Used when
same
describing customs. He has
readiness
nothing like
for
the
the
Minite
Messiah
Shabbat.
that
Gnostic Hebrew for before,
characterized
in
a
front
certain
of,
number of the Jewish followers of both Shabtai Tzvi
used in
and
prayer.
Jacob Frank.
With night action Adonai.
That's kind of like sums
Salat
up
Hebrew
this
for board.
huge intellectual,
Intelligent
spiritual
refers to
whirlwind
something newly
that
created
has
each week.
tremendous
Okay,
impact on
576.
Shabtai Tzvi over
500.
Europe.
576.
Notion units for women.
But that's where I
Often
think
in
I'd like
the
to leave
achievement
it for
slang.
today.
The
Let
notion
me
section.
thank you all for listening to this brief
Note
overview.
your chest
of
ever for
excellent
preserver of kindness. Part of the 13 attributes of mercy. Noy Sukkah Hebrew for decoration of the Sukkah. Beautifying the mitzvah. Nusset Hebrew for virgin, liturgical rite. Shabbat uses Nusset Hari as ordained by the Alter Rebbe.
century in particular. And we're going to focus on
Nusset Hari Shabbat liturgy based on teachings of the Arizal, codified by the Alter Rebbe.
Specifically, we're going to look at the rise of
Yusuf
Protestantism,
Ashkenaz Sarite of most Ashkenazi Jews.
opposition of the
Yusuf Setfon prayer rite influenced by Kabbalah, used by many Chassidim. Apostle Hebrew for 10.
important intellectual books that had massive
In
consequences
fact,
for
the Apostle
the
means
next
the resting
couple of
place of the
centuries,
Lady
right up until where we
Rebbe
are
in Sweden,
today.
New York, central site of pilgrimage.
Debates that raged in the 1700s and the 1800s
Apostle Torah
are
Hebrew
still
for
very
10th of
much
Torah.
so
Refers to as yeshiva or means the grass.
one has
Or
to
Hebrew
already
for life.
orient oneself within those three movements and
In
triangulate
Kabbalah Chassidus, refers to divine emanation or Ein Sof equals infinite life. Or Ein Sof Hebrew for infinite life. A central Kabbalistic concept of Hashem as infinite revelation. Hashem light of life. Refers to the commentary on the Torah by Rabbi Chaim Ben Hatter.
all within these three basic modern Jewish books.
Or Hatter a Shabbat set of memory by the Kizim of Kizedik. Or Hebrew for inner life.
Here's a great
Chastity is
photograph.
the divine energy that permeates and is eternalized. Forma Hebrew for
Shoot a shoot, baby.
refers to divine influence that transcends and surrounds creation. Those in fact Yiddish slang for in a fancy way. Sometimes used as far granted. With Yiddish for letter or out finish. Slang. Part is we equals he has done for.
Pioneers the use of the term long 19th century,
Which also Yiddish slang for someone who left the from Shabbat lifestyle. With a token Yiddish slang for held back or restrained.
somewhat longer than 100 years.
With a Yiddish slang for cried out. So is Bart Yiddish for outcast. Used negatively in slang.
To the fall of communism in
So is Bergson Yiddish slang
Thick
to throw
boy.
out, reject. So is didn't say she Yiddish for blessed out. Said when someone seems lucky.
Jewish history at large, we're still in the 18th
So is Surer
century.
Yiddish for fully learned,
Very,
well
very long
educated.
18th century.
Sometimes
And
ironic.
here are the three
So is
figures
Kibbutz
that are
Yiddish
crucial
for all dressed
for
up.
our understanding and the relationships with larger movements.
Salam Hebrew for world.
First, we have
In Kabbalah, refers to levels of reality along Hasiya, along Ketzera, etc. Along Kalam Hebrew for world to come. Refers to ultimate spiritual reward after resurrection.
Israel Ben Eliezer, who we'll talk about a little bit today, God willing.
Along Beza Hebrew for this world. Physical existence contrasted with Along Kaga. Along Hebrew plural for world.
And the Rabbi Rothschild, although he is really
Refers to multiple spiritual planes in Kabbalah. Along Einstein Hebrew for infinite world. Mystical concept of the unlimited divine realm.
And so he's appropriate for our age.
Along Hadabu Hebrew for world of chaos.
He represents obviously
In Chasidus, a primordial state of divine life before rectification.
Then there is
Along Pontic in Hebrew for world of rectification. The balanced state where divine life is harmonized. Hana Hebrew for time period. Intelligence refers to conjugal obligations between husband and wife. One at Hebrew for delight, pleasure.
Literally that
Central in Chasidus, one at Shadow Hebrew delight of Shadows. One at Shadow Hebrew for Sabbath delight. The reality, they put it called Authors name of famous refer to author Carmen Authors, the authority the Aramaic translation of Torah. On Hebrew report, Lord. Title of the elected word. What was the radical practice of the righteous? Classic English author text. For all Hebrew for all. Refers to the most effective for and English for all. Except the low Hebrew for communication.
Yo, dog. What's going on? Fuck you, dog. No one wanted to fucking talk with you.
Okay, so Rampage Jackson's live reaction to his son attacking that wrestler. He was saying he was hoping it was staged. It was not. He knows his son's going to jail. He even said it. Kind of find it odd that the second thing was like, he's gonna go to jail and get paid. I don't know how much that's actually going to help. The problem is, during telling each other, was going to do. So it was 100% premeditated. He said, "Here, Jack, I'm going in there and really hit that guy." And that guy was an idiot wrestler.
Occasionally they'll misplace
Talking about Yiddish slang exclamation like
That guy
word
was a
is.
veteran, although I think
Or Yiddish exclamation.
but that guy was an idiot. I
Surprise,
was shook
grief, or
hands.
frustration.
He's bullshit.
lecture starts so
His
early in
son
the morning.
was going to do a
Talking
run.
about Yiddish for only not slow. Strong word expression is just voice. Or they Yiddish for
Really hit
over.
him once.
Common Jewish slang for frustration or difficulty.
But he went
Okay,
off.
so
He
what
went
I'd like
crazy.
to say
and I was gonna go to jail.
Or they
The guy,
Yiddish for
I
low
do
speed.
believe, is up now.
Expresses being
And he's
overwhelmed.
really messed up.
Or Yiddish for
So,
upon.
his son is lucky that he did not kill him.
Lake
That is one of the
Many
rampage
phrases
is
not
lucky.
equal get at
But
friends
his
not
son,
equal equal to
that
equal
was,
to
they also
Henry.
have
I mean,
rebellious
the only way his son is really going to go
Or
and get out of
prophetic
it.
Yiddish folk
And
talk
this is
meaning
still
on
a
hard.
in opposition to
Learned in
something.
many
His dad
Jewish homes.
does have money,
Or
and
Yiddish
it
for have or
might
done.
cost
Slang.
So all three of these movements
Particle
Upon
is
real
and equal he has done with
intellectual
get out of
rebellion.
it.
voice
Because at the end of the day, I mean, I don't know how much rampage Jackson has in the bank. I would assume
voice is Yiddish slang for
rich
breastfeeding
kids
word.
do tend to get
Voice
away
is
with a
Yiddish
bunch.
slang for exhausted or
That is
out.
just the reality of the situation.
Voice for
There is a
Yiddish for called up.
possibility that
Also means we not all the announcements
he
in
throws
some
up enough
communities.
money, especially
Voice
to
for Hebrew for those who
definite
forbid.
lawsuit.
They are rebels of discovery.
Pay off
Term
that
galactic
guy,
dispute.
maybe not
Founder Yiddish slang for big shot or someone who acts important.
throw up millions of dollars, promise to do like
Hard is
10
the
or
Hebrew
20 years
policy
of
good.
probation.
Sustenance.
But they
Commonly
claim
used when wishing
fine.
someone financial
Might be a
success
chance
rather
they
than
got
has
something
legitimate hard
do
stuff.
something
Probably
innovative,
not.
something which
Since
has
he's
been
dummy
discovered
was
Hard
live.
is Hebrew for community leader
said
or one
that
who
ancient
provides for
original,
others.
but has
Hard not being
Exactly.
plural and
Folks
hard
like
is
to
leaders of the community.
I am just putting it out there though
they
that
perceive
there
that
is a possibility being
Intelligence relates to blessings and kosher bread laws on the world.
either it's sneak out
for something that has always been
but
Contact
I
on
mean,
Hebrew
I
properties
has
of a
been,
non-Jew.
much more
Rather
constrained
equally
and
restricted to
focused
avoid
Rampage is
assimilation.
when the
Contact
rampage
Hebrew
is
for
like
bread made by a Jew.
the rampage Jackson has his own problem.
more available than
Considered
Like,
preferable
ever
according to
before.
religion.
Reporters and
Contact
stuff.
Starting out of
Hebrew
the
for
But even
Hebrew
when
is
Rampage
qualified.
Jackson sees
That's
that,
beautiful. What is this? Is innovation?
and Rampage
For a
doesn't
non-kosher
even know
religion
that
is testimony.
he's probably just
Had
assuming
their
that
ambition
his
for
son
bread.
just lost
Same
it.
as Hebrew cause.
Not even knowing that his son
religious
Had on the
planned that out.
opposite Hebrew for bread that
He's
comes with
talking
filling
to his
pastry.
chat.
Selected category that they get in on us instead of ham oxy. Pattern Hebrew
But
for
even when he
exact.
said that, I don't think the people in his chat were probably like,
Used in
"Oh,
selected
yeah,
rulings when someone is not obligated to go. Sometimes still pattern, able assurance,
I mean,
exempt but
he
more
was trying to kill that guy. That wasn't the purpose.
But the whole idea
And if he had killed that guy,
It's meant to leave the corner of the field and harvested for the food.
certainly goes all the way
Current
back
Hebrew for
there
chapter.
are very
even Abraham
Used
has
in Mishnah Gemara or first day of those Torah page.
Ezekiel and
Parent
so on.
Hebrew for
So the
separation.
idea of like bringing more of that Kabbalah, more of that position,
Refers to abstinence before Yom Kippur or before receiving the Torah at Sinai.
was something that
Passive Hebrew for
There
Passover.
is kind of a technicality thing there, but I don't think
Refers
it
to both
applies
the
here.
holiday and the
Now,
Passover.
here's the weird
Passive Sheni Hebrew for second Passover.
colleague.
that's really
Second chance to bring slaughter for those who missed the first.
Interesting to me
Second
how
Hebrew
about
for
the
fake
guy
meeting.
killed the guy, but he couldn't be held responsible.
First level of Torah interpretation opposite of rash, remez, soft.
If any
Passive
defense could
Hebrew
be
for
given,
opening doorway.
his son could give the
Galactically
defense
in laws of
the
the
guy
era
told me to run in.
for the whole
Fear the match.
We're not saying
That
that
guy
Kabbalah
did
is
tell me to
Attached
leave
in the
him
Hebrew
alone.
for opening the code.
I'm
Named
not
of
saying
standard
he's gonna
Israeli
get
city
away with
founded
it
by
because we all
religious
had
Jews.
to.
have
Like even a great colleague thing
acceptable
wasn't
boundaries
reported
and
as moderated because they were
have
like,
ideas from much larger bodies of
we felt like
Consider Arabic for
guys,
table.
well, he was a student
Sounds part of the scholastic text.
they perceive
Colorado that had this deck.
innovation
Schools were
of
responsible.
bringing
Tables
those
Hebrew
restricted
Yiddish for side locks.
to the
He's probably going to come
Traditional
up
side
with
locks
some
wrote
sort
by
of
observant
defense
Jews.
against the
in
law.
that video he
Should
streamed.
not happen because
He's talking to that guy, and that guy is like,
Refers to various redemptive acts sitting on heaven, sitting on the fish.
that means really hit him,
rather than
but common sense.
Sitting on heaven Hebrew for redemption of the first sponsors. Scholastic ceremony performed on the 31st day of Undecker.
very important.
Even receipt doesn't even really mean like,
Which
really
Sitting
like
on the
full
fish and
force
Hebrew for
guy.
redemption of Tesla.
Make sure
In Shabbat, a letter requesting Abraham's blessing, contemplation, and uncle. Legal Hebrew for rejected offering.
That'll be interesting.
Let's just go back.
Let me know your thoughts in the comments.
Sacrificial being invalidated by improper intention. First date of those Hebrews for ethics of the fathers.
Of the year in the summer. There's a particular crop of
Last date of Mishnah studied especially in summer.
that's called tada.
Hired Hebrew for separation.
That means
In Tacitus, refers to disunity caused by evil.
This is Roger Jackson, son of
Hyros
legendary
Hebrew for
fighter William
exclamation
Rampage
commentary.
Jackson. And if you haven't seen the video
For
yet,
joy
you have to
commentary
see
featuring
that
Mackie
shit.
and Hyros.
So to give some backstory to this whole thing, Roger was invited by his friend AJ Mana, someone who's wrestling on the card that night for Knox Wrestling. Roger even states later that he does not care about wrestling, that he's only there to support his friend AJ.
Yeah, AJ's mine is on the fight card. That's the only reason why I'm here.
AJ takes Roger to the back to the wrestlers that he's familiar with, the ones that he actually knows.
Presidents have fucking hate you.
And that's when Psycho Stu decides to come up behind Roger, stick his belly and hands at the hips to get some Roger, unfazed, not caring, just decides to keep talking to the dudes until Psycho Stu decides to take matters into his own hands.
I'm gonna kill him. Where's he at? Psycho Stu. Psycho Stu.
About labor law.
You don't know me? Hell no.
Special meaning that something brings real,
This is where
tangible
things start to go
results.
south. Unfortunately, the dude was probably pretty drunk already, didn't know what was going on, and saw the camera and Roger, and thought that this was some sort of skit, or that Roger was another pro wrestler recording something for the promotion. The worst part about it being that this guy took one of these prop cans to Roger's head, not knowing that Roger was already recovering from a concussion that he got in a light sparring from a spinning kick just a couple of days ago.
I didn't know my pops. How does my head feel? I'm still fucked up. I'm not gonna lie. That's kind of the reason why I didn't stream earlier. I was supposed to stream. I was supposed to stream going to fucking paintball with AJ. But my head was fucked up. I was throwing up and shit. My dad. Yeah, I'm fucked up right now, guys. Okay, that's all good. Yeah, I know I need a fucking rest, but yeah, so I'm gonna take a break from it for a while, but you know, my coach, my teammates, Andre, who was streaming last time, is on a pro wrestling show, and I told him I'll come and support, and I wanted to bring you guys with me. Get an MRI. I'm gonna go definitely get checked out one day. My head still feels like funny. I'm not gonna cap.
He can then hear Stu ask Roger if he's going to sell it, when he has to get reminded by his fellow wrestlers that he is not one of them, and is not one of the workers.
He's not a fucking worker, bro. Calm down. Yeah, what the fuck is that?
After telling Roger that he didn't know who that was, Steve gets reprimanded by AJ. AJ gets pretty upset and lets him know that he's just a worker and that he needs to not be on all the time with him. After getting rejected twice, Stu realizes that Roger was having bad parts of his apology until somebody suggests that Roger can interrupt this match and give him his receipt then. Then Roger accepts the apology.
So we'll set it up. We'll have them come out and go on your mat so we can seal the whole thing. We'll make something out of that. You know what I'm saying? All right.
After setting up the interruption for Roger on Stu's match, AJ comes over and lets him know the game plan and tries to explain what went on with Stu.
Another thing is, even when we are working like that, you don't fucking so when you run on his shit, you fucking give him that receipt. Remember what a receipt is. Give him that fucking receipt, go tag his shit. If you want to put it off, fucking run out there.
After being given the go-ahead to get this guy his receipt, Roger's on good mode for the rest of the night.
I'll get it done today. As long as I get all the way back home, I'm straight.
This is kind of the turning point in the night as Roger gets time to chill out and kind of think about everything. Gets rage baited by all the comments on the street.
Why didn't you fuck that guy up? Because they would have done something and they would have kicked me out of this. Then it would be question. That shit pissed me off, bro. I didn't even hurt. It just pissed me off. It's just crazy. This is like
Now, at this point of the night, Roger's dad rampaged up and what's been going on with this on his kick streak in the comments.
What's my son's name?
Phenomenon where the text is written one way but reads differently. Either name of the letter cost.
For the rest of the night, Roger gets successfully reiterated by every single person in his comments that he can know that he's a fake crash out, a pussy, and pushover, and just gets disrespected everywhere he goes.
That's a good question. I don't know. You can't. It's not matter of Hebrew or honor of the Torah. Exactly. Watch. My dad can't never come in and bitch. Straight up. Tell me to fake him, wish I could hit him for real. Exactly. People think this shit's complete. People think this shit's a fucking game. Straight up, bro. I'm just really, like I said, because I'm really feeling off at the end of the day. The nigga ain't no fighter, but I'm gonna really have to show him my nigga can't just hit a fucking can on my goddamn face. W, if you wanna see me, if you wanna see if I can pick him up. W. It was not a fake can, bro. It was not a fake can. I'm telling you that shit right now. It didn't hurt, but it wasn't a fake can. It was a real ass can.
After getting cooked by the comments, Roger gets impatient and stands up and asks one of the warriors when the guy's coming out so he can interrupt and slam the head of the beer.
I don't know when I'm getting in the ring. I can ask. Let's go ask.
That was the only thing Roger needed to know. Now he knew that he was going to suck that nigga up once he got that. Roger then starts to pull everything out of his pocket one by one. I think at this point, there was no getting Roger back. He was dead set on what he was going to go in there and do. Before Roger was ready to get back to the bench, the cameras get different angles of the you didn't know what the exact fight was.
Let's do this.
I can't really read what they're saying right here, but I know that the guy behind him is the one that gave me the signal to go. For the rest of the video, you can't really hear anything. The audio is pretty messed up. I don't know what happened to the camera, but it happened to stay that way. Basically, the point of it is Roger tries to basically gets jumped right here. He got bit a couple times. He gets walked out of that place, and they follow him out.
He, of course, essentially would be much of the story of
Roger makes it outside the venue, and as you can see, kind of behind him, I want you to pay attention to this dude in the blue. He follows him, makes some threats to him. He's basically trying to get him to come back. I think what he was trying to do is distract him long enough for the police to come, because I know that they had called the police immediately after he attacked him. So I'm guessing he was going to try and fight him or stall him long enough to keep him there. But the point of it is he was trying to rage bait Roger into fighting somebody else.
sharpening his action.
Tell them motherfuckers playing with me, bro. Real shit.
Right here.
My little bitch fucking hitting me. Tired of everybody fucking playing with me and shit. Nigga, I'm always playing and shit. Call me bitch and shit. Not no fucking bitch, bro. At the end of the day, I'm standing up for my fucking self. I'm tired of everybody fucking playing with me, bro. Real shit.
Spiritual leader of Florida Academy.
Come on, man. We can leave it, man. We're walking away, bro. That's not your shit. Let's go. Come on, Roger. Let's go. Let's go, Roger. Let's go. Roger, let's go. Roger, I'm telling you, let's go. You listen to me. Listen to me, Roger. You need to listen to me right now, Roger. Let's go.
I don't give a fuck. You got something to do with shit.
Let's go.
You ain't gonna do shit to me, bro. You ain't gonna do shit to me. You can't fuck with me, bro.
Let's go.
You can't fuck with me.
Let's go. Let's go.
Following
Let's go.
Associated with ritual for young rabbis.
Piss me off, though, Andre.
Community rabbis. Last line in the Peter world for rabbinic mentors. Second era native people form used in Talmud for rabbis. Rabbi teacher of Torah. Rabbi Meir is known for galactic ruling.
As you can tell by the heavy breathing and pacing around, Roger did not want to hear that guy is not awake and flatline. Probably thinking that he killed him and facing a lot more jail time than he's already facing. Thankfully for Rampage Jackson, Roger's dad went as a psycho stays awake and stable, that he does not condone any of Roger's actions. He suffered a concussion recently and probably shouldn't have even done anything that involves physical contact. I just want to know what you guys think. Do you think that this is just a string of bad decisions from Roger from the entire night crashing out?
The merciful one desires the heart. Used in justice for sincerity in its path.
Hasidic
single
movement back
text
to the Lithuanian
refers
Slavic
to
movement,
spiritual
Chabad.
tremor or excitement.
So they're primarily to the north, but as a Venn
Riga
diagram,
has denied
they're
Shabbat
overlapping
slang.
with Hasidim. Finally,
Riga has
you
taught
have
for
the
special
Galactic movement,
focus.
the Haskalah,
Riga has
which
taught Yiddish Shabbat
also
slang.
has penetration into Eastern Europe, but is
The
really
Riga's passion
based
for what
in
he
the
emphasized strongly.
northern German
Reg is a Yiddish
So
slang.
those are one of the
A
major
Riga story, usually
centers of
miraculous.
Haskalah in the early period, and these three movements
Reg
would
uniting
interact with
Yiddish
each other
slang.
over the course of the
Matters
18th
related to the
well
Riga.
into the 19th century, and many of their arguments continue to
Riga
be
has
pursued.
Margren and Shabbat slang for
Well,
gatherings
what
with the Riga.
exactly is
Rosh
Hasidus?
Hashanah
What do we
Hebrew
mean
for head of
when
the
we say
community.
Hasidus? I did point to the Kabbalah earlier, but in terms of like what's
Rosh
important to
Mezuzah
Judaism,
Hebrew for head of a
how
mezuzah.
does
Middle High
Hasidism
Yeshiva
differ
Rosh
from
Haklali
the
Hebrew for
traditionalists?
general
I will
principles.
remind you that
Talmudic phrasing.
one of the elements of
Latin Hebrew for
Judaism
will.
that distinguishes it from its daughter religion, Christianity, or its
Chasidus, the
granddaughter
divine
religion,
will that underlies
Islam,
creation.
less so
Rato
Islam,
Isham
is
Hebrew
the
phrase
notion
from
that
Ezekiel,
while
running and
Judaism
returning.
has some key tenets, like, for example, the
In
idea of
Kabbalah, Chasidus
monotheism,
refers to
life after
spiritual
death,
yearning
these
followed
are
by
all
grounding.
classic elements
Rapidly in
of
Hebrew
Jewish
for
thought,
supreme will.
anticipation of the Messiah. But these basic ideas of
God's
belief,
ultimate
of
desire in
intellectual
Kabbalah.
commitment,
Latin
can be
Protestant Hebrew
summarized
for
in
lower will.
a very small
Human
number.
will aligned with
There
material
are various
drive.
counts, depending on which of the medieval authorities you look at, but you
Latin
can
Passion
basically
Hebrew
count
for God
the
as
key
will.
things that Jews must believe
Galactic ideals.
easily on one set of
Rato
hands.
Hebrew for
There's a
running,
small
yearning.
number of mandatory beliefs for Jews. On the other hand,
Spiritual
you've got
striving
a huge
upward.
number of
Riga has
practical
Sichos Yiddish
requirements.
Hebrew slang for
Judaism
the
is in
Riga
many ways
has
much
thought.
more about practice than it is about belief. Like, what
Riga
do you
has
do
Tigros
with your
Shabbat
day?
slang for the Riga has
Judaism
letters,
traditionally
often used as spiritual
has a
guidance.
highly regulated set of rules codified
Riga
in
has
6
Tizet Yiddish
and
slang for
13
notes submitted to
commandments,
Riga
which
requesting
dictate,
blessings.
how you're
Riga
supposed
has
to live
Tizaga
your life.
Hebrew for the
So,
Riga has will
if that
testament.
is the more important measuring stick of
Roki
what
Ashmi
is
Eagle
Jewish,
Kabbalist
how do Hasidism
Raj
stack up
Galactic
against this
principle.
background? So,
Majority.
if we put this little chart together and we look at the
Raj
practices
Raj
of
Talmudic phrase.
those groups,
Double
let's
majority.
say first, one
Raj
of the key
consider
ideas
Hebrew.
is, do you
Majority of the
believe
community.
that there are
Important for
613
galactic ruling.
commandments, meaning that the Torah comes from Sinai, from God,
Gnostic Yiddish
and
slang.
that it
Critical or pathetic.
defines these
Raj
613
Hebrew for
commandments
chapter
that
headings.
the rabbis have
Written Hebrew for
articulated in
first.
the oral Torah, through the Talmud in particular, the Jewish
Also
law.
refers to
I
the
would
first
say,
of the
well,
Risonic
absolutely,
authority.
that's our bread and butter. That's
Risonic
what we do all
Abrahamic
day,
Hebrew
is study
phrase.
those commandments. And then see
Early
them
authorities
also say
and later
yes.
authorities.
So, okay, right, that's a really clear distinction. This, by the way, to jump ahead
Galactic
to the 20th
categorization.
century, certain
Seder
emphasis in
Hebrew
the
for
19th
order.
century, this is a
Most
key
famously the
distinction
Passover
with
Seder, also
modern
used for
movements,
structured
which are
study
now called
time.
denominations of Judaism, that might not necessarily agree
Seder
that there are
Ishko Shelet
613
Shabbat
commandments.
Kabbalah.
And even though among
The
the
chain of
Orthodox there
descent
may
of
be
divine
some
energy
discussion
from
of
infinite
well,
God to
this
physical
particular
world.
commandment number 82 isn't really a commandment, it's just a rabbinic
Seder
enactment,
Minyan Shabbat.
but you forgot
And
one
order
other
Sabbath
that
Minyan
high
Samnega
students
Far
make
Brennan.
613.
Seder for the
That's
Hebrews for order of
perfectly par
service.
for the course for traditional Judaism, but in the 19th
Refers
and
to Yom
20th
Kippur
century,
temple
then
service
people
or
would say,
spiritual
in the name
discipline.
of Judaism,
Sefer
no,
Hebrew for oath,
we
usually
think that there
Torah
are
text.
only 10 commandments, or we think that there are even no commandments, that it's
Sefer
all
Hashidus medieval
later
galactic
creation.
work listing the
This is not yet the
613
8th
mitzvahs.
century
Sefer
Hasidism
Hamemorim
form.
collection of
It's not
Shabbat
this
Rabbi
at all.
S. discourses.
Let's look at some of the key parts of it, like the observance of
Sefer
Shabbat.
Hashikos
And by the way,
compilation of
the
Shabbat
next three,
Riga
this
S.
one and the
thought.
next two, are really sort of like
Sefer
the,
Torah
when a
scrolls
person wants to
handwritten on
convert to
parchment.
Orthodox Judaism, these are, in my experience, limited
Sefer
experience,
Tanya
these are the three things
foundational
that
Shabbat
they
text
really
by the
come
Alter
to,
Riga.
because learning and practicing Judaism in this traditional
Sefer
form
Chametz
is a
book by
lifelong
Rambam
endeavor.
enumerating the
Study of the
613
commandments itself
commandments.
is part of the
Sefer
whole
Hazelberg
package.
classic
So
Kabbalah
it's
work
something that you
converted
really
into
get better
Rashi.
at as you get older. So if someone wants to convert to Judaism,
Sefer
they can't be
Holocaust
expected to
genetic phrase
know
for
and
us electric
practice
code.
everything right right away.
Separate feature shortened to left
They might have
side,
an
easy feature shortened
I
to
really practice everything. I just don't get it yet. So the
Separate
three
feature
areas that
thorax
rabbis
back
typically
collection
talk
of Purim by the
are
Alter
observing
Riga.
Shabbat, observing
secular Hebrew for spiritual remedy or practice believed to draw divine favor.
Looking at Shabbat, right, which has this very complex set of rules of 39
Celicos penitential prayer recited before the high holidays. Semi-rabbinic ordination.
Wonderfully, no cell phone
Support
use
news from
and
Spain, Middle East, and North Africa.
so
Sephardic
Shabbat
girl
is not
of
going to say
Sephardic
yes,
Jews.
absolutely, and it's going to say, oh, Gavaldi, we love Shabbos, it's great.
Sephardic
So they're the
music
same.
prayer rite of
And what
Sephardic
about
tradition.
kosher?
Shar Hebrew for eight.
They
Mystical
love kosher
texts
chicken.
and sections.
They detest non-kosher chicken. Hasidim also, yes.
Shar
As we
habitation
shall see,
gate of trust
they
in
will
Shabbos
debate
Veledados, often
some
studied in
particular
Shabbat.
details of what
Shar
makes something
habitation gate
kosher.
of unity.
But the concept of keeping kosher is sacrosanct for both groups. And
Section
finally, the
Tanya on
laws of
divine
family
unity.
intimacy, which
Shar
we discussed in
Hakamano's
previous
mystical
class,
work by
very
Rabbi
basic
Chaim Vital.
Judaism. The Misnagdim say totally
Shabbos
we're
Yiddish
down
for
with
Sabbath,
this,
day of rest.
as well.
Shabbos
Our
Yiddish
view
Hebrew
are
for
things
Holy
like
Sabbath.
what's the appropriate way to construct a ritual bath,
Shabbos V'Gachim Shabbat when the Imam is blessed.
but they all agree
Shabbos
that it
Haganah
is
Great
basic
Sabbath
Judaism.
before
So
Passover.
wait a second now. If we want to say that the primary
Shabbos Shuva
intellectual
Sabbath of
religious
return
commitment
between
of
Rosh Hashanah and Yom
believing that
Kippur.
there is a Torah
Shabbos
that's from God
Nachmanu
at
Sabbath
Sinai
of comfort after
is the
Tisha
same
B'Av.
for both groups.
Shabbos
And
Dish
all of
Yiddish.
the key elements of practice are the same for both groups. So what's
Sabbath
different about
table, where
why
we
is
believe
Hasidism
singing and Torah.
something new?
Shabbos night Yiddish
In
slang.
large part, it is a matter of style.
Shabbos
All
light
of the
atmosphere.
elements of Hasidism
Shaliach Hebrew for
are
emissary.
familiar to
In Shabbat, a
Mishnah,
representative
but
sent
there's a
to
question
spread
of
Judaism.
what they emphasize. Certain aspects of this
Shluchim
very
girl of
rich
Shaliach.
millennial tradition
Shluch's mission of a
receive
Shabbat
far more
emissary.
attention and energy in the Hasidic movement than they do in the Mishnah
Shalom
movement.
Aleichem Hebrew reading.
That
Peace
change
unto
in
you.
emphasis is
Response.
something that really
Aleichem
makes this a
Shalom.
distinct view.
Shalom Matthew
Very, very
Hebrew for
closely
peace in the
related
home.
to the prior, its origins in the
Shemaim
Mishnah
Hebrew for
movement,
heaven.
but nevertheless distinct. So one way
Just
to try to
acronym for
understand this
Shisha
is
Segarim
that
6 orders of
Hasidism
Mishnah, or
is
colloquial
kind of
for Talmud.
Jewish, but
Shastic
even
unity
more
slang.
so, right? Like
One who
Hasidim,
studies the
they're
Talmud.
beyond what
Shasnet
is required.
physical
Of
prohibitions.
course, they're going to meet
Mixing
minimum
wool and
standards.
linen.
They want to go to beyond standards, and we can see this in all
Shashin
kinds
a
of
divine presence
activities
dwelling
of
among
life.
people.
I am personally
Most sacred names of God
familiar with
forewarn
Chabad,
have
and I
Holy
think they're a
Ghost
great
giving
example
burial.
of this, right? The fact that there are young people
Title
who
reward
are
by
willing
married
to
women in
dedicate their
observance of
entire
modesty.
lives to
Shema Central
move to
Jewish
some
prayer.
remote part of the world where there are hardly any Jews and set up a Chabad
Hear,
house
O Israel.
just to serve the
Shemina
tiny number
sabbatical
of
years,
Jews that
farmland
live
rest.
in the environs.
Shemina
And
Esrei
they
18
dedicate their
blessings.
entire lives to that's a
Central
phenomenal
Amida
level of
prayer.
commitment that you do not see in a
Shem
similar
Passion,
way.
the name of
My
God.
humble opinion experience
Refers
because
reverentially to
it's
God
not
as
true.
name.
But to give you one concrete example that we already looked at earlier today,
Shem
the case
Pakorash,
of
the
chaos. So
ineffable
chaos
explicit name of God.
are
Shem
literally
Shemaim, name of
corners,
heaven.
and it refers to the
Refers to
corners of
God in
one's
indirect
face.
speech.
The biblical law, as understood through the
Shem
through the
Tov Baal
traditional
Shem Tov,
Talmudic
founder
tradition,
of Chastity,
is that
Rabbi Yisrael Baal Shem Tov.
one, and based on a verse in the Bible, one may not
Shidduch
use a
matchmaking process
razor
in
to
traditional
shave
Jewish communities.
one's temples.
Shidduch
Specifically
crisis
to men.
slang.
Men may not shave
Difficulty
their
single space
temples
finding
with
partners
a
in
razor.
Orthodox world.
So, as you
Shikar
notice,
Yiddish slang.
the hair on the side of my head, maybe I need a haircut and trim, but nevertheless, they're certainly not long.
Shikar as a
More or
hard
less
and
the same
Shabbat slang.
as whatever hairs
One
that
who
on the rest of my head.
overindulges in mass liquor.
And that's because I'm a Litvak and just have the traditional approach which says no razor.
Passage for
Okay,
its
fine.
slang contraction
But
of
the
Yasher
Hasidim say,
Coach. Good
if
job,
we
well done.
can't take a
Shlumpy
razor
Yiddish slang.
to that part of our head,
Sloggy, poorly
we're not
dressed.
even going to take scissors to the part of the head. And we're going to let that part of our
Passage
head
mass
just
force
go wild
conversion
and
or
free.
persecution
And
of
that's
Jews.
going to be kind of like an outward
Passage
statement
mass
of
Yiddish
who we
slang.
are about. We are
Rat,
Jewish,
also used
even
for
more
old
so.
clothes.
Now, it's
Shmooze
not to
Yiddish
say
slang.
that it's forbidden to trim one's
Casual
nails
talk
with
or Torah
scissors,
discussion
but in
depending on
Hasidic
context.
practice, it's highly
Shopshape
discouraged.
ritual
The idea
slaughter.
is, no, you gotta Live your life.
Shoshan Plural of Shoshe.
They say today,
Shul teaches rabbinic role.
your you-ness
One who
is
answers
in
halachic questions.
And we see this with a lot of Kabbalistic-oriented movements because
Shomer
there is
Hebrew
a
for guardian.
Kabbalistic element.
Shomer Shabbos, one who strictly observes Shabbos.
Contract without reading it, I'll take your blank check and you will not be not loving your timeshare before you know
Shomer Negi, one who avoids physical contact with opposite gender outside marriage. Shomer Soren,
You have a
who
choice.
fully
You
observes
can have
Jews.
the vote. Mystery
So
box.
it's not like
Great.
this
Shomer Negi, one for guardian of faith. Prophetical word. Shorachim Hebrew for faith. Foundation of principle.
We'll take the
Shehagim acronym from
a lot
Torah
as
for
well
faith.
to know that
Season of spiritual repair.
life is hard to take life.
SH Kayate lesson to those offers the temple of Shavuot.
Seeing what the
SH Kayate those requirements for the Israel from Shavuot to the priest.
So you'll see
SH
a
Kayate
lot of young men we're
all
also
the founding. Flexible unity for little rules. All the formal synagogues.
so that kind of like shows how there's a
SH people of plural
flow
of
and equal
Official slang. Mimic trait or with a showmanship.
So let us just look at
SH
how
Bible first has worn vision of city on Shabbos holidays. SH term Shabbat slang.
the question of
Spiritual enthusiasm, forming with energy. Sitcha Concord informal discourse by Ariba. Sitcha squirrel of Sitcha. In Shabbat, the Riva and public talk.
Great historians, the major historians who have looked at Hasidism.
Siddur Jewish prayer book. Siddur Shel Shabbos Shabbat Gemar about Shabbos
Who
prayers.
has a traditionalist Lithuanian background, and then he kind of
Simcha
moved
Hebrew
into
for joy.
the Haskalah, which
Simon
is
Soren festival celebrating the Torah at end of Sukkot.
and he tended to look down on the Hasidim. He tended
Simcha
to
for
see
its
them
bitter bad
as
Yiddish phrase.
being
Joy breaks barriers.
heavily influenced
Simmons
by
Johnson
the
be salad joy of bride
ideas,
and groom.
and especially in, although he doesn't necessarily regard them as heretics,
Simmons
he
Yom
regards
Tov
them
holiday
as
joy.
being, credulous
Eli
and
completion of a tractate for major Torah studies.
poorly rooted in the intellectual tradition, buffeted
Eli
by
Fair Rambam
these
Shabbat
horrible
celebration of
tragedies
finishing
of
Rambam as
the
Mishnah
Mishnah
Torah.
rebellion, and influenced by the leftovers of Shabtai
Eli
Tzvi's
Pashas
movement. And he
completion
says,
of full
this is
Talmud
something we
study
really have
cycle.
to like
S.J. Bird,
extirpate.
Civic
And it's
Dynasty
not the
centered in
kind
New
of
Square,
Judaism
New York.
that represents really the great tradition. And
S.J.
hopefully
Barrett,
there
follower
are
of
listeners
S.J. Bird,
moving over
Hasidic
here to
Dynasty.
Germany where I'm
Via
writing
Rabbinic Ordination
this
called Spelling of
decidedly
Sevica.
negative approach to the Hasidic movement. Shimon Dubno, on the other
Sovereign
hand,
scribes who write
great
Torah,
historian also,
Sehilim,
and he's a
Mezuzot.
historian writing a
Sufik doubt in
multiple volume
Pilicha.
history of the Jewish faith.
Sufik Divarei said doubt regarding Torah laws printed.
Far divorced from the realities of Eastern European Jewish life. The Hasidim
Sufik
represent
doubt in
the
rabbinic law
true
medium.
spirit of the Jews.
Sojin Satan
That
Hebrew
it's
for
true
adversary.
that Hasidim down in the
Accuser
southern
angel in
regions
Jewish
of,
thought.
right back to Ukraine, southern Poland, were
So the
largely
biblical
divorced
section on
from the
suspected
great
adulteries.
Talmudic elite centers
Also
of
a
the
Talmud
north.
tractate.
But you know what? They're
Sukkot for Sukkot
good,
holiday.
enthusiastic Jews who are willing to devote themselves to
Sukkot
the
festival of food.
larger cause of Judaism.
Sukkot
And
Yom
they
Shabbat
find
Yiddish
their
term.
religious
Sukkot
solace
with intense
in this much
spiritual
more
joy.
popular movement that
Two
has,
ladder.
these charismatic leaders. What's it to you?
Title of Kabbalah commentary on Zohar.
Developed a much
Star
more
logic for
sympathetic
reasoning
view
in galactic
of
debate.
Hasidism as kind of like a natural outpouring of
Star Burr clear logical
zeitgeist,
reasoning.
the spirit of the era,
Sephira counting, especially
disseminated
Kabbalistic
directly
Sephiros.
from the spirits of
Sephiros
the
10
people
divine
who
emanations
yearned
of Kabbalah.
for a personal connection to God. If they couldn't get it through
Sephira
our
Day
things
over
on
counting
their
the
text,
over
they would
between
get it
Pesach
through
and
the
Shavuot.
singing and dancing
Sephardi
and
music prayer rite of Sephardic
friendships
Jews.
that were developed characteristic of the Hasidic movement. This is
Sephoric Yiddish
especially
plural of Sefer
in
Holy
the work
Books.
of Martin Buber, who's not
Sephoric
strictly speaking a
Chassidic slang.
historian. He's a
Chassidic
philosopher,
books.
but he was instrumental in
Sephoric
working
store
with
slang for his
the
book shop.
Hasidic stories
SH Tart
themselves,
Yiddish
the
slang.
tales of the Tzaddikim,
Strong,
the great leaders
intense,
of the Hasidic
religiously serious.
translating them
SH
into
Tart Bomber
German
slang.
and greatly popularizing them in
Serious
the
yeshiva
western part of
student.
the world. His
Essays spark the
treatment of
quality of
Hasidism
being without
was
zealous.
not nearly as
And is eager
systematic
for fasting.
as you would see with Haman Kretzer, Shimon Dubno, but it was decidedly
Refers to public
sympathetic
fasts like Tisha
and
B'Av,
emphasized
Esther,
those
etc.
philosophical elements of
Canis
Hasidism
Beckero's fast of
which
the
he
firstborn
felt
before
were
Passover.
especially appropriate for the 20th century
Canis
and
Esther fast day
very
before
useful
Purim.
works based on
Canis
those.
Tziver public fast
Then you
day,
get to
the
Gershom
Greek for
Scholem,
communal trouble.
who sees them much more as a new
Canis
iteration
Yosef
of the
individual all
Kabbalistic
volunteer
movement,
fast.
really
Canis
emphasizing
pleasure,
the intellectual
spiritual
origins
delight.
of Hasidism
Canis
in
active
Julianic
essential
Kabbalah.
pleasure.
But perhaps one of my favorite analyses is that of Ben Zion
In
Dino,
Shabbat thought the soul as
fascinating
deepest
Israeli
delight.
historian, who
Common
essentially
desire or
looks
lust,
to
often material.
the Hasidic movement as an economic rebellion. There's a
Had
lot
canon
more to say about this
supplicatory,
than I
prayer
have
said
time for,
after
but
Abinah omitted on
basic
festive
gist
days.
of his
Had
argument
canon
is that
versatile supplications
if
in
you
prayer.
recall when we spoke
Had
about
was
the
Yiddish
Awenza
slang.
in the Chmelnytsky lecture, they're basically
Service,
noblemen owned
ultimate point,
entire
bottom line.
towns in
Top
the
city room for
Polish
ornament or decoration,
and
also slang
that
for
also
sweet
meant
tart.
that they actually
Top
owned
city
the
slang.
right to name the chief rabbi of
A
any
duo
particular
has a real
location.
gem,
It
wonderful
was not a
person.
right that they necessarily were,
Captain role, duty,
especially
or
interested
mission.
in until they started receiving bribes to name
Copying
one
small
candidate
crown
over
like
another.
strokes on
And so
certain
what
door
ends up
letters.
happening in
Top
the
are a
18th
ritual
century is
purity.
that you have
Also
these
washing,
local
preparing the deceased body
rabbis
for
who
burial.
receive their position largely through lobbying efforts
Topper
with
established
the
kitchen family
nobility,
purity
Polish
laws in
nobility,
the usage.
rather than
Tapper
through,
pure, ritually or
genuine
spiritually.
pastoral work with their congregations. Why would someone
Talmud
want that?
student
Well,
or
there's a
disciple.
certain amount of
Talmud Chachin for a scholar.
prestige, honor associated with being the town rabbi.
Talmud
But
I
there's
Babal
also an
Shenton
economic
early
incentive
disciples
because
of the
that
Baal
way
Shem Tov.
you would receive
Talmud
the
rabbinic
benefit
work of
of
law,
the
commentary,
local
and
taxes
discussion.
imposed on the Jews for various services.
Talmud Babylonian Talmud.
Sometimes called a candle tax,
Talmud
basket
Yer
tax,
Shalvi
tax on
32
kosher
of
meat,
Talmud.
all these things. So in exchange for a steady income, which is a pretty
Talmud
easy
Torah
income,
for
you would
study.
sit back and just let people
Also
eat
a
kosher
Jewish
meat
religious
and
school.
get the proceeds from it.
Talmud Hebrew
They
runs
would
in the summer.
essentially bribe the
Tam symbol or
Polish
whole.
nobility to get a position like this.
In
And
the Shemana,
Hasidism,
the symbols of
Dr. Dino argued,
Tam
was
being
essentially
complete and
a
Shidduch, set after
counter-reaction
completing
to
a work.
this corruption in the, air quotes, rabbinic
Commune
elite.
whole,
And they're saying,
complete,
we don't
simple.
want your
In
snake
Shabbat, students of
rabbis
Tom
coming
Temeni
from the Polish
Yeshiva.
nobility. We want the rabbis who actually care about us, who will
And
actually
seem to restrict,
cry with
contrast,
us and
conceal.
console us and will
In Kabbalah,
advise us
divine
and will
contraction
inspire us.
exists.
And so these Hasidic groups develop as kind of like a
Commune Foundational
counterbalance
Shabbat Philosophy book by Alter Riga.
dry and
Catholic
uninterested
apple.
rabbinate
In
that
mystical
may
text,
hold some of
symbolizes
its
sweetness and divine
positions
fragrance.
to really a corrupt, perversion of
Part
authority.
of Aramaic
I think it's a very
translation of the
fascinating
Torah.
line of argument. There's lots
Ter
to
Yexit
say.
so
Finally,
613 commandments.
Ada Rappaport
Acronym
Albert,
for
a
Ter Yex.
very innovative scholar of Hasidism,
Catholic Rosh Hashanah custom of casting sin symbolically into water. Tashmish Kiddush sacred objects connected to holiness Tefillin, for us goals. Tashmish mitzvah items used for mitzvahs but not inherently holy lulav, sukkahs.
Essentially functioning as a
House mistake, galactic error. Tat Yiddish for father, also affectionate term for God in prayer.
The fact
Tat
that there
Himmel
could
Father
be a
in heaven,
shakeup
Yiddish
of
prayer phrase.
the traditional
Tat
approach
Riga
to Judaism,
affectionate Shabbat slang for the
Jewish
Riga.
women had a much more constrained role. Just the fact that some of the rules were
Tat
kind of
Rabbin
like
merciful
looked
father.
at with a more flexible
Yiddish
mindset
prayer
meant that
expression.
many women could
Tat
assert
short for three eyes of a classic halachic commentary.
involved in the practice of Judaism. And she says some
Tefillah
really
prayer.
fascinating things about this.
Tefillah BG Zibber public
strongly
communal
encourage you to
prayer.
look at it as a gender-based approach, which I think has a tremendous merit.
Tefillah
So all
El
of these things
specific psalm prayer,
taken
also
together, they
named
all have
Shabbat
merit,
supper.
of course. But
Tefillin
it gives a sense
phylacteries
of the
worn during
complexity
weekday
of
morning
how
prayer.
this Hasidic movement was able to race through these regions
Tefillin
right
Torah
back
and
to Ukraine,
Tefillin.
southern Poland, with
Tefillin
such
Toyakar
rapidity
Tefillin.
and rapidly gained the trust of the masses.
Tefillin Rabutan secondary. Tefillin configuration worn by
of the
the
movement, and then
Takaya
we'll take
Shofar
our break.
class.
We're going to pick up this
Tekuso
lecture
solstices
after the break.
equinoxes. Also
And
for
we're going to
seasonal
continue the
points in
Haskalah as
Felicia.
well. One of the most important contributions to the study of
Feminist
early
innocence,
Hasidism
sincerity.
comes from my senior
Tefillin
colleague,
students of Shabbat
Professor
Yeshiva
Moshe
Song
Westman at Bar
Tefillin.
Ilan University, a really great historian who's done some pioneering work.
Today we cross all agreement
And one of
before
the questions
marriage.
he asked was,
Tenoim conditions stipulated in
almost everything
galactic
you know
contract.
about the founder of Hasidism lived in the
Sterilize
first
the
half of
non-kosher
the
animal
18th
beauty
century.
defect.
Rabbi Rothschild,
Teshuva
Israel Ben
repentance,
Eliezer,
return to
Rothschild,
God.
is based
Teshuva
on
ila ahaya
thousands
repentance
of
out
these
of love.
students, testimonies of students published much later, and often
Teshuva taught
without
lower repentance
critical
out of fear.
rigor and their
Teshura
contradictions in some
memento
of the
given out
accounts,
at a wedding or
some of them are
celebration
hard
best.
to place or
In
believe.
Shabbat.
What do we really know about the Baal Shem Tov using the tools of
Teshura
our
booklet
historical
of
analysis?
teachings,
Now, it
stories,
happened that
and
he started
blessings
really
at a
asking
Shabbat
these
wedding.
questions at the time
Jesu
when the
Talmud
Iron
of praise.
Curtain fell in the 1990s, and so
Let
he was
it
one of the
stand,
first scholars
unresolved
to
question.
get over there and
Tefillah
start
ritual
looking
diversion.
in the post-Soviet archives. And when he got there, he
Tefillah's
found, among
Ezra
other
diversion
things,
enacted
the
by
Baal
Ezra
Shem
for
Tov's
certain cases.
text strings. He
Tefillah's
actually
healing
found
diversion of vessels
that
with liquid
were
before
direct
use.
references to the Baal Shem Tov, who
Tefillah
apparently
mimics
had
the
a
diversion
position
in a
of
ritual bath.
authority in this town of
Page
Bush,
Hebrew Month
appears to
Teveh.
be enlightened, highlighted the line
Philum
from the
Tefillin
tax
Psalms,
records that
often
refers
recited
to
daily
someone
or
named
in times of
Balshach,
need.
who is called a
Seeking
doctor,
spiritual rectification.
reverend elsewhere, which indicates that he actually lived
Seeking
with
Paul of repairing the
particular
world
street,
through
a
mitzvahs
particular
and
dress
holiness.
that was currently
Seeking
provided by the
Shabbos midnight
community, and
lamentation
that
for
he
the
was a
destroyed
figure of
temple.
significant authority, especially towards the end of his life.
Seeking real chocolates all night for and study on
discuss in
chocolates.
his classic work, the
Seeking
historical
softening sprinkle
search for
corrections
the Baal Shem
traditions
Tov,
and Tanakh.
to derive from Polish
Seeking the long
records
be
a
malchus
much more
Shaddai
concrete
holistic
image
expression.
of who this founder
Repairing the world under divine teaching.
It's an amazing story. What I'd like to do
Tish
when we
Rita
come
as
back
festive
from break
gathering with
is
singing
begin
and
with the
Torah
current
words.
precursors
Tish
to the Baal
Ra'alai
Shem
first
Tov
month
to
of the
place
Jewish
into
year.
his social and intellectual context, and then
King
we're
Rosh
going to
Hashanah,
get deeper
Yom
into the
Kippur
conflict
Sukkos,
with the
Sinas
Stagda,
Torah.
and then the Haskalah.
Tisha B'Av 9
So I want
Tatat,
to thank
fast
you
day
all
for
for your
destruction of
attention
both
and endurance.
temples.
Thank you very much for watching.
Tish Ra'alai Nigun Classic Bad Nigun Sum in Tish Ra'alai. Tish Ra'alai Kabbalah's time when Chassidim gathered in Crown Heights for Terah. Tiskable end of Kaddish prayer. May it be accepted. Tish Kiddush
Let us pick
informal
up from where we
Shabbat
left
Kiddush
off.
gathering.
We're looking at the precursors to the preceding movement. What I'd like
Tish
to do over
Dora
the
Dora
next
said
hour
at the Riga and
is to
Stable.
Hello, Mr.
Tish
and Mrs.
Dashi
Griffin.
physical
Now, I
nature,
know you've been here all day, so if you would just sign this contract without reading it, I'll take your blank check, and you will not be not loving your timeshare before you know it.
Spiritual nature.
We're not going to buy you
Real
lunch
Bible
tonight here, right?
expression.
third
Review.
You have a choice.
Also
You can
studied
have
in
a
the
vote.
store with
So we
searches.
left off
Mystery
discussing
box.
the
Crazy? We'll take the
historical
vote.
Lesser works of ethical review. Congress borrow inner life order and integrity.
We'll take the vote.
Memorial world of unbalanced divine life. This case is constantly reformed and controlled. Genesis 6:15.
one of the most significant figures in
Right. Intensity.
Judaism
Focus on seduction, sanctity, and desire and economic
is my colleague Dr. Yochanan Share, who is a
Congress
great
is
scholar
as Central
great
Yeshiva Network,
University
founded by the Riga
author of
Law.
phenomenal work in many different areas of history. He won the National Jewish Book Award for his remarkable work, extrordinary depth
Oral.
of recommend.
Dora or Shabbat separate series by Alder Riga.
Jewish history in Eastern Europe, focused on the work of
Dora
the
Lichman studied Torah for its own sake. Dora says outside oral Torah.
Let's just explore that term for a second. By the way, this is a rare
Dora
archival
check case
photograph
out
from my
written
personal
Torah.
collection. I
Dora
first
or
met
like a Torah, separate of Shabbat Shuri.
in a cave way back in 1990.
Dora Tenement Dora Academy linking verses with Talmud. Dora teasing a famous children's expert.
He was working in the bowels of the Vernadsky
Sora
Library
was
with a
commanded to us
remarkable
devotion.
collection of Picasso.
Sora
Dude, I don't give a
Sora
shit about
and
this
his
stupid
adventures
stuff.
as a whole.
Back to the period we're discussing today, the 18th century.
Sora devoted a philosophy of combining study with service.
Scattered throughout right back
The supposed Talmudic commentary by medieval rabbis in France, Germany.
Dr. Stern wrote some remarkable things.
Costco's Yeshiva's additional commentary on Talmud. Costco's Rosh commentary got very good. Tov Shed Tov, the best of best.
They're called the Ballet Shem.
Tov being generous high
The
benevolence.
word Shem means
Tov
name,
also goes good to give
and
thanks
Baal
from
Shem
Psalms.
means the master
Tovim having
of
on you two
the
are
name.
better than one.
This is kind of the rabbinic euphemism
Tribe non-kosher
for
food.
an amulet
Tribe
maker.
non-kosher status.
That is,
Tribe
we saw
slang.
earlier, for example, the amulet I showed you from Rabbi Yonasan Ibish's.
Spiritually or
Amulets
physically
are
tribe
very, very
is
old
proper.
tradition.
Tribe cantillation marks for Torah reading.
Aramaic.
Style.
And these are basically, small kind of like material cultural.
Tezadik righteous
We'll
person.
take the mystery box.
Tezadik Yesadalam righteous one is foundation of the world.
Judaism, where people would go to
Tezadik number perfect by righteous person. Tezadik discarded and righteous person.
Such difficult time.
Tezadik all ethical will. Spiritual
Such
testament.
difficult time getting my livelihood
Tezadik charity. Righteousness. Tezadik justice.
I'm worried about my health.
Tezakarna played the frogs in Egypt.
And one of the kind of folk
Tezarik vowel
remedies,
marked
which
in
again
Hebrew.
has a legitimate
Tezalim below the image of God in which man was created.
but it is something which is right for
Tezamak Tezadik third root of the Cherida.
inappropriate
Rabbi Menachem
activity.
Mendel
Is
Schneerson.
the rabbi or the miracle worker would write a small
Tezamak
scroll
Tezadik separate
or
halachic
a
response
slip of
and word
paper,
by the Rita.
some kind of
Tezamak David
what
Sprout
would
of
look
David.
like a magical
Messianic
incantation.
title.
And we have many examples of these. We have the Aramaic curse words,
Tezamak Teams
Babylonia.
truthful sprout.
We have
Messianic
small
phrase.
devices. In fact,
Tezamak Nigan associated with hope for redemption.
text in the original writing
Tizina Urina classic Yiddish women and story book.
is one of these
Tizanitas modesty in dress and conduct.
7th century
Tizimmer community or congregation.
a very small little piece of
Tizimkus Hamatic breast long separate. Also praise me in righteousness of the righteous.
Silver foil rolled up and worn as a small
Tizimmer bird, often symbolic in Torah. Tizimmer raven and halachic case about birds.
Not necessarily highly trained,
Tizirus combination has in mystical permutations of letters.
salubrious individuals.
Tizipus on
Sometimes
four-cornered
there's a
garments.
market for this.
Tizipus Gadol large palace.
Charlatans would get involved and would take
Tizipus
people's
keep a
money
small
without
palace
producing
worn under
anything that
clothing.
would have true
Tizipus
religious
passion
merit.
Shabbat children as
other than
movement,
perhaps
army
as
of passion.
the
Tizipus
youngest
command.
of this short class to talk about
Tizipus
the
lion
medicinal
command.
import of these
Tizo her
drugs.
window, as in Moab
They
and Har.
are efficacious, but
Also made from
essentially there
Israeli
is
outreach
industry
group.
that
If you ever
consists
hear
of,
this, just
uh,
this piece of shit motherfucker.
Tizon
If
Bedouin
you
fast
ever
day
hear
after
this,
Rosh
just know that you're a
Hashanah.
piece of garbage,
Tizon
and I
Happy
hope you
fast
fucking
day
die.
comes for
I hope your kids die. I hope your wife dies. I hope your entire family line goes down with you, and it's ugly deaths. It's like diarrhea, cancer, leukemia, whatever the fuck. You're a piece of garbage. You're a fucking being. You're not a better person. You're not solving anything by like tripping on me and hurting me on purpose. You know? Piece of shit motherfucker. If you ever hear this, just know that you're a piece of garbage, and I hope you fucking die. I hope your kids die. I hope your wife dies. I hope your entire family line goes down with you, and it's ugly deaths. It's like fiery cancer, leukemia, whatever the fuck. You're a piece of garbage human fuck. You're not a better person. You're not solving anything by like tripping on me and hurting me on purpose. You know? If you ever hear this, just know that you're a piece of garbage, and I hope you fucking die. I hope your kids die, I hope your wife dies, I hope your entire family line goes down with you, and it's ugly deaths like fiery cancer, leukemia, whatever the fuck, you're a piece of garbage, human fucking.
Which I described in brief
Community for unhuman presumption.
and this was
nations of the world, referring to non-Jewish people.
It also had a lot of
From the trouble of chastity righteous Gentiles who observed the
while they
seventh
may
Noahide
have
laws.
lacked some of the more formal Talmudic training,
Numerous Islamic pilgrimage not halachic, but appears in comparative texts.
the Hasidic movement
A Messianic high holiday prayer describing awe of divine judgment.
dramatic impact on improving
Unkelos Aramaic translation of the Torah, attributed to Unkelos the proselyte. Under S.H. Kettle Yiddish phrase.
We see this incidentally in the work of Rabbi Rothschild.
Our little town, nostalgic reference to Eastern European Jewish life. Under Mirror Yiddish. Escort or guide, sometimes used for someone who leads such a procession.
Not so much through Israel, but
under Viking Yiddish for lesson or instruction. Under Yiddish slang. Derogatory term for a weak or head man under wide. Apachina and Vidutopsis, common halachic expression.
From this remarkable work
Your imprisonment horrible stones in the high priest's breastplate, used for divine guidance. Your instrument separate kabbalistic halachic word Byron Dionysization. You strive in those custom of welcoming spiritual guests, Abraham, mischief, etc. Into the subject.
Carlos Sosa, Raul Vallejo, Fernando Castillo, Nachos Belgrande, Michael Gonzalez, sweating bullets, Big Mike on the drums, Matt Muling on the electric guitar, John Bees on the keys, and that is D Madness live in the flesh, ladies and gentlemen. An absolute scorcher. We're sitting here at 81.1 degrees Fahrenheit, 71% humidity. The AC guy is here. Make some noise for the AC guy. Texas, late in July. Welcome. Holy shit, ACs be breaking. This is a real live show. Anything can happen, happens everywhere. Doesn't matter how much money Spotify gives you. ACs be breaking in Texas. A good old stress test here today. You see people fanning themselves. There's a Latina woman with an actual portable fan. I don't know how she snuck that in here. They lock up phones, but I'm not sure allowed to shove a portable fan up your puss. And happened here, as you can tell, this is an action-packed episode. Before we get started, here's a little bit more from the amazing sponsors that made it all possible.
Sunset Strip Comedy Club in Austin, Texas is now open. Check out Right Now Secret Show every Thursday. Go to sunsetstripatx.com for tickets.
Who's ready to start tonight's fucking show, huh? Well. You every single week I book the show, and I can tell you with no ego, we're really doing it right, man. This is one of those very special nights. You guys hit the fucking comedy lottery. You did. You did it. This is one of those big ones. Ladies and gentlemen, I present two of the greatest guests in the show's history. This is indeed Shane Gillis and Matt It's crazy how much hotter it is out here.
Another element
It is.
that
I don't want to bring it up because I know that you're thinking about it. The crazy thing is that the AC works well in some places right now. The other room, which is an open mic filled with absolute bottom of the barrel peasants, they're chilling 69 degrees in there. The green room, 71 degrees, right behind that curtain. Very, very nice.
Right behind that, man. Right before we go home. It's like, it's not that bad. It's like, wait till fucking
This is where God has decided that He will land tonight. Matt, how you feeling down there?
pretty good. I'm thinking we can like alternate breathing, guys and girls.
We're gonna have to come up with some kind of plan. The AC guy is here. I'm gonna ask management if anyone's listening. Wait to me before he leaves. I want an update. Maybe we can get the AC guy to agree to a quick appearance, live appearance. Maybe he can explain himself. Whatever we do, do not let that guy fucking leave without giving me some kind of signal. I know he was just planning on another quick stop on a 6th Street fucking dungeon-esque bar, then he might end up in front of 5.5 million people real quick. It's a fuck. Right? Should we harass the AC guy?
Oh, there's no Kill Tony this week.
Anything could happen
Fuck.
here. You guys have been guests numerous times on the show. 305 human souls signed up for tonight's show. Matt and Shane know what the fuck is up. The bucket gets crazy. They get 60 seconds uninterrupted. Then you know their time is up and they hands out of a kitten. They have to wrap it up then or else they bring out the Edgar West Hollywood Bear, which interrupts them. They conduct an interview. It's going to be a lot of fun watching them truly physically sweat tonight. They are in for the shock of their lives. None of them know that the AC is broken here, so they're in a nice air-conditioned bar next door right now. They're going to be in the nice air-conditioned backstage, and they're going to walk out. They're going to think it's them. So let's have some fun. Before we get to that first bucket pull, I have a golden ticket winner here ready to debut a new minute of stand-up comedy. We're going to watch them all together. One of the greatest golden ticket winners in the history of the show. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for your first comedian of the night. This is Martin Phillips, everybody.
One of the board executives will bring you
growing up, I didn't have any Jewish friends, not on purpose, but I was never invited to apartments, but I think it's too late, you know, I think people would hate no names. I specifically got out with they're taking a little challenge for I just want to party with damn, it's still a thing. Anyway, circumcision started. God's only ever had to do it. He also told him to kill his son, and then he took it back. So maybe he waited too long to say something, you know, he came back, he was like, oh, by the way, oh, crap, you can't, what's so great, the thing now.
Acknowledging the heat up top. How does the heat affect your condition? Anything else when it gets real hot? Can you like straighten out your legs or anything? Okay. You have a sweater, you're dressed for the occasion. You're one of the only people wearing shorts tonight in the house. Nobody needed to know that, but I guess that's fine. Yeah, you needed a last second opener there, Martin, and gave you the opportunity of a lifetime, but I guess you've exposed my lack of preparation in front of the table.
Tell us, man, so you gotta give like 4 hours. Go home on fucking Friday and go. Friday, we're gonna need page by Monday.
Oh, shit. Martin, you ever have a bad experience putting on your pants?
No, I can fit them on.
Martin, what else has been going on in your life?
My glasses are falling out. I bought a new car. Myself. Not because I crashed the old one. I just needed a new car.
What kind of car did you get?
I got a Prius, so it's official. I want to get the same car as you have. And then I can pull up and be like, hey, twinsies.
Hell yeah. And then I'd have to get a Prius.
That makes sense.
Very good. Yes, Martin. That would be implied. Only 2 ungays so far in 2.5 minutes. This is another episode of Kill Tony. Blend in with the others.
So that's the drinking game every time.
Do you drink, Martin? Ari Maggie tells us some crazy tales.
Ari's been saying shit. I'm like, I go to bed. Ari is the one till 6 a.m. I don't want to get drunk. I'm drunk, and it doesn't make me look any more evil. It makes it worse, I think, actually. Like, my hotel was like a block away. I had to go over like it was. I was not gonna make it there, so yeah.
Awesome. Well, Martin, you got the show started tonight. Thank you so much. Golden Singer winner, reigning, defending, Martin Phillips. Is the AC guy there, Zach? No, he's on his way down. We do have an update incoming. We'll hold him back there while I bring up the first bucket pull of the night. You guys know how this part works. This is where shit gets a little crazy. Because we're going to meet somebody. Could be the next star of the show. Could be a fucking insane person. Make some noise for your first bucket pull of the night. It's Daniel Shepard, everybody. Daniel Shepard.
So my birthday's coming up in a few days. I think I look great for 36. The problem with that is I'm turning 26. So that fucking sucks. I've been watching the show about...
Yiddish slang for bro or just something. Does with Yiddish slang. 2 ways for messed up. Does in Yiddish. It is a mess.
We shall discuss the implications of what that meant shortly. And
That's what you
he
didn't
said that
explain.
the Hasidim
A muddle or
are
confusion. Wycliffe Bible Christian translation historically criticized by Jewish scholars.
but by extension against the state. They represented a
Sometimes
disruptive
discussing
element
galactic
in
context.
Russian
With
society
this
writ
Yiddish
large,
slang.
and
Tell you
they
what.
had to be controlled. And as a result, the altered Rebbe was arrested.
Beyond short for
and
Christian.
he was
Often
ultimately
used in Jewish
released,
scholarly writing to
which
distinguish
forms
Jewish versus
one of the many
Christian
release
sources.
and holidays that we'll have in the Hasidic tradition. But by this point,
Ex-Moz common shorthand for Christmas. Is often used it jokingly or dismissively instead of writing Christmas.
Although that would be coming, it would be several decades away.
Ex-Moz
So,
Jewish slang for
the
the Hanukkah version by Jewish charity
during this
response
period
to a
of the late
Christmas tree.
18th century and the early 19th century are seeking to define
X-ray
themselves
comes after
primarily
bulletin regarding medical procedures on Shabbos Yom Tov.
This is
They're
one
often
of
used
the
in
great
response to about
centers
copying
of
separating Jewish holy books.
Yeshiva of Volozhin in northern
Sometimes joked about the yeshiva slang.
It is
They're
perhaps
off
the
the Gemara.
greatest of those yeshivas.
What's up, sluts? Dog, I think that Instagram sucks, and it took all my videos and made them all sideways for like the whole draft thing. But again, that's why I am live on so many different platforms, because I know that Bezos sucks and his devices suck and his software sucks. The only thing that he can do is fucking get you tube socks by Tuesday, but everything else sucks. Zuckerberg sucks. I was just looking at my account and I wanted to do music or just see music, and it says music's not available for some accounts on Instagram. It's like, well, what the fuck, dude? That's what I do, baby. What? Because I'm too good looking? Anyway. Rebbetzino. The Rebbetzins of fucking Sherman Oaks. You remember my fucking earmuffs? You know, like the nappy headed hoe? Look at this. I'm like a broccoli head. Anyway. Look at this. Look at this move, girl. Anyway, you get lost in the jungle. I'm a muff diver. I can do anything with this. Look, it's like a basketball. It's tight. Anyway. None of it. It's all sideways, probably. Hey, what's up, sideways? Shut the fuck up, bitch. Anyway. This is the worst. We're just waiting on people to make picks. All right, we have had some more picks, though. If you want to see them. We had, okay, so I had Lamar Jackson. Well, so Hurricane Nate, I think, has Yo-Yo, the commissioner, is just picking for him. Malik Neighbors, that's who he picks, sucks. Lamar Jackson, great. Brock Bowers sucks. Jonathan Taylor sucks. Nico Collins really sucks and is kind of dumb. Super dumb. Brian Thomas sucks. AJ Brown sucks. Drake London sucks. Josh Allen, I was thinking about taking you, but you suck. And I hope you have a shitty, terrible year this year. Jaden Daniels, big surprise last year, sucks. Josh Jacobs sucks. Bucky Irving sucks, and Reddit does not like you. Jalen Hurts sucks. Actually, back to Bucky Irving, just like one person on Reddit doesn't like him. Sucks. Breece Hall sucks. James Cook sucks. Trey McBride sucks. All right, so we've got Mike D on the clock, then VMU. Thank you for being so generous. Then we got Halloween, Sproto, then Yo-Yo. Oh, Yo-Yo's on auto pick. Interesting. Rev Cloud, then Rabbi. Anyway. Yeah, Rabbit's in the back. Yeah, hey, sideways. Why is it? Hey, what is with the nicknames here, woman? But, you know, because all your videos are like this. Why? I don't fucking know. Ask fucking Bezos. He's busy shaving his head and fucking a blow-up doll. Or Zuckerberg, who's too busy not knowing the brand of his bow and beating himself off raw while his wife hates him and his daughters can't stand him, and he buys some fucking company and claims it as his own. Without these two motherfuckers, you wouldn't be getting this, but you're getting some of it sideways. Anyway, what was your question, lady? Yeah, right here. Yeah, Robertson back up. Yeah. So why is it that all your videos are sideways? Because I don't even know if this one's not sideways. I had to clear the cache. Oh, yeah, what the cache? I like cache. I know you do, woman. I know you do. But it's not that kind of cache. It's like CHACHE. Yeah, Robertson in the back. What is that? Is that like super money? No, it sucks. I should be like, what is it? You're not really. It's like temporary data storage, as opposed to like long-term storage data. Is it like Robertson? Is it like short-term memory versus long-term memory? I think that's a good way to think about it. Anyway, I had to clear it all, so I just like wiped it clean, like a brainwash, but not really. Anyway, like a brain wiping. And then I had to relog back in, and then I went and I looked at all my videos, and they're all fucking sideways. You can only see like part of it. Anyway, at least you like. That's why I'm live on so many fucking devices. I learned way back in the day not to trust these fucking companies, except give them my whole life. But nevertheless, if they're gonna do it correctly. Like if you're gonna store my shit, store it correctly. All your shit sucks. Like new phones don't do this well. Like when my phones were all new, this shit still sucked. It still would have app not responding or battery low or just random app crashes. It's garbage. Another thing I don't understand, and this goes to Tim Cook, who sucks as well at Apple. Yo, dog, you guys make this fucking like I've got some like cracks in my screen, not like a ton, not like the other ones that I've like that have just been through Vietnam with me, but the glass fucking will cut you. It's like razor sharp. I'm surprised that there is not a class action lawsuit. I'm surprised there aren't more class action lawsuits against these companies. This is how this shit goes. This is how one of them went, literally. Apple was found to be slowing down phones when they would do updates, like purposefully sabotaging their own devices so that you'd have to buy another one. There's this huge class action lawsuit, and the only people who get paid on that are the attorneys. And then they gave like, I think you got like $5 back or some stupid amount, like ridiculous. And they're like, oh, well, we won't do it anymore. And they were also like, I don't know, gave to the fucking Amazon rainforest or something. Like, it's like real people who were actually affected by this did not get anything out of it. And unreal people. Yo, dog, why don't they throw CEOs in jail? Like, yo, dog, why don't they throw CEOs in jail when their companies do things illegally? Doug, there's like a saying that if the punishment is a fine, then that is a punishment only for poor people. But okay, top corporate executives who commit crimes are rarely prosecuted, despite other companies facing legal consequences. But like, to me, they should have fucking ended Apple. They should, like, some judge should have been like, or like some panel of judges or Congress should have been like, wait, you were slowing down your own devices on purpose with your software? Not like a little bit, but like, no, having a significant impact on, so that everyone would buy your new devices. And Tim Cook would go, oh, yeah, I hate that. I'm jerking myself off raw, fucking watching Auburn football and Duke basketball. Now Duke basketball and football. It's like, dude, you suck. Everybody hates you. You're a loser. Anyway, they should have been like, dog, that's an illegal practice. You're going to jail for that. And he should have done 5 years in fucking prison for that. If they did, if we treated these CEOs the way that we treat fucking homeless people who like aren't, they're just living there. Oh, you're on the fucking sidewalk? Well, now you're gonna have to fucking be locked up and you're gonna have a record now. Like, if we treated them the same way, equally, a lot of these companies would be closing down, and I think they should. They tried to, I mean, like start with Standard Oil. You know, if you really knew like the history of the corporation, these corporations weren't supposed to be forever. They got like charters from kings, and I'm not all about that, but like they were supposed to be temporary, and then all of a sudden they literally have become, and they're like moving towards becoming more powerful than countries. In fact, I have said this before. I think that someday Amazon and Meta will have, I think they'll rename Amazon Prime someday, and it's just shorter. Amazon is 3 syllables, Prime is 1. And Meta, I think they'll like eventually have seats not just in the United Nations, but the United Nations Security security, whatever it's called, UN Security Table, whatever that shit is called, Council, which I don't really understand. No one understands how the United Nations works. And if you ever listen to anybody who has worked for them, it's just like one big party, and they don't fucking care, and they just are like, oh, let's see how many fucking passports we can get, and let's see where we can go dine, and all this other shit. And it's like, dog, people are fucking dying. You guys are supposed to be like the world government or whatever. I don't know. Bring back the fucking League of Nations. Maybe it was doing a better job, but you guys suck. They're the worst. The United Nations sucks. And that's why I, a long time ago, declared my candidacy for that shit, because somebody's got to clean it up. Anyway, these companies are getting so big that eventually they'll, and they're already starting to become more powerful than countries. Like, what's more powerful? Microsoft or Belize? Microsoft. What's more powerful? Netflix or Trinidad and Tobago? Perhaps at this point Netflix. From like, let's look that up. Dog, ChatGPT 5.0 sucks cock. Can't stand it. It's terrible. Yo, dog, what is, like, I don't know. Who has more value annually, like their gross domestic product? Trinidad and Tobago or Netflix? Okay, so Trinidad and Tobago's annual GDP was 26 billion, and Netflix was 39 billion. I was thinking, there's no way Netflix is bigger than Trinidad and Tobago. That's 2. Yeah. So, like, I bet you that, like, Apple. Let's look that up. Okay. Compare the biggest 10 companies in the world to countries. How big would they be with gross domestic product? Yeah, rabbits in the back. What the fuck are we talking about? Like, I don't know. It's something sideways. It sucks. Anyway, so, and would be like, no. Yeah, I get that, but like, compare Nvidia. Like, how big of a country would Nvidia be, and Apple and Microsoft? Like, compare them to countries. Dude, this is ridiculous. Okay, so Nvidia is like the size of Germany or Japan. No one even knows what the fuck they do. Microsoft is the size of India and close to Japan. Apple is the size of the UK, but bigger than France. What is Nvidia? I know it's like processors or something. Everybody's so obsessed with them. That motherfucker with that leather jacket. What? It's like, oh yeah, Nvidia, it's worth $4.3 trillion. It's like, but what do they do? There's not like an Nvidia store. I thought, honestly, I'm not looking it up. I thought they did like graphics cards. is there $4.3 trillion in graphics cards? I mean, I don't know. Sounds fishy to me. Like they just came out of nowhere and they're like, oh yeah, it's bigger than Apple. What? The guy in the leather coat, his company is bigger than Apple? Anyway, what is it? It's a global leader in artificial intelligence computing and dominant supplier of high-end graphics processing units. Yeah, okay. So I was basically right. But yeah, I figured it had something to do with AI more recently. I didn't say it. I know, but it's like they're as big as fucking Japan, apparently. Anyway, so these companies are becoming really, really powerful. Is that the end of your fucking story? Oh no, let's go with this. Yo, dog, weren't companies originally just supposed to have like limited charters and then go away? Yo, you're on point. Original corporations weren't meant to be immortal mega entities like Apple or Nvidia today. Early corporations, so they had a specific purpose. They were limited in time, 20 years, 40 years, etc., and then they dissolved. They often had strict rules. They couldn't own stock in each other. They couldn't last forever. They couldn't operate outside their charter. There was a shift in the 1800s. States like New York and Delaware, nobody does anything in Delaware except mega corporations. You didn't need a special act. Okay. You didn't need a special act of legislature anymore in New York and Delaware. Okay, corporations began getting perpetual life and the ability to operate in multiple areas. Railroads, steel, oil, and banking companies pushed this forward. And now they're becoming bigger than fucking countries. And I'm telling you, they're going to have seats in the UN and the Security Council and all that shit. Anyway. Is that the end of your story? Oh no, we had to talk. Well, did we review the draft? Well, anyway, I know I'm sideways. Calm down, woman. That's why I have so many fucking backups of backups. And whatever happened to IBM? IBM, when I was a kid, that was the computer company, and then people were like, oh yeah, let's not do that. Yo, dog, what happened to IBM? They were like the biggest computer company in from the 1930s until the 1990s, basically until Microsoft. What the fuck happened to them? I know they had a female. I'm not blaming them for that, but they were like a trailblazer for having a female CEO. That was cool. So yeah, IBM was the computer company. It was like Nvidia, fuck you, IBM. Tabulating machines, then mainframes that dominated the government. Nobody ever got fired for buying IBM. That was the thing in IT. 1980, still king of hardware, rolled out the IBM PC, which set the shift. The PC revolution. Like, dog, what did they do? Like all this shit was like IBM at one point. It became services and consulting company. Whoever made that decision sucks. They were the fucking computer company. They sold off their PC business. I mean, I've got Lenovo's right here. Actually, yeah, ThinkPads. That was IBM. I like basically use IBM computers. But they missed out on consumer tech. They didn't do phones. Speaking of which, whatever the fuck happened to Microsoft in the phone? Like, I was talking in one of the Sideways videos about Microsoft, or about Huawei, Huawei, and fucking Apple and Android, but Microsoft, BlackBerry. They like had some market share and they just gave that away. Anyway, they should bring that shit back. You should be able to use like your Windows computer just like on your phone. We don't have the RAM, dude. If fucking Nvidia can be worth $4.3 trillion, figure that shit out. Anyway, reinvention. Instead, they started doing services and consulting. They still make mainframes and supercomputers, but niche enterprise government, big focus on AI. Yeah, why isn't that's the thing? Watson was so big, it was on Jeopardy. I remember that years ago. Why isn't ChatGPT Watson? The fucking IBM fucked up. Anyway, they did. They should be worth $4.3 trillion. You're fired. Go fuck yourself.
Signal that you're not dead. Devices like this coffin.
What's up, Sausage Dog? I
Picture on the right, he squeezes his little bulb, and his flag goes up, and other versions of the string, and
wife of Uriah, later of King David, and brother of Solomon to Samuel the elder.
What's up, Sluts? Dog, I think that Instagram sucks, and it took all my videos and made them all sideways for like the whole draft thing. But again, that's why I am live on so many different platforms, because I know that Bezos sucks, and his devices suck, and his software sucks. The only thing that he can do is fucking get you tube socks by Tuesday, but everything else sucks. Zuckerberg sucks. I was just looking at my account and I wanted to do music or just see music, and it says music's not available for some accounts on Instagram. It's like, well, what the fuck, dude? That's what I do, baby. What? Because I'm too good looking? Anyway. That's no. Robinson's a fucking Sherman Oaks. You remember my fucking earbud? You know, like the nappy headed hoe? Look at this. That's like a Broadway head. Anyway, look at this. Look at this move, girl. Anyway, you get lost in the jungle. I'm a walk diver. I can do anything with this. It's like a basketball. It's tight. Anyway, none of it's all sideways. Probably what's up sideways. Shut the fuck up, bitch. Anyway, this is the worst. You're just waiting on people to make picks. Alright, we have had some more picks though. You want to see them?
Prophet and statesman in Babylonian exile since CBG.
To say that, you know, we actually got it
Known
done
for
this time,
interpreting dreams, the lion's den, and the apocalyptic visions book of Daniel. David Hebrew for beloved. Second king of the world 101,000 BC. United the tribes, made Jerusalem the capital, wrote many psalms.
Sometimes, perhaps in the vein of Solomon Lyman,
Central figure in Jewish and Messianic tradition. Venerate Laura Hebrew for
here, you know, in their long struggle.
Prophetess and judge who led Israel to victory over Canaan under Sinai and Judges 4. 5. Symbol of leadership and wisdom. Delilah Hebrew, possibly delicate or 9.
Obviously, a lot to say about how effective that was.
Woman who betrayed Samson to the Philistines, Judges 16. Symbol of seduction and betrayal.
The truth is, all of these things that you're saying, Moses Madison,
Dinah Hebrew for Jews for vindicated. Daughter of Jacob and Leah, Genesis 34. Central to the story of Shechem.
So-called dry baptism.
Elijah, who had referred my God is BWH. Prophet in 9c.
Convert to some form of Protestantism, some form of Lutheranism,
The Hebrew opposed Baal worship, called down fire, Mount Carmel, ascended to be demon of fire. Period 1
It's pretty funny, interesting. It's called The Sopranos on HBO. Perhaps y'all heard of it. Another great show is Friends, but I think even better show is Seinfeld. Because if Seinfeld is a show about nothing, that means Friend for Aniston Staples. I forgot that quote, how they were similar. I'm a little nervous. I just had some sushi recently. Over in the hood, at this new place called Nigiri, please. I ordered the unagi. What? Yeah, they didn't have a drive-through, but they had a drive-by. And last joke, what do you call a black lawyer? A brother-in-law. Thank you guys.
Okay. Thank God you didn't do the punchline I thought was coming there. Holy shit.
I like watching the autism bleed through, and you're like, I'm gonna do a quick last thing to do. Yeah,
Straight to sushi.
yeah.
Fucking sushi next.
So the three shows that you've been watching recently, Sopranos, Seinfeld, and Friends. Did you just get, what, a VCR player or something? How are you just starting these 3-decade-old shows now?
Friends is a lot like Seinfeld. I just, that was kind of the point of the joke, and I almost didn't include that. And I artistically added it.
Do you remember what the correlation between the three was?
Friends is like Seinfeld without the Jews.
Okay.
My father wrote that joke. Helped me write that joke before he died.
Wow, when did he die? 25 years ago?
He died 10 months ago.
Okay. Wow, how did he die?
He had a lung condition, so he had connective tissue disease, which paralyzed his stomach, and that drained into his lungs and destroyed his lungs. And then he died in my arms at home one day.
What was on the TV?
It was the Roku.
There's a Roku picture.
Yeah. The Roku, Roku City.
This guy gazing into the sunset. So one last sunset. There's Roku.
How long ago was this?
Like 10 months ago.
Oh, shit.
Like, it was my sister's birthday was the day before.
What?
October 1st.
Did your sister bust into the room like Freer? Like,
She was gonna blow down all the candles or something.
No, she was in a big fight with my dad, so she wasn't home time.
Oh, so maybe they dance a little bit.
Oh, yeah. I don't even think she saw him the day before.
Well, it's really fucking horrendous, man. Sorry.
Yeah, what were they arguing about, your sister and your father at the time of his death?
My dad, my sister was my dad I was pushed back to the guy before we do.
What was she trying to get him to do?
It sucks.
Just like,
I don't understand.
trying to up his ass.
I realize that.
I don't remember.
I just noticed he has 24 minutes here.
Really? Yeah, you're really fucking bringing it.
Yeah, but she feels so bad.
What's going on there?
Hi, everybody. We're on the phone. No, I just wanted to roll notes over. I'm going to be famous. We're going to help you like peace.
What do you do for work?
Between jobs right now.
Alright, if you can see how I'm doing,
I got lots of life insurance.
so this shit sucks. I don't understand. I just was making a video.
$70,000.
Right, so it's day 3 of the draft. I realize it. I just noticed this. Literally because 24 minutes. Alright, stay tuned.
Got cut out of the life insurance.
Alright, everybody, we're up.
Wow. I feel bad for her.
I mean, you just called her a bitch.
Yo, dog, I'm not even just sideways. It just didn't record the video. Zuckerberg, come on, man. Zuckerberg's going to be like, well, dude, it's Bezos' fault. Bezos is going to be like, well, Zuckerberg's fault. And I'm going to be like, both of you guys suck. You suck. Oh, fuck.
Yo, dog, I'm not even just sideways. It just.
father of the 12 tribes.
Generalizing
Rename
the
Israel
19th century
Genesis
really
25,
quite repressive.
49.
Yo, dog, I'm not even just.
Bear Hebrew for he will enlighten.
They were
A judge of Israel Judges 10.
they were not
3.
participating in the
5.
Russian Narod.
Also other minor figures share this name.
And it was an autocratic state with very little possibility.
Dog, I'm so pissed I can't see straight. Okay, I don't even know which one of you assholes at which to yell, but everybody in tech sucks. They discriminate against women. Why? Why is it that I can do this and I don't get banned? Won't fucking upload, but I don't get banned. But a woman, she does that. She loses her ability to provide for herself, provide for her family. That's just bullshit. And I just think that it's hypocritical that these companies, dude, I have so much about what you talk. Let's look at the fucking draft though. These companies are all like, dude, we're so woke. We're like, men can be women and women can be men. Okay, that's cool. Like, do whatever the fuck you want, dog. But then if like the woman, let's say a woman wants to be a man and she's just like, okay, I'm a man. That's cool. She goes down to the DMV if she can do that and gets her shit changed. Or she, I don't know. How does a woman become a man? I guess like take hormones and stuff. How does she get a penis though? I don't really know that one. It's always the other way. Is it like prolapsed? I don't know. Maybe she's a hot dog or something. Anyway, whatever. They can be like, okay, that's cool. But if she shows her chest and she still looks like she has boobs, they'll ban her account. A dude, well, like a sexy, like going to the state of California, a woman as myself does that, and they're like, oh yeah, why? I don't know. I just think that we should stop discriminating against people based on the content of their character and the color of their skin and the content of their character. Shout out to MLK. Yeah, it's content of character, but also the content of their skin. Like I don't think we should discriminate based on color of skin or I don't know. Nipple? I don't understand why that's a thing. I also don't understand. I don't get it. I'm just like somebody who's very fucking precise and consistent, and it's like I don't want to go into the subject, but I just like consistency. And for these companies to be like, a man can show his chest, but a woman can't. I'm not saying for sexual, whatever reason. Maybe it is sexual, or maybe it's just not. Maybe she just is hot and wants to take off her shirt. Like sometimes I do. Why is it that it's okay that I do it, and not for a woman, even though I'm legally a woman in the state of California? And they're just like, but you look like a dude. It's so stupid. It's so stupid. These laws are so ass backwards. Anyway, IBM sucks, and they should have been NVIDIA. Watson should have been ChatGPT. They fucked up. They were like so ahead of everybody. Well, let's go into consulting. What about these fucking things that we've been doing for fucking 50 years? No, let's do consulting. Dog. And like, when's the last time you heard of an IBM consultant? Like, I guess if you're in giant tech or something, but usually consultants are like KPMG and Deloitte and Ernst & Young and those types of companies. IBM, like, what in the fuck have you guys been doing? When they sold their consumer PC business to Lenovo, I knew something was up. Because IBM used to be the computer. It wasn't just the computer, it was the company. It was like Google, Microsoft. IBM was the company. You worked at IBM, you worked in the future. It was like working at NASA. Now, you could tell someone, oh, I work at IBM, and they'll be like, well, what's that? What's that? And then you have to be like, you have to give them a fucking history lesson on where you work. And it's once impact. It's like, I don't know. What's something that had a really big impact, but it doesn't really have such a big impact anymore? I don't know. It'd be like working at the British East India Company, and people would be like, "Oh, what do you do?" I'm like, I used to work at the British East India Company," and people would be like, "Oh, what's that?" Be like, "Dog, ever heard of spices?" Well, guess what? We had a monopoly on that for like 400 fucking years. And they'd be like, "Oh, okay, it's tight." That's what IBM was. IBM was the British East India Company. And now it's like, I don't know what we do. We had a female CEO. I know that, which was cool. I'm not putting that down. But I'm sure that lady was pissing and moaning like, hey, we're losing fucking market share. She should have been. Maybe she stuck dick as a CEO. I don't know. But I think it was good to shake things up. I remember they did that a long time ago. And then Hewlett Packard. What the fuck happened to Hewlett Packard? When's the last? I mean, I have an HP right there, and it actually, it was a really good computer. It was, again, it was like an 85 Toyota truck that was driving from Portland, Maine to Tucson, Arizona, and I put everything into that thing. But it got me to where we are here. And there's a whole bunch of stuff on there, like good stuff, like, but I have to be able to fix it. Anyway, where are we at on the draft? Yeah, Rabbits in the front. Yeah, hey, what's up, Frozen Sideways? Calm down, woman. So I've got like a podcast. These are all like podcasts. They're like all audio. This is probably audio. But you should know when I watch it in the like part where it is like, hey, do you want to send this out or edit it or whatever? It edits, or it shows perfectly. That's why I've been like, oh, I watch them all when they're done. Yeah, I do, but I don't watch them once they upload. Normally, I would be so pissed. I'd be like, oh, this is gold content. But I don't have to be like that because I've got it on 50 different fucking devices. Now, try finding this shit. That's your own issue. That's a fucking treasure hunt. But anyway, where were we at in the draft? Joe Burrow got taken after Trey McBride. That's a good pick. Shout out to Mike DiSproto. You know you're gonna get rid of this in the back. Yeah, you know who you're gonna take? No, it's too early to tell. Too early to tell. But I will say this: I'm open to taking a tight end, one tight end, George Kittle. If he's not available, then we're not going to take a tight end till maybe the 10th round, and we're just going wide receivers and running backs. This whole fucking thing. Oh yeah, dog. Somebody's got to make this into a gift, but I'm sure this isn't fucking recording because it sucks. What's in the mystery box? Ashton Gentry, his fucking nickname should be Mystery Box. Some rabbits out there. I'll check out what's in your mystery box, girl. Anyway, this is what I was like with fucking. What's up, Frozen Sideways?
Now, I know you've been here all day, so if you'll just sign this contract without reading it, I'll take your blank check, and you will not be not loving your timeshare before you know it.
Look, we're not going to buy a last timeshare, all right?
Hold on. You have a choice. You can have the one.
Lois is like the Rebecca note. You could have had a Henny.
Not your face, Lois. The mystery box could be anything.
Ashton Gentry.
It could even be a boat. You know how much we want one of those. And let's just take the box.
We'll take the box. You gave up a vote for 3 tickets to a friendly comedy club.
Come on, Lois, you're acting like this is the first time I heard that something stupid. You remember the time I was supposed to get that phone? The mystery box could be anything. It could even be a boat. You know how much we want one of those.
And let's
I'll take the box.
Nina, that just happened 10 minutes ago.
Who cares? I bet nobody took the boat. Who could resist the call of the mystery box?
Here's Hurricane Nate.
Hey, look at me. I'm the man in the mud.
Oh, good. Joe, the right is the griffin.
Nautical mailbag. That's
Fucking Halloween.
Don't forget, that could just sex me up. Give me some sugar. Hey, neighbors, where's your boat?
We didn't take the boat. We took the mystery box. Hop in.
That's what the Rebetzinot's going to say to me. Anyway, so I was thinking, should I have even taken Lamar Jackson? He was the #1 guy last year. But then I look on Reddit, and it's like, well, but he hasn't been consistent, blah, 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 blah. I don't know. He got fucked on the MVP last year, so I feel like he's going to really try this year. And he's an exciting player. It's just every time he runs, I'm going to be holding my breath. But there's... Yeah, Rabbit's in the back. Yeah, Rabbi, would you rather win the fantasy league with boring players or lose with exciting players? I get more joy out of watching exciting players, but I mean, it's fun to win. I love to win everything. Anyway, is that the end of your story? You're done bitching about IBM and the British East India Company and Zuckerberg and Bezos jerking each other off raw? Dog, I have like a whole podcast now on Instagram. Hey, listen to my podcast. Oh, cool. Is it on Spotify? No, it's on Instagram. Go fuck yourself. You fucking go fuck yourself.
Also made of several things and trees. Dog, I'm so pissed I can't see straight. Okay, I don't even know which one of you assholes at which to yell, but dog, I'm so pissed I can't see straight. Zedekiah Hebrew for WH is my righteousness. Last king of Judah before Babylonian exile, Kings 24, 25.
Just kind of like we'll talk about tomorrow, the term Holocaust.
Zephaniah Hebrew for WH has hidden.
Difficulties.
Prophet, author of books of Zephaniah 7, CBG.
What exactly?
Zerubbabel Hebrew for sown in Babylon.
So we should
Leader of Jewish returnees from exile, rebuilds temple foundation Ezra 3. Timeline 1.
And well into the 19th century, depending on which country we're talking about.
Zipporah Hebrew for birth. Midianite wife of Moses, mother of his son Exodus 2,
labored
4.
under a second or even third class citizenship
Zophar
status.
Hebrew for
They
Turkey or
were
meeting.
typically understood
One of Job's
as
best friends who debated him, Job 11.
aliens
Genesis
with
Hebrew name.
varying levels of rights that could be
Bereshit in the
quite
beginning.
precipitously removed from them.
First book.
Really basic rights
Covers
like
creation through the
residency.
descent into
Right?
Egypt.
There's the phenomenon of Jews being expelled from one region or another would persist through the 19th century.
Creation till 3760 BC in Jewish reckoning for death of Joseph till 1450 BC. Exodus Hebrew name. Shema name. Number. Second book. Israelite slavery slave. Exodus. Sinai. Tabernacle. Ezra. Timeline. Till 1450. 1310 Leviticus 9. Mohammed and Paul. Third book. Priestly law. Sacrifices. Purity. Timeline. Till 1300 BC at Sinai. Numbers Hebrews 8.
Fourth book. Wandering, rebellion, violence. Adopt. Timeline. Bill 1310. 1670 to 1840 years in reverse. Deuteronomy 2 days. Devarim word. Number. Third book. Moses parallel theory. Shema blessing scripture. Moses death. Adopt. Timeline. Bill 1270 BC. Slaves of Moab.
There's like some fucking engineer somewhere. Yeah, this is what it is. It's about battery life. But it's like if you keep your phone plugged in all the time, then that should
Conquest and
anyway,
removal of
what's going on? Yeah, man, that's
Timeline. Bill 1272.
Thanks for the punch on YouTube. That was great. Shout out to 88. No, ADS.
Shopping regulation. Number. Seven
Right, so
book.
this is what's going to click in and
Oppression
click
and
that.
deliverance.
Figure out the way how to do that.
Timeline. Bill 1245. 1000
And they'd be like, this economic policy should go like this, and this economic policy should go like this. And I'd be like, well, I think the economic policy should go like this, and 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 this. And they would be looking at me like,
Timeline.
are you done? And I'd be like,
Bill 1070. 970 BC.
really? Are you? Good morning, Mr. Aquarius. How you doing, girl?
9 books.
God bless.
Solomon, divided kingdom, prophets, exiles. Timeline.
What you know about
Bill
7?
970.
Who knows?
586 BC, First Temple period. Isaiah.
Everybody loved it.
Yet thou art the Lord is all
Anyway,
faithful. Number. 10 books. Prophecies of judgment and hope. Timeline. Bill 740. 700 BC Syrian era.
Just for the sake of time, I'm going to focus on
Jeremiah 3:9. Hear me, the Lord will not wait. Number. 11 books. Prophecies recorded during Babylonian exile. Timeline. Bill 626. 586 BC. Ezekiel 3:8. Yet his still God strengthened.
David Fincher, he directed it, and I was saying, like,
Faithfully
I was
promised
talking about
restoration.
what cities were, and
Timeline. Bill 593. 571 BC Babylonian exile.
look at that. It's a laser.
12 minor prophets.
Lasers are tight as fuck. Anyway, so listen to music through lasers. Fucking great.
Selection of 12 prophets. And still 750
all French men were theoretically
450 BC, covering Assyrian, Babylonian, and Persian periods. Saul's Hebrew name.
So the Jews
Temple and
essentially said in
phrases.
1789,
Number.
what
14
the
books.
what's wrong with us? We should also have the same kind of
Prayers
rights.
and
Why
hymns
should we be
attributed to David and others.
on the basis of our
Adopt.
religious affiliation?
Timeline.
Especially because the
Filled 1,000.
Israeli revolution
400
was a very
BC.
strong
It's
Conquer
strange.
Hebrew name.
clerical
Non-bearable.
Okay, I don't even know which one you asked was. What's that? Oh, cool, is it up? You're fine. Out watching exciting players, but it's fun to win.
I located persecuted.
Anyway, then you just started bitching about IBM and the British East India Company and Zuckerberg. Bezos jerking each other off. I have like a whole pile. Was it on Spotify?
Like now it's an
Sure, accurate song of songs.
No.
I can't see straight.
What happened?
I don't even know which one of you assholes which to yell what. Everybody in Texas sucks. They discriminate against women. Why is it that I can do this? And I don't get mad. You fucking outlaw. I don't get mad, but a woman, she does that. She wants her money to provide for herself.
No.
1,100 BC Judges era. Meditations Hebrew days. Aina Halalas. Number. 19 books.
And so when the question came before the
Temporary
legislature,
destruction of
they
Jerusalem.
were a little bit quicker to extend emancipation.
Till 586
It happened
BC.
in 1790,
Ecclesiastes Hebrew
the
days.
first year after the revolution itself.
No way.
The Sephardic Jews are
Roman
Frenchmen,
settler
so we will include
Number.
them in the rights and
22.
privileges of
They got me.
Reflections on meaning and lives. Attributed to Solomon.
concentrated in
Ezra.
larger
Timeline.
living
Till 950 BC.
Alsace-Lorraine, where you have all of these
Esther
Ashkenazi
Hebrew
Jews,
days.
right? Our first.
Esther Star hidden.
Unlike the
Number.
Spartans, they
21st
were
book.
different from the
Story
French.
of Turin in Persia.
Linguistically, their
Ezra.
overwhelming language
Timeline.
remained Yiddish,
Till
although they
480.
had some fluency in French, of course, particularly for business purposes.
460 BC Xerxes of Ahasuerus. Daniel Hebrew
Let us
days.
not forget
Daniel
that
God is
France
my
and
judge.
Germany
Number.
are frequent enemies
22nd
and neighbors, of course, but they have, regular conflicts. They
Narrative
have
and
several
apocalyptic
conflicts over the
visions in
course of the
Babylon.
19th century, and
Ezra.
then huge conflicts, of
Timeline.
course, in the 20th century.
Till
So
600.
there's a suspicion of
530
these
BC. Ezra.
Yiddish-speaking
Nehemiah Hebrew names.
French Jews. Would they be
Ezra held
loyal
and
to
Nehemiah
France,
comforted by
or
God.
would they potentially be
Number.
loyal to Germany?
23rd book.
Particularly because
Return from
Germany
exile.
also has
Temple
a
rebuilt.
large
Reform.
population of Yiddish
Ezra.
Jews just across the
Timeline.
border. Do
Till
the Jews consider
538.
themselves French
400
wonders
BC.
as a
Chronicles
distinct
Hebrew
people
days.
whose boundaries, the boundaries of their
Diary
continuous
I need
sort
words
of
of the days.
nation span the French-German
24th book.
border, which could present
Retelling of Israel
significant
as
issues
history from
both
Adam
in
to
terms
Cyrus
of
decree.
potential conflict with
Ezra.
Germany, or
Timeline.
similarly in terms of economic relations with Germany. Would
Written
the
till
Jews
400 BC.
abide by
Summary events
the
till
French
1000.
law and
538 BC.
significantly undercut
Abramson had permitted.
the soft
They got me.
economic and other terms of this democratic nation?
Hebrew
So
Abram
there
involved
was
his
a
father
lot
Abraham,
of
father of many
debate,
nations.
arguments
Then.
over whether or not the
Five.
Jews of Alsace-Lorraine
Origin.
should
Hebrew adapted into
be
Yiddish
allowed
German form.
French citizenship, and it took an additional year for them to be
Pattern in
able
occupational German Yiddish for
achieve
plowmen
this.
or
So
farmers.
in 1791,
From Middle High German
the
Packer
French
equals
citizen,
Yiddish.
yes, we said the rights of man and citizen, and as I mentioned, we're
Not
not ready to talk
specifically
about
Jewish,
women,
but
we
adopted
are
by
ready to
Jews
talk
in
about
German-speaking
Jews. We
lands.
can actually confirm
Adler
now,
German
as of
Yiddish, meaning eagle,
1791, that
chosen as an ornamental
the
name for strength and majesty.
may be in fact
Davidic families.
now what
So
happened
Bert
was
Alper
a
describes
lot
from
of
Yiddish
Frenchmen,
German Al
particularly in
Francis
that
Heidi.
eastern region of France, were not at all happy with this decision.
From Mount
After
Cinnamon.
petition to the legislature
Ashkenazi
saying
Hebrew.
it was a mistake,
German.
giving the Jews free access to the economy,
Used to designate
all
Jews from
boundaries
Ashkenazi Hebrew
to
Hebrew
their
term for
economic
Germany.
activities,
Appeared
has
in
ruined
writing.
that
Easy Rabbi
they've
Yitzhak
taken
Ben
advantage
Patrick Halevi.
of their
Ashkenazi.
far-flung international connection. They've taken advantage
Powerbach
of
place
the
derived from
significant
sounds called
skills
Powerbach
they
in
have
Germany.
culturally,
Bach
such as their
equals
literacy
street
and
in German.
literacy, mentioned many times, and we are finding that a lot
Backward
of
place derived
Alsatian
from the German
this body.
Erickson patronymic
Really
for the
basic
first.
questions about who they are and what they want, and his advisors
For their
yes,
often paired
you
with
know,
the
they have
Hebrew name not same meaning.
Sanhedrin.
For liturgy and graphic from
So I
Berlin.
heard of that. They said,
Jews
yeah, the
cooking
only
with
thing is it
vibrating.
hasn't met in like 2,000 years. The Sanhedrin was the great
Bernstein German Yiddish, member.
assembly of
Fundamental
71
surnames,
judges
popular after
that
1787 surnames in Russia.
in the ancient period when the Jews still were sovereign
Long
in their
place
own land
derived
and
from
very
long
latest
Lotto towns
under
in Central
Roman
Europe.
domination. So he said, look, no
Sometimes
problem,
used
je
for
suis
opposite
Napoleon,
sales
I am
pretentious
Napoleon,
like
let
Eagle's
us
tail.
reconvene the great Sanhedrin. And so he
German
sent
Yiddish
out a
flower.
call that was reverberated throughout
Associated
Europe,
with
saying
unions.
that Napoleon
From
is
German Yiddish from equals
reconstructing the great Sanhedrin because he has to ask himself questions related
Usually
to
or
the
as
possibility
ornamentals.
of
Brody place
emancipation
derived
of
from
the
Brody
Jews.
from
They
major
just
Jewish
barely
centers.
received emancipation at that time, and now there's the
Can
question.
come very
So
often.
people consider this great
Hebrew
alarm.
code equals
There's
3,
tremendous amount of
descendants of
enthusiasm,
parents.
particularly among
Priestly
circles
families.
of Massilians, who said that finally we're going to get a chance
Tender
here
from
to
Latin
really
Tender
demonstrate
Timur, by
our
Yiddish German.
potential for the
We
larger
first in
state.
synagogue
And
check on
in
Tender.
fact, we will be able to, perhaps,
Catholic German
move our
Yiddish
entire
chapter, but in
forward
Jewish usage often with
intellectual
Torabi or
direction
Levi.
that we wanted.
So in
The,
ancient Hebrew
these are
trees,
not only from France,
it is the parent
representatives
text.
from Central Europe as well. There's assembly, which was initially called the Assembly of
One of the
Notables, was
oldest in
this
the world.
man,
Dancing
Venerable
from the
Rabbi
city of
David
Danzig now
Sitzky.
stands,
Now,
Poland.
a lot of rabbinical authorities
Jews
issued
often rely
Assembly
in
of
Norland.
Notables later the Great
Deutsch,
Sanhedrin.
German, Yiddish,
They
for
felt
women.
that it was somehow
Used for Jews who had
blasphemous. Like,
migrated
how
eastward.
is it? This is not the Sanhedrin. This is not how the judges are appointed. And look
Races
at these
from
other
the city
guys
of
who are
Trier
joining
to
it. These
France.
Maskili, these people who,
German.
barely
From
believe
fire.
in traditional observance of
Rucker,
the Torah.
German, Yiddish,
They're going to be our
congregational name,
representatives. And so
Pritchard.
there was a significant boycott, particularly from the more
Common in
right-wing
religious text.
religiously of
From
Europe.
Amsterdam.
David Sitzky,
Ever Emerson from Hebrew, ever biblical
They got me.
minister of Abraham.
scholar,
That's all right.
major commentary on Mishnah, for
24.
example. He was
But shit's still out there.
like an elderly
Equals
figure,
the other side.
and describing that
Just see me. User.
elevated him to the president.
Nobleman, German, Yiddish, nobleman.
What's this asshole thing?
Sometimes ornamental. Heisenberg, German, Yiddish, iron, mountain.
Killer.
They met
Falcon, Falcon, Emerald, Anna equals God has acquired, created by Seth.
12
One.
basic
One.
And
Patrick
since
is
I'm
inserting
together
form
with
from
this
this.
assembly of notables,
Come on, baby.
responses to them. The
That
questions
seems from
were quite
FC9.
Dude, who the fuck gives a shit? I have to log in? Fuck that shit.
altogether.
Harvard, Yiddish, German, occupational name.
Dude, how many making these fucking things all afternoon?
Hey Jews, do you consider yourself
About
French
German, Yiddish,
or
victory,
some
knowledge, and
yourselves
prosperity.
allied with France?
German, Yiddish, occupational name. Field man,
By the
farmer.
way, at that point, when the question
Control
was
C,
read out
German,
loud,
Yiddish,
the
Hearthstone,
minutes
Flint.
of the assembly notice, they
Ornamental.
all stood up and cried out, Jusqu'à la mort. To
Fisher,
our
German, Yiddish,
death.
occupational
Of
equals
course, it wasn't
fisherman.
in France.
Not
And,
originally Jewish, but adopted.
then, but the questions went into some really interesting kind of things that
Franco
look like
Luigi de
tangents,
Conrad,
but were really
i.e. person
basically
from
the same
Franconia
question.
region of
Like, for
Germany.
example, Napoleon was very interested in Jewish marriage.
German, Yiddish,
Would
man of peace from Greek equals
consider
peace for free man.
marrying non-Jews?
Widely adopted.
And of course,
Yeller
in
from
Jewish
Yiddish,
law,
German, yellow equals yellow. Scale, or long.
the assembly of notables were like an answer that, we're forbidden to marry non-Jews, which of course
Version, Gershuni, Gershman, Patrick,
quite so
from
much in the
Hebrew
18th century,
versions
but
of
really
Levi
happening
X.
on a very large scale throughout the 19th and
16.
20th century.
Name music
So
spelled
they sort of
sojourner.
said, well,
Variants common in
have
Ashkenazic
traditionally
communities.
dissuaded Jews from marrying non-Jews,
Ginsburg
but
from the town of Hensburg in Bavaria.
often
Often attached to rabbinic
if
families.
it happens,
Goldberg,
don't
German,
really
Yiddish, Gold
interfere,
Mountain.
and that's really what Napoleon also wanted to know. Do the
Ornamental
Jews have
surname.
their own police
Goldman, German,
force?
Yiddish,
In other
man of
words,
gold.
Will
often
they
symbolic of
subject
prosperity.
themselves to French law, or will French law be
Gold sign
subordinated
German
to
Yiddish,
Jewish
gold
law?
stone.
As we saw when we talked about the
Ornamental.
communal structure
Dot
of
leaf
the
German
Kivula,
Yiddish,
this
who
is
love
the
the
real
star.
question, right? Which law is primary?
Sometimes parallel to
Eastern Europe, with
Hebermania
its Kivula is very large.
Greenberg German
It's
Yiddish,
not really
Green
that big
Mountain.
a question because the
Ornamental
government
survey.
was not especially interested in getting into the minutiae of the behavior of individual
Grossman
Jews.
German Yiddish,
And
large
most of
for
the
grain.
areas in which they would
Sometimes
be
the fly
concerned,
has nickname.
they were very simple areas that were certainly covered by Jewish law and
Greenberg
Islamic.
German
But
Yiddish,
here
Green or
Napoleon
Green
was
Mountain.
developing a modern state,
Ornamental.
and
Albert
he was
Halpern
dealing
from
with
Halpern,
individuals
I
on
found
the
in
individual
Germany.
level rather than communal level, and so he was very concerned, if the
Common Latin
state
career name.
imposed a particular
Hamburger
rule
place
or
name
law,
from Hamburg.
the Jews follow it if it
Hammerstein
contradicts
German,
the Torah
Hammerstone.
and the way it's interpreted by the rabbis. So the Assembly of Notables
Ornamental or
understood
place
exactly
space.
what Napoleon was getting
Heller
at with
place
all of
derived
these
from
questions,
Heller
and
town
they
in Germany
provided
or
for
from
him
Hell
an
equals
answer
line
which
drive.
satisfied him on all these areas. Perhaps
Erstbisman
the most
Sovietic Further
significant
equals heart.
response
Sometimes
focused
parallel
on
to
a
Hebrew
basic
names that rule,
principle
since Turk was paired with
of
Zek.
Talmudic law, the notion of Dina,
Kurgan German Yiddish
Dina, Dina,
adopted in
meaning
surname
the law
degrees.
of the state
Turkish Yiddish German
is
for
for
here.
law. This is a discussion that was advanced by
Paired with
the
Hebrew
great
names
Rabbi
Vivir
Shmuel
Gazelle.
in
Laurel
Babylonia
is from its
during the
harvest
period
from
of the
foreign
Talmud.
Czech
The Jews
Republic.
were a minority in
Rabbinic
Babylonia,
family name.
and there was a long discussion in the Talmud of what if the state imposes laws
Isaacson
that
Isaac
are,
Sitzkowitz patronymic,
you know,
son of Isaac.
not included in the
Hebrew
Torah.
Yitzchak
And
equals
Talmudic
Hebrew last
discussion.
gen.
We have to follow those
17.
laws. And he basically ruled, we got to follow the laws
19.
of the
Named
land.
for Sarah Slaughter.
It's a complicated
One of the
discussion.
oldest
What
biblical
happens if
names.
the law of the land is wicked and it imposes a law that contradicts the
Israel's
Torah?
enrolled
I'm
Israel's
not
from
going to go into
biblical
that
patriarch
intellectual
Jacob,
pursuit,
who
but
named
for
Israel
our
Hebrew struggles
purposes
with God
today,
Jen.
the Assembly of Notables
32.
essentially offered
28.
Napoleon the answers
East
he
has
wanted.
given name and
Napoleon
later
said, fine,
surname.
I am going to confirm the decisions of 1790 and
Jacobson
1791.
Yang
Jews
television
are
patronymic son of
definitely
Jacob.
emancipated. We're
Hebrew
not taking
Yaakov
that
equals
back
hills,
at all.
older or some
But by
minor
the way,
Jen.
just to make sure that they're not
25.
abusing their
26.
new status,
Central
I'm going to
biblical
impose a whole bunch of
patriarch.
new laws just to make sure that they're kept within their message, which was considered by
Jonah
many
Jonas
Jews
Giannis
to
and
be a
Hebrew
bit of a
Yana equals
betrayal,
dove.
because after all,
Biblical
if they're
prophet Jonah
emancipated,
book
they
of
should have
Jonah.
total freedom, total
Symbol of
equality.
peace and divine
Napoleon was
vision.
not quite prepared to do that, and so there were some lingering
Joseph
legal
Josephson
aspects
Yusilowitz
on the
patronymic,
economic
son of
activity,
Joseph.
conscription, and others
Hebrew
that
Yosef equals,
Napoleon
he
wanted
will
to
have Jen.
impose, at least for a temporary period. But
24.
bottom line for our purposes, it was a huge leap forward, because here was a
Joseph son of David
confirmation
Beckham
of
Evisero
the
of Egypt.
French idea of
Joshua
emancipating
Josewitz
Jews, which
Yehoshua
would
Hebrew
echo
Yehoshua equals God
throughout
saves.
Central Europe over the next 2 centuries. Further, their part, the
Biblical
Jews
successor to
were just
Moses,
delighted
conqueror
with
of
this,
Canaan.
especially those
Often
elements
used
of
as
the
surname in
Haskalah,
patronymic form.
not so
Young,
much
younger, and
necessarily
German
the
Yiddish equals
extreme
young.
right religious orientation of many of whom
Sometimes
felt that
used
Napoleon
affectionately
was
for a young
representing some
scholar,
kind of
younger
great
than
evil
equals Mary
force.
Yeshiva
For
student.
example, among many Hasidim in Eastern Europe, which would
David
be
Stavanovich
exacerbated by the
variant
fact
of
that
Cohen
Napoleon would
meaning
go on this
priest.
massive Eastern
Indicates priestly
campaign to
descent from
invade
Aaron.
Russia later
Common
on.
in Eastern Europe.
But some Jews actually view this as the beginning of the Messianic
Devonic
era. And
Kapana
they look for his
Arabic
name,
form of Cohen, same
Bonaparte,
priesthood.
which can be translated
Chaplain,
into
German
Hebrew as
Yiddish,
Caleb
chaplain.
Tov,
Among Jews,
portion,
often used
which
for Levite
is
or rabbi.
understood as a reference perhaps to the coming Messiah. Here's a
Cat's
medallion
acronym
that
for
was
Hebrew
coined
Cohen
by
Jews
Jews to
equals righteous
celebrate
priest.
the
Indicates priestly
granting
lineage.
of emancipation to the French Jews. You can see on the left, of course, says
Common German
Emperor
Yiddish
King
occupational name,
Napoleon.
merchant,
This is
trader.
like a big change from the original republic that was
Telman
established in
from
79.
Yiddish
And on
diminutive
the
of
right,
Geronimo's dream good name.
amazingly, you have the
Rooted in
figure of
rabbinic tradition.
Moses, who was
Prime
kind of
German
like
Yiddish,
crouching
Paul,
down in
Riddle.
almost
Nickname
servile
turned
fashion,
surname.
tentatively reaching up to receive the
Not for German
commandments
Yiddish,
from
but
none
for
other
not.
than
Occupational Dutch
this is
maker
a
or descriptive.
astonishing images. The medallion that actually
Chromosomes vary
portrays
often.
medallion that
actually portrays ornamental.
as they say in Yiddish.
Crash hour place name
Let's
from
move on to
Krakow,
the
Poland.
piece and see how this status really affects the rest
Solve
of
from
what
German
happens.
from equals
I'm
protein
going
or
to
possibly place space.
skip rather
Transfer
quickly
German
through much of this region and then focusing on how Jews expressed it in terms of how it
Occupational.
So
Hugo
here's
Kugelman nickname from
an
Yiddish
image
Hugo
of the
doing
great
casserole.
Kaiser Joseph
Sometimes
II,
affectionate
who is especially
surname.
associated with the similar kind of
German Yiddish,
emancipation that was happening
often
in
paired with
Eastern
Hebrew
Europe,
name Tuesday here.
particularly
Landau
the
from the city
passage
of
of
Landau,
toleration
Germany.
that was issued in 1782. And it was
Rapid and
different
easily made.
from French
Landsman
emancipation
Yiddish for
in many
countrymen, meaning
respects.
someone from the
It
same
did
hometown or
not
region.
go as far as the French
Lasker
example
Lusky
by
from Last Poland.
formally declaring
Laser Lazarus
Jews
Laserson from
citizens.
Hebrew Ilger equals God
Rather,
and help.
as the name implies, the content
With
of
the
tolerance
faces in the parents.
formally agreed to
32.
permanent
Legovic
status of
legal
Jews
its
as
patronymic.
tolerated
Synapse.
in the
Leave
regime.
Yiddish equals
So
line
all
paired
kinds
with
of
Hebrew
rules
area.
that Jews were habitually nervous about, like
Levi Levin
residency
Levitsky
status
Lewis and tribal
and
name.
like confirmed
From Levi, son of
privileges
David.
to study certain
Meaning
subjects
equals
in higher
attached.
education
Joint gen.
or engage in certain practices.
29.
While there
34.
mildly discriminatory limitations were placed on them because of their
Denotes
Jewish
Levi
status,
lineage.
nevertheless,
Lieberman
the
German
states that
Yiddish,
formally
beloved men.
don't have to worry about
Sometimes
these
that
things.
house for
They're
Hebrew
going to keep
Yiddish,
them.
beloved of God.
And this is extremely important to understand because
Linder
Jews
Linden
as a
German, from
minority
Lind equals, Linden tree.
often flourish
Ornamental.
in environments in which they suffer from
Whitman with
moderate
Skylinden
to
from Yiddish
mild
base. Whitman
discrimination.
linked to Hebrew book from Greek,
As
Phoebus
long as
equals
they
bride.
depend
Lo
on the
Lowenstein German
consistency
Yiddish,
and
lion.
legitimacy of the rule of law in that state. The
Often
German
parallel to
linguist,
Hebrew
German
area or
journalist
Duda.
Rechtsstaat,
Luria
being
place name
a
from Luria,
society
Italy,
that
or
is
El Lado,
governed by
Ukraine.
law. In other words, let's say,
Prominent Rabbi
for
Nikolai
example,
Ari,
Jews
Rabbi
are
Isaac
not
Luria,
allowed to
father
open
of
certain
Luria and
kinds of
Kabbalah.
businesses, or not allowed to live in certain areas of the city.
Mandel
So
Baus German Yiddish, all
that
longer
mild
on tree.
discrimination
Ornamental.
is actually, in a way,
Shape
good for the
equals,
Jewish
common,
community
symbol of
because it
watchfulness
provides a
church.
little bit of kind of like a
11.
forced inward focus that
Market
Jews
with
know that they are
son of
not
Mark.
the same as everybody else.
Mark derives
So
from Latin
therefore,
Marcus from Mark,
monogamy
god
is
of war.
encouraged, marriage is
Adopted in Islamic Jewish
little
communities.
self-help is encouraged because they realize they can't rely on the
Marmorstein
state
German, marble
for
cell.
welfare type
Ornamental.
handouts and things like that. And they
Mental,
so there's like a little kind of like we have to take care of ourselves mentality that
comforter of messianic
reinforces
thing.
the
See
idea that the Jews are distinct.
What up, Wicked?
Moderate,
Meyer Mir Mayavis patronymic, son of Mir.
but at the same time,
Hebrew Mir equals one who gives life.
but at the same time, let's say you're not allowed to
name
open up
from
a
Calvin
particular
and
business,
saves Rabbi
particular
Mir.
part of the community or something like that. If someone were to break
Milkman German Yiddish,
the
milk for milkman.
of your
Occupational.
and then run away,
Hillside Milner German
you
Yiddish,
could rely
one who
as a
rhymes
Jew
grain.
on the police to investigate, and if they caught
Occupational.
the criminal,
Mr. Place name
would
from
be
Maine, Germany.
tried and would be sentenced, and you would be eligible to receive
Mursky Consolidate from near
compensation.
Belarus,
So there
side
was
of Maine
basically
Yeshiva.
a law that was
Rocky
put in
Hebrews,
place
Eastern.
that would protect their somewhat limited slice
Refers
of
to
privilege,
Jews from the
right?
Middle
Just
East,
really
Iraq,
one
Syria,
side.
Yemen,
A little bit
etc.
of anti-Semitism
Morris,
from the
Morris,
outside,
German, Yiddish
God
form
forbid,
of Maurice,
but a
from
little bit of
Latin Morris
anti-Semitism
equals
from the
word,
outside.
dark
Nothing
skin.
that really harms people, but it sort of restricts them.
Nachman,
That
Nachman,
actually
Nachmanites,
encourages
patronymic, son of
Jewish
Nachman.
growth,
Hebrew
both
Nachman equals
internally
comforter.
and
Famous.
potentially even demographically. And
Rabban,
at the
Rabbi
same
Moshe
time,
Nachman.
it only
Nobel,
works
Nobelman,
though
German
if there
Yiddish,
is a
needle or needle
Rechtsstaat
maker.
that guarantees that everything
Occupational.
else is stable. The worst thing that the Jewish
Naval,
community
Nagler, German
face
Yiddish,
is
nail or nail maker.
where there are no predictable
Occupational.
rules, where there are minority that can be targeted,
Human, German Yiddish,
and
you
that
man,
there's
you
no
covered me
follow-up,
now.
there's no police, there's no
That's
law,
about German Yiddish,
no
that's
compensation
free
for
walnut.
damages. That's really
Ornamental.
the worst fear of the Jews, like any minority.
Hockenheim,
So
Hockenheimer
essentially,
place
what
name
was
from
happening in
Hockenheim,
Central
Germany.
Europe was much more
Famous
the
banking
model
family
of,
rivals
you
of
know,
Rothschild.
Jews have lived here a very long time. We're not ready to open up our society like those crazy
Ornstein,
French people
German,
are,
Eagle
but we
Stone.
are definitely
Ornamental.
committed to
Ostrovsky place name from Ostrov, Slavic for island.
Acceptable for a large number of Jews living in places like the
Paul
Austro-Hungarian.
Hill, Paul Hurwitz, Paul
But the
Patrick
idea
from
of French
Hebrew Paul Hill
equality
equals God is my
was
deliverance.
quite tempting for large
Appears in
swaths of the
Suzanne.
population at large. And so we'll have, over the course of the 19th century, a lot of liberal struggles to try to bring that system of government to essentially
Judah and
the
Tamar
Haitian
Dent.
Revolution in
38.
1848 that points in that
29.
direction turns out
Ancestor
fail.
of King
And so
David.
during this time, there Jews are kind
Pearl,
of buffeted
Carolyn,
by
Pearlstein, Urban Yiddish,
such
Stroll.
swells of liberalism
Ornamental.
and followed by
Pepper, Peppermint, German Yiddish, Pepper.
over the course of the 19th century,
Occupational
they're
ornamental.
struggling with, is society going
Pinsky,
to
Pinsker,
liberate
place
us like
name
France?
from Pinsk,
Are they
Lawrence.
going to continue to tolerate us
Polonsky,
from Austria-Hungary?
place name
Or
from Poland.
are we going to be subject to the anarchy that's associated with
Portland, Russian Yiddish,
They're
Taylor.
worried for Jews overall.
Occupational.
But the
Rocky,
trend
Rabinowitz,
as a
Rabinovich,
whole
Patronovich,
moves
son of
towards
Rabbi.
emancipation, moves towards the idea of giving
From Hebrew, Rab
the
equals
rights
master,
of all
teacher.
other members of society.
Rachmaninov,
And ultimately,
Hebrew,
that's what happened
Aramaic,
at the end of the
Rachman
19th
equals
century.
merciful, compassionate.
Jews were emancipated throughout the
Rappaport
entire
from Port Hoylery.
Central Europe.
Rabbinic family
Only
name.
Russia
Reichman, German, rich or wealthy.
distinction between Russian
Reiner, Reigns,
citizens
German,
and
Yiddish, pure, clean.
subjects.
Resnick, Russian, Yiddish, butcher.
This
Occupational.
back and forth of what's going to happen
Rosen,
to
for
Jews in
Rosenville,
Central
German,
Europe
Yiddish,
has
Rose,
interesting
Rose Mountain, Valley of Roses.
implications for the Jewish community.
Ornamental.
Among German Jews, those who were
White, German, Rose Brad.
committed to the idea of achieving
Ornamental.
emancipation began to
Rosenberg,
experiment
German, Red
with
Mountain.
internal
Place-based
reforms.
ornamental.
We just began to touch on these last week, but here's when you have the development of what would be later called denominations within
Ornamental.
Judaism.
Sackcloth equals sackbar equals wages, reward.
Early 19th century,
Also Slavic
said,
surname form.
essentially one of the reasons why we are
Sandler, Sandals,
struggling
German,
to receive
Yiddish,
emancipation
shoemaker.
is because we perceive as being
Occupational.
so different
Sapphire,
from regular
Sapphire,
Germans.
German, Hebrew,
If we
sapphire.
would just adopt things like those
Ornamental.
Sephardic Jews in southern
Sassy,
France
Sassoon, Hebrew,
to show
join,
that we are
happiness.
good Germans too,
Famous
then
Magnati
emancipation
family.
will be extended to us. And so the
Checker,
liberal movement
Yiddish,
was much more
ritual slaughter.
prepared to adopt
From Hebrew,
changes
Chachik.
in Jewish
Chip,
religious
Chipper, German,
practice.
chip.
Synagogue architecture
Occupational or
was changed,
ornamental.
more church-like, mixed seating of men and
Schlesinger,
women
place
was
name from
introduced.
Louisa Schlesy. This essay
Mahjong.
Was
metal worker.
significantly edited to remove, for
Occupational.
example, yearning for Zion,
Schneider,
the
essay,
idea
Nader,
that
German,
Jews
Yiddish, Taylor.
are ultimately in
Occupational.
exile in Germany was
George,
considered
German,
inappropriate because
Yiddish,
after all,
Black Star.
you only emancipate people who intend to live there for their home. You don't emancipate travelers. So
Siegel,
references
acronym
to
7
Zion
with Penuna
were
equals
removed
assistant
from
to the
the
priest.
liturgy because it was seen as a kind of a tool of
Hero,
loyalty that
Spirit,
was
Fox for
unacceptable.
Germany.
Go on and on with
Prominent
these various
rabbinic family.
changes. One of the most significant
German,
ones
Yiddish,
was
synagogue man,
linguistic in
or
nature.
caretaker official.
Should Jews continue to pray in
Super
Hebrew,
German, Yiddish,
a
Simmer.
language foreign to the vast
Sometimes tied
majority
to
of
liturgical
Germans,
cantor.
or should they move towards German language
Sound
worship
involvement
so that,
Pacific,
if a
Sipon
typical
Silliman.
non-Jewish German
Hebrew
were walking
logo
through the
equals
synagogue,
inspo from
he or she would
Cologne.
understand basically what is
Biblical
going
King
on.
Solomon.
So in the 1840s, when the Reform
Sorkin
movement moved
Circus from female
significantly
given name
towards
Sarah equals
using
princess.
German,
Eagle
the
German, Yiddish,
movement
mirror.
called the historical
Ornamental.
positivist movement, now called essentially conservative
Stein,
Judaism, so it's
Stein,
different
German,
that's
Yiddish
used in
stone,
America.
stone mountain,
It's
etc.
led by a man named
Ornamental.
Zacharias Frankel said, that's too much
German,
already.
Yiddish,
And
star.
so splitting
Ornamental.
from the Reform movement broke off and
Strauss,
said,
Strassman,
we
German,
do
Street or
believe
River.
in reforming
Place
Judaism, but at a far slower pace. And so you
Tannenbaum,
have
German, fur,
now
trade Christmas
three
tree in German,
distinct
but for use
orientations
just
of Judaism,
ornamental.
very active in
Titelbaum,
Germany.
German,
You
base palm
have
tree.
the
Prominent
traditionalists,
Pacific family
who
Safar.
would be called Orthodox for some time, but
Titular German,
probably
Yiddish,
known as
carpenter.
Glauberger, the
Occupational.
old believers, who were
Trachtenberg,
essentially
place names from
retaining
Trachtenberg,
medieval
Poland.
traditions. And then you have the very
Alvin Nolan,
large
German man from Ulm City in Germany.
liberal Jews,
Hunger,
aka
German
Reform
place
Jews,
name
who
from
are
Hungary.
willing to see changes in Judaism in order
Local
to
Vogelman, German,
adapt to
Yiddish, bird.
German sensibilities. And
Ornamental
then finally, you have the conservative movement,
Noel
which
Novkovitz,
would say
Slavic, rule.
we We believe that the basic tenets of changing
Office with
Judaism
Teto
to
Hebrew
adapt to modernity,
Walden,
but
German, Forest
it's
Net,
not as fast as
Wild from Wild German Town.
There's much more to say about this, but I want to concentrate more on
Weinberg,
politics
Weinman,
than
Weinstein, German, Yiddish, Wine Mountain, Wine Net,
denominational
Weinstone,
Now,
ornamental.
related to these changes, there was
Winer
significant
from the
backlash
NOE.
developing, particularly
White,
in
German,
Germany,
Yiddish,
against
White.
the German
Descriptive.
Jewish advances for
Wertheim,
emancipation.
Wertheimer
And
Place
one of
State,
the
Wertheim,
figures that
Germany.
really highlights
Prominent rabbinic
the
family.
opposition to the
Weasel,
civil
German,
rights
Weasel.
emancipation is a renowned historian, Heinrich von
Famous.
Weizsäcker.
Ellie Weasel.
In
Roll,
the
roll,
latter
fell,
part of
roll
the
in
19th
German,
century,
well-being,
looked at what
prosperity.
was happening to Jews in Germany, and he
Roll,
was
roll, swallow,
especially
experiment,
incensed
Yiddish, roll.
with Heinrich
Commonly
Gratz's
paired with Hebrew death.
major multi-volume
Jacobson,
history of
Jacobson,
the
Patrick,
Jews that was
Jacobson,
appearing at the
Jacobs.
time, which he felt maligned
Hebrew
these
Yacham
Germans
equals
as
Setlander
the
or
traditional
Geographer.
hosts of the
Yitzchaki
Jewish
Excavus
community.
Isaac's Patrick,
And
Sedevizet.
he argued in a very trenchant
Hebrew
series of
Yisro equals
essays
Hebrew
and
last.
polemics that went back and forth.
Yana Jonas, Yana
Gretz
is Hebrew, Yana
Zeitschrift
equals Dutch.
said famously,
Prophet
"Die
Jonah.
Juden sind Benzir." The
Zach
Jews,
Zaxman from Hebrew
the Jews
initials.
are
There is
our
no Shemo equals
misfortune.
his name is
That
Holy
if
Seed.
we had,
Office rabbinic.
not if we, sort of granted them
Cycling,
the
Cleveland,
limited
German,
rights
Yiddish.
that we did in
Little
the
time
medieval
or
period,
per se
and left it
equals
there, that would be
olives.
fine. But
Possibly
Zeitschrift
from
said that
Hebrew, Zyke equals
just
olives.
allowing
Philip
Jews
Yiddish,
to see
blessed,
some Germans
happy.
was
Paired
great
with Hebrew
tragedy
name
and
Asher.
would ultimately result in the downfall of Germany. Obviously,
Zelman,
this
Zelmanovich
particular
variant of Solomon
intellectual
Shlomo
trend
equals peace.
would have huge implications for the 20th
Silver,
century,
silver,
as that
peace, German,
slogan,
Yiddish, silver,
Jews are
silver
our
mat, silver
misfortune,
stone.
would be picked up by the Nazi
Ornamental.
Party.
Zuckerman, German, Yiddish, sugar mat.
Now, let
Occupational
us
or
go
ornamental.
to Eastern Europe, which is hugely important. Not
These legal from Hebrew,
for
Hebrew equals
the
near
fact
Hazel
that
Song of
the
Song.
vast majority of Ashkenazi Jews
Sometimes
are
paired
living
with Yiddish
in
first.
Eastern Europe at this time. Eastern Europe would
They
include
Delmeyer
Great
Jewish
Russia,
sound
a
surname.
massive territory, the Romanov dynasty,
Bagel,
300
Benalo,
years,
Hebrew for
and
the
would
shadow
also
of God, the chief artisan of the Michigan Tabernacle, known for his divinely inspired
by
craftsmanship.
its neighbors in
Higher
the
beard
late
is from
18th
Hebrew
century,
beard illuminated,
and
one
the
who gives
largest
life.
single chunk of Jews was
Fine,
absorbed
the
into
name
the
of the
Russian
face that
Empire
now
under
enlivened,
Empress Catherine
symbolizing
II,
divine wisdom
also
paired
known
with
as Tsarina
spiritual
Catherine
illumination.
the Great. And so that's where you have the vast
Narrative
majority
first tractate off Babylonian Talmud blessings, prayers,
touched
Shabbat,
on some of the history
grace
that was
after
happening
meals,
there under
rules of
the
worship.
previous Tsar Nicholas I,
Amorated discussion
and the
C300P.
degradation of the Jewish community there by the
60
destruction of
portfolios.
Kahal, the imposition
Shabbat
of
second
the
tractate of the Babylonian Talmud laws of Shabbat.
the crown schools that we discussed last week.
39 categories of
When we
labor,
get to the
prohibited
1880s,
all those activities,
dramatic development
rituals.
with the assassination
Amorated period.
of Tsar Alexander II,
157 folios.
He was traveling in a
Third
carriage with his
tractate of the
wife,
Babylonian
and
Talmud
a
laws
bomb
of thereof
was thrown
joining
in
the
the
maze
carriage
carried on
by
Shabbat.
a
Amorated period.
105
folios.
contrary to popular
Chesapeake Fourth
opinion, was not
tractate
actually
of the
formed
Babylonian
by
Talmud laws of
or
Passover.
any kind of Jewish group, although one of
Canon
the
Sramobile,
main
Quoted
co-conspirators
Pesach,
was
Seder
a
night.
Jewish pregnant woman who
Amorated
was
period.
later executed for
121
the
folios.
assassination.
Chekhov
Tsar
tractate.
died at the scene, and this
Badly
rumor
Labs
just
Gemara,
spread
studying
throughout
the Yerushalmi
the
Tax,
Russian
Shekel,
Empire
Temple
in
Tax,
1881
finances,
that had
communal
no
offerings.
basis in reality
Yerushalmi
that
division used.
the successor
22
Tsar
folios.
had given the population permission
Yohanan tractate of the Babylonian Talmud temple service on Yom Kippur,
these 3
costumes
days
repentance.
actually extended
88
about
folios.
3 years.
Sukkah 7 tractate of the Babylonian Talmud Sukkot.
Remarkable map
Sukkah construction, Mulan, Edred, festival rituals. 56 folios. Isaac Yom 8 tractate of the Babylonian Talmud laws of work, and food preparation on Yom Tov verses. Shabbat.
That seems
40
entirely
folios.
out of the control of the Russian
Rosh
Empire.
Hashanah 9 tractate of the
In fact,
Babylonian
one of
Talmud,
the
year festival,
revelations
calendar
in
sanctification,
historiography
shofar.
of the 20th century in particular is
35
that
folios.
for a long time it was believed that
Minute
the
10
Russian
tractate of the
Empire
Babylonian
actually
Talmud,
orchestrated these
public
pogroms.
fasts, prayers for
Some
rain,
thought that maybe
tragedies
they
and
did this as a way
commemorations.
of kind of
31
distracting the
folios.
peasantry from, virtually
Nebula 11, Tractate of the Babylonian Talmud Urim, reading the Nebula, Synagogue Laws, 32 folios.
Not to say that the Russian government was so friendly to Jews,
12, Tractate of the Babylonian Talmud Told Hamlet Laws, Warning, Excommunication, 29 folios.
Treated largely by unmarried men.
Chapter 13, Tractate of the Babylonian Talmud Pilgrimage Offerings, Festival Laws, Mystical Topics, 27 folios.
Sometimes multiple times. These horrific pogroms.
Yevamid 14, Tractate of the Babylonian Talmud Labirate Marriage Yilum Shalibna, Forbidden Relationship, 122 folios.
Later with the Russian Revolution, which would overwhelmingly
Kedavah 15, Tractate of the Babylonian Talmud Marriage Contract, Obligations of Husband and Wife, 112 folios.
Nevertheless, these pogroms had a major impact on
The Baron 16, Tractate of the Babylonian Talmud Laws and Vows and Annulment,
Russian Empire.
91 folios.
Enough of this.
Year 17, Tractate of the Babylonian Talmud Conservatorship, abstaining from wine, hair cutting, impurity,
Before I move on, though, just have a quick look at the map. You'll see that
66 folios.
that sort
Sunnah
of
18, Tractate of the Babylonian Talmud Laws of a Suspected Adulteress, plus agnotic material,
that's the map of the Pale settlement.
49 folios.
The Pale
Within
settlement
19, Tractate
represents
of the Babylonian Talmud
the
Divorce
region
Documents,
in which
Laws of
Jews were
Separation,
legally allowed to
90
reside
folios.
under Russian authority. There were Jews who were
Division
allowed
20
to
of
reside
Tractate of the
outside
Babylonian
of
Talmud
Russia
with
proper,
Rafal, Marriage
but they were
Acquisitions, Family
exceptional
Law,
Jews, either
82
there
folios.
because of some special skill that they could offer the Russian government.
Robin Hammond 21st Tractate of the Babylonian Talmud, Civil Damages, Tort Law, Theft, 119 folios.
Veterans who had gone through the consular system
Robin
and were
Mexius
allowed
22nd Tractate of the Babylonian Talmud Property, Disputes, Lost Items, Distant Epics, 119 folios.
Latvia and Estonia. But the vast or it's also possible.
Robin Madrid 23rd Tractate of the Babylonian Talmud Girl Estate, Inheritance, Partnership Laws, 176 folios.
Actually, legally closed to Jews for much of the
Sanhedrin 24th Tractate of the Babylonian Talmud Courts,
I want to point out
Capital
four
Punishment,
charts
Messianic
from this
Topics,
remarkable
113 folios.
one of the things that's fascinating, we look at the pogroms. So here,
Passage
take a look at
22,
this, which
Tractate
shows
of the
the
Babylonian
number
Talmud
of
calls
pogroms that
witnesses,
occurred,
cities, of
during
refuge,
the
rashes,
I think, the early 20th century.
24 folios.
Huge wave
Shidon 26, Tractate of the Babylonian Talmud Oaths, False
which are
Testimony,
larger
Temple
in
Impurity,
extent, like a number,
49
but not nearly
folios.
as vicious, as murderous as the real pogroms. And then there's a significant
Another
wave
Zara
in
27th
1945,
Tractate of
and
the
then,
Babylonian
terrible
Talmud
wave in
Relations with idol
1960s,
worshippers,
1920,
commerce, food laws,
which smaller in
76
number,
folios.
but much larger in terms of its victims. Murder was much more common.
428 Tractate of the Babylonian Talmud Laws of erroneous rulings by four leaders, 14 folios.
Failures. And as you can see, that there is definitely some correlation.
29
But there are many,
Tractate
many
of
years
Babylonian
where
Talmud
failures,
temple
where there were no
sacrifices,
pogroms.
altar
And then
procedures,
they look at another factor.
120
They look
folios.
at, political turmoil, like after the Crimean War and things like that.
30th Tractate of the
Yes,
Babylonian
similarly,
Talmud Great
there is
Offerings,
some correlation
Egypt,
between
Tepulin,
political
Mitzvah,
turmoil, like the
110
post-assassination
folios.
of Alexander II, and pogroms, but not always. There's lots of
Showing
times, like
31st
Napoleon
Tractate of
against
the Babylonian
Moscow, where
Talmud,
there are no
kosher
pogroms.
slaughter,
However,
meat ritual laws,
both of those
142
variables,
folios.
you say, well, what happened?
Next are 32nd Tractate of the Babylonian Talmud, firstborn animals, priestly rites, blemishes,
So that's
61
a
folios.
very clear graphic representation of how economic
RX
reversals
33rd Tractate of the Babylonian Talmud vows evaluation to the temple, 34 folios.
Now, what
Sierra 34th Tractate of Babylonian Talmud substitution of offerings, sanctity of property, 34 folios.
began to question the traditional leadership.
Narrative 36, Tractate on Babylonian Talmud offenses liable to parenticide offerings.
Why? Because
28
Mr.
folios.
Hayes that we discussed last week, the Kehillah was not nearly as trusted.
Island 36, Tractate on Babylonian Talmud misuse of consecrated property. 22 folios.
Secularizing Jewish society. And so Jews said after
In a
1881,
37th
we are no
Tractate of
longer
the Babylonian Talmud family purity, menstrual laws.
to adopt one of these
73
five
folios afterlife general English
ideas
term.
that they articulated and explained how they were.
In Judaism often refers to a long Haba world
The first
compound
theory
again,
was, the
needed
first
for the state of the
decision
soul
was
after
perhaps
death.
the most traditional. Let's leave. There's no
Angel of death, the last Haba, a angel responsible for separating soul from body and death. Often identified with songs. Added longer future to come messianic era, and perfected future.
Of the Russian Empire in 1917.
Overlaps with the long
1.7
Haba.
Jews moving
That
to
here
the
and free
United
will
States,
human choice determines one, as fate in afterlife, reward or punishment.
70,000 going to Canada, where they heard there was going to be some really good
That can add on national examination of the soul after
very
death.
significant population
A
in South
judgment
America,
process described in the
South
single
Africa,
text.
and to the early Yeshua,
Books like Sefer Chinese record of the righteous, written during Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur, tied to eternal reward.
Tracing the original migration path
Book of the Sefer Hameti, opposite of the Book of Life.
Now they're
Record
moving
of the
back
wicked,
to Western
mentioned
Europe
in the
because
Rashi
the Russian
sources.
Empire is no longer so comfortable, and a small number of the place.
Tie a second highest level of the soul,
The second
transcendent
major
connection
strategy
to divine
was,
life force.
no, let's not move, let's not leave the Russian Empire, let's
Kelly
change
felt
the
a long
Russian
Haba portion in the world to come rapid in teaching that all Jews merit eternal reward, except for those who lose it by grave
expressed
sins.
a lot of Jewish thinkers from the period, perhaps most famously by this man,
Shimon ever meeting of the great suffering of the soul in the grave is unworthy,
was a major
resting in
figure
Midrash and
in
Zohar.
the 1905 revolution. In particular, later it became the leader
Diamond
of
Coker in
the Red
Fleeting Soul
Army
of a sinner that
revolutionary
attaches
years
to the
we
living
discussed
that still exorcised.
in about an hour. And one of the things that's less known about the Russian
Fifty
Empire is
chess
that
bomb,
from
judgment
this
and
photograph,
reckoning,
a mugshot
heavenly
of his arrest,
evaluation of
actually,
needs
you
after
see
death
there was
before
virtually
final
impossible
assignment.
to get a decent haircut anywhere in the Russian Empire.
And Rab mixed multitude, soul sent
Third,
to return through reincarnation to cause trouble or complete
try to change
rectification.
Russia, like trying to adopt a totally
As
different
County
political
Street of
system
life
that of
people of
socialism.
eternal life,
There's just going to be another
and
problem
to
later on
divine
down the way.
and where
And
souls
who says that
ascend.
this new political system is any good? What we need to do is stop history.
Future
We have to
resurrection
have
that
all
Shani
the
and Hameti
rather than
Central
moving
believes
to
in
some other
resurrection of
country
the
and
dead
this
during
change the whole
Messianic
process
era.
again. Let's move
Nehemiah
to our
13
home land.
principle.
Let's return to Israel, and that will be the final
Gan
homecoming
Eden
of
garden of Eden
this
paradise for righteous souls.
extremely popular movement, the single most popular political movement of
Divided into lower Gan Eden spiritual rest and upper Gan Eden union with it. Gen purification realm for souls after death. Usually up to 12 months, not eternal.
For inspiration, and he relied on the
Built
model
upon economic reincarnation of souls, Kabbalistic teaching that souls reincarnate until they fulfill their purpose.
Of a Jewish community existing as a
Cycle of
strong
heavenly palaces,
within
mystical
a
chambers where
larger
souls
state.
ascend
So
after death, described in early
a
mysticism.
secular version of that. It's essentially it was
Converting
it did not
citation.
have a tremendous amount of
When a
traction,
righteous
but
soul
it
temporarily
ultimately
joins a living person to help them
the
spiritually.
federation movement of North America and much further. The
Imam
idea that
Kashani
Jews
three
should
of life grade of souls,
organize
mystical
themselves
root from which
and
all
try to
souls
assert their
originate and to
rights
which they
as a
return.
community rather than as individual citizens. So the huge impact not so
Judgment
much
day,
in the Russian
Yom
Empire,
final
although
judgment
by
of
the way
souls.
it was attempted
Associated with resurrection
Ukraine,
and the long Haba.
Latvia, Lithuania, and Estonia, and to a certain degree in Poland during
As Marcella's
the
slingshot of the soul torment
Finally,
described in
a
Zohar.
large group of Jews
Souls
said,
run
wait a second,
restlessly
this
between
is
realms.
totally off the charts from how we behave
Hidush
for
Hashem
2,000 years
sanctification of
of
God as made
exile.
dying for
We
one
have to
as faith
stick
and
close
Shurah
to our
immediate entry
traditional
into
values.
Gan Eden.
We have to hold fast to the Torah, the Talmud, to our
Isaiah
rabbis,
Haba throne
but
of glory,
these
celestial
Jews
throne where
realized
righteous
that
souls
they
dwell near
could
God.
not exist
Levi,
in
an
this
accompaniment of the dead hero
traumatized
escorting the
environment
deceased,
unless they
believed
had
to
a
help
way
the
of
soul ascend.
articulating their beliefs and of engaging in
The lifelong
mass
Nave angel
dialogue. So
of death,
therefore,
seed angel of death.
so-called renewed traditionalists
Souls transition
essentially
the soul
adopted
from body.
tools of modern political discourse, forming political parties
Native destroyer
able
angel,
to
angel of
communicate their
punishment,
values to the
sometimes tied
population
to
as
Gehenna.
a whole. So those are the 5 big strategies
Vessel of person, and soul root to higher realms, influencing their destiny and afterlife.
that
The fish lowest level of the soul, tied to the body, lingers at the grave
how
after
did
death.
that express itself into political movements? So I'm going to take the final
The
7
shaman
minutes of
higher
this lecture
divine
to
soul
walk you
that
through.
ascends to God.
It never gets more
Essence of a person
complicated than
as
this.
spirituality.
But stick with me, okay? So here we have a political
The shaman
structure
gave Heretics path a
that you'll be
special soul
familiar with
gifted on
many
Shabbat,
discussions of
leading
20th
to
century
eternal
politics.
spiritual
On the
rest.
left, you have socialism, right? The idea that there should be
Did not lost sparks fragments of soul for divine life awaiting redemption.
dictatorship of the
The
proletariat,
long Kabbalah world
where we
becomes
really
central
want to
Jewish
center
afterlife
ideas
concept.
of things like universal health care and unemployment insurance and a lot of
Neither the
things that really
post-death
stop
paradise for the
the
perfected
contemporary
messianic
democracies
future.
that
The long
have
non-economic
socialist
world of
roots.
souls,
But
realm of
basically
souls
the idea
between
that
death and
the
resurrection.
society as a whole is responsible for each individual member, and there should be some
Hard torture.
social safety net for
Used to
everyone.
mean paradise,
And on the right,
also
you have
acronym for Torah
capitalism,
S for
which
interpreted
to its
level.
extreme says like you run your own buddy. It's all about your
Resurrection is
individual
the Nebuchadnezzar Palmetti
responsibility.
revival of
You've
all
got to
souls
take
in
care
bodily
of
form
your
at the
own
end
health
of days.
and pay for
Move
doctors
off
yourself.
intermediate level of
You
soul.
lose your job, too bad, right? This to its extreme
Spirit,
form is
emotional
like kind of
temporal,
savage,
self,
but
often
as I
active after
mentioned, most
death.
democracies like the United States
Separate
of
county
America
seat book of life.
does not go anywhere near that far, although you can hear those tropes in
Separate
the
Palmetti
debate.
seat book of the
So
dead.
that's kind of like a
Shield
basic
biblical
sort
underworld.
of
Shadowy fit where the dead go, lacking full moral judgment.
because while you also have this socialist and capitalist debate among Jews,
Shidduch
you
Shield
also have
teaching that the
a
soul
Y
lingers 7 days near the body after death, paralleling the mourning period.
those Jews who believe in political activity here,
Hectania Palmetti, the resurrection of the dead.
here, in this place,
Vatican
meaning
in Gandhi
the
and Rabbinic
diaspora.
image.
You're in Russia, you're in France, you're in Germany. This is where
Righteous
the
souls sit crowns, basking in divine
others who
presence.
say, oh, it should be
The world
doors.
of souls
Over
belongs to
there.
the shaman holding place for souls awaiting final resurrection.
Don't bother investing in politics in the land where
World
you
to come
will
along
go.
pop,
Because
Bossy
we
along
all
pop.
have to return
The Art
ultimately
Manual
to the land
Commemoration
of
of Death.
Israel. So why waste your energy focusing on political activity
Believe
when
to be
you're
a day
just
when Vessel
basically a
undergoes the
traveling
new judgment.
Okay, thousands of years you've been living there, but you're going to go to
The
Israel.
untaught
So
of the
that's
seat of
who's
wisdom,
made.
the holistic
Invest
realm
here,
where purified
invest
souls
there.
birth with divine
Israel.
wisdom.
So
Yes,
where
to the highest soul
political
level,
parties
pure unity
fall
with
out,
God, eternal
those
and
political parties are
indestructible.
really
Karma
movements.
Thursday.
Sometimes they are clandestine, illegal movements because the Russian
From
Empire
Hebrew
is so
leading
bad
block
with
for
the
uncircumcised.
they were formed.
Metaphorically of Marier
Place
in the
them
heart.
within these 4 quadrants. Here on the lower left,
Our Lilith
is the
state of
major
being
party that was
uncircumcised.
that was close to
From
their
discovering
values
for blockage.
and very stringent about pureness, stoicite, meaning we want to
Copper
change
flower
give us
color,
any
the
pipe
first
dreams
copper
about
form
Israel and
circumcision
Croatia.
Genesis 17.
All here in Russia.
Name
This
means
would be
father
a
of
group
many
called
in
the
Hebrew.
Bund. The Bund is essentially it was a social
God,
democrat
great
party,
father of
which
the
was
baby,
the same
literally master of
motivation
sex covenant.
from which the ex-wife Menshevik and
God
Bolshevik
equals master,
parties
great
had
equals
affiliation.
covenant.
So it believed very much in socialist values, communal collection
That
of
is great
property,
Yiddish
and
term
things
for
like
daughter
that.
of the covenant,
But it was
economy
conducted
ritual for
as
girls.
this amazing sign
That is equals daughter Aramaic Yiddish, great equals covenant.
to Jews to convince them to adopt what would later become
That's
a kind of a
feminism in that modern
communist
naming ceremony for
communism
girls.
is sort of the most
That
extreme
equals
form
daughter.
of this socialist
Shada
expression,
equals 7
but it's
often
on the same
linked to
spectrum.
blessings.
Then if we move over to the right, where you have groups who say
Barrett Villa,
we should
great Villa,
invest
great
in this
covenant of
country,
circumcision.
but we should essentially not
Hebrew
change
great
the
equals
economy.
covenant.
That would
Villa
be
equals covey.
the
Great is the
Pharainica
Yiddish
party led by the
pronunciation.
historian Shem Dibna, who essentially, as we said in the last slide,
Great
was
Kodesh holy
closely
covenant.
associated with
Kodesh
what would
means
later
holy.
become the Federation.
Great Yitzchak
That we
covenant
should
of
not,
Isaac.
not change too
Refers
much,
to the first
just
baby
focus on changing the
circumcised
Jewish
at 8
community
days.
and its structure, and that was essentially his platform. It's
Yitzchak
not
means
a
he
very
will laugh.
popular platform, even
Challenge
though it
is traditional ritual
very
night.
strong ideological
Challenge
beliefs,
means
believing
sharp
is
blade
adopted
also
by
to change.
course, you have the Zionists who said we should have the general Zionists that should serve many flavors of Zionism.
That great blood of the covenant.
Allgemeine is that
That
the regular
equals blood.
Zionists,
Great
general
equals
Zionists
covenant.
believe that let's all go to Israel. Let's not get too involved in
State of the
Israel's
British
specific
state of life where
economic
the
political
British house.
discussions. Let's just get to Israel. And of course, the leader of that was
Eliyahu has chair, high facial Eliyahu chair for Elijah the prophet, believes so can every bridge. Eliyahu means my God is Yahweh.
There are some who are more extreme who felt that
Godfather said
we
in
got to go to
person
Israel,
honors
we got to
those
be
that
capitalists,
honor.
but you know what? We've got
From
to
Greek
adopt
to Nikos,
a
patrons,
really
advocates,
stringent reliance
adopted
on
into
ourselves
rabbinic
and not
people.
rely, as Herzl would, on heads of state of European countries,
Godmother
well-wishers,
K. Matter is person who carries the baby to the ceremony. From Yiddish, based on German Gematter equals godparent.
shown here, and this would eventually become
This is how often term quarrel close to death, born an infant unlikely to live.
and
From
finally,
Hebrew root meaning to
and
die.
actually, finally, if you look to the quadrant where
Hana the death great rich and all wrong that the drop of blood for converts for those circumcised without outrage.
and it should be
Hana
shame
that
if
equals
this
conscious
was
to
to
great.
another capitalist country.
That equals
It
blood.
should be
Great
socialist.
equals covenant.
So socialist Zionists, the so-called Poalei Zion,
Denied great matters relating to the covenant.
workers of Zion,
Denied
establish a
equals
network
matter
of
or
groups
issue.
which are essentially
Equals
kind of
another
like
word for the ritual knife.
neo-communist ashrams where Jews would live according
From
to communist
Aramaic,
values,
meaning blade.
and they
High facial
adapted
Eliyahu
considerably
seed
over the
above.
course of the 20th century.
High
but
say
kind of
equals
the
chair or
experimental
throne. Eliyahu equals my God
structures
is
of
Yahweh.
living and things like that. Now, this is complicated enough.
K
but I
matter
have to add
and
in,
seed
I'm
above.
afraid,
Yiddish for sponsor or regard of the baby.
X-axis, the Y-axis,
Lashes great
and also
euphemism
the
for the male
Z-axis,
organ.
which is religious values. There were religious organizations as
Lashes
well.
equals
The
tongue or
first
speech.
would
Great
be
equals covenant. Magnet shield protected shield used as a procedure. Magnet equals shield or protector.
Very heavily with Rabbi Abraham Isaac Cook, who's shown
Mexican
here,
assumption
who
that
said,
blood
you
after
know what, a
circumcision.
lot of rabbis are opposed
Mexican
to
equals
this idea
something
of
for
Zionism.
drawing out.
They look
Still
at
is
the people who are
circumcision.
promoting it, and they say, hey, these guys are basically secular free
From
thinkers.
root
That's
meaning
not
to
us.
touch.
And what about all
Villachello
those
by
passages
Zizan
in
is
the Talmud
circumcision
that tell
not
us
in its
essentially
proper
to
time.
be patient and wait for Messiah before we move to Israel?
Shallow equals not by Zizana equals the next time.
Maybe the fact that
Behold the trained person who performs the circumcision.
that is
From
in
Hebrew
itself
root
a
meaning to
sign that the
circumcise.
Messiah is here. And furthermore, we have so many examples
For the
of
Thorsin.
miracles that occurred
Same
in
root
the
as
Bible
Arla, meaning
because
covering.
people took the first steps. That it wasn't happening.
Three on carrying back the thin membrane under that forcing.
The first steps.
From
Like,
Hebrew root
just
meaning
off
to
the top of my head,
expose or uncover.
right in the Hanukkah
Send
memorial,
the
right? The
honored
idea
person who
that
holds the
there was
baby.
one cruse of oil, and they lit it, and it lasted
From
3
Greeks
nights.
and
I'm not
Ethos
going to say
favorite,
about that in
supporter.
history, but in terms of a
Soon
metaphor,
admits the
this
ritual
was
meal
very powerful.
celebrating
And so many
fulfillment of commandments.
religious Orthodox Jews said, yeah, we're going to be on with this as well.
Yuda equals
But then
meal.
finally,
Mitzvah
this is
equals
really
commandment.
fancy, you have a group that said,
Shepherds and
no,
blessing
let's
recited
stick
on
to our
joyful
traditional
occasions.
understanding of the Talmud, which says, don't force the
He
issue.
who has
It's
kept his
a
ally.
chutzpah.
Shomer
It's
guardian or protector.
bold
From Hebrew
and
root
unfair
meaning to
to
guard.
God to demand that he send Messiah. We have to be patient.
Easy boring fingernail or block used historically by Lowell in Korea.
Or the
Yemi
community of
Shimai and
Israel
Ray Yumai
that
Dave
was
not fit for
really
a bridge.
focused on traditional Torah values. Later, of course,
Refers to times when ritual cannot be done.
they would have to revalue
Record
some
out great
of their
remembrance of the
stance
covenant.
towards Zionism and
Record
actually
equals memory.
very
Great
strong
equals
Israel
covenant.
per se, but their central core message is unchanged.
Adam
It's
Genesis
dedication
1.
to Torah itself.
5.
The most famous
1
example
with 1.
of their activity
1.
is in the Great
And 1.
Documentary Program, which they really pioneered in the
933,760.
1920s, studying 1 page of Talmud a day
2,831 BG.
through a 7-year cycle that results in a grand celebration of the end. This is the most recent celebration at the MetLife
Father of
Stadium in
humanity.
New York. I
Abel
was actually
Evelyn
seated
4.
myself
And
off to the
Ted
right of this picture.
Favor Breath Vanity
And
Hebrew.
so they're all over the world.
Second son of Adam.
This worldwide study of the Talmud. So that's kind of like a quick overview of
Mercury
many
D8.
different complicated
A graph
political
Abraham
organizations
1011.
adopted
25.
at this time
And
an expression of
1948.
a reaction
2,123, 1,813,
Thank you very much for your
1,638 BG. A grand exalted Father. A Grandfather of multitudes Hebrew. Patriarch. Covenant. Father of Isaac Ishmael. Abimelech Gen 20. 21. 26.
Okay, hello everyone. I hope you are doing well.
Second millennium
At this
BC.
point that we
My father
had
is
kind of
King
like
Hebrew.
a general
Title name of
overview
Philistine
of
rulers who
the
interact with
expression
Abraham,
of
Isaac.
political opinion among Jews for a snapshot of time,
Abimelech
really
said
from
Optidian Judges 8.
1897 to about 1912.
C12
We should go on
CBG.
to
My
understand
father
how
is King
this was
Hebrew.
filtered through the
Usurper
experience
in Shechem.
of the Jews of
Early
Ashkenaz
failed
in
kingship.
the 20th century. I'd like to focus the next
Opposite that
hour specifically on the Soviet
16.
experience, which is one of the most
31.
significant, demographically
276.
certainly the largest
11.
chunk of
10
Jews
CBG.
in
My
Ashkenazic
father is
territory,
Noble Hebrew.
or the
Several
descendants
men.
of the Ashkenazi
One
Jews
hosted
from the
DR.
in Eastern European territory. That'll be our
Also
occupiers.
on the
That will
Psalms.
occupy us for
Chapter
the
1.
next hour. Let us begin
Samuel.
first with the fall of
11.
question.
10 CBG.
So,
Father is like
if you
Hebrew.
look at this map here,
Saul as general.
these two maps actually,
King
you
to
see
David
on
as rise.
the left, this is what East Central
by
Europe
Holmes.
looked like
Eliezer
before World
Abraham
War
as
I.
Stewart Gen
You can
15.
see that it's dominated by
24.
three major
CM
empires:
2048.
German Empire,
2000
Austro-Hungarian
God
Empire,
is my
and the Russian Empire. And that big sort of like puzzle piece sticking out to the left is Poland, Greater Poland.
Trusted Nation.
And then
Abigail
just a few
Noble
years
Master
later,
1
all
Sam
of a sudden
25.
it's radically changed. See on the right-hand side,
3.
the map
10
is
CBG.
completely unrecognizable. You have the German Empire
My
is
father is
significantly
Gertrude.
shrunk.
Wise peacemaker.
There's a section called East Prussia, which is actually the wrong color in this map.
Abigail
It should be the
3.
same color as Germany.
35.
But it's got the land bridge that separates it from Germany proper.
Various.
That land
My
bridge is
father
a
is
whole
my
new country,
Hebrew.
Poland, which had not been seen on the map
Several
since the
persons.
late 18th century. So all of a sudden, Poland is back, and it's taking up quite a bit of territory. It actually will have a very large proportion of non-ethnic Poles living within its boundary.
He is my father.
To contrast that, where is Austria-Hungary? That empire is dismantled significantly. There are tiny remnants of the Austro-Hungarian Empire in a country called Austria and its neighboring country, Hungary, but they are just a tiny fraction of its original size when it was a monarchy. Now all of a sudden, the majority of the former citizens of Austro-Hungary find themselves in totally different countries. A couple of them are actually completely new countries. Like, for example, Czechoslovakia, which is now the Czech Republic and Slovakia, that represents a totally new country that took the northern part of Austro-Hungary to exist. Romania is
What's up, sluts?
and look at this, Yugoslavia.
Yeah, ribbits in the back. What's good, big dog? I don't know if I'm sideways right now, if you're only seeing this much of me, or if this is just an Instagram podcast. I don't know. I don't know. I think it's the device, but I'm sure it's a combination. I don't know. It's not the device. When I do it myself, I see it like when I review it, it's the right size. Anyway, I checked it on YouTube. It's still hilarious. What up, YouTube? Anyway, I had all my, well, no, I didn't have all my Twitch accounts banned, but I had the ones with which I was spamming banned. And under normal conditions, I'm like, oh man, I worked so hard. I mean, it was a lot of work to just create them and make them really good, but it's no big deal because like I'm probably at like 1,200 clips right now, and they all stayed. So I think I figured out like a A loophole. I love loopholes, girl. I'll get that loophole between your thighs, baby. Anyway, yeah, where was I? Yeah, loopholes. I'm the king of loopholes. I fucking love loopholes. They're like my favorite kind of hole. Well, second favorite kind of hole. Blah, blah, blah. Anyway, nobody's seeing this. They're just seeing like this. Hey, you want to watch my podcast? Yeah, sure. Okay, well, you want to actually, you got to listen to it. Oh, okay. Where do I find it? Pandora or Spotify or iHeart? It's actually on Instagram. Isn't Instagram like a visual platform? You would think. Anyway, you mean it's all on there in audio form? No, some of it is in video. It's just like this part, and only some of them. So I'm over here like, hey, look at my fucking earmuffs. Anyway, I'm not really that sad. I would be pissed if they banned all of my Twitch accounts, but it's like whatever. Twitch sucks. Nobody finds me on there. The thing I need is YouTube. That's my baby. That's the bread and butter, girls. What would you do if they banned you on YouTube? I just go to Rumble. What if they ban Rumble? Dog. Then I will make smoke signals of my fucking life to get out the word about what I do. Oh yeah, I've been making smoke signals for 3.5 years. Oh, over there, oh, big old volcano. Anyway, are you done? Yeah, Rabbi, right here. Are you done? Say it the other way. Yeah, Rabbit's in the back. Yeah. Are you done? Calm down, woman. Let's see. Where was I? Oh, the draft. Let's see how we're doing. Joe Burrow is the last player taken. Is that a good pick? Yeah, I think that's a really good pick. So VMU, shout out to you for being so generous. He's up. Can't believe Yo-Yo is just auto picking from here on out. Do you know who you're gonna pick next? What? Give me some odds. Some rabbits and be like, yeah, rabbits and like, yeah, give me some odds on this. I don't really know. Okay, between a tight end, running back, and a wide receiver. I would say it's probably about a 25% chance of a tight end. There's only one, I would say. So it'd be George Kittle or Little Kittle. Anyway, that's how the Beatles say it. And then it's like, okay, so it'd be like maybe like 20% tight end, 40% running back, 40% wide receiver. If you had to, yeah, Rabbits in the back. If you had to take a wide receiver, who would it be? I don't know, probably Marvin Harrison Jr. if he was available. And running back, I don't really know who's going to be available at that time. Just to like if you have wherever the line is. I don't know. I had Montgomery last year. David Montgomery, he was really good. All right, any other questions? Are you seeing this, or is it just like this? Hey, everybody. Anyway. Oh, I know. You ever see the Family Guy where he's fighting the chicken? I'm the chicken. And Peter is the moderation team from every platform. And like this is what we do.
Well, looks like someone's going to a big party tonight. You should a chicken strip party pack for all your friends. Here's a coupon.
This is where I'm like, hey, I stream my life all the time. And then the platform's like, you can't do that. And I'm like, why? They're like, because it's spam. And I'm like, okay, well, what's the definition of spam? And then we go at it. So this is the moderation team. And there I am. The only reason why I'm the chicken is because at the end his eye goes like this, and that's like when these motherfuckers think they got me killed. Just get right on back. Yeah, did you like this gag? It's very funny for some time, but it got old. I'm glad they retired it. They did this one where there were like helicopters involved and like UFOs. It was a wild one. Anyway, yeah, Ribbit's in the back. Yeah, do you like Family Guy or The Simpsons more? Family Guy. We're the Mashbuka Mensch. I'm gonna start that show in Israel when this goes viral. Why not? And there's more to there's like more you can do in the Family Guy world because they use like real videos and stuff. Simpsons is OG, but yeah, really kind of back. What's OG? Original Gangster? I'm so hip. So here I am. Here's my eye. This is where they think they get away. Yeah, there I am. I don't fucking go away, baby. Anyway. So then, yeah, in the back. Okay, is that the end of your story? Like, no. I'm like not upset at all that they banned these Twitch accounts. Again, it was like the best of everything. I know it's working when they fucking ban them, and the only thing is I have to like update that one. It's whatevs. They didn't ban my big accounts, the ones that I've been using for a long time. So that's cool. What the fuck is going on here? I don't know. Some of these devices aren't always working. You know that little girl with the pigtails, that gif where she's like, I don't know. Hey, Rebitson. Yeah, Rebitson in the back. Why aren't these devices working? Yeah, exactly. Nobody knows. Hey, you want to see what I'm doing? Anyway. There's no Kill Tony tonight. That sucks. So I'm watching old ones. Anything else suck? Everything sucks. Remember when sucks was a bad word? I mean, it still kind of is. Until everything started doing it. Anyway. Are you done? Yeah, where's the bed? Yeah, are you done? Let's see what the draft's doing. Who are you going to take? I took the mystery box. I'm going to nickname Ashton Gentry Mystery Box. And how about Lamar Jackson? We need him to have a good nickname. I hope it's not. I'm sorry, Miss Jackson. Woo! For real. What is that bullshit? Now, Kara, go fuck yourself. Alright, is that the end of your fucking story? Yeah, Rabbit's in the back. Yeah, is that the end of your fucking story? Yeah, I don't know. So what's Rabbit's in the back. Yeah, so what's the strategy now that you got your Google Rabbi or Google Rothschild Discord accounts banned? Well, I made other ones like Punene Eating Jew or Poontang Eating Jew, and because Pussy Eating Jew was not allowed. I don't know. Juno, like Juno, and I'm surprised there aren't more Jews in Juno. Juno? Anyway, maybe someday. It's a really difficult city in which to get. There are like no roads in. It's fucked up. Anyway, they have mosquitoes like the size of my hand. Nobody needs that. I think that we should get rid of all mosquitoes. I don't think it would hurt the ecosystem of the world. I think like you could run a test and there's like enough stuff for stuff to still eat, including fish and frogs and shit. Anyway.
Cells threshing floor.
And I'm still spamming on Kick, so that's cool. I love how Kick has just become like this slut. I'm just like, oh yeah, I'll just let those things go. And like Twitch has become my focus now. I've also changed the strategy. I don't follow anybody on Twitch anymore. So that's cool. What is going on with that device? I don't know. Well, probably, yeah, represent that. How long till the next draft pick? Well, it's tough to tell. If everybody took 8 hours, it'd be like a week. No, it'd be like a few days. But if I'm sure people will speed it up, and then we'll get people who auto pick. So, no, a few hours. We're gonna upload this and then see that you're just seeing this, and then we'll be like, yeah, you want to listen to my podcast? Oh yeah, great. Where do I find it? Spotify, Pandora, iHeart. It's on Instagram. You find it. Go fuck yourself.
Some sluts.
God has made Hebrews. Fleet warrior. Folk S brother. Killed by Abner. Cossack 1 CHR6. 50. 73. 83. 10 CGT.
But now I'd like you to look at the very edge of the map on the right side of the screen. You see Russia has disappeared, and they've labeled this map as entirely correctly. Belarus, Russia, and Ukraine, but really it's referring to the new Soviet Union, which ultimately would be created from several constituent republics. One of them would be the USSR, the other would be Belarus USSR. But basically, the old Russian Empire has disappeared. So that's what we're going to look at first. What happened to the Jews of this region when the Russian Empire disappeared? So there's really two revolutions that removed Russia from the map. The first one occurred in February of 1917. The second one occurred in October of 1917. Now, ironically, they're referred to in Russian historiography as the February and especially the October revolutions. But if you were standing where I am right now in New York, at the time the revolution happened, they would have been referred to as the March Revolution and the November Revolution, respectively. The reason for this is because one of the unusual quirks of the Romanized Empire was that they relied on the Julian calendar rather than the Gregorian calendar that used in the West. And it was literally losing a year every century, since they had the switch. So they were 11 years. They were 11 days behind the Western calendar. Russia was quite literally behind the West chronologically. It was only later in 1918, I think, that the communists said, okay, let's use the same calendar as the West, and that's how we are synchronized today. But back then, they were actually distinct. So the first revolution occurred in February, and it seemed to have started from a free fire. Let us recall that World War I has been going on now for 3 years. Right? It erupts in 1914. The first really major global conflict involving forces from all over the world, literally, and Russia is involved, but they are not doing very well. They lose almost a massive amount of territory to German forces that's cut off on the Western front for Russia, and they don't seem to be able to gain those back. Ultimately, the fact that these regions were behind German lines would contribute to their ability to establish independence after World War I.
In front of 5 million people a minute ago, but now she's a poor thing that you feel bad about. Yeah. Okay. Like that.
So,
all right. Very fun. And how much more of the 70,000 you have left? It's been 10 months. You don't have a job. Where are we at now? 5,000, 25,000.
Famously or infamously, they were not even properly equipped for the war.
Instead, he blesses them, uttering famous prophecies about Israel as
that
future.
Russian soldiers were
That
told
was
to
made
use their bayonets first, meaning to use the knives that were mounted to the end of their rifles to fight first, because they had a lack of ammunition and they couldn't afford to waste it by shooting at the enemy. So in other words, they had to physically get close enough to the enemy to use a bayonet, while their enemies, the Germans, are well supplied with bullets for a lot longer than it takes for the Russian soldiers to approach. So they were really doing very poorly. And at the same time, internal supply issues was facing a lot of the civilians living in Russian cities who simply did not have enough to eat. So on International Women's Day, there was a food riot that erupted when apparently a woman in the city of Petrograd, Peter's city, named after the patron saint of
His story
Peter the
highlights
Great.
partnerships between male and
By
female
the way, this
leadership
name,
in Israel as
Petrograd,
early
is
history.
significant. It used to be called St. Petersburg after
Barnabas
St.
appears in
Peter,
New
the
Testament,
patron
not
saint
son
of
as name
the
meaning,
Great Tsar,
son of
and then the
encouragement,
word
Aramaic.
Berg is a German ending for a city. So therefore, during World War
Not
I,
in
to
the
be more
Hebrew Bible
patriotic,
proper,
they
but
named it
included in Jewish
Petrograd,
Christian
a
context.
Russian suffragist, so it
Significantly
didn't have a
acts as
German ending.
companions of Paul.
Where I grew up in
Foreign
Northern
name
Ontario, there
meaning,
was actually a town, an Indian village, pre-Indian, that was called Swastika.
7.
And during World War II,
6th century
they decided to
BC.
rename it. It was
Rome.
called Churchill for a
Scribe
few
and
years, very
disciple of the
patriotic
prophet
name. And
Jeremiah,
after World
Jeremiah
War II, back to
36,
Swastika, because
45.
that was a word in Cree language. At any rate,
He recorded
so they named it
Jeremiah as
Petrograd,
prophecy,
and then
preserved
the
as
communists
testified
would later
persecution,
name
and
it
was a
Leningrad,
reference to the
and
destruction of
after
Jerusalem.
the fall of the Soviet Union,
Bathsheba
returned
name
to its
meaning,
original name, St. Petersburg, which is the name we use today. But at any rate,
daughter
here,
of
what was
Nebuchadnezzar,
that?
daughter of
Petrograd,
7 Hebrews.
a woman took a brick and threw it through a bakery window
10th
because
century
everyone was
BC.
starving and hungry.
Rome.
This erupted
Wife
into
of
a
King
great
David after
riot,
the fair
and ultimately
passage
got
of
out of control.
Samuel
The Tsar himself was arrested.
I don't know if I'm sideways
Suddenly,
right now. You only see this much of me,
Wow, it is on. Why?
Of the Russian Empire, almost in the blink
That
of
heavy
an eye.
name meaning.
What was established in its wake was a provisional government, which was run by this man, Alexander
17th
Kerensky.
century BC.
And
Rome.
the main challenge of the provisional government was they
Ancestor
wanted
of
to
the
establish a
Ammonites, born
permanent
from
government.
the union
They
of
still had to
his
figure
younger
out what they
daughter
were doing
Genesis
about World
19.
War I. It's still
38.
ongoing for another year. They haven't figured out, are they going to stay in the war, recruit themselves in the war. For the time being,
Son of
they
the right
decided to
hand
stay
or son
in
of
the
the
war.
South Hebrew.
But they had to try and pull together
19.
a
18th
representative
century
body
BC.
to allow citizens
Youngest
of
son
the
of
Russian
Jacob and
Empire to
Rachel,
vote
founder
on
of
their
the tribe
future.
of Benjamin,
This so-called
Genesis 35.
constituent assembly is a very noble kind of democratic
His
ideal
tribe produced Israel as first king,
to get the
Saul.
vote of the population.
Benai made
It
meaning.
turned out to be their downfall
God has built
because
Hebrew.
while they were
Five.
Slowly, laboriously
10th
creating this
century BC.
constituent assembly, the much more nimble, smaller, and
A warrior in David as army, famous
unscrupulous
for killing a lion in
Bolsheviks
Akin,
were
in
able
Samuel
to
23.
outmaneuver them and
It's going
they would
fast.
take over the constituent assembly.
So what's your plan? What type of job are you looking to get?
I was into welding for a minute, but that's kind of, laborious. Hard to juggle comedy and burn myself really bad here. And then I'm looking into some kind of audio video thing.
He did was
I'm really good with that. The hiking background and stuff.
was
Century
to
Well, there you go. Daniel, welcome. Congratulations. You got on the show.
Thank you guys.
Thank you so much, Daniel Shepard, everybody. There you
go.
go. Oh, here's a little joke with Daniel. There you go. Nice catch. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm getting word that the man that we all want to talk to is here. I present to you for the first time in the show's history, this is the AC Guy. The crowd going absolutely wild. This is incredible, a monumental moment in the history of Kiltony. 12 years and 3 months, and we've never spoken to an AC Guy live on the show before. Sir, what is your name?
My name is Dean.
Dean. Hell yeah. Crevice, you're nervous.
See if he actually fit the defense.
I feel it. I did, yeah. Oh. Dean, tell us about it. What was the issue?
Yeah, so the issue was you guys took the smoke alarm with your smoke machines.
What's the haze? The new upgrade to the camera is a little bit of haze. So how do we avoid that in the future, Dean?
Truthfully, if you're using smoke machines, probably not.
Okay, we can do it. All right, let's reset the cameras, recalibrate the cameras to zero haze. I'm your biggest fan. There you go.
Thank you. No, good job. Good job. That's awesome.
So, Dean, how long have you been working at this?
About 8 years.
8 years. Wow, you're very good at what you do. I noticed that it wasn't long that you were here. You came here about 5 to 10 minutes before the show started. You were able to figure it out. 8 years in the game. What's your love life like, Dean?
I'm married. No, I'm married.
Nice. Hell yeah.
Must be a very lucky, cold. And it's pretty cold in my house.
Well, Dean, have you ever thought about trying stand-up comedy? Do you like comedy?
I'm about to have a heart attack.
I love it. We were all about to have heat stroke before you came around, so now we're even. Stevens, Dean, thank you so much. Wow, what a special episode. 82.8 degrees. For those of you wondering, we're hoping that goes down at some point. Dean, why don't you stick around until this thing starts to lower?
Yeah. You might want to leave the first guy.
You'll be fine. Shout out to Airco Air Conditioning coming in and doing their job. I think that's a great quote for them. Airco, here in Austin, Texas, the trusted air conditioning associates of Kill Tony and the comedy mothership. Wow. There's a plug. God, I hope Dean doesn't get fired. Now he won't. A free ad for Airco. HVAC. You can get Airco yourself just by going to airco.com, I'm guessing. I'm hoping here. Yeah, it's plumbing, heating, and AC. That's the website. Wow. There we go. Airco. Yeah, go to aircomechanical.com. Get yourself some AC. All right. Just save Dean's job, everybody. It's about a $30,000 ad read right there. It's open 24 hours. Call them 512-537-1234. Based out of Round Rock, Texas. 40 years in the business. Airco, air conditioning, electrical, and plumbing. 5-star. All right. Hello there. This podcast is sponsored by Talkspace. Talkspace is the #1 rated online therapy, bringing you professional support from licensed therapists and psychiatrists that you can access anytime, anywhere. It's easy to get started. You can easily sign up online and get paired with a licensed provider, typically within 48 hours. Talkspace makes getting home convenient. You can take your appointments when they come from privacy of your own home, and you can even talk about between sessions by sending text messages to your therapist. Get therapy and medication all in one place, unlike any other telehealth companies. Psychiatry is available through Talkspace, so you can get the medication you need to supplement your talk therapy if needed. Talkspace makes getting the help you need easy, accessible, and affordable. Plus, most insured members have a $0 copay. Now let my man, Red Bear, tell you why he loves Talkspace.
Man, Tony, thank you. Tony, I think Talkspace is amazing. Providing the best mental health treatment out there.
As a listener of this podcast, we get $8 off your first month with Talkspace. Go to Talkspace.com/Tony. Enter promo code SPACE80. That's SPACE80 to match your license lessons there is today. Go to TimeSpace.com/Tony and enter promo code SPACE80. This podcast is sponsored by Jacobins. Anywhere we're going is we're going in good moods. Find your perfect fit with Jacobins. Ever wondered if you can pull off boots with your personal style? We'll tell your feet. On a pair of Jacobins. Find comfort in the traditions of the West and confidence from making it your own. Jacobins now offers professional grade work boots that bring comfort and timeless style to the job site.
I love my Jacobins. They're the most comfortable boots I've ever worn.
They're the most comfortable boots I've ever worn.
For the altar.
See site for details. Jacobins, point your toes west. Your next bucket pull is a one-word name. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for Paul. Paul.
Islamic terrorism.
Especially here by the lights because he is leading very effectively that army.
I don't get it. 72 virgins? I don't even get out of bed for less than 100 virgins.
Yo, dog, I'm just testing this to see if it's no longer like this. I've uninstalled and reinstalled the app. And Zuckerberg, what the fuck is this shit now that you have to have 1,000 followers in order to go live? This shit sucks.
I was so nervous. This is my first time. I was so nervous backstage. Even after a couple of hours. That's right. I'm an assassin. Usually don't bring this up, but my family and I hunt vampires. No, we are not men Hellseens. You don't need even vampires right now because of one family.
White Russian propaganda.
I apologize. You want a small jump up? Hey, Timo.
Everybody very good. So clearly a fan of the show. You chose to sign it. This is surely your first time. What made you want to do it like this? What made you want to pick tonight?
Actually, I got injured last year, and I had to have surgery and it's off work, and I wrote a screenplay. And I wrote a screenplay for William Montgomery. So I'm trying to, I thought it said, let's get it off this one. We need more.
Can I get the elevator pitch?
Yeah, no, let's hear it. The elevator, not the stop, just the elevator pitch? Okay. Shaquille O'Neal and Charles Barkley play.
The way you said to Shaquille, I mean, really,
They must say Shaq.
what his full name is.
They are used to be partners. They were private investigators, but they had a falling out 15 years ago. They hate each other. They find out their kids kept in touch and they're gonna get married. They have a fight. They lose the ring, and then they gotta chase these fighters after they find the ring. They don't want to have the wedding, but they don't want to let their kids do. And they were considered having to play aliens and basketball.
There's a wild hogs with NBA.
Yes, Wild Hogs.
I actually know a little bit more about what I'm talking about today than most of the time.
So what was the job that you had before all of this?
I'm a construction worker.
And you got injured on a construction site?
No, I was helping someone move.
Total separate injury. Is it a back injury?
No, I snapped my distal bicep tendon, so I didn't get surgery. The fuck recurring. I was in the wrong position. It was a TV. It was plasma. If you know anything about it, it's about the plasma.
gotta brush up on chemical physics. I didn't know how much the plasma weighed. Oh my god. So, let's just take 1 second here to talk about the minute of comedy that compared Islamic terrorists, 72 virgins. I don't get out of bed for less than 100 virgins. What the fuck are you talking about? What do you mean by that?
What don't you get out of it? Fucking
Just out of curiosity, let's question what is William's character in this movie that features Charles Barkley and Shaquille O'Neal?
He is a homeless wanderer.
Chuck is. Call him Chuck now. Wow, you're so close with him.
No, he's not good. He gets love, and unless William can help him.
There you go. Very good. Here's a little joke. There you go. There goes Paul, everybody. All right. There goes Paul, ladies and gentlemen. Delicious. Goes by the name of Michael Scott, everyone. Michael Scott. We're down to 81.9 degrees.
Jews, on the other hand,
I know what I look like. I know what I sound like. I hear it too, guys. I got the vibe of, I just got cast as Donatello in Tyler Perry's New Ninja Turtles movie. Yeah, he's the tech guy. You know, when we were kids, I had a lot of we started off with 2 rabbits. I ended up with 14. That being said, I've seen a rabbit fuck a lot, guys. It's pretty crazy. It's like one rabbit, my name is that was my white one. And my black one would come hopping along, mounted, furiously fucking for about 10 seconds, and then everyone takes off running. My question, guys, why is a rabbit sex last 10 seconds? Is it evolution? Or is rabbit pussy just as good as I think it is? Hell yes. Is this true? You have that many rabbits? Technically, I had guinea pigs. Rabbits fuck like crazy, so it's funnier. Wow. Guinea pigs appears to be the magical word combination of the day. It's been used by 2 out of 3 bucket holes in an unprecedented anomaly. So, Michael, how long have you been on stand-up? 8 years. 8 years. Where at?
Fresno, California, Bakersfield, California.
Wow. Is that where you still live?
I've been here since December 3rd.
Nice. Awesome. What do you do for work?
I work at a Hotel Ella, and I just got a new job 2 months ago. Been a fast deliver construction sites.
Awesome. Absolutely incredible. Michael Scott, what do you do for fun?
I used to train MMA,
Cats. How many cats do you have? 3 cats.
What are their names? Whiskey, Waffles, those are my 2 girls, and I got 2 How's cat pussy? Everything I dream.
It's incredible. How many guinea pigs did you have with the
Yeah, 14. So I had 14, started with 2, and they just kept fucking got to the point where I was selling them back to the
Wow. Yeah, just a bunch of inbred, angry guinea pigs.
Yeah.
Incredible.
How old are you? 12. They share with their parents. Hell yeah. What were they saying about it? They motherfucking guinea pig. You better get me motherfucking guinea pig. All right.
Now, what did they say? I saw an opportunity. Everybody relax. Motherfucking kidding me. That's what you fucking bedroom be stinking, Michael. All right. It did stink. See, this is what they said, right? Yeah. Did they kind of sound like that, or did they speak perfect American English like you?
My mom, she sounds like me, just not.
Northern California black.
So how many of those guinea pigs were in your room at once? So you did it up, so you had 14 in your room. You were jacking off in there for 14 guinea pigs. How did you jack off in front of 14 guinea pigs?
My mom accidentally killed 4 goats. How did she do that? She's going to be much better at my impression of her than
I think you're right.
I was at school one day and I had 3 separate cages, and she took one of the cages because she said it was a hot day. She wanted to give them some air, so she took the cage and put it outside in the hot sun.
She killed them on purpose.
Yeah, I think I had 3 too many. Once a month.
You had a lot of good. If you were my son, I would have put those bags. They're going to get into the bag.
Especially in Western.
Stop, Western Jackal.
So by trying to recreate Ukrainian,
that's why I got them.
Use a typewriter, Russian surveillance. Every time they come letter,
did you bury the dead?
Blank space, and naturally the typist has to fill up with the and write
put up like a monument to
a shoebox.
By the way, I was
they were like 2 months.
watching this video or
I think I'm
remember what a typewriter looked like.
I was a kid. I didn't know tombstones were right. The one that survived didn't have any special powers, or he was the first one. He was the whole thing. His name was Hammy.
Hammy.
So it's a Russian typewriter.
I love it.
With the other hamster, you ever this match?
Save a space, draw a line.
You ran a guinea pig concentration. Survive the mama cost. Did she ever explain herself why she really said it was hot on the inside? You know what? Honestly, if there were 14 guinea pigs in this room when I got here tonight, I would have sat 4 outside in a cage. Thank goodness for Dean from Airco Air Conditioning Company.
So hot in hell in here. We need to bring Dean back. Kill him.
What ends up happening is
Put him outside.
Michael, I'd love to have you back for a secret show. Here's the big joke of Michael. Michael Scott. Hello there. This podcast is sponsored by Open Phone. If you're running a business, you know that every time you miss a call, you're leaving money on the table. When every customer conversation matters, you need a phone system that keeps up and helps you stay connected 24/7. That's why you need Open Phone. Open Phone is the #1 business phone system that streamlines and scales your customer communications and works through it on your phone or computer, so no more carrying 2 phones or using a landline. With Open Phone, your team can share one number and collaborate on customer calls and texts. All like a shared inbox. That way, any teammate can pick up right where the last person left off, keeping response times faster than ever.
Antonio Lobo with your best business phone system, hands down. Say goodbye to voicemail. Your AI agent is set up in minutes to handle calls after hours, answer questions, and capture leads, so you never miss the customer. So whether you're a one-person operation, drowning in calls and texts, or have a large team that needs better collaboration tools, is open, so it's a no-brainer.
I love a no-brainer. That's why I've been working with you for so long. OpenBoom is offering our listeners 20% off your first 6 months at openboom.com/Keltoni. That's OpenBoom.com/Keltoni. And if you have existing members with another service, OpenBoom will port them over at no extra charge. OpenBoom, no missed calls, no missed customers. We are moving along smoothly here. Poll number 4. This is definitely a new name, and I'm excited about it. Make some noise for Yoshika Gonzalez. Yoshika Gonzalez. Oh, shit. Okay. One more time for Yoshika, everybody.
Hi. A little bit about me or whatever. I'm having a sale on my OnlyFans. Yeah, so for 30 cents a day, you can help the short bitch pay her rent. No, I am a sex worker, and I figured it's actually better than dating, because I usually date white men, and that's what my parents came on. So they just do weird shit, like lie, drink Mountain Dew, and prioritize themselves. I'm just too Latina for that, you know? Yeah, yeah, I'm too Latina for that, because I'm like sucking dick, you know, washing the dishes, and in return they make me keto fucking pancakes.
Yoshika Gonzalez. Hell yes, so many questions. Let's begin.
One of Mike Scott's guinea pigs. I have a serious question. When you do your sex work, you get picked up in front of the
No, but when you do your sex work, you go to the don't you?
Whoa, sounded like a bird. Zero. Yoshika Gonzalez. Hell yeah, you are definitely a specific type. Is this a condition? Is there a label for this? Or you look like a challenge? No, you look like a tall midget. You look like a...
I don't know, I'm a shorty, but you used to be short back in the day in the 60s. I don't know what's going on.
Okay. Yoshika, how long have you been attempting stand-up comedy?
For a year now, it's my last resort into screenwriting.
It appears that they're all about it.
Special episode. We have two screenwriting references and two guinea pig references. And somehow they're all mashing together right here with Yoshika Gonzalez. Yoshika is an interesting name. What does that mean? How do you end up with a Japanese name?
It was Japanese film camera.
You don't know.
I don't know. My dad used to say the country and like hookers one time, cashier, a bug, and then he told the truth, I guess.
38 cents.
30 cents a day.
Is that real? 30 cents?
That's legal.
So much so that they have
Mathematically,
okay. What do you do on this OnlyFans exactly? Hunt people's laptops.
I twerk. I do I do like anime costumes and fucking degrade guys. Degrade.
Also,
What? There's a lot. There's a lot.
How long have you been on OnlyFans?
Since the pandemic, when the strip clubs closed temporarily.
So you were a stripper up to the pandemic. What was your stripper name? Impossible to forget.
There's been a bunch, Jenna was a good one. One of the people in Austin.
My research
Jenna.
Okay. Anything crazy ever happen at the strip club? Wild stories.
Okay. Same old.
You close with your parents?
Not right now, not at the moment.
Why do you think you're not close with
What up, Mr. Meaty? How you living, Pip? What's good? Any updates?
I for sure have a way to Mexico.
Do it, dog. What's the plan, baby?
Flores.
Yeah, exactly. Right on the other side of El Paso. You gonna do it?
I was born in Austin. My family stays out in Fort Worth. Houston, Dallas.
All right, cool. So get to fucking Mexico. Dude.
Trying to get some money for, living situation when I get there for step 5.
Yeah, but I mean, look.
A couple of drug dealers.
No. Don't do that. I bet what you could do, you're a white person. You could go down there and find some Latina chick who's looking for a white guy and then just be like, hey, can I live with you and I'll get a job? Dude, I bet you half of fucking Ciudad de Juarez is cool with that.
I'm just not used to that.
Yeah, and you just be like, yeah, I'll be really good to your parents and they'll treat me like a son and we'll fuck all the time and I'll get a job.
Give me a little torta that just lays around the house all day.
No, get you a really good chick who's like wants to play house with you.
That's what my cousin did.
Well, your
And then
cousin
she broke his heart.
Okay, well, just don't let that happen.
He was down in Mexico. And when the son had a little bitch, he left the Air Force to go move out in Mexico with her. And things after a couple of years, and next thing you know, Selena left us.
All right, but here's the thing. You go down there, you live there for 10 years. After 10 years or so, fucking Mississippi won't give a shit anymore. And they'll just be like, look, it's been too long to prosecute you. I mean, because you know that they have to put this in front of a jury. And, if they're prosecuting a case like from 10 years ago or longer, it's going to hurt them. The longer that you can stay away from a jury, the better. Because the jury's going to eventually be like, look, this...
Well, no, they're going to see videos and see the evidence, and it's going to be all fucked up.
Yeah, but even still, it's just... There's a certain understanding that prosecutors have that they want to prosecute as quickly as possible. And the longer you can delay that, the better chance you have of them dropping the case against you.
What's the goal, partner? What's the goal?
So you need to... How much money do you need to make to get to Mexico? Okay, that's the goal. So you could make that. How long until your trial?
Less than 2 weeks.
Okay, you can't make it that fast. So then just sell all your shit except for your cell phone and get... Dude, you don't need that much money. Just sell all your shit, take a Greyhound bus to El Paso, and then once you're in El Paso, just ask someone... I guess you could just go over the border because you're not Well, they're gonna say that you're a risk and shit. So you just get on the, like the way that they come this way, you just go the other way. No, you don't have to do that. I mean, even still, they might just let you over the border. Since it's not a federal crime, so what you do is you take a Greyhound bus to El Paso, and then just go over the border. And once you're over the border, you start a new life. And you find some woman in El Paso who wants a white boyfriend who will be nice to them and who wants to work. And you say, let's start living together. Let's start living together. What the fuck, man? I'm giving you a plan. Shout out to Ciudad de Juarez. It's a beautiful city. If you've ever seen the skyline of it, El Paso is built around a fucking mountain. Anyway, I'm giving that guy. Would you do what he did if you were in his position? I'd be doing exactly that.
From Greek equals place of assembly. Hebrew equals Beit Knesset. Yiddish equals Shul. Tichum Shabbat Kedem Shabbat Tichum Shabbat Kedem Shabbos. Halachic boundary limit for walking on Shabbat outside the city. Kedem equals boundary. Shabbat Shabbos equals Sabbath. T-Fakim Tepet Halachic hand breathe measurement. Tepet equals palm hand breathe. Tepet equals plural. Prayer service. Prayer.
I'm sorry, I'm not trying to be rude. Hey, you're the one with your backstory, lady. Just following up here. Do you think your dad subscribes to your OnlyFans? I mean, 30 cents a day. Check in on your little dar-dar, you know. It's a real live show, everybody.
I don't think so. No. He said he doesn't. He said he never loved me, never will.
Perfect.
We're good there.
Is this a long time ago or like kind of recent? This is the pandemic.
Like 2 years ago.
2 years ago, when the pandemic, everyone lost some money. Well, that's not nice. Yeah, I'm sorry. That's all right.
That's okay, guys. We're here now.
Yeah.
Somewhere.
For what it's worth, I think you're worth more than 30 cents a day.
Okay.
Yeah. How much are you making a month on OnlyFans?
$4 and 12 cents. You're killing it. You're making
I'm making my rent $1,000.
Oh, that's awesome.
Okay, how do you get to everything else? How do you pay your bills if you're only making your rent spot on from the monthly OnlyFans? What else are you doing to make money on the side? Okay, great, man. That is out of control. That is rude. That is out of line, right, man?
We don't do oral, but
Yeah.
Subscribers went off the charts with that one.
That explains why the white guys you've been with just lie and drink Mountain Dew all the time. If you want some honest answers, you gotta fucking...
no, I sell vintage. Helps out of the markets outside in the heat. I do actual work. I do AV work too, but you know, I hire the guys.
Ass and vagina. Is that one of the vintage shirts you're wearing?
No, this one, thank you.
Is it vintage underwear? Like your pants or something like yourself?
Red man, that's
Could have been. You're on a program.
30 cents a day.
Let's get back to this.
30 cents?
I mean, it's $7 a month divided by 30. I don't know.
Okay, all right. I see a day. Yes, that's how they get you. That's how they get you. That's how they get you. I was already unsubscribed. 30 cents.
That's a
Shit, me, I'd be losing money not doing
Palace
it here.
Station, Palace Station, Palace Station, Small Palace.
I don't
The
want to get
performance
out of it
bus
for
is
100
pizza big
cents.
warm daily.
What are we
Station
talking
equals
here?
small. Palace Gagall, large Palace. Fair style warm daily
Right,
fair.
you're doing great.
You're going to be making a lot more money after this, I'm sure. There are a lot of people watching online right now. Any other last pitches for your OnlyFans that you would like to give to the people out there?
Rabbit discussion.
Many men. Trying to help her. She's just barely making her rent.
Yeah, I mean, I have a wish list, but I just have like a printer on there and no one will buy it.
I'll get you a fucking printer.
Shane's gonna buy her a printer. Yoshika, here's a little joke book. Okay, ready for it? Boom, you got it. Wow. She got it. You're going that way.
Hey, nice to meet you.
There she goes.
Next week.
Yoshika, everybody. There's Heidi. Yum, yum, yum. Time for another golden ticket winner, everybody. This young lady won hers maybe a little less than a year ago. She's fantastic. Works here. Works on Kiltony. Makes a noise. A brand new minute from Aya, everybody. It's Aya, everyone.
Some people don't trust Muslims. I get it, whatever. Me personally, I don't trust Jehovah's Witnesses. I feel like some Jehovah's Witnesses are just registered sex offenders who got really nervous at the last second. Like, they were supposed to go out in the neighborhood and tell everyone what they did, which is, it's tough, you know, I lost a child, that's, so, you know, they go, knock, knock, who's there? Have you heard of the child that was touched? My God! Jesus Christ! It's like, why is your parole officer here? It's like, don't worry about that. I feel like we treat registered sex offenders so interesting in this country, like we make them live so far from elementary schools, but distance only makes the harm grow fonder.
And this man starts by the
Okay, thanks. Hey guys.
How you doing? How's it been going, Aya?
It's good. It's kind of warm in here. I put on a jacket, so when I take it off, I feel cooler.
Oh, look at that, a little reverse psychology on purity.
Yeah.
Okay.
How are you guys?
I gotta be honest, this is good. Yeah, everything's all good.
Yeah, everything's good. Yesterday, I talked my... Huh? No.
So, yeah, every single person's good. Yeah. My dad died, my dad hates me. Yeah, things are bad.
Yeah. No, you guys didn't even hear what happened with my dad.
Oh, what happened, right? Is he good? Die and give me that fucking jacket. Where is he?
No. Yesterday, I taught him that you have to boil pasta in water.
What was he doing before?
He didn't tell me about that. He doesn't cook. He just learned. I just taught him yesterday.
Okay, so he's alive. That's right.
Yeah, he's alive.
Sounds like he's thriving. Sounds like he's still learning.
Yeah.
Learning something new every day. So that's good. Where's he at?
From Dallas. But my family's from Africa. Yeah, I'm Moroccan.
What was your dad doing with those noodles?
Eating the noodles.
Just raw hard noodles?
Well, no, I boiled them for him, and yesterday he came and he was like, oh, so that's how you do it. He said he's always seen people make pasta, but he never paid attention.
Just been sitting on the floor and eating salad.
Incredible. That's good. Amazing, Aya. What else is going on? Anything else crazy?
Recently, I had a weird dream the other day. I had a dream that there was this girl, and she was really young. She was like 17, 16, and she was like in a trap house. And I didn't know what to tell her to get out of the trap house. So I just told her, girls like you end up fat in their 20s, and she left. I got her out the trap house.
It's
just fun life.
Yeah. That's the truth. Well, great new minute, Aya. Favorite pedophile joke of the day without a doubt so far. One more time for Aya, everybody. Back to the bucket we go. 3 ladies in a row. Make some noise to your next comedian. It's Jenny Rodriguez, everyone. Jenny Rodriguez.
I just watched this documentary on Netflix recently. It was about a woman who went to jail after she had sex with a man. The court said he was mentally incapacitated. This was a man who was intellectually disabled. And that just goes to show that there's hope for all of you guys here tonight. Able-bodied women are having sex with retards. I know I am. I love him. He's my best friend, my partner in crime, my PIC. You guys heard that partner in crime, PIC. But I'm Mexican, so that would make me his SPIC. SPIC, it's Texas. Steve will just spell that out for you guys. We actually just saw the Fantastic Four movie. I gave a hand job during it. I guess you could call it a Fantastic Five. That's been my time. I'm a Jenny Rodriguez.
Jenny Rodriguez. Welcome to the show, Jenny. Have you been on before?
I have a couple times.
What do we find out the other times you were on about now?
I hate to throw this out here, but I work in a tire shop. I'm engaged.
This should be a big that's pretty much the last 2 times. Yeah. What does your man do?
He works at Jared Jewelers. He's a jeweler.
Oh, wow.
Well, we did pro wrestling. That was another thing that we did. Right now, we just finished clown school, actually. So that's another thing.
You learned stuff at clown school.
I learned this stuff at clown school.
You learned a lot of stuff.
I really did, actually. I learned how to do, like, food animals. I wish I did. I literally thought about bringing my skirt, but
Spotlight. 1, 2, 3, 4.
I need props. I do a lot of like gimmick shit. I do like some magic tricks, but I'm not like really good. You know, it's all very sleight of hand stuff.
What if somebody has a condom? Could you do something with a condom? Thank you so much. You're great. Yeah, great. Thank you, Red Man. Rodriguez, so how's stand-up been going for you?
Stand-up been going pretty well. The last few months I've been focusing on clown school, ironically. But I've been, you know, doing my window shows, just trying to do what I can around here. It is a little more difficult, I think, finding a good clique around here compared to where I was last before I'm here. It can be tough in areas.
Are you a fan of Notre Dame Fighting Irish?
Yeah. Notre Dame or like Notre Lame. I love sports.
There you go. Well, Jenny, congratulations. You got picked for another minute. You've been on the show multiple times. There she goes, Jenny Rodriguez, everybody. We're going to keep flying through it. Here we go. On to the next one. It's cooling down. We're at 80.4 degrees here around the corner from the 70s, everybody. This next bucket pulls from the inside. Makes noise for Julie Joy. Julie Joy from the inside. Is that real? Oh, well, the furthest possible fucking seat in the entire venue. Literally can't make it up, everyone. How perfect. It's great. Awesome. You would think we would coordinate this better than someone signs up and they don't sit in the seat that's 97 seconds away from the front. Tire Season 2 out now on Netflix, everybody. Madison Square Garden coming up this week. 15th, we do stand up the 16th. We do Kill Tony. Where the fuck is this fucking inside function? Make sense of Julie Joy, everyone.
Dating apps. Like, I literally don't get any matches. And I got this buddy who's just bragging about all the matches he has. So one day I was like, let's see him. He's on Grindr. And he's got tons of matches. It's kind of like a weird flex. And it's all about me. If I was gay, a lot of problems disappeared. Like, I'm going to be as lonely. I would have better fashion sense, and I'd be in great shape. It's you have to be strong to fuck a dude. Right? It's like fucking a bear. And then even jacking off the bear would be better. Like, oh my gosh, chocolate, alright? You're jacking off the bear, and there's a hot dude jacking off to you. Right? You start going faster, he starts going faster. Right? And then you jack off, and you're busting nuts. And this dude who's been jacking off to you for 25 minutes, busting nuts, you busting nuts. Pretty fucking awesome if you're gay, right? Thank you. Julie Joy, welcome back. I like that you say jack off with me in the mirror would be better if you're as if you do jack off in the mirror. No, I don't want to see that shit. You jack off in the mirror, I go, but 25 minutes, 25 minutes is crazy. It's so classic because it's so dude. I'm not sure if it's decided out of really minutes is what stands out about that material. Do you really extend your jack-off experience for that long? Yeah, when I do jack off, I just go back. Are you guys? So you have the last 25 minutes with yourself. What I do is, I try. You're about to come. What do you picture? Decided. You're saying that you are edging, right? So, like, how do you stop yourself up in that turn one? And then you like get ready, and then you just ride that wave until you are ready to bust nut. This gets me on my What are some of the wilder things that you're into? I'm into, I like golf, I've heard some what's the craziest thing you've ever done dome-wise in real life?
Big change, like a mass when you're hanging out and everybody being like, oh, what's that?
I was living in LA and I was like going to these parties and it was pretty crazy. They're like, we're gonna film this. And I was like, oh, they come, right? And they're like, put on a mask, no one's gonna do it. I'm like, yeah, no one's gonna do it. All last dude, fucking Afro blondes. I just had them film behind me, but I just had like this girl and they were like, had all these swords. I like using my own words, my hands and stuff. She had like all these crazy colors and stuff. And I was just like, I couldn't try to find myself like an open-minded person, you know? Yeah, what we're doing. Yeah, exactly. How are you domming though? Like, where's the dom? It's like every kind of stuff. I'm not saying I'm what to do. You're in charge. You know, like there's some dudes that like want the girls to take so much. You know, like I want to be in control. Oh shit! Yeah, I've done some catering jobs since I've been here. Okay. They make you wear a hairnet. They make me put my hair back in a ponytail. And that looks different. It disappears. I like for fun. What do you do for fun? I like going to white water, so I can practice some two-step. I like Morton Springs. I go there almost every day. If anybody down out there. A little bit. Yeah.
So what they did was,
I don't have a girlfriend here, but I have like a lover on the East Coast. You have a lover on the East Coast. She's my son. What you texting? Like, you get somewhere, get the fuck out of here. Yo, oh, I'm sorry. Yo, what the fuck, dude? You're so fucking horny and angry. What's his name? I'm like, what's his name? Hilarious. What's his name? It's a classic. What's your son doing right now? She's probably sleeping. Honestly, she wake her up. Yeah, we're gonna wake her up. Yeah, bro. I'm gonna call her after this. We're gonna keep it moving along. She'll be right there he goes, everyone. Alright, this one's Alright, this looks like a fun name and a new name. Let's see what happens here. Make some noise for Mighty Mike, everyone. Mighty Mike. Okay, alright.
And the fact that it would have been a huge had Stalin allowed it to do so qualified, that was
Mike, relax. So tell us what's been going on, Mike. You said you're broke. What do you do for work?
Oh, I just got a new job at FedEx. Last time I was at Amazon.
Okay. You're just still delivering packages.
Still delivering packages. Yes, the packages don't talk.
Packages don't talk.
I used to be in the office. I used to work in the office. Offices talk about
Now you're driving the truck and you're dropping off the packages. How long you been doing that for?
I started talking back and stuff. I got to Amazon. I was like,
The Amazon thing, we're talking about FedEx. How long
FedEx is like 2 weeks. No, a week.
So how do you do that? Do you have any specific style? Has anything crazy happened yet? Do you
No, I'm still training right now. I think it's still training.
Okay.
I'm training.
Alright. What have you learned so far?
Man, you gotta go back and just right before them. Because they'll type up that review, man. Next thing you know, you gotta keep them right where they're at. You can still get them. I was in the hood today. I help my niggas out.
What are some hobbies of yours? What do you do for fun when you're not doing stand-up?
But it turns out that
We've been wondering the same thing.
Also,
Yeah, what else is on this list? So what else is on your list of how they
When I had a lot of money, I used to pay my bills. I was like right there, paying my bills on time. I don't got it like that no more right now. I just don't think so. How do you explain to us what's your method? Bro, I feel the beat like when you're about to bust a nut, you get a beat feeling. That's the sign that got deep first. Like, hey man, it ain't this, it's the other one. Stick it out. And you must. I'm not listening to that voice. I'm nut right on. And that's how I'm able to dodge that shit.
Problematic aspects as well. For example, if we are comparing the of the
Craziest thing you have in your refrigerator, my anyway. If you have a refrigerator, right? In your fridge, what's the craziest thing you would find if you opened up your refrigerator right now? Some spinach and fried chicken. Wow. Did you get any special powers when you ate the spinach or broccoli?
You know, man,
All right. Fun stuff. There goes Mighty Mike. You already have a big jump up? There he goes. On to the next one. Ladies and gentlemen, it is having 79.9 degrees, everybody. We are officially in the 70s in this, the hottest episode of Joe Somebody ever. Shane's got a page. Shane's on page. Which means I'm just going to bring up your next comedian. Make some noise for Shane Phillips, everybody. Shane Phillips.
So I know what y'all thinking right now. This fake ass meatball slices in the air. You laugh at that. Must be in the cage too. Shit. Recently, I've been trying to get back into dating. And I've been trouble. I realize I struggle because I take words too literally. Like, I don't like when people call me daddy. Because something deep inside me, something deep in my DNA just makes me want to leave. It's like,
especially for those
it's like every time she says, "Oh, daddy," I'm like, you know what? We all know my granddad. She's like, "You lactose intolerant." I'm like, "Shit, man. You look at that. I'm super poor." You know what's up? Then she gonna be your drag queen, right?
To the show, Shane. This is your first time on? Welcome. How long have you been on stand-up? 3 or 4 years. Where at? That's what I was going to guess. What do you do for work? Wow. Okay, what kind of machine are you talking about? Seriously, what kind of machines do you work with?
Europe has to go to one.
Okay. Sounds professional. Hell yeah. And you don't have kids? You have a girlfriend? You're just single? Running machines for fun?
Not entirely clear that they are full responsibility for changing their management. But anyway, that's the way
Shay, how often do you come to Austin, Texas to sign up for the show? First time. You got lucky. Incredible. That is pretty much from craziest thing that's happened here at the gym. You can just stand out and pretty white women are accused of staring at them or something like that. Tell us all about it.
basically the argument went that the German troops and their Allied forces were actually fairly well rewarded at Bob's Round on both fronts, but nevertheless, they really did control a much larger amount of territory than they started with when the war broke out. And then because of internal weakness and wariness within their countries, that according to those who advanced this theory really pick up for herself Jewish agitators cases. They prematurely surrendered, and they left their soldiers behind in the field. This basic idea of Rothschild, the betrayal from his staff in the back. Austrian propaganda from the period. They didn't really get captured era. On the left is the
What's the craziest thing about your life that you would find interesting about you ever save anyone's life accomplishing?
Steely-eyed gaze as he bravely defends the front from the attackers. But unbeknownst to him, there's these dark storm clouds that gather on this grotesque a strange kind of French-style hat. In case you miss the iconographic elements of the large nose and lips, and the tail lamps, the nails on the side of the head. There's a Star of David on the hat, so you won't make a mistake. And she stabs him in the back, betraying the entire country and allowing him to take over the idea of the Dolchstock. This then over the anti-war movement really consumed a lot of the Axis powers at the time, and ultimately contributed to their
There's time on it's very fun, and here is
How many people like him in comedians do good on this show? Comedians do bad on this show. No doubt about it. For those of you watching on the internet, congratulations. This is the episode to be in the year convention. It would be a whole that is clearly identified as the a Yamazaki capture and smiling as Austrians choke
offering the agency, the brand is offering the agency. They tell a streamer what the brand deal was. So you are going to get 80% of that brand deal value for the campaign.
My struggle, a book that he wrote while he was in prison for attempting to take over the government here called
It's crazy
and he proves to be
if you get
kind of rock star popular in Germans who never were a majority in any election in which the Nazi Party runs, but he does win plurality, largest single minority chunk, and so when he is able to finally take control of the government, he then imposes essentially a form of martial law, the Enabling Act, and that's the beginning of 1933 and onward of the Nazi control of Germany. In 1935, they established the Nuremberg Law here in key elements of the unfolding of the Holocaust, because if one is inflated rhetoric from bombastic statements which they were prone to make, including in January 1933 a threat to hold Jews under gas, which many scholars feel is not necessarily foreshadowing in an intentional way to convey its gas, but rather is a reference to his desire that Jews should suffer the same kind of gas that he and other German
reach out via email and say, hey, ASUS, you don't have to be with an agency. Agencies will also not even go after creators that are under them. If their creators are busy, they will find other creators in the space and offer them the deal. So I'll get random emails for somebody that represents an agency will say, hey, MSI, ASUS, one of these companies,
which clearly defines
they're going to bring, we have this laying around, we want to pick up somebody who review your content, we think you
left, you have those two
so if I hadn't got that deal directly from ASUS for $20,000,
who have no Jewish
an
background,
agency could have picked that up and came to me and said, hey, we have a $10,000
because
deal
what's
from
going to happen
we
as
are going to
the
take 20%
Lord years continue and you go into the
and I'd be like, oh, okay,
Holocaust,
I'm still getting fucking
German citizens will have
seems like a treat.
of
Finding out that
they
you can
are
short
not Jewish in order to advance in various elements of society. So you have a huge industry of genealogy that develops. Then you have, moving to the right, you have the mission of second degree mixed race. This is defined as someone who has only one Jewish parent. In Jewish law, the maternal line has a special consideration that one mother is Jewish, one is Jewish, and this goes back to all the way to the maternal line. But it actually didn't care about that. They were just quasi-scientific new races that you all need to parents. And then as soon as you get to the point where you have a person with three Jewish grandparents, that's called a Jew. Labeled the second from the right and the right hand column with four Jewish grandparents. Those are Jews. And the reason why this was significant and important is because Germany had actually a very high intermarriage rate between Jews and non-Jews over the last half of the 19th and into the 20th century. Nowhere near the intermarriage rate that pertains, for example, with American Jews or with Jews of the former Soviet Union, but nevertheless, something in the neighborhood of 30%. And so that meant that a lot of people were partially Jewish, and the state had to identify them and to categorize exactly which restrictions would be applied to them. Ultimately, they and their spouses were subject to persecution right up to murder in death. But once you had a definition of Jews, then you could start laying on all kinds of ostracizing techniques, such as, there's just a sampling of setting aside benches that say only for Aryans, or you can put up signs outside town saying Jews are unwelcome here or are unwelcome guests and things like that. And you can slowly start, isolating them from the larger community, which you see in a whole series of laws that are imposed after that Nuremberg rally, excluding Jews from civil service, excluding Jews from working, for example, as teachers in public schools, and of course excluding them as children from the public schools themselves. All kinds of things that were imposed upon them through legal discrimination. But the lowest point before the war is undoubtedly a massive nationwide pogrom called Kristallnacht that clearly had advanced planning by the Nazis. They were just waiting for some kind of pretext in order to unleash these plans. But there were hundreds of attacks on Jewish communities on the night of November 9th, 1938. Right, that's the original 9/11 of the era, which was a very clear signal to the Jews that the situation was escalating. The scope of murder was comparatively small when you think about the later depredations. Something like 262 Jews were killed, but there was phenomenal, and that of course is an incredible 262 tragedies for those individuals and their families, but still viewed against 6 million, we can understand to kind of differentiate the scope and the scale of this tremendous property damage. The reason it's referred to as Kristallnacht, which means the night of crystal, or really the night of broken glass, refers to the tremendous number of shop windows that were broken as the rioters went through the towns, led by some of the hooligans and elements in the Nazi party. There's literally glass all over the streets, littering the streets, and so that's why it acquired that particular name. This signaled to Jews, without any doubt, if there were any questions beforehand, that they had to leave Germany. And as you can see from this map, about 130,000 of the 500,000 Jews living in Germany at the time managed to flee before 1937, even before Kristallnacht. The great challenge, however, was that most nations had been closing their doors to immigration over the late 1920s and into 1930s, and it was very difficult for Jews to gain visas to be able to actually immigrate to some other safe climate. One of the most terrifying examples is the voyage of the St. Louis, or St. Louis, which was a boat carrying Jewish refugees at this time from Germany to Cuba. And from Cuba, as was the custom at that time, there was a brief window where people could get transit visas to Cuba. And then once they were in Cuba, they would attempt to immigrate typically to the United States or to South America, or some might even stay in Cuba. But the United States objected to this ship, which was not even going to land on its shores. And it was moored off the coast of Miami Beach for weeks as diplomats wrangled over it. Ultimately, the St. Louis was sent back to Europe with all of its passengers, most of whom were killed in the Holocaust. It's a terrible, terrible period, and one of the traditions reflect as we have such a massive displacement of refugees in the Russian attack on Ukraine. Now, the war actually breaks out September 1st, 1939. One of the key diplomatic events that makes the war possible is a secret pact called the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact that is signed by the foreign ministers of the Soviet Union, Molotov, and the Third Reich, Ribbentrop. And this was essentially a non-aggression pact between two erstwhile enemies. I mean, the Nazis representing fascism on the one hand, and the communists representing socialism on the other hand. They were like bitter enemies, but when Hitler proposed to Stalin that they should cooperate, and the prize for both of them would be the acquisition of the territories that separated them, Stalin was very happy to accept. And so what happened on September 1st, 1939 is in a coordinated attack, the Nazis invaded Poland and the Baltic states from the west, and the Soviet Union invaded from the east. They met at a border that, at which point they had previously agreed not to attack each other. And so, why this is especially important for German purposes is this meant that the Nazis had a safe eastern front in 1939. Once the area was pacified, then Hitler could turn his attention to the west in the attack on France, Belgium, and elsewhere, and ultimately that's what he did. Later, in 1941, he would double-cross Stalin, taking him by surprise, and invade the Soviet Union, but that's a little further down the line in our story. But for now, what happens is you get this map that you're looking at here, a Polish language map, and the key line for us is the red line, which demonstrates the non-aggression tract boundary that was defined by the Soviet Union and the Nazis prior to the war. The territories on the left side, the west, were taken over by Germany. Some of them were outright annexed, basically on racial grounds. If the dominant population there were ethnically German, then they were simply annexed to the Third Reich, and all undesirable populations, including Jews, were pushed out into that green region in the center, which is extremely important, the so-called general government. This was not an area that was annexed by Germany, and in fact, the Nazi bureaucrats in charge of it were not entirely clear what they were supposed to do with all of the Jews that were being forced into the region. We don't have space or time to go into this in greater detail, but it is important to recognize that the Third Reich was an unusual combination of chaotic, spontaneous, impetuous leadership with a very dedicated, detail-oriented bureaucracy. It's a very unusual combination in which, Hitler would essentially approve radical initiatives and then hand it off to the bureaucrats who would go and actually figure out how to operationalize Hitler's will. And if Hitler would change his mind, then the bureaucrats would have to undo what they had been doing and work on something else. And they did so with great fidelity. But it also meant that at the highest levels of the government there was chaos and often contradictory impulses. Anyway, the general government is going to be extremely important because that is the region where Jews would be heavily concentrated, and they would work towards their plan called the Endlösung, or the final solution. The first thing that's happening in this region is they establish numerous ghettos. And as you can see, they're scattered throughout the region. This map shows the post-1941 period when the Nazis invaded the Soviet Union as well, and they were able to establish them within what would be Soviet territory. But the first group, the green, the yellow, and black ones here, were established when the Nazis first invaded. And at this time, they had not clearly articulated and defined what they were intending to do with the Jews. They certainly wanted to control them, and the ghettos were a subject of some debate in the internal Nazi hierarchy. Ultimately, of course, they decided in favor of them against the arguments that, it would spread typhus and things like that, foment rebellion, which all those things, of course, were true. But this points to a much larger issue in historiography of the Holocaust as well, that sort of pits two major bodies of thinkers against each other. It's very important to understand them. Let me just mention briefly here. One school of thought, which really emerges from the immediate post-war era, the Nuremberg war trials, was a school of thought called intentionalism. And this was pioneered by great historians like Lucy Davidowitz, for example. And the argument was among intentionalists that Hitler and his Nazi party intended from the earliest period to murder all the Jews of Europe. And they certainly can draw a pretty straight line from statements that Hitler made, decisions that were laid out, that was all kind of an unfolding plan to destroy the entire Jews of Europe. Now, in the 1970s, in particular, the new interpretation began to emerge among historians called the functionalist model, which there are many scholars, Rabbi Rothschild is one of the early ones, Christopher Browning, Michael Maris are all in that camp, in which they say that, there's no question that Hitler and his associates were incredibly virulent anti-Semites of colossal order, and they certainly did not have the stance of the idea of Holocaust murder. But did they really actually plan this from the beginning? Were they that organized? To point to all kinds of contradictory elements, like, for example, the plans to settle Jews, or the plans to take the island of Madagascar and expel all Jews. And the
Tough the
Jews
deal.
were
The
actually
rest
free
is
to
sneaker history.
stay right up until
When Nike launched the Air Jordans back in 1985, they hoped to sell $3 million worth of product. Instead, they sold $126 million in 1 year. Much of that success was thanks to Jordan's incredible play on the court. But there was also Nike's marketing approach, which was groundbreaking in its own right. Joining the cultural conversation in ways few commercials for basketball shoes ever had. And don't forget the shoe's design itself, a process managed to blend sports technology with a set of aesthetic principles that would make Jordans as much a fashion statement as a basketball shoe, as evidenced by the Christian Dior Jordans Power White was wearing for her interview, which retailed for $17,000.
Europe was possible. And though they slowly moved towards this idea through experimentation and through testing the waters,
Chief design officer for the
so
Jordan brand,
that's
these days
a
is
major
a standalone division within Nike that generates some $7 billion a year by itself.
There's no question that the dominant interpretive modes that most scholars use today leans towards a functionalist interpretation and helps explain a lot of but to return to our narrative, developing these ghettos, first in the German controlled regions and later after 1941
every year for the last 40 years.
And they seem to have a divided opinion as to how exactly they are treating the main models that seem to coexist with each other. Once again, an indication of the lack of clarity among nations as to what they're supposed to do with all these Jews piling up in the general government. Some of those ghettos seem to follow a model of called productionist.
Dedicated to studying, promoting, and collecting shoes. Sneakers
Thinking was that, these are for the ghettos. And again, Hitler's not really outlining these things for anybody. Local bureaucrats are trying to figure out these on their own. So this was regarded as an example of using Jews for slave labor. Why would you destroy all of the human capital? This
still works at Nike, still talks to Michael Jordan often. The Air Jordan success is because it's not actually the story of a shoe. It's the story of something much bigger. That's totally transcendent basketball.
Was to get a work
Isn't that about basketball?
and Jews were employed in slave-like conditions to produce, military uniforms and warm linings for German soldiers on the Eastern Front and all kinds of things like this. Ultimately, the productionist model would fail because those Jews would also consent to the gas chambers, but for much of the early period of the war, that seems to be the way that they thought they were supposed to operate. Others, like Warsaw, notoriously were operating on a model which scholars have called attritionist, meaning the Jews were essentially to be rounded up, concentrated in areas, and then allowed to die of starvation and disease. Also happened. Warsaw did not have any major industries that were especially
athleticism, folks. It's really impressive.
They were given sparingly from time to time a ridiculously low ration of food, like 150 calories per person, which is absurd. No one can survive on that. And so the Jews of Warsaw strove to figure out ways to smuggle in food from the outside, to engage in bribery with local Germans and Poles to try and bring in more food, but it was subject to tremendous depredations, literally dying in the streets of hunger or typhus and other things. So the ghettos are the dominant way in which Ashkenazi Jews appreciated the Nazi policies. That sounds so strange to say like that. The ghettos were the way in which Jews experienced Nazi policies from 1939 until the summer of 1941. That would change dramatically with something called Operation Barbarossa. And before I continue, though, I reminded myself, I mean, the Holocaust is basically an Ashkenazi story, but it is not exclusively an Ashkenazi story. The Nazis would, of course, control many Sephardic areas, the coast of North Africa with its Jewish populations, especially significant. And they would also control the smaller pockets of Sephardim that are living, for example, in Greece and elsewhere. The general rule of thumb is that Nazis really didn't care about the cultural distinction between Ashkenazis and Sephardim, although policies that be implemented
every once in a great while.
That's also like Europe and North Africa.
Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for your next comedian. You guys having fun out there still? Do you care about how hot it is in the room? Make some noise for Nate Ortiz, everyone. Nate
That is not to say that's the best on the list. Holds those similar policies. Had they had the wherewithal to expect the same
I'll entertain a Salvadorian man if he's giving me somewhere. Just want to watch SmackDown, dude.
But the war simply ended.
I didn't pay $20 for that Tinder premium to find out the two women I matched with look just like me. Same facial hair and everything.
Let us return
I got to the point I asked my buddies for advice. Like, hey man, how do I get better matches? How do I beat this algorithm? Then my dad used to start losing some weight, bro. You started looking like a Puerto Rican mom from the back.
It's a good example also of another important to bear in mind when we talk about the Holocaust.
So I updated my Tinder profile. I said from the front, I look like a favorite, started a Twitch channel. But from the back, man, it looks like I'm washing dishes while salsa dancing.
But they are following largely parallel trends that development of the war has
Yeah, for a very first time.
Awesome. How long you been on stand-up?
5 years in Houston.
Wow, you're from Houston too, huh? Did you know Shay?
Sorry?
Did you know Shay?
I know Shay. We're actually the same weight.
Was primary for the Nazis more important than would
His personal trainer.
in other words, when the Nazis had the choice
I actually just got laid off Saturday.
and on the other hand,
Make it
make sure that they could build their war from the area
Where was this shop?
rather than themselves.
Not like a Costco.
Diabolical to have
Our clientele is very Middle Eastern, very Nigerian. I want to hack one.
very sure. I'm looking at the Nazis.
I don't even know how to spell the word. I did work at T-Mobile. That's actually the most Hispanic thing about me.
So why exactly did they let you go?
Oh, I was very late. 3 times.
Why crazy? Ah, there it is. That's why you're
taking over all of today.
As you shape like
White Russia, the Baltic
What's the most fun that
states,
you've ever had on cocaine until 7
Estonia,
a.m.?
My coach was actually a cheer call me out.
Yeah, you do cocaine by yourself?
Now, what that's the rule. Also did war against the Jews, sent in 4 mobile killing squads.
It's too much. It's
the Republican police battalion, fired behind the regular army, and their task was spread out and go to all the tiny little villages and settlements
It's incredible
that
how much
dotted
you look like it's unhealthy.
round
Right?
up all the cities so they could find
Can you
as
come
well
down
as
here?
many
I
other
want to do a side by
desirable
side with
and
you and my friend.
marching out to have a particular grade,
How much are
and
you
then
still doing a lot of cocaine?
this is called the Holocaust, which distinguishes it from Holocaust gas.
No, we can do this. I don't do it. How often do you afford it if you're out of a job?
I'm not really worried about the shows for the pay and the free drink tickets. That's what it is.
The Nazis simply kept cycling throughout the region.
Village
To village, deliver small numbers of Jews at a time, occasionally invaded where you have a massive
Even for free drinks, it doesn't make sense. Here's a healthy version of yourself. Stand side by side with you. Side by side, side by side. Keep going up. Keep going up. Now stand side by side. Turn to a camera. Look at a camera. Look at the one on the right over there. Look at that guy. Yeah. See the faces? That's what you look like if you just ate sushi and didn't do cocaine.
I lost 30 pounds. I like 130. That's actually more expensive. That's right.
So, do you have any advice for him on exactly how to get his
I lost like 30 pounds. Eat healthy. Drink a lot of water. Be less healthy.
There's one of the many photographs we have of
I know Tony, I know you saw me hesitate. Yeah, because when you said Philip, I was
various
like,
methods
yeah, is there another Philip in here?
No,
I don't see anything.
Yeah, you look exactly like him. You have the exact same face. Unfortunately, he's just so much fatter. Only I can see it. Yeah, you have the same face. If something terrible happened and you completely went Lieutenant Dan on yourself, this is what you would look like. Yeah, it does. Philip has a new podcast on the Your Mom's House Network. What's that called?
Not a damn chance podcast. Not a damn chance podcast. There you go. There's a free plug. There's Philip.
And Ortiz. Anything else crazy we should know about you? You seem like you're on a backstory.
My ex-girlfriend was in the primary.
is sometimes in the autumn of 1941,
We were the same girl.
Was always non-binary that happened when you were dating?
I didn't know
a
that.
lot of speculation
And then when did you find out?
Yeah, she
may have something was going
She kept calling me brother. Like,
sexual events of I can conquer
it's just like I couldn't figure out words to say during our trip. You know, so I just kept saying shit. My dad said so. Like, still slugger.
but controlled Western Europe. Maybe I can't really do it all the time. Other scholars point
Binary, we just started dating her, and
No, she looked beautiful, dude. And then we got together, and then cut all her hair off.
general wisdom
and what else changed?
share for the
And what else changed?
Everything got the hair out. That was
and so Hitler would say to himself, also thinking, if I can win the war against the
On
Soviet
medication at the time.
at least I can get all of But what
she was the only one to allow me to just Facebook all day.
What do you mean by that exactly? Do cocaine?
Football
It was psychologically traumatic to wake up every morning, drive out to a village, round up regular people, and look at them.
Just throw it.
They were right out there. They were relying very heavily on local
Alright, another bucket full. We are back in the 80s. It's 80.2 degrees. If you pay attention, somehow it's getting warmer again. It's still like hot in here. Let's go. 60 seconds uninterrupted for Joe Filey. Joe
Psychologists
real dirty man called white trash. I think I'm like upper middle class trash. You know what I mean? Like we got somebody with the problems. My sister went through all parties holidays. Like she had a skin tone reveal party.
And also how
if you don't know what that is, it's just you 3 guys that year didn't have health insurance and they all came to the hospital. My dad held the baby up like Lion King style. It was like
what happened is in January of 1942 there was a gathering.
It sounds horrible. I have to say it like how good it was.
Because that's sit down
as a white guy, you know how good the pussy would have for me to go with a black guy and a Mexican guy to the hospital to find out if it's like this. And then you still stay around and raise the black kid as the white guy.
all of the countries that
2 days before I was 12, 2 days before I knew that the baby was going to be blessed. Because we were in the hospital and the black guy said, yo, I need to go get some milk. And left the hospital.
It didn't matter, large or small.
They had it here. That's not to thank you.
The way they would do it was they compared to the doctor technique that they had put years
You've been on this show before. Am I correct, or have I just seen you hiding under my bed?
The bed, the bridge, but yeah, this is my 3rd time on here.
Hell yeah, welcome back, Jim. This had to be your best set of them all of us. For sure. Yes, absolutely. You've been working hard.
Oh, you're working or just not partying as much?
Hell yeah, absolutely. What kind of party were you doing?
Oh, yeah, there's a lot of coke. Well, I mean, the bag said coke on it, but it tasted funny. But there was a lot of coke for a while there. Shrimp, LSD, weed. It's 6th Street. Like, there's no rules here. I don't make the rules of 6th Street.
Absolutely. Incredible. And how long has it been since you had the operation to remove the backside horse part of your body?
1933.
Still big wishes have been received.
There's no sense. There's nothing wrong with what it is now.
It's not Amish at all, but you can tell, unfortunately. There's very few people that look like Joe Filey. I can see why the black community is scared of you.
I said, I have the needle in the haystack for sure. You understand that one?
Deporting airlines
What do you do for work, Joe Filey?
Right now, I work at a meat shop on 6th Street.
Slave labor. All of these death camps also had like satellite camps where
I don't know if it's like the brown ridge. They come in like honey to sweet where it's supposed to THC. That's what we're getting.
No doubt about it. They're like this meal will make your eyes move apart from one another.
Or to house those Jews that will be used in the murder process itself.
What's dating like? Being having
Have you heard of the Dollhouse ATX? I know you're sponsored by the Yellow Room.
yeah, right.
But the Dollhouse ATX is way doper. It's like Pornhub, but you like rent the chick by the hour. You like they have a search bar. Each chick has like categories. They're probably gonna show. Look, Redman's nodding. He knows. He's been there.
Oh, Redman knows. Well, who's been playing at the Dollhouse?
The craziest part was you followed it with the Sunset page. That's like I can remember when I followed it.
That's what he just said.
Oh yeah, it's like Liam Neeson style. They put sheets in the bigger rooms with the bottom up.
What's the craziest thing you've done at the Dollhouse ATX?
Oh God! There was like this poor little Colombian chick. It was like I wanted a Charlie Sheen, so like.
Hold on, nice and slow. Poor little Colombian chick.
I didn't have an M37 OnlyFans. I wanted a Charlie Sheen, so like I put some coke on my dick. I had her snort it and suck the rest. And like midway through the stuff, she was like 200 more, and I just paid it to her. It was worth. That's not even a lie. Like I wish it wasn't. My parents are gonna see this. They're huge fans.
Yeah, absolutely. They are going to see what you're up to.
My siblings.
So, $200 and you basically got a blowjob at a strip club. This is a pretty good doorstep for Dollhouse ATX. I mean, I almost feel bad for the Red Rose and Yellow Rose because this is quite the ad read.
Listen, they don't have no Heidi's at the Dollhouse, right? If you're going to the Dollhouse, go to Heidi's.
No doubt about it. They have running Heidi's. You can run like you can't hide it. Chicks there probably look like you.
There's a couple. There's a $50 menu for sure. There's like a 3 p.m. happy hour.
So you make money at the weed shop and then you lug it over to the Dollhouse ATX.
Oh, that's like a once every 2 month thing. That's like a Red Lobster. You know, every 2 months, here we go. You got some cheddar, baby.
You really are from Young South. That confirms it. Everyone in Young South thinks Red Lobster is an every 2 month celebration. It really is. I was shocked when I grew up and got just a little bit of success. It was like, oh wow, this is not the best restaurant in the world. It's incredible. I was tripped for the first 18 or 19 years of my life. You could just count
one of the
on
ways
it.
that they justified it was to have these kinds of show elections where remarkably 98% of the working population said, oh yes, we love communism, we're so happy that we can now be a Soviet socialist
Sex slave, like in Thailand, they felt like sex slave
sounds a
shit.
lot like
Thailand, yeah,
the bats into the Donbass. It's because it's exactly
this look, brother. Like they know when I stayed in Thailand, there's like 30 bitches there. Like he's the one. That's you probably if you learn Russian, you'll be
so
fucking sick.
not surprisingly, a huge amount of resentment builds up
I can't fight it all. I carry a gun. Fuck that. CCW lasts like 8 hours, and you're just as tough as that.
Before it was very harsh confiscations and suppression of religion.
I'm gonna read a couple Yelp reviews here for Dollhouse ATX.
Also, very understand.
Here we go. We went in here thinking it was a sex shop. We were half right. They have a very small collection of lingerie and sex toys, but they have several women there in lingerie. So I think they might be in the business of selling something, all capital letters, else. If you want sex toys, go next door. It has a much larger selection.
Of the Soviet experiment when he joined the Red Army and also in the high-ranking
I was on the search for a giant dildo and I was watching a naked ladies don't have sex with me. That's
a 4-star Kevin James. It starts with, this is how you know it's good. It starts with, okay, here's the deal. You go in and there's a lobby. Costs $65 just to get into the main area. Is that true?
It's like 55 on Sunday.
Look at that. On
discount.
Yeah.
Early bird special.
Working on a budget. If you want a private show, it costs another $65, and you pick your model. And if there's more than one working there, you've already spent $130 to get a non-dance. If you want nudity, it's $100.
By and large,
Instead of getting from the lobby, you get a full nude dance. It costs $165 total.
early
If you believe in her, you like the idea of being in your own room one-on-one with a hot dance is ready to rock it to. I heard very well. When they say, there's too many drunk assholes making the place noisy. Oh my God, I'm sorry. Sorry, you're great. So sexist. When you tell me that no, it's okay. It's all right. Shout out. We said shout out to the Coast County. What's the worst thing that's actually happening in Los Angeles?
Oh, I don't like anything about the one chick was in on these days.
What did you do?
When number 5 was in your act, she was the manager. It was a $71 half special on a Sunday.
This place is going to be packed on Sundays from now on. Clearly, fire. It's also kind of a good day for you. If you have a big joke for me, you have a couple of extra people. There you go, fill them up. There goes Joe Riley. Alright, let's do one more bucket. We've had a lot on today. We're just flying through these interviews, believe it or not. Thanks for your final bucket. How about another hand for everybody? Here's for your final bucket full of the night. Make some noise for Ramus, everyone. Or Ram. Or Ramus.
Collaboration with the Nazis during this period was largely under the same while there are certainly like in every society where believing that most of the local population, those who collaborated with the Nazis, were primarily motivated by their hatred and enemies of the Nazis. Collaboration is also related to whereas Western Europe is like Europe, Western allowing governments to remain racist laws as they report allowing police to continue doing their job, and they basically had themselves in a wartime martial law kind of environment, but nevertheless they had immense amounts of collaboration with African far more egregious than collaboration. Daily capricious death was a feature of everyday life. That, people could be killed certainly for harboring Western Jews, but they would also be killed for having an unregistered pig. It was incredibly violent public hangings, the life of Poles and other East Central Slavs in particular were worth almost massive to Germans, and as a result,
How long you been doing stand-up?
collaborate
I moved here in 2021 and I did about 10 open mics in
also
before that, so about 4
understand
years.
that
I have taken some months off
the
for
Slavic
like,
states,
my dad,
this
my pop spaz, and some other stuff. I'm just being honest. I'm just being honest. Because I have stayed consistent with right do that 4 years. So I've been doing it 4 years. I was around about anyway.
advanced of the Red Army, and so ironically they allowed SS units previously during the war purebred Germans that could be there all the way back to 1750 with no Jewish blood. They started admitting the Slavs as a lower racial hierarchy in the Nazi very communist ideology. When they created divisions like the so-called Galicia,
So, how do you make money?
which was primarily wanted the opportunity to fight against Soviets. This complicates the entire process of understanding collaboration efforts among these Slavs. You definitely have real anti-Semites delighted in but most of the collaboration I can see is primarily motivated by the so which may have had also more criminality involved. Could go into specifics. And we should also bear in mind that this collaboration has to be placed against the consciousness of the people that they were also victims of wars in particular motivated by both the Soviets and the Nazis. And
when they meet me and talk to me longer, they're like,
that Poles are all war criminals is something that rankles the Polish people mistake. Now, there is a social part we discussed in the next lecture.
I was in Arizona and at the time about like 22 years old. I think about it, maybe I shouldn't say this. Fuck it, let it out. Texas, pretty he was doing like ecstasy, right?
Nevertheless,
My dad, and I was like,
fairly widespread.
What's your love life? No kids.
Oh, my daughter's 21. Making her life doing that. She's very good with the college.
How much did you contribute to that child?
I lived in Wisconsin for 2 years, which was very much a sacrifice. Yeah. I brought up in Phoenix. It was like, this shit pretty.
And how did you
How'd you end up in Wisconsin?
Because her mom was from Wisconsin, so we moved there. And so I stayed there after I landed 50% with my mom.
So we do have
how did the white parents take to you?
military resistance of this form. However, one of the characteristics of
Can you give an example of what that means? These people have
tended to occur fairly late in the war.
But how do you know? Give us an example.
Man, that's rough, man.
Give us a short
Armed
name
resistance
what's one good little story? You're not naming them out.
will explore
Could be anything.
many other forms of resistance. When you are subject to a degree that have you die, then choosing to live is understood.
Even at Thanksgiving, like,
In the Warsaw Ghetto, for example, one of the hellholes of
They never said
the
anything
empire
disrespectful or anything.
set up a
Nothing
charitable institution that was designed
Yeah.
to
Wisconsin was an interesting time.
rather than allow it
Like, I recently went back there and I looked at me across the bar for a while. Like,
medical schools,
Like, I'm serious. He's looking at me.
lending libraries, theaters,
And I
all
forgot
kinds
that
of
I
activities,
tried to find
orphanages run by people like the incredible Janet Sporttrack, the child psychologist who
You live a life of
dedicated
47, so if you live a life where
months
you
of his
kind
life
of function,
to the
you
welfare of his children.
and it's 2
We
a.m.
have the
and you accuse me of something I didn't do.
Rabbi Columbus
So I was
Shapiro,
extra
who's someone
charged.
that I've studied and
And
written
he's
about
behind the bar yelling at me, and I'm like,
who
hey,
insisted
I'll fuck
on
with
naming
attention.
his prisoners right until he was shot in the contest.
And I'm very much for those
Incredible. You're
When
47
you look
years
at
old. You successfully
the
raised a
resistance
21-year-old
to right,
daughter.
try to
You
understand it,
avoided
because
getting
again,
arrested.
you know, we
I'm
wonder
a fucking
why
miracle right now, right?
Yeah. What's your secret? What's your secret?
More than 6 months, 2 pounds.
Nazi
Wow.
policy
I'm a miracle.
collectively
Oh,
is very
and all them
important.
stats.
Generational
LeBron,
differences
right?
is extremely important.
You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm 47 and I'm still going, baby. You know what I'm saying?
Model that has served the Jews fairly well
I wake up
for
every morning like,
trying to basically stay out of
Call
trouble.
center and take calls.
yeah,
Right
yeah,
out
I know.
Someone's just like,
Let's go, Shay. No, I didn't appreciate it. Yeah, I was at the drink. They took my drink away. They did a drink. That's about it. I had to sit down. Yeah, well, I can bring it down the alley.
Historically, Jews living as a minority in Europe, Ashkenaz in particular, had learned that basically it was
all right, Randy.
suicidal.
You already have a big junk book? Well, guess what, buddy? You're getting the extra dark edition Hilltonian book. Congratulations. To Randy, not Remus at all. It's Randy. All right, it's been a hell of an episode, the hottest episode in the history of Kiltony. We went from the 80s to the 70s, back to the 80s, and I'm pleased to report that we are back at 79.9 degrees right now. 50% humidity, a very rare treat. It does not work for comedy at all. But you guys are a bunch of superheroes, and we thank you. Congratulations to you. And for your herodom, you should all be rewarded. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the record holder for all-time appearances on this show, all-time interviews on this show, the reigning defending Hall of Famer, the Emperor of ExpressVPN, the Memphis Strangler, the Vanilla Gorilla. This is the Big Red Machine, William Montgomery, everybody. Austin, I'm so excited to announce to everybody I'm actually about to start auditioning for my first feature-length film. The guy seems super nice. He actually sent the script to my father back in Memphis, which is weird as shit. It's like, how do you even get his fucking address? But I'm really excited. Ozzy Osbourne died, 30 years ago.
The younger generation is especially important because they will not labor under this misconception.
I'm doing my first intervention tomorrow, and I've got a ton of anxiety because I just don't know. I don't know what to wear.
In summer of 1942.
And that's a true one. Okay, let's keep it moving. Ah, Dad. If you don't want me to join a cult, quit wearing all those groovy clothes in your propaganda videos. And we get free Jews? Sign me the fuck up! Free love, no taxes, VIP access to a spaceship heading to heaven, and I get to wear the most stylish fits. Presbyterian Church, sit your ass down! Asking for that 10% tithe shit, my gold keeps it. God damn it, I missed that part. Presbyterian Church, sit your ass down! Asking for that 10% tithe shit, my gold wants 100% of my assets, and they're gonna keep it 100. You know what I'm saying?
Brother ex-wife.
Have y'all seen the trailer for the new moderate to severe plaque psoriasis commercial? Okay, that's what I saw. William Montgomery. That's
How they the intervention
Where you could see you
I wore a fucking Tilted Egg coach's polo to my sister's intervention.
real estate has a very rich soil, black soil that One of the things that we'll see about the people that we train, because it is appropriate to speak under not just Ukrainians, but also Jews, Poles, Russians, of course, and any
Well,
other
too bad I
nationalities.
fucking can't stand Notre Dame, dude. I'm a Florida
Is
Gators
that
fan. I cannot stand it.
After the whole
anti-Teo debacle, y'all handle, I can't stand Notre Dame.
Warsaw, Let's see how
This is incredible. This intervention you're doing, is this for a family member, friend? What are they all?
Although it did not receive formal stage work until the 20th century, it really has a very it goes back before most of the region, including Russia. It would be more appropriate to say that Russia belongs to Ukraine than to say belongs to Russia. This map here describes an early medieval region called Tavis. But it refers to a series of principalities.
A little bit.
Hard to use the state to describe affiliated but they centered around the city of Kyiv. That's Ukraine, by the way. That's favored today.
What's your speech?
Ukrainian
Yeah, can you give us an example?
But this period of Kiev, which existed long before Moscow was established, was focused around several Slavic peoples that emerged from Kiev, not only Ukrainians but also Russians. They all owe their cultural heritage to this region of Kiev. What's especially important in this history is the conversion of one of its leaders, the Volodymyr, pronounced in Russian Vladimir. I don't really ever see a statue overlooking the pro-labor that runs through the Volodymyr made a decision to say
I don't feel horrible about talking about Christianity every single time. It was like probably in 100 cents of mine. I was talking shit about your mom, so I did have a very nice whole get reminiscent over these times. I never gone back and watched
years. There is a discussion of how Volodymyr converted to Christianity, and he had a debate which would actually be familiar to his history because the same kind of situation is enacted in Zaire by Halevi. Specifically, Volodymyr in the 10th century invited representatives from all the major faiths.
What do you think about Red Band's glasses, William?
I think two different types of Christians: Western Christians and Catholics, and Eastern Christians. He has this long, drawn-out discussion about the various merits of each faith. He comes actually very close to adopting both Judaism and Islam. He rejects Judaism because he is concerned about the fact that the Jews have lost their homeland. He's concerned about the Muslims for a whole host of strange reasons that the authors of the book coaches that they don't drink alcohol, and ultimately he decides to adopt Eastern Christianity, that is Orthodox Christianity, and that becomes the faith of the majority of the Ukrainian state, although as we shall see, a significant portion of Western adopted a form of Catholicism, which is Orthodox practice.
Tell us about this new plaque psoriasis commercial. Not many of us have seen it.
It's
What
just this nasty bitch walking around with all these fucking, like, it looks like she's got real sunny chocolate parts of her body. That's what psoriasis is. Like this nasty disease. People get, I don't know if it's sexually transmitted, I don't know how people get it, but it's just this
Medieval Jewish kingdom existed.
Yeah, I know. So the commercials seem really it's just getting Russian people
several hundred years. Now, there's a lot of
let's go back to the intervention for a second. Have you planned this speech for this? Have you written this story?
Judaism? There are some scholars who believe that it's all myth, that it was made up by medieval ages. Other scholars believe that it was in fact Judaism, but Judaism had attenuated drastically. It wasn't rabbinic Judaism, not for any special day. But it is interesting to note that there were definitely Khazarian Jews who were actually letter discovered in Cairo, Giza. The Cairo Giza is a collection of medieval documents, primarily written in Hebrew characters, sometimes in Arabic, sometimes in language. And this was a document, importantly, from Judaism itself, that was a letter of introduction for a Khazarian
amazing how you do that. It makes the whole place light up crazy.
This was what we call the modern.
This is weird. I swear I think they did the regulation of Old Spice
and the document talks about how he's a member of the Senate community, he's falling on hard times. Especially interesting is that there are several signatures, as is typical in the 21st century. Signatures of various dignitaries.
I did shit twice today, which is great because I didn't know he's
signatures is written, as you can see here,
and you're doing so much row. I mean, 720 miles on the row machine since January, so I just feel like my body's actually using
was not sufficiently
my muscles. This is what my guess says. So that's what I'm doing. It's all the peanut butter crackers.
What we know is that there were Jews
straight to my muscles.
What else goes straight to your muscles? Give us some examples of things that go
By the
straight to your
You
muscles.
know, we're drinking a fucking protein shake was good.
Jewish settlements
Weirdly enough, a lot of jelly beans. I think a lot of these sports people say, go down a list of no jelly beans are good. The popcorn, butter popcorn, jelly beans, I'm all up in those right now. And I'm going to bring some to the adventure. I feel like everybody loves a
very extensive concept of Talmud called Moses.
tried these
Several
jelly beans.
figures what happens?
Is it heroin? Is that the main drug of the person getting the
overrun by
intervention?
the Mongols, and so there's a period when the Mongols take over the entire territory. And the Mongols finally recede, then are trained and eventually absorbed into a very large
Never heard you use the word Polish before, William. Are there any other new words in your vocabulary this week that you're excited about?
Polish and Lithuanian royalty. As you can see, it's quite a massive state. It includes what we see today, the modern Babylon time. All the states of Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, and
Didn't even act
through
as a
Belarus,
hard when you got sad
and
horns on that one. Sometimes when you're not passionate about it, you get barely a drum, sad horns, and barely any light.
To this region, you have a massive Jewish migration that extends from the 11th century, especially
Polycentric drug use.
and the reason why Jews are especially moving to Polish Lithuanian Commonwealth, which is dominated by Ukraine in the southern region, is because they are being driven out from the west by charges of blood libel,
Honestly, the
post-desperation
ones that you
stories,
don't really know that aren't that exciting are
after
kind of
the
funnier
Black
than the
Death
crazy
in
ones.
47, 48. These are driving Jews to the east. At the same time, there is an economic vacuum that is attracting them to the Polish Lithuanian Commonwealth. The reason for this is primarily because Jews become part of a complex economic system in which Polish landlords or large holding is called endophobia. Higher tiers essentially to be leaseholders.
What's the one thing that you're hoping at the end of this intervention tomorrow? What's the one thing that you're hoping that the person that you're giving the intervention to will not say?
Also known as tax
I am about to use the drama. It's been the hottest episode of Kilsonian history. We were able to get it down to 79.2 degrees. Guys, John Brian J. Eva is in. How loud can you guys get for our guests tonight? Shane Gillis and Matt McCusker, everybody. You did it. Brought to you by ExpressVPN. Entire season 2 at Shane's Secret Pod on Spotify, everywhere else. Anything else you guys want to plug or anything? Matt?
I'll be in Atlantic City August 16th.
Hell yeah.
Please come.
Thank you, Matt McCusker and Shane Gillis. The band will be at Blue Note in New York City the Monday after Madison Square Garden 8/18
quasi-military sort of cowboy-like.
This episode brought to you by ExpressVPN. One more time for the best damn man in the land and our guest Shane Gillis and Matt McCusker. Ray Man.
Secret show every Thursday, Sunset Strip, ATX.
And also
We love you guys. Thank you so much. Good night, everybody.
Who goes up, who organizes them all, and goes up against the Polish landlords and their relatively peacefully for about 500 years. This was a moment when the economic tension associated with the agenda spilled over into violence and would have a great on Jewish self-identity and agenda as well, and put into motion a cycle of Jewish incarnation. But we should remember that there is a particular conflict there. The Poles are definitely part of the overall picture. This 17th century corruption when Zelensky made a very drastic decision. Here you can see a map that shows the Zaporizhian siege how Ukraine was controlled by its greatest the outside of the lighter is the boundaries of contemporary ethno-linguistic Ukraine. And Khmelnytsky, after having fought with the Poles and essentially establishing an independent state, decided to ally himself with the emerging Russians in Moscow. And this was a very, very important and serious decision because this essentially shifted the Ukrainian center of gravity from Warsaw and Poland to Moscow. Now, it's important to note, just looking at this map, you can see that he's not speaking for all Ukrainians. To the west, to the left-hand side of this map, just above the red sphere that represents the Carpathian Mountains, you have the region known as Галичина, and above that Volyn, which were still in the Polish orbit. This is the region where a lot of Ukrainians adopted Catholicism. The Ukrainian language they spoke was more heavily inflected by Policisms, and they generally look to the west. This is a fissure that will repeat itself all the way up until the 20th century because there's certain parts of Ukraine that are just other parts towards Europe.
Yeah, what's up, fam? It is August 25th.
Today, in our contemporary hostilities, the Jewish community of Ukraine is able to recover from the Khmelnytsky massacres, although they are commemorated in the liturgy to this very day. And there will be another major upheaval in the 18th century, the uprising under a similar leader called Rabbi. But what's going on in the early is that
what's up, fam? It is August 25th.
Southern Ukraine